screen, and imagine doing that every 2 seconds because you missed your shot. I don't really see much in this game, or at least I didn't until Bloons World came out. That's right, you can now upload your own custom levels and play other people's wacky creations on bloonsworld.com. Obviously this website doesn't exist anymore, but there is an alternative. In what was probably one of the smartest decisions by Ninja Kiwi, there exists a Bloons game that is 100% comprised of player levels. Which means there's a good chunk of the best community levels that are not only fully archived but credited with people's decade-old usernames. You have 50 individual players who each create just one great level. I would go from levels that use the Pac-Man loot in an actual gameplay scenario, to killing Pac-Man being the solution to a level, to one where your monkey reloads every time he takes a shot, to beer pong, to ridiculous bounces, or one where you rob a bank. If you're a level 1 petty thief, you might try opening the vault level. The proper way to withdraw money from the vault is to enter from the top. Once the door is open, get Pac-Man to rob all those balloons, and then you win. Thank you BBQ Sandwich for making this piece of modern art. Almost every single level I played was amazing. The community made stages are just that fun. There is the odd one that is clearly 5-star bait, but then there's the cool ones like the one with only one balloon, then there's the one where you play beer pong and balloons made by BBQ Sandwich? How did this guy get 2 levels into this game? Creating a game where you let the community do the work for you was such a great idea that they did it 2 more times within the next 6 months. Anyways, it was time for a new Bloons game, and Ninja Kiwi had just the thing you need. In August of 2007, Bloons Tower Defense was finally released. The answer is 44. There is 44 Bloons games. On the surface, it seems absurd. How do you make 44 games out of a monkey throwing darts at balloons? But when you look into it, an interesting story is revealed. Some of these games are cornerstones in Flash history, and other games have become lost media. Some of these titles show us the benefits of good community interactions, while others are a lesson to never release your games unfinished. Otherwise you'll get something that has only lost players since launch. This is the history of Bloons, and it all started in 2006 when 2 brothers, Chris and Stephen Harris, decided to start creating video games. So the 2 went on to create the greatest game of all time, Cash Sprint. And this game is very bad. The music is annoying, the controls are weird, and there's absolutely nothing stopping you from driving out of a bit of desperation. Steven turned to the smartest, most experienced game person he knew, his wife, and asked her what game he should make next. The response was, make something like the carnival game, where you throw darts at balloons. 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 This immediately set off sparks in Steven's brain, and 90 minutes later, the monkey was born. The original Bloons isn't a tower defense, but a game where a monkey throws darts at balloons. And believe it or not, Bloons is a puzzle game. You only have a limited amount of darts, so shooting them in the correct direction with the right amount of force is important. This game has a balloon that sprays tacks when popped, another one that explodes, and another one that freezes balloons around them, making them unpoppable. If you thought that sounded bad, there's also 2 types of walls, and these stupid rubber blocks. The rubber block is by far the most infuriating object in this game. The 14th level requires you to bounce a dart through a maze of sorts to pop the balloons. Simple, right? Well, that's what I thought about this game until I reached this level. Not only do you have seemingly no control over where the dart goes, but in order to beat the level, you have to pop 95% of the balloons. Even if you get most of the balloons, you still fail because you missed a few at the end. Luckily, I eventually managed to beat it and progressed to the boomerang stages where you have a boomerang. I'm very conflicted on this game. On one hand, there's a lot of creative looking levels like the one where you light a fuse to a bomb, or the ones with clever solutions like the one where you freeze balloons at the top and then bounce your dart across the ice, or you just turn into Pac-Man. But for every cool level, there's 2 more that are downright sadistic. In level 26, you have a single dart and your goal is to pop 63 balloons. In theory, your dart should bounce around the box box and pop every single balloon, but that just doesn't happen. The strategy that worked for me was to fire a dart behind me, make it bounce on the wall, pop the balloons as it passes my monkey again, and pray it makes it down the hole on the right. This should be easy, but just like the maze level, I spent a lot of time aimlessly shooting darts, hoping that my plan would work. And eventually, it just did itself. It feels like it's up to random chance more than it is about anything I do. Just look at level 30. After bouncing your dart off the frozen balloons and into the bombs, you win! Lose. That's right, you lose. You suck. I genuinely do not know what to do here. It feels like I'm missing a game mechanic or something. So, I went, oh yeah, hang on, let me look at this tutorial from 2007 and see what the answer is. And then it's just this, like, what is that? This can't be how you play the game. Since balloons became an instant hit, a sequel was made within 4 weeks to capitalize on this new audience. It introduces the lightsaber balloon, which pops balloons horizontally. The game has a few cool levels, but nothing too special to set it apart from the first one. It did make me realize a problem with it though. In level 7 you must narrowly avoid the ice balloons and pop them using explosive balloons. The problem with these types of levels is that there's no hotkey to reset, meaning if you want to restart the level you have to move your mouse across the entire screen, and imagine doing that every 2 seconds because you missed your shot. I don't really see much in this game, or at least I didn't until Bloons World came out. That's right, you can now upload your own custom levels and play other people's wacky creations on bloonsworld.com. Obviously this website doesn't exist anymore, but there is an alternative. In what was probably one of the smartest decisions by Ninja Kiwi, there exists a Bloons game that is 100% comprised of player levels, which means there's a good chunk of the best community levels that are not only fully archived but credited with people's decade-old usernames. You have 50 individual players who each create just one great level. I would go from levels that use the Pac-Man balloon in an actual gameplay scenario, to killing Pac-Man being the solution to a level, to one where your monkey reloads every time he takes a shot, to beer pong, to ridiculous bounces, or one where you rob a bank. If you're a level 1 petty thief, you might try opening the vault and the proper way to withdraw money from the vault is to enter from the top. Once the door is open, get Pac-Man to rob all those balloons and then you win. Thank you BBQ Sandwich for making this piece of modern art. Almost every single level I've played was amazing. The community made stages are just that fun. There is the odd one that is clearly 5-star bait, but then there's the cool ones like the one with only one balloon, then there's the one where you play beer pong and balloons made by BBQ Sandwich? How did this guy get 2 levels into this game? Creating a game where you let the community do the work for you was such a great idea that they did it 2 more times within the next 6 months. Anyways, it was time for a new Bloons game and Ninja Kiwi had just the thing you need. In August of 2007, Bloons Tower Defense was finally released. The core gameplay is still there, if a bit more clunky. There's no tower or start round hotkeys. The range on every tower is definitely incorrect, as tacks don't hit the edges of their range, and on top of that, darts disappear really quickly after being thrown. There's also a lack of more modern features like targeting or pop counts, instead having a range indicator of all things and a very ambiguous speed meter. Despite that, it's still a good bit of fun. Darts are the main way to pop balloons here because there isn't many alternatives. Not only is there only 5 towers, but most of them are overpriced garbage. The bomb tower costs $900, while the ice monkey, which can't even pop balloons, costs $850. Neither of these towers feel like they are worth the price, especially when compared to the dart tower, which in this game fires really fast for some reason. And don't even get me started on the super monkey. I have no actual evidence for this, but I'm 90% sure the super monkey is a joke tower added in by the developers meant to troll players who think the super in its upgrade name means it's good, because it's not. The super monkey in this game is complete garbage. He costs $4,000 and I wouldn't even say he's worth half that price. I had 7 dart monkeys which were collectively worth about $2,500, and these monkeys handled the ways of balloons pretty easily, but when I sold them all for one super monkey, everything went downhill. Choosing to place a super monkey killed me almost immediately, as the $4,000 was unable to handle rounds the cheaper dart monkey army destroyed. It goes deeper too. On round 42, the game questions, how many monkeys does it take to make a super monkey? Making fun of how this maths problem will keep you up at night. When you then beat round 47, the tooltip says, "You got any super monkeys yet? Are they really worth all that money?" This is literally the game telling you that this tower sucks 3 rounds before it ends. You can't get clearer than that. And yes, this game unfortunately does end on round 50. There's no free play in BTD1 and that sucks. The best way to beat the game is to spam dart monkeys. It's not even a challenge. Eventually you'll just start spawn camping the balloons, though the game seemingly does not want you to notice. The tooltip at the bottom normally tells you what balloons are coming next, but occasionally it gives you a random fact about American teenage girls of all things. The only real advice the game gives you is you will probably need to use every tower type to finish the game. But there's no way that's correct. That's just a lie. This tooltip guy then goes on to boldly claim that you can't pass the game using only tack shooters. Someone actually managed to beat the game using only tack shooters, and Ninja Kiwi got so mad they increased the price of the tower by $75. Although even with this change, it is certainly not impossible, as would be proven 10 years later by some random guy on YouTube. This would be the beginning of an ongoing trend where Ninja Kiwi says something is impossible before some psychopath from the community pulls it off. Even I managed to complete this challenge, just not in the way you'd expect. By pressing tab you can move around the menu, and by pressing enter you can upgrade monkeys using the keyboard. For whatever reason, holding down enter lets you buy upgrades multiple times, putting you into negative money. By purchasing faster firing, this exploit can be used to create a hypersonic tack shooter which let me beat all 50 rounds with a single tower. This bug can be used on other things, though it's not very useful. You can give the dart monkey full map range, but he won't be able to use it since the dart disappears immediately after being thrown. Although you can increase his pierce to create what is essentially a BTD1 juggernaut. Another funny glitch lets you place towers on the track. By right clicking a tower after selecting it, you can even place them on the menu covering the star put. Both of these bugs are still possible in BT2. Oh, sorry, spoilers. Seeing as BTD1 was performing much better in numbers, a sequel was released just 2 months later. And by sequel I mean a carbon copy of the original game, but better. There's 0 new upgrades apart from the Super Monkey's laser vision, and the only other new features are the road items, the boomerang monkey, and 2 new difficulties. What I find interesting is the significant price decrease for all the bad towers in the previous game. The ice ball now costs a more reasonable $385, while the cannon costs $520. At least on easy. The cannon is a lot better here, simply because it's impossible to win without using it. Ninja Kiwi was so upset that people bet the game by spamming one tower that they added a lead balloon. The game promises it's impossible to win with only dart monkeys, and it's right. Nothing can pop the lead balloon except a cannon, which forces you to place it down. Though this doesn't really change the best strategy. Instead of only using dart monkeys, you now only use dart monkeys and the occasional cannon to pop leads. The developers must have also realized this, because at one point the game guilt trips you into using other towers. You might not need to use every tower type, but think of the wasted programming and graphic drawing if you don't. Luckily the game is a lot harder and therefore more interesting than the first one. Black and white balloons appear earlier, and there's even a new rainbow balloon containing 2 of each, the equivalent of popping 37 red balloons. This becomes a problem when your dart monkeys can only pop 2 balloons at a time. You'll end up using road spikes to catch the balloons that get by. That is, if you're bad at the game. See, I always thought the monkey glue was a completely useless road item. It doesn't even pop anything, what a waste of $40. After revisiting this game, I realized that glue is the strongest thing you could possibly buy and a key factor to be in hard mode. When there's 2 rows, your monkeys will focus on one of them and ignore the other path. It's a bit stupid, but that's how they're programmed. The solution to this problem is to slow the balloons down on the longer path so that by the time they reach the monkeys, you will have already popped all the balloons from the other path. Alternatively, you can use the glue to ensure the destruction of the rainbow. It moves so slowly that just a few dart monkeys can pop all of it by themselves. Unfortunately, there are no left-handed monkeys. Sorry, just live with it. Here's a fun fact. This tip that shows up on round 10 isn't even true. I don't know where they got this +1 thing from, but it's not right. You know what else is right? Handed the boomerang monkey. When upgraded, this guy can pop up to 5 balloons per shot, which is still worse than just spamming dart monkeys. I don't know where I heard this from, but supposedly the boomerang monkey's tail can actually pop balloons. I tested this in-game and I could not replicate it. So either this is some super secret Easter egg, or I've been trolled by the internet. What's that? You think the graphics are ugly and the gameplay is boring? Are you stupid or something? Wake up. The new Bloons is out now. Brand new Bloons type. Plus angled rubber blocks. Make friends. Only at my.ninjakiwi.com. Wait a minute, isn't the rainbow balloon from BTD2? And isn't the ice monkey just a reference to the ice balloon? Or aren't all of these towers based on items from balloons? What's next, the lightsaber monkey? I like even more balloons even more, even if it took a year to come out. Mostly due to the new mechanics, which there isn't a lot of, but the ones that are there are fun to mess around with. But first, let me tell you about the insane improvements this game has. You can finally press R to reset the level. This is fantastic news, and now the game is like 10 times better. Any Bloons game released after even more Bloons is just objectively better because of this tiny feature. It even tells you where and with what strength your last shot was fired at as well. The levels here are really creative. You'll find anything from blenders and levels where you destroy a boat. I think I figured out the genre of this game. It's a destruction simulator. Your end goal always ends up with you destroying everything in some way or another. Although there is still some tricky levels, mostly from the new balloon. The rainbow balloon in this game requires 2 hits to pop. Issue is, the rainbow will float upwards, which is a mechanic this game really likes to utilize. Usually it's something like in level 19, where the rainbows will float up while frozen. Other times you have to race the rainbows and quickly pop them. In Revolver, each rainbow you pop breaks another jar, creating tense situations where you don't have the time to think about where you're firing and you just have to do it. These rainbow balloons were the things that eventually forced me to look up a walkthrough because I had no idea what to do for level 33. No matter how hard I try, there's no reaching those other balloons. I tried every angle with every possible strength, but nothing worked. The answer... Wow. What's not doable is this shot on level 26. The balloon is right in front of you and you can't hit it. That's it, I'm opening Bloons Pop 3. The next Bloons game is called Bloons Pop 3. And you might be wondering, where does the 3 come from? Where are the other 2 Bloons Pop games and why haven't I talked about them yet? The simple answer is that they don't exist. This is the first game in the Bloons Pop franchise with a misleading 3 added to the end. Or it would be called that if it existed. Bloons Pop 3 doesn't, I just made it up right now. What, do you think Ninja Kiwi is stupid enough to call the first game in a series the third? Then decided it was not worth playing Bloons Candy Crush anymore. Bloons Player Pack 4. I bet hard on my first try. Enough said. BTD 3. After almost a year, Bloons Tower Defense 3 came out. And was it worth it? Yes. This game was so good in fact that it even got copyright claimed and the developers had to change its name from Bloons Tower Defense to BTD3. This Com2 US company trademarked the term Tower Defense in 2008. Every Flash game had to quickly change their name to avoid being sued in international court. Anyway, this game has 2 extra upgrade paths, 2 new monkeys, road item abilities, and 2 new balloons, as well as maps that can turn in circles instead of basic squares. Replay was also finally added. When the game ends, you're given the option to fry eggs on your overheating computer, and you can also spam spikes. This game made me realize how fun the road items are. These 3 items are their own subgenre of tower defense. The pineapple is capable of dealing with clumps of balloons and it pops 3 layers. It's cheaper than the road spike, making it more cost effective as long as you have the time to place it ahead of the balloons. The Moab is a new blimp added to the game, taking many hits to pop, and it drops 4 brown balloons which then split into 2 rainbows. Since most towers do 1 damage at a fairly slow pace, the Moab is basically unkillable. Luckily, road spikes do 10 damage a pop, making them the perfect tool for destroying Moabs. Also on a side note, while in later games the Moab became its own blimp with balloons in it, I love the implication that in BTD3 the balloons have developed missiles to help them reach the end. You can clearly see the 4 brown balloons riding on this surfboard thing. But no, really, Ninja Kiwi based this thing off an actual missile. The game mentions that it does not stand for Mother of All Balloons, rather Massive Ordnance Air Balloon. This is the exact same name found on the GBU-43B Moab Wikipedia page, but replace balloon with bomb. Great reference, Ninja Kiwi. You know, this service history tab has some interesting implications for the balloons lore. But enough of that, you can literally pop Moabs using only road items. Sometimes the Moab popped way ahead of my monkeys, which forced me to spam glue, pineapples, and spikes. It's crazy how powerful the road items are in this game, even if you technically lose cash using them. Other ways to deal with threats include setting your monkeys to last, which can be good for the spike bolt as it works best when firing in straight lines. You can also set tack shooters to last, even though it doesn't do anything. As for the new towers, the beacon is helpful for buffing the attack speed of your monkey spam, but more importantly, it lets you unlock the Super Monkey Storm. So if you don't think your towers can defend a round, or if you don't believe in your index finger, then the Super Monkey Storm is the thing for you. It's how I bet the hardest map in the game. Yeah, this thing is a win button. You don't have to play the game. It might cost around $1,000, but for an upgrade that removes thinking, micro, and strategy, that's well worth the price. The reason I use tack shooters to beat the hardest map rather than spamming dart monkeys is because dart monkeys are terrible in this game. Genuinely awful. The only useful upgrade they received let them pop one extra balloon per shot. It's okay against the reds and blues, but it scales horribly into the late game. But do you know what is worth it? Tack shooters. With the new blade shooter upgrade, tack balloons obliterate everything that's not a Moab. This upgrade lets the tack shooter pop 3 balloons instead of 1, creating a monster of a tower. You don't even need to buy a cannon for leads. The pineapples are well capable of destroying their slow-moving outer shell. Speaking of the cannon, I now retract my statement that it was bad. After some healthy harassment from the community, I have come to the conclusion that it is almost as good as the tack shooter. The cannon now fires much faster and can pop through 2 layers of balloons with the frag bombs upgrade. Add an ice tower that can now pop black balloons, and you've got a combo that can only be stopped by ceramics and Moabs. The only bad towers are the boomerang and the dart monkey. The spike pult isn't the best either, but at least when you upgrade it fully, you can pop a lot of balloons for an expensive price. The spike pult is so expensive that when I clicked on it to check the pop count, I was suddenly charged $5 from my bank account. This guy has a $900 upgrade, and all it does is make the spiked ball not disappear when leaving its range. Almost as great as when the dart monkeys miss balloons that are right in front of them, or when the boomerang somehow misses a red balloon that's touching its face. Are you even aiming? To be fair, this does seem to be a general problem with DTD3, as I've even seen tack shooters not pop balloons despite the projectile clearly hitting them multiple times. Overall, this game is a great improvement on the balloons tower defense formula. The new upgrades make previously bad towers good, and the road item changes make for exciting gameplay. And then there's Hot Air Balloon. Hot Air Balloon is another experiment game. It seems like Ninja Kiwi treats balloons not as a singular game, but as a franchise, with different entries featuring different genres, common theme being monkeys popping balloons. In this game, the same war criminal torturing balloons from balloons has now hijacked a Moab and uses it to pop balloons and get a high score. You know, I always believed the Moab was on the balloons side, yet this game paints it as a neutral party. It seems as though the Moab is some super weapon that gets used by whoever finds it first to wreak havoc on the other side, whether that be controlled by 4 ceramics or driven by a monkey. The game itself is fairly simple. Once you die, this brutal death animation plays, and the game assures you that the monkey is safe, which I don't believe at all. The only real noteworthy thing about this game was this strange glitch I found. Initially, the balloon sounds randomly disappeared, which was weird. But just like when the monkey gained hyper-realistic eyes, I assumed it was a bug and kept playing. Then the Moab sound stopped playing, causing the game to be completely silent before my monkey clipped out of bounds and I never saw him again. Now, Hot Air Balloon gets faster the longer you play the game, which is how it increases its difficulty over time. Since I lost all control of my monkey, I decided to see how fast the game would play if I let it run for 30 minutes. So what do you think happened? Did the balloons begin moving so fast that they began clipping into each other and warranted a seizure warning? Did the trees and clouds pass by so fast that only one was visible at a time? The answer is none of them. This is the end game of Hot Air Balloon. Nothing. All in all, this game wasn't too interesting and most people never cared for it. But I want you to remember it because it will become important later. But now, it's Christmas of current year 2008, which means that a brand new Bloons game is coming out. Oh, but you don't have anything? Ah, whatever. Just release another player pack, but snap a Santa hat to the monkey. This is Bloons Player Pack 5. Most of the levels are shaped like a bauble, a Christmas tree present, snowman with and without RTX, the Grinch, or just a bunch of ice balloons. Someone made a reindeer and I had no idea how to pass it, so I enabled unlimited dart mode and then killed the deer. Then I got a gingerbread man level where killing him was the solution. I feel like there's two types of people making these levels. There's the 6-year-old making Christmas present because wow, that's like the thing I got for Christmas. Then there's the guy who escaped an asylum who creates a level designed to torture people. There's no in-between. The stages are either insanely easy or mind-bendingly hard. But you know what's crazy? I think Ninja Kiwi knew there was this divide in the player base, because the next two Bloons games were Bloons Jr. and Bloons Insanity. The former being a game built for the younger demographic, while Insanity is 50 of the most diabolical levels made by our twisted user community. Bloons Jr. seems to have been made by Ninja Kiwi, and as you would expect, it is impossible to lose. Not only are the darts bigger so you pop more balloons, but charging up shots is slower so making accurate shots is easier. And just in case you were playing this on a steering wheel, most levels give you way more than enough darts so you can still win even if you completely miss half your shots. Most of the stages look like they could be hard, but because of the bigger darts they are simple, making you feel a lot better at the game than you actually are. The other half are auto levels which play themselves, but it's okay because they have a smiley face. Look guys, he's happy because the new Bloons is out. Although believe it or not, some of the later puzzles require you to actually think. The last level requires you to make a big shot, and for some reason it's really hard. You have to pop every single balloon, meaning missing just one shot causes an instant loss. The hardest part was trying to leave this cave. The boomerang is so massive that it works against you. I spent a good 30 tries attempting to figure out how you shoot the boomerang out of here, but eventually But eventually, I did it. I finally bet Bloons Jr. and then the game thanked me for playing, which automatically puts it in the top 10 games of all time. I'm sure the other Bloons games did this too, but I wouldn't know. This is the first one I actually completed. But if it's difficulty I want, then Ninja Kiwi has the perfect thing for me. Alright, look, I was terrified of playing Bloons Insanity. I imagine it being what Kaizo Mario is to normal Mario, and for good reason. There is a walkthrough for the levels on the main menu. There's no better way of telling players your game is impossible than by adding a walkthrough inside of it. Despite that, I pushed on, and on level 1 I already began having problems. I imagine the developers had to remove the usernames just so they wouldn't get tracked down and killed for making evil levels. The only way to complete this is to fire at a really specific angle so your dart pops the jar, then hits the stack balloon, which then pops the rainbow balloon all in one shot. After that, you have to quickly take another super precise shot to pop the rainbow balloon before it floats away. Eventually though, I managed to overcome the first level of Bloons Insanity. Level 2 is not as hard, although it still took me a while to beat. Level 3 involves the mechanic of bouncing a dart off of frozen balloons, but then there's level 4. Level 4 was by far the hardest. In fact, it was so difficult that I stopped playing Bloons Insanity. Okay, I'm sorry. This level requires you to carefully bounce one dart multiple times across the tightest gaps in existence, all to pop a rainbow jar. Making one bounce correctly doesn't even guarantee the rest will work. Sometimes you get so close to the end and other times you instantly fail, despite me not being able to tell what I did differently. For this reason, I spent over 10 minutes slightly moving my mouse and then spamming the darts at every possible strength before repeating the process. After a while, I just gave up. I searched up a playthrough of these levels and I can safely say I didn't miss much. I don't think I'm alone either. If you look at the comments in this video, you find the creator to level 4. And not even this guy could beat his own level again after making it. How am I supposed to win if the creator himself can't pass it? I did a quick test with unlimited darts mode, and after you make that crazy shot, you didn't have to take a second one in order to pop the rainbow balloon. Even if I somehow made it past that first shot, the second one would have undoubtedly finished me. Luckily, I can play Bloons Tower Defense 3 on my 10-year-old iPhone because BTD iOS has just come out. All you need to know about this game is that it was removed from the App Store, and this video I found of a guy beating round 100 on hard. Sorry for the quality, My sister broke the good video camera. They also made an iOS version of Bloons which sounds horrible. Imagine trying to beat this level with your fat finger blocking where you're trying to shoot. No, it's time to play an actually good game, BTD4. Comparing BTD4 to the third game is like comparing a one-dimensional shape to a two-dimensional one. Or at least that's what I thought before I played the game again. It is ugly as hell. If 3 is a Flash game with developer art and 5 a game with an art style, then BTD4 is this uncanny thing in between. Why does the track have shadows on both sides? And how is this spike factory on the water? Did they remove the laws of physics in this game too? I always remembered BTD4 as an upgrade to the third game, yet it feels like the same game with a different coat of paint. There's only 2 new balloons, the camo balloon and the BFB. In this game, the camo balloon functions like the lead balloon, where only certain towers can pop it, or in this case see it. The BFB on the other hand is the Moab, but stronger, dropping 4 when popped. The balloons must really hate that balloons guy if they put a red cross over him on their strongest blimp, but it isn't very scary. By the point you make it to BFBs, you've already been popping Moabs and ceramics for a while, so it shouldn't be possible for the BFB to kill you. Also, you can just place road spikes to pop camo balloons, so the rounds end up feeling really similar to BTD3. The upgrades on the other hand are really weird. BTD3 had 4 upgrades on each tower, so logically, in order to make BTD4 the bigger game, it also has 4 upgrades. Instead of having 2 tiers of 2 paths, this game has 1 path with 4 upgrades. Although this works in the game's favor, as it lets towers get much stronger the more upgrades you buy. The cannon's final upgrade deals 10 times damage to Moabs. The tack shooter turns into a fire shooter. The dart monkey turns into the catapult monkey. But wow, this game must hate itself for something, because when you open it, immediately you get asked to play BTD5, a better game. Even the developer of BTD4 insults himself in a comment on this random video I found. This game also added the strongest tower in this entire franchise, the farm. For only $1 you can make $80 at the end of each round. You can then upgrade it for more money, which can be used to reinvest into more farms, and the cycle keeps going. After I filled the map with farms, I was making $8,000 per round, which is more than enough for me to buy random towers. That's the thing about farms. Because you eventually make so much money, you can spam terrible towers, and because there's so much of them, it will defend against the balloons. This is also the first game to have music which isn't some royalty-free song. At least I think. The later games reuse the motive established here, so I assume it was created specifically for this game. But if that's true, I am unable to find credits for the person who composed it. My best guess is that it's a track called Volcano Party off a site called Getty Images Music. My only evidence for this is that someone got copyright claimed over using this music by the same website 29 times. But even that might be a dead end, as if you check the website yourself, you learn that the music was added after BTD4 came out, implying this is a false claim. There's also an improved targeting system, one for strong balloons and one for weak balloons, which I can't find a use for. Why would you ever want to hit weak balloons? By far the best change is the fast forward button, and hotkeys for every tower except the Spike Factory and Dartling, because I guess they're racist. This makes the game feel a lot smoother and faster compared to 3. If you don't want to wait 5 years for the red balloon to reach your monkeys, speeding it up makes them move at the speed of sound, which will kill you if you're not careful. Pressing K for road spikes is also a nice addition, allowing you to pop leaking balloons faster before you can die. Even better, the game gives you a rough idea of how many balloons come next with the red balloon equivalent stat, showing you the number of pops required to beat the upcoming round. There was also a custom map editor, but it has been purged from existence, so I can't really talk about it. And Sandbox, which allows you to test towers on any balloon before using them in a real game. Though my favorite aspect of this game are the new challenges. The first one asks you to beat this easy map using only dart and super monkeys. I went into this thinking it would be a cakewalk given how overpowered the dart monkeys tend to be, but I was proven very wrong. I died thinking super monkeys would defend anything, clearly forgetting how overpriced they are, before I began spamming spike bolt dart monkeys, and for some reason that worked. There are so many straight lines here that if you get enough catapults, they can handle anything you throw at them. The next one was even easier. easier. Only spike factories and the Dartling Gunner. I didn't even have to use the Dartling Gunner. The best strategy here is to spam spike factories at the end and wait. The balloons take so long to get near the exit that by the time they do, your spike factory army would have created an unstoppable wall of spikes. The hardest part about this was timing pineapples to pop leads, but it was smooth sailing for the most part, until the second last round. In BTD4, Galoo can't slow ceramics, so if they show up on this challenge, then there's a big problem. So many balloons started coming out that I was forced to become my own spike factory and spammed spikes for dear life to survive. And it worked. So I can safely say that this challenge is for stupid babies. 50k to beat 50 Moabs? Super monkeys are obviously the answer. Of course it didn't work. It cost exactly 50,000. That's how you know it's a trap. New strategy. Use the ice monkey to slow down balloons, wizard to blow back balloons, and maulers do the rest. This did fail, but I saw potential here. I tried better positioning before realizing, you know what's a good upgrade? Super Monkey Storm. Able to clear out entire screens of blue. How did that do even worse? That's it. More Super Monkey Storm. What do you mean there's a cooldown? Okay, what about tax spam? Well, this did surprisingly well, so I combined it with the Ice Monkey and got even closer to winning. Then I added Super Monkey Storm to the mix and got even further from the solution. I tried a bit more random variations of this strategy, but nothing was working. Not even close. This is when I got desperate. What about, I don't know, Ace? Let's try spamming the monkey ace. The tower is pretty bad as it can't aim, and the only advantage I saw in it was how the hell did this work? What can I say? The ace is really overpowered in this game. After I learned this information, I was ready for the ultimate challenge. The hardest map on the hardest mode and only one life. You leak a single red balloon, you die. Now, I've yet to address the elephant in the room. This is the first Bloons game to have monetization, and boy is it monetized. Every time you die, the game presents you with an opportunity to buy this fabulous upgrade that should prevent you from dying next time. And I gotta say, this has to be the least predatory monetization system I've ever seen. I'm sure Ninja Kiwi wants you to buy these, but most of the premiums are complete garbage. Did you lose just now because your ship couldn't pop frozen or leads? Believe it or not, I don't have a boat, nor have I had problems with frozen and lead balloons. But of course, if my wizards had extra range and could see camo, then I wouldn't die to those darn ceramics. The only reason I said most of these are garbage is because there is one upgrade you can buy that is absolutely game-breaking. Double cash mode. For a few Ninja Kiwi coins, you can not only double your starting cash, but also double the amount of money you make. For obvious reasons, this upgrade is extremely powerful. I'm pretty sure you could even start with a farm using that amount of money. It doesn't end there either. There's 8 maps that are individually locked behind the coin transaction, but by far the worst offender is this game's leveling system. Not every upgrade is unlocked immediately, and you have to level up by playing the game in order to unlock tier 4 upgrades. This process is incredibly slow and purposely so. You could play the game up to round 60 then get jump scared by the game saying you unlocked a single upgrade, or you could skip the whole process and buy the max level at the cost of a few Ninja Kiwi coins. Unfortunately, it gets a lot worse later, but I'll get to that when it happens. Let's move on to the next game. Well, game in heavy quotation marks. This one's a weird one. It was only available during December of 2009, after which it was taken off the App Store permanently. It included all the normal Bloons levels, except everything is reskinned to fit a more festive theme. Boomerangs turn into candy canes, tacks into holly leaves, and bombs into baubles. Pac-Man Bloon also makes a return in the form of a reindeer. Alongside the normal levels, there was also 81 brand new levels. 3 of them would be unlocked every day in the days leading up to Christmas. I guess it's like a weird Christmas calendar? Anyways, once the holiday season was over, Ninja Kiwi did what everyone does and burns all their work to the ground. They took the game off stores immediately after Christmas ended. This game is literally unplayable unless you happen to have the 13-year-old application on your phone. Let's see how sadistic will levels get now, because Ninja Kiwi just dropped the trailer for Bloons 2. The monkey from the first game returns, informing us that the original game got over 1 billion plays, equating to This guy was clearly on a mission to destroy as many balloons as possible. No wonder they start attacking you later. Here it is. Balloons. Wait, where's the two? There it is. Listen, this game has balloons you can pop on the main menu. It can't possibly be bad. Oh no, what is this? What am I looking at? Clicking on the super monkey allows you to completely obliterate any levels. However, you only have a limited number of these skips, but you can buy more with coins from this random website. You also get an extra skip for completing worlds on the new Fortnite map. But yeah, Bloons 2 has become a mobile game. On Flash. They even had the balls to add a feature showcasing you the solution to levels, only to charge you for it as well. At least this maximum distance button is free, though I was still skeptical. Does this mean the levels are going to become extremely broken and unfun to force players into buying super monkeys? Surprisingly, no. There are 96 levels in this game and the vast majority are really well made. There's new music and you know what, let's not talk about it. They're all 10-second loops and it drives me insane. The new mechanics work really well. There's layered balloons, moving balloons, and a bouncing block that disappears. Level 19 asks you to use one dart to mine down to this single red balloon. Bounces in general feel more natural. In balloons you could throw a dart and have no idea why it went where it did, while the bounces in Bloons 2 make more logical sense. But by far my favorite new mechanic is the upside down balloon. Popping this one flips gravity, causing everything to fall in the opposite direction. Some of the best stages in this game utilize this concept. Level 50 gives you one dart to pop all of these balloons. After a bit of precision, you can fire a shot that hits multiple anti-gravity balloons in order to beat the stage. The developers were so proud of this level that they did the same thing, not once, but 2 more times. Another great feature is the Monkey Ace. Popping the plain balloon lets you summon the Monkey Ace, who must be made out of paper because touching anything causes him to explode. Though my favorite levels are the more ridiculous ones. Here you play Minecraft and have to dig your way to the balloons. I can't believe no one's thought of this concept before, it seems so obvious now. There's also the level where you must somehow shoot 2 darts at the same time, or a full-on speedrun level where you must pop the balloons before they get frozen. While these are difficult, finally beating the stage is satisfying. Of course, just use the rubber wall to delay one of the darts by a bit so you can time the other one. Of course, get better at the game. Finally, there's my favorite level in all of Bloons. This might not look like it, but it is secretly an auto level. Once you find the correct spot, this happens. I think this is the first time I was genuinely impressed by an auto level. This is insane. Unfortunately, not all stages were created equally, and here comes my biggest problem with Bloons 2. The later levels are awful. Just look at the video. Does this look fun to you? Bloons 2 is a good game in the beginning, but starts to lose its charm later on. I would assume the custom level creator was also great, but I can't access any of the levels, so I wouldn't know. Since the spin-off of Bloons became more popular than the original game, more side games based off of Bloons got created, and that's how we got this abomination. Bloons Super Monkey is an arcade-style game where you fly a super monkey, pop balloons, and collect blobs to upgrade the super monkey, then repeat. If you don't pop enough balloons, you die. And what else would this broken cape indicate? Unlike the previous games, you can't buy a bomb that skips the level for you. That now happens randomly, though you do not need to rely on the bombs, as the upgrades are more than powerful enough to win by themselves. The top path increases the darts you fire, while the middle path gives you boomerangs which eventually turn into deadly bombs. And the bottom path, we don't talk about the bottom path. The most engaging part of this game are the various balloon formations. In stage 2, even the red balloons start moving so quickly that you have to actively follow them in order to beat the level. Because remember, if you don't reach a certain number of pops, you lose. So the game pulls a lot of tricks to stop you from getting pops. Those tricks range from the balloons becoming hypersonic, or these arrows which indicate where the next balloon-made arrow is. This later turns into a memory game. What's even smarter is this level where the ceramic balloons surround you in order to prevent you from popping balloons. But yeah, not much else to say here. After a few Moabs, the game ends with a BFB boss battle where ceramics are flying everywhere, but by this point you have 2 tiers of upgrades maxed out, so that doesn't matter too much. Bloons Super Monkey seems more obsessed with high scores than it is with being difficult. The balloon pop goals aren't too hard to reach if you follow the balloons, but what is hard to get are these trophies. After the mandatory goal, there are 3 more optional ones if you are somehow good enough to pop every single balloon on screen. That's pretty much all on this game though. Wait a second. Who is this guy and why is he in the monkey game? There is a person in this game. There have been literally 0 humans before and after this point. Yet this Nightman is here chilling inside an ice cube. Who is this guy? Hell, where did they even get this art from? The style is so different from every other game they've made. Looks like a children's coloring book. I have so many questions but 0 answers, so I'll move on to something big. BTD4 just got an update 12 years ago. This expansion is admittedly small, but hey, at least no new premiums were added. 4 new maps, 2 towers advertised as new even though they were in the last game, and deflation mode, as well as some specialties that make some towers cheaper and others more expensive. I was going to play on the new hardest map, but then I realized how boring the gameplay of BTD4 is and didn't. Yeah, this update did not change my opinion on this game at all. It was developed to quell the overwhelming demand for a new Bloons tower defense. And since BTD5 was still a year away, the expansion pack was the next best thing. I will say though, I really like the Monkey Temple map. Not only does it look cool, but there's an Easter egg here. Once you get $30,000 and 40 monkeys, do you want to activate the Monkey Temple? You will not be given another chance. Selling your soul to God will create the most powerful tower ever and becomes a staple in the next few games. Even a BFB, the strongest balloon in the game, is no match for it. Although spaced out BFBs will definitely overwhelm the temple, so while it's not a free win card, it is something you should definitely purchase. I mean, come on, your soul's worthless anyways. Now I'd like to talk about the only game on here that is basically lost media. Hot Air Balloon was released as a completely new game on November 3rd, 2010. Issue is the only, and I mean only, evidence I have of its existence is this random trailer for the game posted 12 years ago. The game seems to take place on an island similar to Bloons 2, where you fly a blimp through 7 different areas. I'd assume there's some new mechanics, but the trailer doesn't show much, other than boss battles, though I have no idea how this fat bee is supposed to have any chance against a monkey with a missile. Presumably there would have been bosses for every world, seen as you fight the prankster whale in an ocean area. Now you might be like, well, what's the main goal for this game? Do we finally have a reason as to why the balloons and monkeys are working together? The answer? You must rescue your true love from the sinister Monkey Baron. Wait, what? What Monkey Baron? Is there evil monkey politicians in the Bloons world? Why is there dart monkeys firing at the monkey? I thought you guys were on my side. Why am I working with the Moab anyway? Does the Moab have a true love he's rescuing as well from the evil blimp Baron? I have so many questions about this game and absolutely 0 answers because this seemingly lore-heavy game has no trace anywhere on the internet. As far as I know, the only way to retrieve any footage of it is to hope someone still has the game on their phone, and that's exactly what happened. 11 years later, this absolute legend uploaded some gameplay of it, and instead of talking about the intro, I'll just show it to you because it's just on another level. After this, without explanation, the dart monkey steals this blimp here and proceeds to 1v1 another monkey in the sky. In the first section of the game, already you're forced to kill another monkey. Unfortunately, the footage kind of ends there, and we don't get to see what the sinister Monkey Baron actually looks like. It goes to the second stage where you fight the snowman, and I kid you not, the way you defeat him is by waiting for him to melt in this snow-filled area. Great game, 10 out of 10 story, would not recommend. Bloons 2 Christmas Pack. Bloons 2 Christmas Pack. This game returns to the classic formula of giving you 50 levels to beat, as well as the return of unlimited darts mode. And crazy enough, everything here is Christmas themed. The items are all reskinned into festive props, and the monkey ace turns into Santa Claus. There's actually a lot of Santa in this game, mostly because the levels insist on giving you way more power-ups than you need. On level 30 I had so many boomerangs that my inventory was filled with them even after popping 100% of the balloons. Okay, but the level where you actually make Santa deliver presents was... Wait a minute. Wait, hang on, why is there only 48 levels? Level 48 is the final level, at which point Ninja Kiwi wishes you a happy holiday and a balloon-tastic new year. But every other game had 50 levels, so what gives? Were the developers just lazy this year? Did their true love get stolen by the evil Kiwi Baron? In actuality, clicking the Christmas star and presents on the main menu leads you to 2 secret levels. The levels themselves aren't anything special, but the concept of having 2 bonus stages for anyone who notices the missing levels is clever. But I must ask, why is there a snowman made of sand? What the hell is this supposed to represent? Is it like sand is the opposite of snow? And snow comes during Christmas, and sand comes after during Christmas. Sand has 4 letters, and you know what else has 4 letters? That's right, glass. How do you make glass? You smelt sand. What do you make with glass? The iPhone 4. Therefore, on January, the month after Christmas, when all the snow melts, Ninja Kiwi will release the 4th Bloons Tower Defense game on the iPhone 4. And what do you know? That's exactly what happened. Oh, and absolutely nothing changed with this game, other than, you know, changing the entire art style. And what is this? A bear with bees? A year after release, the beekeeper was introduced as a new tower popping balloons using his bees. And he's really strong for some reason. There's also a few seasonal reskins that happen during Halloween, but for the most part, BTD4 Mobile is the same game with a few extra maps. But it didn't matter that it was just a small update, because something massive was on the horizon. Something I'm almost certain most people watching this have played. But before we get to that, there's just one game left to cover. Bloons 2 Spring Fling. This is the final Bloons. Nothing too interesting here other than this mining level. Developers were so proud of the one from Bloons 2 that they did it again here. I was so proud of that joke that I did it again too. Anyways, who wants to be a Bloonionaire? You? Great, because this currency is worthless. Who Wants to be a Bloonionaire isn't really a game and more of a teaser for something else. You're tasked with completing 10 questions relating to tower upgrades, price, and a bit of Bloons history. Once you complete them all, you're rewarded with a trailer for the next Bloons game. And 14 days later, in December of 2011, BTD5. This game was seriously hyped up. You were either so excited you couldn't wait for its release, or you were patiently waiting for launch day. But even the second type couldn't hold the hype in, and it definitely wasn't unwarranted. For starters, this was the first game where they got Tim Haywood to compose the music tracks. This same man is still making Bloons music to this day, so I think hiring him was a good move. What's interesting about BTD5 Flash is that it got consistent updates for years to come. Despite releasing in 2011, it would continue to be updated up until the end of 2017. For context, in just 1 year, BTD5 got 9 special missions, reverse mode, special agent pros, numerous specialty buildings, the Meerkat Spy, Tribal Turtle, Spike Factory, and 13 new maps. The maps themselves are more challenging. Some might be flooded with water, some even have tunnels, while others block off areas where you can place towers. Previous games just let you put down monkeys wherever, as long as it wasn't on the track. So this change definitely added another layer of strategy. And strategy there was a lot of. BTD4 had only 60 total upgrades, while BTD5 has 144. On top of that, many of the upgrades are either far more powerful or offer some semblance of support. Dart Monkey's triple dart upgrade allows it to pop green balloons instantly or turn whites into yellows. Boomerang can fire at super monkey levels of speed. Tack Shooter has an ability. Actually, every tower does, except fire. The Dart Monkey can either be a Juggernaut or a Super Monkey fan club, turning 10 nearby darts into Super Monkeys. My favorite part about this upgrade is the old bug where you could create a hypersonic Juggernaut by upgrading a Dart Monkey after placing it. This effect of course stacked, allowing you to utterly destroy Moabs with a single catapult. The tack shooter's ring of fire upgrade returns along with its blade maelstrom counterpart. If you have the money, you can literally put this thing down specifically to destroy leaking balloons and sell it. It's like a get out of jail free card for all non-Moab balloons. The boat destroys the early game with the grape shots upgrade and can hook in a BFB with its ability. The wizard summons that move up better, the mortar stuns balloons over the whole screen, Spike Factory storms spikes, and the monkey ace lets you nuke the map. It's pure fun to see a bunch of wacky ideas thrown together to defend incoming balloons. The upgrades are always so creative that you almost want to purchase towers just to see what they would do. This leads you to the late game where you begin to have no idea what the hell is happening on screen. I really like the new towers as well. The sniper monkey explores the concept of a full map range tower that can completely stun the strongest balloons, while the ninja throws projectiles that follow balloons, which is extremely strong, especially when you upgrade him to throw 5 shurikens at once. The ninja also has a flash bomb which stuns balloons and an ability that halves the speed of everything for 15 seconds. Meanwhile, the sniper will drop a supply crate full of cash, and oh my god, this is awful. I paid so much for this tower and you're giving me a few $100s in return. Is this a late April Fool's joke? Because why would I pay so much for this garbage supply crate when I can buy a farm? The farm is absolutely busted in this game. It now produces a certain number of bananas that you must collect. The bank path is pretty much worthless, but that doesn't matter when the factory mass produces all the money you need. It helps that you can place down a village, the new monkey beacon, to reduce the cost of expensive factories by 10%. The developers for some reason thought that giving the village discounts on every upgrade was a good idea. By just placing down an unupgraded village, you can save $10,000 on the strongest tower in the game, the temple. They turned the Easter egg from 4 into the final super monkey path, and it is awesome. The strength of the temple entirely depends on what you sacrifice to it, but when you finally get the money, it's all worth it. Nothing can get past this guy. And well, what did you expect from the tower that's God himself? You can get multiple of these guys, which is fun. Just be careful not to accidentally sacrifice a temple to another temple, otherwise you lose $1 billion. But can it handle the new strongest balloon? A blimp so massive, so humongous that it holds 4 BFDs inside of it. This is the ZOMG. And you can insta-kill it with the submarine's ability. The monkey sub is another new tower, although weirdly enough it wasn't here at launch. It took 4 years for them to add another tower to the game, but wow is it amazing. For a cheap cost you can get this upgrade called Advanced Intel. So advanced it can shoot balloons in the range of other towers. It can even see camo balloons as long as the tower it's using also sees camo. And yeah, in this game camo balloons aren't their own balloon, but a full-on type. So what do? You decamo them. The submarine submerge option lets it reveal camouflaged balloons to other monkeys. So does the mortar and the village. But God himself doesn't? What sort of logic is this game following? Wait, I take that back. This game has co-op. That automatically puts it in the top 5 games of all time. Well, kind of. Although playing Bloons Tower Defense with your friends is a nice idea, the lag would be unbearable. Sometimes you'd get stuck on a round, unable to start the next one because your teammate's 1992 computer has yet to finish the previous round. The lag would be so bad that balloons would even get popped by seemingly nothing. But it's okay because it introduces the legendary feature of typing to your teammate. If he even bothers to connect, that is. Well, whatever, my special agent friends would never leave me. Never mind, I'm all out of the monkey thing. The special agents are a type of tower purchasable after beating a few maps, one of them being the beekeeper from BTD4. You can't upgrade these guys, and their only purpose seems to be to skip a few of the early rounds, though there is also some support ones like the pontoon and portable lake, allowing you to place water towers on land and vice versa. What's cool about the special agents is that using enough of them will permanently unlock a stronger variation. After blowing all of my monkey money on 50 pools, it transformed into something crazy. A pool with a different color. This pool contains a sea monster of sorts that sometimes attacks the balloons. Great ability. But enough of these dumb power-ups. You have agents that play the early rounds for you, a super monkey storm for the later rounds, and even specialty buildings to make certain good towers even stronger. I get the feeling people were getting sick of being treated like babies who can't play the game without premiums. Because out of nowhere, the community banded together to create the hardest hardest game mode known to man, Naps Frills. Don't let the silly sounding name fool you. This is an absolutely devastating rule set that simply means no agents, premiums, specialty, farming, road items, lives lost, or selling. Not only can you not cheese the game with monkey money, but neither can you farm, which is how I bet the hardest maps in the game. The person who came up with this idea must also be evil, because leaking just one red balloon is enough to make you fail, and you're not allowed to use road spikes due to the rules. If you hate yourself just the extra bit more, try doing this challenge on the new extreme tracks. Normal difficulty settings look like this, yet when clicked on an extreme map they turn scary. You know this mode is difficult when the easy mode monkey looks like he survived a war. The hardest extreme map is Tar Pits, where the balloons have 5 entrances and exits in their own respective tiny circles. The reason I call it the hardest map is because I'm pretty sure the Naps Frills challenge is impossible here. I spent so long looking for even the slightest hint of someone achieving this, but the best I got was someone doing it without agents, someone who did it on easy with only specialty buildings, and another guy who did only the Naps part and afforded multiple temples. However, because no one could do a full Naps Frills run of this map, I award it with the hardest map in the game award. But let's say you don't want to spend your time dying over and over again due to self-imposed rules. Something different from the normal gameplay without being overly challenging. Don't worry, Ninja Kiwi has you covered. Special missions make a return in 5 and they don't work in the archive. It's fine. I will talk about these later even if they aren't available in the virus version. A similar thing happened with the daily challenges, which I think are one of the coolest parts of the game. A large part of previous Bloons titles is the custom community levels, so having players submit challenges you can play is nice. My favorite one is the one where the farms band together to pop all the deadly red balloons that appear on round 100. Another funny one is the May 22nd, 2016 one, which has nothing to do with the challenge itself, but rather the hacked challenge that appeared in its place. Someone hacked into the Ninja Kiwi servers and added this monstrosity as the daily challenge. Obviously it was quickly removed, but it's funny to think that for a short time you were able to get 420,000 XP for beating round 200. Somehow the daily challenges just kept getting made until 2018 when the final one appeared. By this point BTD 6 would have been released, and yet they were still adding user submitted challenges every day to the Flash version. Realistically, it was just one guy doing the work, but man, that guy is epic. Flash was about to die and this guy still actively updated the game. I wonder how Ninja Kiwi plans to top this game. I mean, it took over 2 years to develop. Anything Bloons related that comes out now is going to pale in comparison. You can't beat the game that gives you the dirty hacker detected screen if you're caught cheating. This is real, by the way. They actually put this face into the game. In just 2 days after BTD 5, we got Bloons 2 Mobile. There is a few differences between the Flash and mobile versions, but they are minor. The main one being the replacement of harder levels with easier alternatives, which might actually make this game fun. I don't know. You can't play it anymore unless you have an ancient Apple device. If you do happen to play it though, you'll be cursed with the same music looping over and over again because they forgot to port the different world themes to the mobile port. Then a few months after the release of Bloons 2 Mobile, they decided to also port the first game? What? What? No. That's it. The new Bloons is not out anymore. I'm skipping time forward to May 2012, because that's when BTD 5 Deluxe came out. For only $705 from the year 1900, you could purchase a more excellent version of an excellent game that you can launch from your desktop. BTD 5 Deluxe existed for only 2 years, at which point the game was ported over to Steam and mobile, leaving this title behind in the dust. The Steam mobile versions are the exact same thing as the Deluxe version, only with more updates that were added over time. And this cool side art to distract you from the fact that this game is played in a box. And you have 3 new powerful towers. And I don't use that word lightly. These guys feel like they were designed to be as cool as possible, so you would buy this game. The second you place the helicopter, the game forcefully tells you how epic and strong the tower you just placed is. And it's not wrong. This guy literally follows the Bloons and can be upgraded into an Apache helicopter. Then there's the engineer monkey, which spawns sentry guns acting as multiple towers. Though to be honest, I didn't use him all that much since the sentries block places where you can place towers. And then there's the tower that might actually be stronger than the farm. The farm is without a doubt the best tower in the franchise. I mean, let me buy a temple before round 65. That should speak volumes. But the balloon chipper is just so good. Without even upgrading it, you can protect yourself from the ceramics of a Moab. I'm not even joking. If you're worried about the ceramics running through your defense, just put this guy down and its base form is enough to stall all the balloons. If the glue gunner is good because he can slow down balloons, then the balloon chipper must be a god because he can suck up balloons, stopping them in place. It even affects Moabs, which is something that the glue gunner and ice monkey can't do. If you can stall the strongest balloon in the game while slowly killing it, then you might be a good tower. This isn't even the balloon chipper's final form, but we'll get to that later. Mastery mode. Instead of these boring self-imposed challenges, you can now play BTD5 except every balloon is one rank higher than they normally are. Though at least farms aren't banned. Imagine the nightmare this would be if you had to play with normal amounts of money. Unfortunately, I couldn't play through mastery mode on camera, as for some reason the game requires you to get all medals on 17 easy maps first, along with 39 bronze medals from other tracks. Now, if this sounds grindy as hell, then you'd be correct. But you might be thinking, oh, well, clearly that limitation is there so that you learn the game's mechanics and unlock the towers before you can play the hardest bit. You naive fool. Clearly you didn't read the fine print. After doing all this time wasting, you unlock mastery mode for beginner maps. Only beginner maps. If you want to challenge yourself and play mastery mode on the hardest map, you gotta repeat this process 3 more times for intermediate, advanced, and then expert maps, which effectively means getting every medal in the game. Why does this game love the idea of me spending the rest of my life at the computer? I thought you wanted me to go outside. This is giving me mixed messages. Though, to be fair, there is still other fun game modes like the special missions, which, okay, they were all in the Flash version, but I couldn't play them, so here we are. This is the official special mission difficulty tier list. In F tier we have the easiest mission, and the only one you can beat in under a minute. 50k for 50 Moabs. Is it as hard as the BTD4 version? Not really. Super monkeys still don't work, but it's very easy. Once again, normal aces are enough to completely shred the Moabs, but even without that information, you can just ground zero everything, causing it to instantly disappear. Moving up to D tier, we have missions that are still very easy, but can't be bet in the snap of a finger. Protect the Monkey Town is exactly what you think it is. Protect the village from the balloons while you exploit the free village for discounts and extra money. I tried sacrificing the village to a temple, but it didn't work, so for that reason I'm moving it down to F tier. Covert Pops has only camo and special agents only bans every tower, making money completely useless. I don't think I've ever seen something so blatantly pay to win as this mission. It's not really hard, but it does make me wonder if there's an alternate universe where we have turtles popping balloons instead of monkeys. So for that reason, I'm moving it down to F tier. C tier. Now this is the tier that separates the men from the slightly smaller men. In Full House, you can only place down 5 towers at a time, which sounds hard, but really isn't. Then there's Short-Lived, which gives me existential dread. Any monkey you place down dies after 10 rounds. That's no exaggeration, just look at the image of the mission. The best way to beat it is to spam cheap towers that are effective, so you don't lose money due to your monkeys constantly ditching you. This of course means spamming as many triple darts as possible, and then you win. Someone should make a tower defense game where your towers dying is a core mechanic. Actually, please don't. It is terrifying going AFK for a few minutes and coming back to an empty screen. Another cool mission is No Escape. There is no exit for the balloons, and instead they keep looping around this circle forever until you pop them. If the round lasts for more than 30 seconds, then you start losing lives. It's a fun idea, though it doesn't last very long. And due to the ridiculous amounts of money you gain, the best strategy ends up being spamming ground zeros. In There Can Only Be One, there can only be one of each tower. In Wizard Lord, you must sacrifice your towers to the wizard or he eats your soul. Every second round, your most expensive monkey will be eaten by this wizard guy. Luckily, the Wizard Lord is a tower that attacks, and he's really strong. He has 4 upgrades on both sides of the wizard, giving him fire tornadoes and a cool phoenix. This might have been my favorite mission due to how micro heavy it is. Finally, we have fast upgrades. Now this one is really good. You have to survive 5 rounds of scaling difficulty, but there's a twist. At the end of each round, every tower gets gets upgraded one time. You need to abuse this mechanic as much as possible, because if you don't, you won't have enough money to beat the BFBs on round 5. I started by using submarines and ninjas, but both failed horribly, mostly due to the leads on round 3. Then I had the crazy idea of using sniper with glue gunner to slow the balloons down, and it actually worked. A cheap ice tower gets upgraded into a strong ice tower, and then I use a ground zero for the last round, which fails. The BFBs are definitely the hardest part. You really do not get any money in this game mode, so the strongest tower ends up being the one you placed on the first round. No matter what I tried, I never even got close to popping the BFBs. That is, until I remembered the Dart Monkey. Triple darts are so cheap to buy, yet the upgrade afterwards is Super Funky Man Club, which completely destroys the BFBs and lets me win the mission. Easy C tier. On B tier we have nothing because I already did all the missions, you stupid. Overall, 5 is the first game that actually feels like a game I would regularly play, rather than a flash title you revisit for nostalgia. You have fun gameplay, cool missions with a little bit of grind on the side. But what's most interesting to me about this 10-year-old game is that it still gets updates to this day, despite there being a BTD6 and multiple other titles that have come out since. They aren't the craziest thing, but an occasional new map tells me that someone at Ninja Kiwi is still working on this game, which is insane. I mean, they hosted a map competition before. You could literally just open Microsoft Paint, draw a few lines, and boom, you've just created the new Halloween map. Unfortunately, there's no user-submitted challenges because it's been replaced by an AI that spits out random challenges every time you come back. Earlier, I said that the Steam version of BTD5 has all the features of the deluxe version, but that isn't true. There's small stuff like the watermelon spitter and mad snowman agents, or a few distinct maps, but then there's the 4 special missions that are completely exclusive to the deluxe edition. Mix and match gives you 1 free tower every round. Money management requires you to reach a certain amount of money to beat it, and while Ninja Kiwi said they weren't going to add these game modes back, they were implemented anyway through events. The Crucible is really creative. You have to beat 15 rounds with not a lot of money. However, anything you place on these 2 pillars shoots at hypersonic speeds. Anything that already shot really fast, like the Bio Boomer, will shoot even faster, winning you the game for free. And then there's direct assault, or as BTD5 called it, the balloon invasion. On this map, you send your monkeys to the trenches in order to defend against 50 rounds of incoming balloons, which, by the way, all travel in 6 straight lines. So if you can't defend, you die. In real life. If that wasn't bad enough, most of your towers are restricted other than the military looking ones. This event mission was so difficult that in the footage I found, everyone had to use some sort of special agent in order to defend the early rounds. And for that reason, direct assault is going into S tier on my difficulty tier list. But BTD5 isn't going to last forever, so therefore we need a new game. When you think about it, Bloons Tower Defense is really just a successful iteration of Bloons. They tried to recapture the magic of tower defense with titles like Bloons Super Monkey or Bloons Pop 3, but it never really worked. Hell, even Bloons itself has mostly been forgotten about by this point. Bloons World closed down in 2014, so you can't even interact with the community levels anymore. So in order to make a new popular title, we need to think outside of the box. Instead of making spin-offs from Bloons, why not make a game based on Bloons Tower Defense 5? And so, BTD Battles was born. This is my favorite version of Bloons. In battles, you're matched up with another player where the objective is to kill them by sending balloons. If you ever hated your useless co-op teammate, then this is definitely the game for you. Winning is not as easy as just sending a BFB and hoping for the best. For one, you don't have all the balloon sends unlocked, each of them unlocking every 2 rounds. But more importantly, you do not gain money for popping balloons or at the end of the round. You now gain a certain amount of cash every 6 seconds indicated by this green number. This is your eco, and you can increase your eco by sending weaker balloons, not to kill your opponent, but to make more money. Or to kill your opponent, they might just be that bad. While most balloon sends pay themselves off over time, the bigger balloons like Moabs will lower your eco, making them risky to send, as if your opponent defends the rush, then you lose a bunch of your income. That is, unless you have farms. For whatever reason, Ninja Kiwi decided it would be a good idea to make bananas worth 50% more than in BTD5, effectively making the strongest tower in the game even stronger. Another reason farms are so good in battles is that they act as an investment. In battles, you typically don't try to build the most unstoppable defense, as that would be a huge waste of money. That money can go into making more money through eco or farms. You should only ever buy or upgrade towers after your opponent sends a rush, otherwise you'll be wasting a huge amount of time preparing for something that might not even come. There's a lot more to it than that, mainly micro, but that's the basic idea. The only other noteworthy feature is that adding camo or regrow to Moabs makes the insides camo and regrow. I'm not sure how popular this game was, although I know some people really enjoyed it, enough to make a competitive scene for the game, calling it King of the Hill, eventually leading to this moment where the top two players fought for the title of the Battle's King. Although neither of these two guys ever did anything ever again, so I don't know why I mentioned it. I think the funniest part of this game is how you can talk to your opponent. In a world where chatting in 1v1 games is banned and restricted to emotes, BTD Battles let you trash talk your opponent mid-game. In the Steam version of BTD Battles, the chat was removed, but it still exists in the Flash version of Battles, allowing you to bribe hackers with the promise of being in a YouTube video, because unfortunately, sometimes you'd get matched up with people using infinite money cheats. How fun. Sadly, I can't actually play the game, since the servers for the archive have gone down. Though, thankfully the process of buying medallions is still fully functional, letting me purchase a currency I can't even use. Thanks, Ninja Kiwi. But before I talk about Battles Mobile, it's time for Bloons Super Monkey 2. They forgot to monetize the last one, so they made a sequel. The original game was already fun by itself, but this one is even more so. This is basically the same game with more stuff and a story. And by that I mean you don't have to beat the game all in one go, rather slowly beating all the levels through 4 worlds. If you're so smart, Mr. Monkey Man, then why don't you play the game yourself, huh? If you run into a situation where you can't beat the balloons, then you'll have to replay older levels to level yourself up. And wow, these levels are pitifully easy once your Super Monkey is close to maxed out. The balloons got vaporized the second they came on screen. It looked like the balloons were making the shape of bees, beehives and birds, but I honestly can't tell with how fast they disappeared off screen. What I like most about this game are its new balloon types. In the first area, a new type of balloon is introduced, that being the shielded balloon, taking 5 extra hits to pop and can push the player around should they come in contact. These are annoying for many reasons. On top of being extremely difficult to pop, they tend to trap you in a circle of death if you're not careful. I even got moved off the screen at one point, but thankfully the game didn't pull a hot air balloon and softlock me. The Moab is the boss for this area before you're transported to a desert. And then the boss for the area is the BFB, which is kinda generic, and then it sends you to the ocean. This is the first area where you can feel the power of the shielded balloons. This wheel is made of weak green balloons, but because they are shielded, destroying them makes them a massive chore. Although to be honest, I feel like we're the bad guys and not the shielded balloons. I don't recall the balloons doing anything bad in this game. The only thing that happens is Dr. Monkey goes, "Hey, they're in the jungle. Can you go kill them? Great job. They're all dead. Now go to the desert and exterminate all the balloons." Oh no, the radar scanner can't detect the balloons. That's because they're underwater. Like the Super Monkey is just some guy who lives in this expensive villa and hunts balloons for no reason in his free time. Balloons which, by the way, tend to form together into shapes of various animals. The boss of this area appears to be a squid made of balloons. However, upon destroying the outer layer, it's revealed that it was a squid-themed blimp all along. They could have easily gone with the easy option of boss equals ZOMG, but they actually added a new balloon type to this game, which is cool. After an easy boss fight, you end up in the final area, which is once again Mount Magma. I haven't mentioned it yet, but the music for this game is so unexpectedly good. Like, this is the game where the title screen looks like this, and the music is just... The final boss is a giant lead balloon that protects itself by pushing you off with its arms. And its boss team sounds like this. Like, calm down, man. This is the game where a monkey throws darts at balloons. You didn't have to go this hard. But back to battles. The mobile port of the game just got released. The biggest change is the new tower boost and balloon boost. These powers are so powerful, I now get war flashbacks from the balloon boost sound. You can make your towers attack faster or make the balloons move faster for a limited time before a cooldown is applied. And you're only allowed to use 3 in each game. What seems like a simple feature completely changes how you look at the game. If your opponent balloon boosts a rush, it's usually a good idea to tower boost so your monkeys aren't at a disadvantage. But what happens if your opponent sends you a big rush without balloon boosting? You could just not tower boost and save one for later, but that is a lot of balloons, so I'll do it anyway.
That was so easy.
And then this stuff gets boosted at you and you can't do anything because it's on cooldown and you die.
Wow.
This is a common strategy used to kill people. Send them a few smaller balloons to make the opponent panic, causing them to boost. Before you balloon boost them the actual rush. The other new powers are these 3 road spikes, which you can use to pop all the round 1 balloons in order to rush a farm as early as possible like the rat you are. If you thought $30 per banana was absurd, then wait till you find out that in this game they're $60. 60. If your opponent sends you absolutely nothing the whole game, you can even get a factory up before Moabs are unlocked. That is a huge money lead. What will you do now, Reddit Maxwell.png? Oh. This game mode sucked anyways. I'm going to play defense mode instead, where people literally can't rush you. That's right. Instead of trying to kill your opponent like the title suggests, you just sit there and do nothing until someone dies to the AI balloons. Gee, I wonder why no one plays this mode. Now, there is a lot of strategies you could use in this game as long as you have farm, but my favorite involves the sniper monkey. It's not a good strategy, but it's funny, so that instantly puts it in the top tier. You can actually place towers underneath the UI, which can be used to pop balloons without having any visible towers on screen.
Are you cheating the game?
There is a few other towers that can actually defend grouped balloons and even make money off of them, but never, ever use this guy, okay? Blue Gunner cannot target Moabs or camo balloons, so if you click the random button and your loadout looks like this, good luck. If you want an actual good strategy, it's this. What a shocker. The 2 most broken towers in the game are actually really good, what do you know? Like I said, farm gives $60 per banana, which turns into $900 per crate once fully upgraded. The chipper, on the other hand, can suck in Moabs and hold them in place. Buying a single upgrade lets you completely destroy ZOMGs, and when you add the dart monkey to this strategy, you become unstoppable. The only thing that could make your loadout stronger is if the random 4th tower turns out to be ace, because then you can do this. Speaking of random fort towers, this is a really interesting mechanic. On one hand, it makes the game a little unbalanced depending on what you get, but it can also make an identical strategy feel different every time. Towers that would normally never be picked, like the Ice Monkey or Ninja, suddenly become very useful as their abilities let you slow down Moabs in the late game. Same goes for other abilities like the Blade Maelstrom, the boat's BFB takedown ability, Spike Storm, First Strike, or even the Village, which significantly reduces the price of a factory, putting you ahead in the money game. Even something as horrible as the Glue Gunner can be used to pop lead balloons at a cheap price. You could also just get the Heli Pilot, who, to be fair, has a very funny glitch that lets you stack towers on top of each other. The Russian is by far the best aspect of this game. There is something weirdly captivating about sending your opponent a BFB and then just watching. Can he defend it, or will he die? Or will he just send me balloons while I was busy watching his screen? Sometimes you'll get sent something so big, so undefendable, that your only option is to send your opponent lower class balloons that move faster in the hopes that they die before you do. Other times it's this massive back and forth where you send the guy something, he defends it, sells his towers and sends you something, and then your turn to defend, and it keeps going like that until someone sells all of their towers in a last ditch Hail Mary to try and kill the opponent. Unfortunately, most people that played the game don't seem to know you can even send balloons. Using the in-game TV feature, I watched a few players play the game and the results were interesting. A surprising amount of people don't send balloons to increase their economy. They just kinda sit there until they die. It's like they're trying to play BTD 5 but in battles. You'd have full games where neither player sends each other anything and then they just die to natural ceramics. It's really weird. There's some people who play the versus version of BTD 5 just to play BTD 5. Like, come come on man, just buy the other game. What are you doing playing this one? There's even a Steam guide on how to play this way, which is so weird. Why would you download the game where you can send balloons to your opponent, only to never send balloons to your opponent? For some reason, this type of player really liked the Wizard Monkey, and at the time, it became known as the Noob Tower. Probably because this tornado upgrade is capable of killing you. You send a few regrow balloons, and this happens. What I found most interesting about this game, upon revisiting it, is just how bare bones it was at launch. The wiki wasn't very reliable, so I had to use the official Ninja Kiwi update videos to get information. And it took them a full year to add the submarine. It took them 1 year to add a tower that was already in BTD5. Also, fun fact, this Sam guy has been making these update videos for almost 10 years, so thanks Sam for carrying the research I did in this video. Most of the updates were either new maps or decals you could put on your balloons, but everything changed when... This tower is so broke. They added a new tower exclusive. Can you stop skipping the video, you ape? 16 months after release, the Cobra was added to battles. The Cobra was absolutely broken on launch. Not only could you spend 500 eco to shoot your opponent in real life, but his lifesteal ability would eventually kill the opponent. You don't have to send any balloons, just buy a few attrition Cobras and wait for the opponent to die. I imagine that became the meta, especially since not having a Cobra to steal the lost lives back would put you at a disadvantage. So, if you can't beat them, then join them. Though joining them was a bit difficult. You had to either pay up $5 or win about 1,000 games worth of medallions. The attrition upgrade is one thing, but the horrible grind to unlock the Cobra is just disgusting. Other than that, this is a pretty fun tower. The balloon adjustment upgrade makes the AI balloons stronger, allowing you to finally bully those defense mode players for playing a bad game mode. It also acts as a mini farm, giving you money each round, and even allowed you to redirect blimps to your opponent. You could hide the Cobra underneath the UI, so when your opponent sends you a BFB, you can jump scare them by moving the same BFB back to their side. Wait, what? The most interesting upgrade was Offensive Push, as it allowed you to send balloons one round before they would get unlocked. On the surface, this is a pretty useless upgrade, or at least that's what I thought, until I saw tournament players getting absolutely destroyed by someone using this upgrade. Indoor Pools is one of the shortest maps in the game, and on top of that you have to deal with 3 different paths, making it very difficult to defend on. Typically games would end on round 13 thanks to the infamous regrow rainbow rush, although obviously players in a tournament would have figured out the methods to deal with this rush. Or that was until a player by the name of Aliens Rock shows up with some Cobras, while his opponents may have been prepared for rainbows on round 13. What no one expected was the same rush as single round earlier. I watched countless games, and as far as I can tell, every single player Aliens Rock faced died to this strategy, so I'd say it's pretty good. Now with all that said, the Cobra has its drawbacks. Despite having a literal gun, this tower is horrible at popping balloons. It shoots slowly and pops a single balloon, and it can't hit camo. But it's a fair downside for the ability to bully defense mode players, so I'll take it. Other than the new Cobra update, battles had fairly minimal updates apart from maps. There wasn't even balance patches, so Cobra killing you through lifesteal was something you just had to deal with for almost a year, until in August of 2015, when the game finally became playable. Previously you had to slowly grind for medallions to unlock every tower, but with the introduction of arenas, you just had to gamble a few times and boom, you have more money than you know what to do with. The game is finally playable, and the Cobra can no longer kill you with attrition. This update also introduced leaderboards, although they didn't really measure skill as much as they did how much time you wasted on this game. It even added a bunch of new content in the form of different game modes. Anything from double cash, random towers, faster balloons, or even something as ridiculous as the Mega Boosts game mode were all variants of the base game you could play. Battles got so playable, in fact, that I would argue that at one point this game became more popular than BTD5, which is kind of ridiculous to think about. The spin-off of the spin-off to balloons was the current trending balloon game. The peak player count of battles on Steam was 2,500, 800 bigger than BTD5's, and while this might not be a full representation of the player base due to only counting PC players, YouTube view counts told a similar story. Searching up BTD battles on YouTube gives you videos with higher views than BTD5 does. The point being, this game managed to find an active audience, which is quite impressive considering how grindy the game was before this update. The Steam version of Battles came out in 2016, and the first update it experienced introduced emotes. There's no chat system anymore, but I'll take what we can get. Some of the emotes are weirdly intimidating, like this one, which is only available in the battle screen. What are you even pointing at? I don't know what emotion I meant to experience here. And then there's the facepalm. If someone spammed this at you, then you might as well surrender, because I swear to God, every time I saw it, I felt like I was doing something horribly wrong. There was also the people who spammed hi. I can't tell if this was the latest toxicity meta or a cry for help using Morse code, but it's safe to say this update added a lot to the game. It wouldn't be until June of that year when card battles was finally added to the game. While this was a major update, I never personally liked card battles. As the main side mode, it was always going to be less popular than the actual game, but there are some die-hard card fans out there. This game mode itself is really creative. Your loadout consists of a bunch of cards rather than towers, each card letting you place a tower or send out certain balloons depending on whose screen you use it on. This system encourages a lot of thinking, since you have to make sure your deck has cards with both defensive towers while also having good rushes you can send to your opponent. And while I see the appeal, I don't really like card battles that much. You can't upgrade your towers in card battles, which means you're stuck with whatever monkeys you place it down. You also can't send any balloons out that aren't already in your deck, making big balloon rushes impossible as you're restricted to what the game lets you send. These limitations are the reason I never got into it, but then again, it's not a bad mode. One of the cards you can have is called the Kidnap card, and I kid you not, it kidnaps your opponent's towers and takes them away in a helicopter. But all this was just the calm before the storm. Despite all the side game modes, the main game still followed the same dart farm chipper meta, and due to Ninja Kiwi's reluctance to make balance changes, it would stay that way for the next year until update 4.1. This update completely changed how the game was played. Updates would usually be fairly small, like the addition of the Banana Farmer, the Downward Spiral, Fast Cooldown ZOMGs, and Clash of Clans. And then along came Update 4.1, the first real attempt at a balance change. This update was so controversial that not even Sam from Ninja Kiwi made a video on it. Likely to avoid the nuclear fallout that was about that, they brutally murdered the blue chipper in this update, okay? The chipper went from an absolute god to a tower that everybody forgot about, including Ninja Kiwi themselves. The blue chipper will now no longer suck up ZOMGs. These words were so devastating that I dropped the dramatic act, and honestly looking back, this update wasn't that bad. Some of the buffs were really weird, but you can't blame them for trying. I framed this update as some kind of game killer, but honestly the game got better after this point, as new strategies became viable. The ninja went from being useless to being useful, Moab Mauler got 20% attack speed, Mortar became better, and even the boomerang ability can now hit camo balloons, which is cool. But yeah, people were pissed off. By searching the 4.1 update on YouTube, you get thumbnails that look like this. But even so, half the comments on these videos didn't seem to mind the update. I seriously love this update. I have used more different strategies in one day than in 1 year. Not a perfect update, but it's a step in the right direction. Researching stuff like this reminded me that most people don't really care about silly stuff like battles, balance changes. You'll have the one guy threatening to kill the developers because they touched his favorite tower, but most people just go, wow. From this point onwards, more balance changes would begin to be made, shaking the meta up now and again. Or they would do the most random change, like increasing the wizard's fireball size by 20%. In my opinion, this next era of battles was its best. It had a few mediocre updates, but for the most part, it was a lot of fun to play the game in 2017. This is also the part where tower skins were added. You had Candy Banana Farms, or the Ninja. But then there's the Bomb Tower one, and I don't think I've seen a worse skin in any game ever. All they did was add a green border around the bomb tower, and That's it, that's the skin. 3 months later, a map contest would be hosted where a player-made map was added, and it is awesome to play on. I love it when community-made maps are added to the game. They should do more of that. Meanwhile, in the community, people were having an intense battle for the highest round. Previously, the highest round ever achieved was 333 in a video posted by Ereclo. However, this record was made before the chipper was nerfed, and before they severely buffed Moab health scaling, making getting to round 100 extremely difficult. So now there was a new race happening. Who would get the newest highest round? And to answer that question, let me introduce you to a certain bug. For whatever reason, the call to arms ability, which made monkeys attack faster, would stack in BTD battles. This meant if you put enough villages around one tower, it would start shooting at hypersonic speeds. This by itself was pretty powerful. Unupgraded towers were capable of defending BFBs, but that's not the best way to use this bug. If you surround an engineer with villages, this happens. I remember casually using this loadout in an actual map, and when my opponent saw what my sentries did to the ZUMG, he just surrendered. And like, yeah, what the hell are you even supposed to do against something like this? But even the engineer wasn't the strongest tower to use this on. No, that tower would be the spike factory. Combine the Moab damage spikes with an endless supply of spikes, and you have a combo that prevents anything from getting by. Now, I don't have any evidence or footage of this next event happening, but I swear it did. Someone tried going late game with Spike Factory and Village on the Mines map. They got to an absurdly high round before dying, but it wasn't the balloons that killed them. In fact, all the Moabs on screen were getting completely obliterated despite their high health. The reason this guy died was not from balloons, but because his game crashed from all the spikes on screen. This strategy was so strong that it was capable of crashing your computer, though obviously it was fixed next patch. And unfortunately I can't find any other late game videos using this strategy, so now we'll never know how powerful those spike factories actually were, or if I'm even telling the truth about the story existing. But anyways, back to Ninja Kiwi and the community. Alongside new maps, the game kept on getting more and more balance changes, making previously horrible towers like the Wizard actually good. It really felt like the developers were trying to make the game more competitive, which was definitely a good thing as it meant more and more towers were becoming usable. They even added an in-game tournament mode, which let them host an actual battles tournament, which is where the previously mentioned Cobra strategy came from. Also, you can now finally hold to send eco balloons. That's right, for a full 4 years, if you wanted to send pink balloons, you had to rapidly tap your screen or break your fingers while spamming your mouse. And that all confuses me. From these updates, you can tell the developers were trying to make the game better, and at least tried to listen to the community when it mattered. They changed the game from obscenely pay to win to you can unlock every tower, including the Cobra, in a few hours. From all the positive updates the game was getting, you could tell they at least slightly cared about the player experience. And then update 6.0 dropped. If Battle Arenas made this game playable, then the Powers update turned it into a pay-to-win mobile game again. You see the tower and balloon boost? This update added alternate versions of them, some of which were straight upgrades. The only way to unlock these new powers was to either pay up or grind 10,000 hours. Arguably the most game-changing aspect of this game just got an update, and locked stronger versions of already existing powers behind the paywall. The regular balloon boost only increases balloon speeds by 20%, meanwhile balloon snipe increases them by 50%. But that's not the worst part of the update. The worst part were the replacements to road spikes added, all of which were so powerful that pretty much everything on this tree is stronger than the base road spikes. You had stuff like monkey glue, which could slow down multiple balloons, or how about this glue storm, spike storm, and this lightning bolt thing. Getting rushed? Oh, don't worry about selling any farms or managing your money or doing anything really. Just plop down the lightning bolt and you'll be completely fine. With how broken some of these road powers were, not having them meant you were at a severe disadvantage compared to your opponent. And again, the only way to unlock these powers was to earn XP by playing games. So if you wanted to get these better powers, you'd have to repeatedly play multiple games, losing over and over again, just so you you can have a fair chance at winning against your opponent. What a scummy way to force people to buy something. Not even the wiki likes this update, which is kind of funny. It's so weird how Ninja Kiwi did so much to make Battles a great game, and then suddenly backtracked on all of it in a single update. Hell, in a hotfix they even made the regular tower boost worse just so that the stronger powers look better by comparison. It's just not fun when everyone either doesn't or has access to ultra powerful abilities. They even added more in another update, letting you do stuff like completely stun your opponent's towers, and you can't fight back and then you die.
Can't use ability when it's knocked out? Okay, sick. Like, what am I playing, man? What is this? This game is so...
But I will say this, Update 6.0 came out 4 years ago now, and in that time powers got a lot of buffs, nerfs, and are now banned in certain arenas, so the base game is still here if you want to play it. And the fact that people still play the game despite the powers update makes me think that I'm either missing something or that powers aren't as horrible as they were on launch. Regardless, I stopped playing the game by this point, but what surprised me is how much the game changed since then. Like I said, powers are banned in Ceramic Crucible, so the base game is still accessible. But similar to BTD5, this game still gets constant map updates and even balance changes as well. Like, I'm recording this on December 17th, and 2 days ago they did more balance changes and a new map. Noteworthy ones include the Balloon Shipper Sea in Camo, Sentries don't block your towers, left-handed boomerangs, and Moabs drain a lot less eco than before. And wait, Glue Gunner can hit Moabs now? What? I mean, I know they stole this concept from BTD6, but wow, that one really shocked me. For the longest time, this tower was completely useless, and now there's actual strategies that people use involving the Glue Gunner. This is basically like adding a completely new tower to the game. He went from an option no one will ever consider to something that's actually usable. There's also Sandbox mode, which lets you test what tower combos can defend what rushes, and it is really useful. It's really difficult to tell when a strategy can actually defend balloons, and a lot of the time it's 90% guesswork. So having the ability to test it is really helpful. Then there's Professor Evil, who's essentially a weekly challenge mode. Like Sandbox mode, Professor Evil really helps you get better at the game as you're sent multiple massive rushes and told, go ahead, defend. This is a really cool mode. The evil monkey bear, I mean Professor Evil, has infinite health, so there's no point to rushing him, meaning your main goal is to defend anything he sends at you with a random loadout. But yeah, for the most part, this game got map updates and the occasional balance changes. It's honestly still a very fun game if you can get past the initial phase of unlocking towers. But by this point, we're in the modern day, which is a little too far. So let's time travel back to 2013, so I can talk about Bloons Monkey City. This game is essentially Clash of Clans, but it's balloons. And this time I'm not joking about that. The gameplay loop goes something like this. You capture a few tiles, which is where the tower defense aspect comes in, before returning to your village, building something and waiting long periods for it to finish. And that's it. That's the game. You have your little gems you can use to speed up the gameplay, and a few other purchasable currencies, as well as loot boxes and quests and balloon stones, and invite your friends to get a supply crate. It's a grindy game. While Battles was an inventive take on the BTD5 formula, I almost feel like Bloons Monkey City is just the free version of BTD5. Admittedly, there is some town building aspect that's kind of interesting, but for the most part, these two games are really similar in gameplay. Tower defense part is really stunted, as you can only place a limited amount of towers equal to how many buildings you've placed down, which take time to build unless you spend just buy BTD5, dude. Playing this game is really boring if you don't already have everything unlocked. You'd be sitting there with all your dart monkeys placed and no way to upgrade them. You've already placed and upgraded everything you had, so now the only thing you can do is wait and gain absurd amounts of cash you can't spend. But to the game's credit, there is quite a few creative ideas here. To unlock certain towers, you have to play what is effectively special missions. One thing I liked about Bloons Super Monkey is how it introduced new balloons regardless of whether or not they would work in BTD5. A similar thing happens here, although the DTT would totally work in BTD5 were it to be added. The Dark Dirigible Titan is a unique Moab class balloon. Previously, every Moab type was just the last one, but bigger. But the DTT is different. It has the same health as the Moab and only drops drops camo regrow ceramics, yet manages to be just as, if not more deadly than the ZOMG. It moves at the same speed as the pink balloon, allowing it to speed past your defense if you're not careful, but the worst part is its resistances. To even deal damage to this tin, you need something that can see camo and can pop lead and black balloons. Good luck finding something that can do all three. The best way to beat the DDT is to use the MIB village, as it lets basically every tower deal damage to the DDT. But yeah, the DDT is a solid counter to almost everything, and even the game argues it's the strongest blimp, as setting your monkeys to Strawn will make them target DDTs over the ZOMGs. The other new blimps come from boss events, which are really nice. There's 4 of them with different mechanics that get progressively stronger as you defeat them. And while these boss balloons are interesting, they were later added to BTD5, so their inclusion here feels almost lessened, as it's not an exclusive feature anymore. The only other noteworthy thing about this game is the MVM mode and contested territory, the latter being a game mode where you compete for the highest round, and the former being battles if battles was horrifically disfigured. And why the f are you building a blimp? I thought the whole point of this game was that balloon bad and monkey good. Why are you building? What are you doing? Are we the bad guys? Did we make the balloons just so we could kill them for fun and destroy cities of monkey? I know absolutely nothing of the hot air balloon mobile lore, but maybe the monkey baron guy was onto something. We are the bad guys. We pop, therefore we are. He probably said that. That game has to have a villain speech at the end. Like, you literally kill a man at the start. Surely he has something to say about that. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Monkey City game, bad. You like it, that's fine. Ninja Kiwi hasn't updated it since 2016, so dead. Music is awesome. Music really good. I like the Street Party. Go play BTD5 or 6 if you're not currently living in 2016, because in 2016 Bloons Super Monkey 2 was about to release. And you might be thinking, didn't you already talk about this game before? No, you stupid idiot. This game is obviously a different game than this one, despite having the exact same name implying otherwise. This game has so many more levels with new mechanics and new bosses. Anything from this Phoenix Blimp, Snake Blimp, this Ice Monkey Gorilla thing, Shield thing, cool looking ceramic guy, a ZOMG with hands, a fake monkey god, balloon areas, and Blastopopolis as the final boss. The Flash version only had 20 levels. This one has 100, which is kind of insane, although the gameplay is mostly the same as the Flash version, so there's not much else to talk about. Then they released BTD5 on the PS4, which... okay, it's cool that this is a thing, I guess, but I don't want to think about how Micro would work with a controller. So, moving on, the moment you've all been waiting for, the game that made me want to make this video in the first place. On April 2nd of 2015, the trailer for Bloons TD6 was dropped. Wait a minute, this isn't BTD6, what the hell is this? This is BTDX, a Bloons fan game made in November of 2017. That's right, people were so starved of Bloons content that this guy made his own game. And it's actually really good. I won't go too much into detail since it's just a fan game and not anything official, but there is some important stuff to cover here, especially considering it's probably the biggest Bloons fan game. Well, except for this one. And that one. BTDX adds a bunch of new towers and many more balloons to the game. One of them being the alchemist monkey, who can turn leads to paper, make money off of balloons, and even buff other towers. How cool. The other epic game mode is the time trial. Instead of slowly playing each round one by one, you can now speedrun the game and send out all the rounds at once. I really like this mode. It's a nice change of pace from the normal game, where your objective is to be as fast as possible instead of sludging through the same 90 rounds again. Then, out of nowhere, a BTD6 teaser dropped in May of 2018, showing lots of hidden info and codes. The hidden codes were written in the monkish language introduced in Monkey City. But why is the druid framed like some kind of found footage monster? This is the kind of thing that would appear for half a second on those VHS ARG videos, not the next BTD6 tower. Oh yeah, sorry for spoiling the new tower. The druid actually stole the wizard's lightning and the tornado upgrade, which is not very nice considering the wizard only got this boring archmage upgrade. Okay, I changed my mind. This guy is really strong. The other new tower was teased in the next trailer, and little did people know how broken the update being showcased was. But really, which one of you copied who? This is literally the same tower down to the name. You both even have that random alchemist puddle upgrade. This is not a coincidence. Who did it? Which one? Which one of you did it? Oh look, the game released a week later. People really hated it. Initially, the PC port didn't come out until half a year later, and the review page for this game was mixed. People were not happy with BTD6. Apparently, the game was laggy. Apparently, it wasn't. The engineer, mortar, and balloon chipper were missing, and where is the Dartling Gunner? Why is the chipper not in this game? What the hell? This is a straight downgrade from BTD5. This game also doesn't have co-op mode, which is a shame. I was really looking forward to playing the laggiest game of 2018. You know what I really hate though? I didn't mind the removal of road spikes since they kinda felt like a crutch, but why on earth do abilities have cooldowns now? Previously you could use the ability instantly when it was bought, but now you have to wait for this silly little cooldown. But eventually people warmed up to the new game that introduced a third path and a fifth tier for every tower, effectively adding a new tower for every tower, because that's how different these new upgrades were. The Dart Monkey got a crossbow, the Sniper can shoot really fast, and the Super Monkey got Ninja QE in court. Then there's the cross paths, which multiply the strategy by 4. In BTD5, a base 2-tier Dart Monkey can have longer range and sharp shots, which is fine, but there's not much complexity there. In BTD6, well, there is 3 paths, you can only choose 2 at a time. A base 2-tier Dart Monkey could have long range and high pierce, long range and fast shots, or fast firing piercing shots with low range and no camo detection. In just the first 2 upgrades, you've already given the player 3 possible options with different strengths and weaknesses for each one. It even goes deeper with the rest of the upgrades. The Juggernaut could have short range and fire faster, or it could have long range and see camo. The Bio Boomer could have more pierce, or it could do more damage and pop lead. The Heli Pilot could fire faster, or it could see camo. The cannon ship could double the 5 powerful grapes it shoots out, or it could just have camo. Yeah, okay, some paths are obviously better than others, but I really like how much these cross paths change, even for the strongest towers. The elite Sniper Monkey makes him shoot incredibly fast, but depending on which of these upgrades you choose, he becomes a completely different tower. There's even small changes made to the model, so you can tell which one has what. With just these 2 Dart Monkey upgrades, you can make 16 different Dart Monkey models. We have come a long way from buying an upgrade and having the monkey be completely unchanged to every small upgrade bought having some sort of input on the visual design of the tower. Of course, some people didn't like the new style they went for, but honestly it's better than whatever the concept art was. Seriously, this thing looks like AI generated art. How did you manage that? One thing people tend to forget is that 6 made great strides in other areas that weren't just the upgrades. Sure, you have a few new balloon types, but I think one of the most important features is the line of sight. In 5, it felt kinda odd how monkeys were able to throw their darts straight through bushes and walls, while in 6, the laws of physics have been added, preventing them from doing that. It's such a small thing, but it makes a big difference with how you play the game. The sniper can't actually hit the whole map if there's something blocking his sight, unless of course you put him on a high ground. Same with the sub. Although it can see the range of other towers, it can't shoot there if there's something in the way. Sometimes that obstacle is removable, but most of the time it's not. Which brings me to my next point. Removable objects. There's many ways around these obstacles, such as standing on higher ground, or just seeing through them with magic. But a few of these obstructions can be removed at a cost. Sometimes you get more tower space by doing this, and other times you can kill your monkey sub. By the way, this map will be important later, so remember it. On to the heroes, the new type of tower that levels themselves up over time. You could upgrade them manually, but it would cost the same amount as the entire Call of Duty collection on Steam. You can also only choose one each game, making strategies even more strategic. Striker Jones can buff explosive towers, Obed buffs magic monkeys, and Quincy costs $755, and he can talk. All of the heroes can actually, so I recommend you turn it off because most of the dialogue sucks. Ninja Kiwi teased the next hero on their YouTube channel.
I am Quincy, son of Quincy.
but there was no point because some random guy on Reddit data mined the files and found exactly what the next 4 heroes were and an unreleased tower called the Monkey Academy. This one post showed us what the next 8 months of heroes would look like, which is kind of crazy to think that they planned that far ahead. In another post, the Ninja Kiwi teased more details about Churchill and it would all quickly be decoded. And why is Churchill planning a terrorist? In the same update, black borders were introduced, which is probably the most genius way to counter people abusing the home bug. It's so easy to leave the game if you're about to die and come back to the same round without any punishments. But see, Ninja Kiwi got people to stop doing that without fixing the bug. Getting every medal on a map gives you this cool black border, but if you beat Chimps mode while using the home bug, the border turns into this ugly yellow color. I've never avoided doing something so ingrained within me because it could risk ruining the cool black border. Great way of incentivizing people to not save scum, while also not removing the option either. This update also had a bunch of balance changes, which includes an upgrade that was so bad at launch that Ninja Kiwi completely removed it and replaced it with something else. The final upgrade of the bottom path for the wizard used to be called Soulbind. It's an ability that you can use to sacrifice your monkeys, and it is not nearly as cool as it sounds. Whenever you leak lives, you gain a certain amount of lives depending on the cost of the tower you sacrificed. This is such a specific and confusing idea. Not only does it not work in Chimps, but like, how do you tactically lose lives? What if you accidentally die while trying to make a life profit? What a stupid $20,000 upgrade. Though even after all the balance changes in this update, there was one hero that was objectively the best, and it's the same one the developers mistook for a man. Gwendolyn has the ability where any tower around her gets a permanent damage boost. This on top of the alchemist buff makes your towers completely broken. In this comparison from an early update, Oben dies to the new bad blimp, while the game with the Gwendolyn kills the same bloom twice as fast. Also, I don't know why, but Oben can place his totems on land. He also costed $650, allowing you to start with him in Chimps mode. Oh, speaking of Chimps, it is one of the many new hard modes added to BTD 6. You have your easy, normals, hards... What? But then there's stuff like alternate balloons rounds that makes a quick reference to a meme you could easily miss, or the absolute cruelty that is half cash. But none of them compare to Chimps mode. Ninja Kiwi liked that Naps Frills challenge so much that they made their own version. No continues, hearts, income, monkey knowledge, powers, or selling. Basically, no farming, 1 heart, and there is absolutely no way to pay to win. No using powers, no continues, no dropping your insta-temple to solo the game. Did you just use an insta-temple? Although I would never even think about doing that. I'm waiting for the Steam Marketplace to finally accept my insta-monkeys as a currency. At least in BTD 5, you could always just spam Super Monkey Storms and Special Agents on hard maps. In Chimps mode, there's only you and your monkeys. It is the true test of a Bloons master. If you somehow find Chimps mode too easy, which you won't, you can always try to beat Chimps mode on the 2 expert tracks, Muddy Puddles and a map literally called Ouch. These 2 maps both contain 4 straight lines, and I don't think Ninja Kiwi themselves thought anyone would actually beat them. On a stream...
Yeah, trying, yeah. Keep trying, it might be possible.
Which to me sounds like a no, but if we proved them wrong with that tax shooter statement back in BTD1, then we can prove them wrong again here. People tried many different setups, but no matter what, every combination of towers died fairly early on, until the 2.0 update. Due to a slight change in how the Dart Monkeys targeted balloons, and you know, the addition of end of round cash, the Dart Monkeys were able to snipe the last red balloon before they leaked, allowing people to make it past the first round. Luckily, starting out was the hardest part, as people quickly realized you could use the unstable concoction alchemist to completely obliterate Moabs.
I really can't tell how much my unstable cock is doing.
You can destroy round 100 from a ZOMG to nothing in mere seconds. And then they changed it so it wasn't as strong anymore. Now that Ouch Chips was complete, it was time to move on to Muddy Puddles and... this map is a nightmare. The balloons switch tracks every round, meaning if you have defense on this side of the map, then it becomes completely useless once the balloons switch track next round. This map was so hard that initially, players didn't even care about beating it, only what the highest round they reached was. The tension was so high that even Ninja Kiwi themselves was taking notes on how far players got, making the next daily challenge require you to beat the first 24 rounds of it with extra starting cash. But on a default game, no one managed to reach round 100, not even close, until one day enough was enough. And this ISAB guy decided that he would stream himself playing this map until he bet it. And after over 10 hours of gameplay, it was done. The hardest map in the game was beaten in the hardest mode, proving that it was in fact doable. Well, kind of. The strategy used heavily relied on RNG, and you had to pray Oben puts his brambles in the correct spot or you die. It was technically possible without backing out and entering again, but realistically no one's going to be that lucky. Support Chinook ended up carrying this game. I always thought this ability was useless, but moving your towers turned out to be essential on a map like this, because you can just move your powerful towers whenever the track switches. Beating this map was such a big achievement that the developers can be seen watching the live stream in the BT6 anniversary video. Man, seeing Ninja Kiwi acknowledge what their community does is strangely heartwarming. Now, all of this would have happened by March of next year, at which point all the leaked heroes would have been added to the game. And to be completely honest, BT6 at this stage is a completely different game from the version we have today. So for the time being, let's move on to the next game, which happened to release a month after BT6. And what is that next game? Well, Ninja Kiwi randomly decided to make a collaboration with Cartoon Network and made a Bloons Tower Defense crossover, one of their biggest shows from the 2010s. Bloons Adventure Time Tower Defense. What am I looking at? Who saw Adventure Time and went, oh yeah, I'd like to place down Finn the Human to defend against the Moab class Bloons. The only information on why this game was made is this line from a Ninja Kiwi AMA where the response was that Cartoon Network reached out to them because apparently they had a fan of balloons on their team. Anyways, the balloons come through this mysterious portal and invade the land of Blue, because this game has lore, and unlike Hot Air Balloon, it's fully available and not lost to time, and fully voice acted too.
Hold up. They're balloons.
I thought the characters would say a few lines disappearing after the tutorial, but no, they stuck throughout the whole game. Even the Dart Monkey here talks. They called him Max, so he makes Max-related puns, and I hate
This
him.
is the path to victory. Too bad you won't be around to follow.
I take that back. You know, I don't even care about the Hot Air Balloon lore anymore. Nothing can top this masterpiece. You have a monkey pretending to be a pirate for some reason, Jake from Adventure Time, and the ASMR monkey all on screen at once. They also made the Super Monkey a complete asshole, which is super funny. He's the Super Monkey, of course he's gonna be egotistical. He lives in this giant house, he has his own Super Monkey fan club, and even the game says he's the strongest tower. When the reality you live in tells you you're the best, that's how you're going to act.
Those balloons just don't give up. We need a leader. Someone who can fly in and provide some muscle. Someone who can charm the balloons into submission. And who looks great in blue.
Well, you can't have it all. Ice King, will you
Yes!
hold my darts while I go find some?
As far as I can tell, there's no real end to this story, but for what it is, it's cool enough. The towers and characters all represent some tower from the main game, although you can only place down one. Then there's the allies, which you can have an unlimited number of. You'd have random Adventure Time characters mixed with Dr. Monkey on the battlefield. And they added the Cobra to this game. This game is amazing. Unfortunately, the only method of unlocking him is by gambling. On top of that, this game is the Bloons Monkey City system, where you can only place a certain number of towers equal to the amount of buildings built. So if you've only ever gotten the Cobra once, you can only place him down once. And that's basically the game. It has a few cool things like the shielded balloons, ghost and zombie balloons, but other than that I found it boring. I guess you might get something out of it if you're really into Adventure Time, but Yeah. Interestingly enough, this game came out right before Adventure Time ended, so that's a gigamind way of getting people to download your game. I've been saying balloons a lot to refer to the tower defense games, but the last we heard of an actual balloons game was 10 years ago by this point. That is, until June of 2021, when Ninja Kiwi dropped Bloons Pop, a spiritual successor to Bloons. Okay, unlike the original balloons, here every balloon has more balloons inside of it. This was such a difficult concept to grasp that Dr. Monkey appears to explain it to you.
So, let's see what this does. Hey, it's Jessica.
Alright, enough with these dumb mobile games. It's time to talk about a real game. A real banger, you could say. Earlier I said BTD Battles was my favorite balloons game, and that still remains true even if the game itself kinda sucks now. But after BTD 6 released, I couldn't help but wonder what would happen if you merged the two games together. But unfortunately they never did anything with the concept and instead just kept updating BTD 6. Wait a minute, what is that on the tablet in the corner? Zoom in, wait no, zoom in. Okay, the quality is horrible, but you can tell what this is. Two sides, balloon sends, and the green eco number. This has to be Battles 2. That's the only thing it can be. People immediately caught on to this, and the hype was so big that this video had more views than the ones around it. Most likely due to people double checking that they didn't just dream up this leak. I mean, obviously you have to have a bit of skepticism. Heroes sound like they might completely break the game. The idea of a tower that upgrades itself for free might not be the best in a game based around money management. Well, who am I kidding? This is Ninja Kiwi we're talking about. They are not incompetent. They made BTD 6, okay? I don't think it's physically possible for a great developer like Ninja Kiwi to mess up a great game like Battles 2. It's a game about popping balloons. You literally can't fail making that. And this would all be confirmed in a dev stream in March just 14 days later, where we learned that yes, Battles 2 is coming out soon, and yes, it will take on a more competitive approach to become...
What we want for Battles 2 is to be the greatest frickin' head-to-head tower defense game, you know, in the history of the universe. So completely no pay-to-win aspects.
So no towers then? Correct, no towers.
This game was going to be so big that they began rebuilding it from the ground up. Instead of stealing BTD 6 assets, everything was recreated, reanimated and all that just so Battles 2 can become its own game. And if you had any doubts on the balance being horribly off, one of the best Bloons players is supposed to be helping them with that. So I think we're in the clear. And then finally, after a long wait and multiple delays, the game ended up releasing 8 months later on November 30th. And immediately you are bombarded with small mobile game things. Daily Jackpot, Clash Royale, give me your money. Whatever, this game is free, and underneath all the mobile game crap there has to be a good base game, right? The game is more focused on the competitive aspect. You can no longer stall the game out for an infinite number of rounds because the match ends on round 40 and whoever has the most lives by then wins. Unless you have equal lives, in which case the game sets both health bars to 1, at which a sudden death mode will activate for 10 rounds. If you somehow make it to round 50, then the game will drop. Because yes, although it is rare, it's possible to tie in Battles 2. There's also this first blood mechanic which doesn't really do anything other than tell you who got their opponent to leak first. But now that we've covered the new stuff, let's talk about the giant burning trash pile that this game is. Battles 2 at launch is something else. I could call it pay to win, but that will be lying to you. This game is a step above pay to win. This game is pay to grind. To unlock any upgrade past tier 2 you have to earn XP, and tower XP is gained by using the tower at an incredibly slow rate. There's no way to just buy all the towers. Instead, they added a purchasable VIP that helps speed up your progress. How kind. Even after buying VIP, it still would take you well over 100 hours just so you can play the game. But I mean, think about it. If people bought a one-time purchase that unlocked every upgrade, you'd only make a quick buck once. But if even after paying for the 30-day subscription, they still don't have the upgrades unlocked, they'll be forced to return and spend more money. As it turns out, treating your player base like cows you can milk for endless cash doesn't work out too well, and the game lost half its player base within a week. For some reason, people didn't want to play a game that exploited the fear of missing out at every corner.
Oh, yes!
But if you thought that was the end of it, then you haven't seen anything. The XP system requires you to place down horrible tier 2 towers, lose over and over again just so you can unlock a single upgrade. But in theory, if you had everything unlocked, then the game should be fun, right?
Wrong!
Let's start with the lag. If you weren't stuck in a 6-hour syncing glitch, then you were playing against someone using McDonald's Wi-Fi slowing the game to a halt. Games that should have lasted 5 minutes went on for 10. Massive input delay for abilities like the Blade Maelstrom or any tower that required a micro like the Helipilot. The only part of this game that wasn't broken in some capacity was the soundtrack. It's like Tim Haywood didn't get the email about this game being a cash grab. Because his music really carries the game. And yeah, Battles 2 really felt like it was being held up by tape. The meta at launch weren't towers that were good. The best towers were the ones that had a game-breaking bug attached to them, such as the Tack Shooter. For whatever reason, Tack Sprayer had one extra additional pierce and it carried over to Overdrive. It sounds like a small thing, but it effectively makes a Tack Shooter twice as strong, but that's not the infamous bug this game is known for. The Dartling Gunner was such a popular tower that when it was added to BTD 6, Ninja Kiwi changed the icon of the game and added him to their channel banner to reflect his popularity. But when the Dartling Gunner was added to Battles 2, it single-handedly destroyed the game in a way I've never seen before. The bug took a while to find, but when it was discovered, the effect was devastating. For whatever reason, having Laser Shock cross-path with the Hydra Rocket Pods upgrade made the Dartling Gunner literally unkillable. And this time I mean it. This is what the tower can handle in BTD 6. And this is what the tower can handle in Battles 2.
What? He's thinking about it. Why are you thinking about it? Why are you thinking about it? I'm not even boosting. I'm not even boosting. He boosted, I'm not boosting. The Dartling Gun is just too good.
While the Overdrive may have been weak to lead and camo, Hydra Rocket Pods covers you on every basis except Moab's. I don't think you realize how bad a tower like this is. The whole point of the game is to rush your opponent to either force out more defense or win, but neither of the two is possible when a single tower can defend the largest of all-out rushes without a boost. And when the XP system sucks this much, everyone's going to be using this upgrade. After all, which would you rather do? Struggle with your horrible tier 2 towers, or unlock a single upgrade that can actually defend things? And that just makes the game slow and boring. You have to wait like 10 minutes for Moabs to unlock before you finally get a chance to kill the Dartling Gunner. The tower got so hated that when I used a different strategy not involving the Dartling Gunner, I got love hearts back. It's crazy to me that the Dartling went from the most beloved tower to... Wait a minute. Is the sprite art for this Dartling the upgrade I think it is? Oh my god, it is. Laser Shock completely destroyed the Battle sequel, and here it is sitting smugly in the channel banner. Did Ninja Kiwi know this would happen? Was this a warning? How did they predict their own game's downfall with a single image? What? Anyways, if you were high IQ like me, you could save $750 by buying focused firing, making it look like you have Laser Shock without actually having Laser Shock. There's a lot more bugs in this game, aside from the meta-changing tower ones. If any of you watch Me Good, you may have heard the joke of
Quickly DM Orange and crash his BTD 2 game.
What attacked me while I was AFK? That's it, I'm turning my computer. This joke is based on a real thing that kept happening to me at launch. I would casually be playing the most interesting game of Battles 2 when suddenly I get a message about something really stupid and then my game closes. But there's bigger issues. Did you guys know that in Battles 2 you can place boats on land? What a great feature they added. The lag would get so bad that your eco began getting stuck and refused to send balloons for 10 rounds. I don't think it has to be said said that if you literally can't send balloons at your opponent, then something is very wrong with the game. But hey, at least that slightly works, unlike Cyber Quincy's arrows, which pass through the balloons when he fires a shot. The game had so many bugs that some guy on Reddit managed to find a bug for every single tower in the game. Every single tower was broken in some way. The Super Monkey Fan Club Juggernaut bug returned. Glaive Ricochet glaives die when near a wall. Cluster bomb explosions count as one explosion despite there clearly being 9 explosions. Tack Sprayer has 1 extra pierce, as I mentioned before. Ice Monkey removes Oben's wall of trees. Glue can target glued balloons. And do you realize how bad this makes the tower? He is completely unusable as glue will just target the already glued balloons instead of slowing down new ones. Elite Sniper buffs non-sniper towers. Nuclear Reactor has an icon bug. Pirate Lord can only hook in 1 ZOMG per round and will ignore hooking in any more ZOMGs after the first one, even if that blimp happens to be right beside it. Fighter Plane does not increase plane speed. Mortar's explosions sometimes aren't visible. Moab Shove doesn't shove Moab sometimes. Dartling Gunner. Necromancer's spawned balloons don't move when he's set to close. Okay, I know this one is a bug and all, but think how cool it would be to have it as a feature. Anyways, just using Dark Shift is enough to crash the game.
No! No! It crashed my game?
Using Unstable Concoction will crash the game. Sticky Bomb stacks on top of itself. Druid Lightning will often fail for no reason, making the Druid worthless in the early game as he refuses to use his lightning attack. Primary Training stacks. Attack speed buffs cause more spikes to come out of the Spike Storm. It can also crash if you use a balloon trap while your opponent sends a bad with the UFO skin, the game will crash. This is so specific, but it kept happening to me. Farm bananas will appear to not get picked up by your opponent. And just as a bonus entry, Ocean Oben's trees would eat fortified bads in one go, which is... how did this not come up in testing? Was this game even tested? Probably not, considering just using certain upgrades is enough to crash the game. I won't go too deep into it, but eventually an unstoppable strategy was developed that took advantage of these bugs. Dartling, Ninja, Sniper. Sniper didn't actually have anything wrong with him, but the Ninja's sticky bomb stacking glitch let you handle fortified bads far into the late game, making it more likely for your opponent to die from lag than anything you send them. I suppose you could just play private matches and ban the overpowered towers, but no wait, you can't, because neither of you will have anything else unlocked. Imagine introducing your friend to the game and they get greeted with this. Yuck. Now, this all happened within the first 2 weeks of its release in November. And I want to ask you something. When your game is so buggy that every tower is glitched, how long do you think it took the developers to release a hotfix? 94 days. 94 days! That's how long it took them to patch at the very least the laser shock bug. That's going from a release in November 30th of 2021 to a hotfix on February the 2nd, 2022. What a joke, man. Their excuse was that the office was on vacation for the holidays, which fair enough, but then why the hell was an unfinished game released so close to the holidays? Why am I even asking? It's to capitalize off the holiday season, of course. Well, I hope the money was worth it, because over 70% of the player base is gone, and that number's only going to get higher. But hey, at least when the patch came out, the game actually worked for the most part. Not only were a ton of bugs patched, but they also did a lot of balance changes, which is nice. Without the bugs, the base game is actually pretty balanced and a lot of fun. And even though the game is basically dead, it still has a large number of mobile players, meaning it still doesn't take that long to enter a match. Actually, now that I think about it, this one update fixed most of the problems the game had, barring the shitty XP system and weird leaderboards. It's why I have 200 hours on the game, because underneath all the crappy monetization is a seriously good game. After grinding for 100 hours, One of the cool changes was the decision to move docks and other obnoxiously long maps out of the map pool for higher arenas. Docks was so infamous for being long that in a later update they added a variation of it called ports, and it is terrifying. Not only is it extremely short, but the path diverges here and there's crates blocking your vision everywhere. The biggest problem with this update is that it was just too little too late. Most people already quit by this point, and even though the XP system got a bit better, it wouldn't be enough to bring people back. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to return to a game where my first impression was this. The only way to regain the loss of players would be to add new updates, and to their credit they did exactly that. Multiple new maps, all of which weren't that long, as shorter maps were generally more fun to play on than longer ones. Unless it's construction site. What is this map? The track switches every round, which means I've never seen anyone on this map make it to Moabs without dying to zebras first. And while maps and Churchill from BTD 6 was cool, it still wasn't enough. Players were bleeding and the initial hype the game might have had was completely gone. Which kinda sucks, considering the issues that plagued Battles 2 at launch don't really exist anymore. The lag doesn't exist unless your opponent is on a phone that looks like this. There's no game-breaking glitches, the XP system is a lot more generous, and the game honestly gets pretty good consistent updates. In November of 2022 they added Pat Fusty to the game, stating that this one hero already in BTD 6 was their final update for the year. Then, a day before the new year, Sam comes out of nowhere and suddenly the game gets the Banana Farmer and 2 new amazing looking maps. That's right. While you were celebrating some boring holiday, we were working on a big update for this dead game. This is insane to me. How is this game getting updated a day before the new year? Like, when does this happen? Seriously, looking into it, this game doesn't really have any major issues anymore. You have consistent updates, good balance, stable servers. Hell, Ninja Kiwi even supports tournaments for this game despite its tiny player base. And yet, despite all that, there has not been a single month where this game gained players. You would think that during the summer or Christmas, when people have more free time, there would be a spike, but no. It's just gone down, 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 and down. Which kinda sucks, but what can you do? It looks like Battles 2 permanently killed its reputation with that awful launch. Which I guess goes to show that you probably shouldn't release your games in a half-finished state. But who knows? Maybe this game will get a comeback someday. After all, the original Battles took 2 years just to add battle arenas, so who knows what will happen in the future. Meanwhile, BTD 6 was doing fantastic. In fact, better than it had ever been. BTD 6 even stole a map from Battles 2 just to assert its superiority. BTD 6 was getting a full-on contested territory update. Battles 2 got easy. Anyways, it's time to return to BTD 6.
Without further ado, these are the rules of the arena.
If you've never touched BTD 6, then the rest of the video is going to be me listing reasons why it's the greatest tower defense game ever made and how I will fight anyone who says otherwise. Despite the game telling you it's a tower defense, it honestly feels more like a sandbox game. If you want to spam wall of fires, you can do that. Fill the map with snipers, if it works, then you can do that. Wanna go to round 100 on a random daily challenge using ice and glue gunners, then you can do that. Or at least that's the impression I get from the community. Remember when Ouch and Muddy Puddles were considered difficult? Yeah, well now people do whatever dumb stuff they can think of to beat Chimps mode on an expert map. Why? Because they can. Like this guy who really wanted to beat the map using every tack shooter path. So he did. But if you're looking for an even bigger challenge that doesn't involve destroying your fingers with micro, then try the 2 new hit and crew challenges. That being 2 Mega Pops and 2 Tower Chimps. 100 rounds have a bit over 2 million balloons worth of pops, and this challenge wants you to do all that with 1 tower in Chimps mode. Super buff whatever tower you want and see if it can solo Chimps mode by itself. There's a surprising amount of strategy to this. Buffs like the Overclock or Ninja Sabotage have to be placed far away from the balloons, since them stealing pops can be enough to end your run. If you're really crazy, you'll even put down a hero hero like Striker Jones in a place where he can't possibly hit the balloons for even more buffs. It really depends on the tower you choose for this challenge. I did one with Adora on the second longest map and it was very much doable. But then there's the people who try this on the expert maps, which sounds absolutely impossible considering how unfair these maps are, and yet he just bet chimps with a pack shooter. At the end of the clip, this guy even posts it as a challenge in the editor, inviting you to do what was just done. 2 Towers Chimps is a similar challenge in which, you guessed it, you beat Chimps mode by only using 2 towers. This was less of a challenge and more of a test to see how many different combinations of stupid upgrades can beat Chimps mode by themselves. In fact, there's a full-on spreadsheet documenting every combo that works with this challenge. Unfortunately, 2 Towers Chimps was kind of broken when not 1, but 2 heroes were added that had the capacity of beating the game mode by themselves, letting you use whatever random tower as the second one, which kind of ruins the point, but look, all of these challenges would end up being added into the game, not as a game mode, but as secret achievements. This wouldn't be the first or the last time Ninja Kiwi adds community creations into the actual game, but there's a lot of new content since we left off 4 years ago. The most obvious examples being the Engineer and the Darton Gunner, who had Smash Bros level hype surrounding the release. I remember my friend calling support as a joke, asking them why the Darton Gunner wasn't in BTD6. The response was that he wasn't the first to ask this question, and that they got calls about this almost every day. I'd say that sounds like a stupid hyperbolic statement that can't possibly be true, and then the Darton Gunner video has a million views. Were these employees actually being tortured by calls begging for the Darton Gunner? Did they add him in just to make it stop? And then there's co-op. They added it into the game a few months later. It was so heavily requested that they start their update video with comments begging for co-op to return. Unfortunately, it is gated by a level cap, which is great, because no sane person should ever play multiplayer in this game. Not only is it more laggy than the base game, but whenever I try to play it, everyone disconnects and leaves. Look, I get it. You can place down multiple heroes and multiple tier 5s, and that's cool. But is it worth going through the pain of getting stuck in a loading screen after the game ends? Why is there a sniper on the boat when there's plenty of... I don't get it. What are you doing? But it's all made up by the fact that emotes exist in this game, and you can spam them forever. If you keep hitting the emote button, it seems to add it onto a queue of sorts, because if you spam it enough times, that annoying air horn will keep playing 20 rounds after you stopped emoting. This is most definitely a bug, but the fact that they haven't patched it after 3 years of co-op is what makes it awesome. The emotes were very obviously made to be as annoying as possible. They either take up the whole screen with some wacky animation or play an annoying sound. You can even bully children here with the crickets emote.
Yeah, tell us a joke.
Okay, why don't seagulls fly over the bay? Because if they did, they'd be bagels.
Clearly they were made by people who hate co-op as much as I do, so that's great. I'm still alone in this game. There's also the fact that you can name your monkeys, and it's always funny seeing what other people called their towers. The ability to name your monkeys, as well as a few of the co-op emotes, are sold in the trophy store. I really like the trophy store. Judging from Ninja Kiwi's previous games, you'd expect this place to sell you skins for trophies, which you can spend $100 on, but in actuality you can't purchase any of these skins with real cash. The only way to get trophies is to either be really good at the game and top score on leaderboards, or just grind a lot. It's a cool system because it means whenever you see someone with a lot of special cosmetics, you'll be able to tell that this person is either really good at the game or hasn't talked to anyone in 3 years. You have anything from profile pictures to more soundtracks you can play in the jukebox to a Ninja Kiwi that spawns whenever you place a ninja. Another great item to annoy people in co-op with. There's also the Moab and Balloon skins, one of which is a reference to BTT4. If you look closely closely, you can even see the 3D ceramics riding on top of the Moab from BTD3. Nice to see the developers proud of their history. They are also proud of hating Australia, as the flag is significantly more expensive than anything else in the store. But where do you get these trophies? Well, you could compete in the weekly races, which are literally the speedrun mode stolen from BTTX, or you could play Odysseys, which is the most boring mode ever conceived. But if you're cool and epic like me, then you'll play the boss events. That's right, the bosses from Bloons Monkey City are back and more fleshed out than ever. Bloonarius appears every 20 rounds starting from round 40 and ending at round 120, at which point he will have 3 million health. You could just beat him normally and take your trophies, but if you want more trophies, you gotta compete on the leaderboard and kill him as fast as possible. It forces you to do the craziest farming strategies to make as much money as possible so you can sell everything, insta-kill the boss, and sell your defense for more farms. It starts with, if I'm going to sell my farms all the time, then I should definitely invest in a marketplace, as that path sells for 10% more than usual. And ends with, I should put all my farms next to a favorite trade so that they sell for more, and also buy an engineer blue trap, because that defends the balloons and makes me money. Also sacrifice towers to the Monkeyopolis, because it is vastly more efficient than all the farms. And I should overclock every single farm I have, slightly more money so I can afford the Dart Paragon, and then sell him for more farms. Paragons are what would happen if every 5th tier was combined into one. These paragons are so powerful that at the time of writing this script, there's only 6 in the game. My favorite one has to be the Dart Monkey Paragon. Not only is it the cheapest, but if you're on a map with a lot of walls like Encrypted, then you can bounce the paragon's balls off the walls to deal more damage. But the coolest boss wouldn't come until a few months later in October of 2021, the Grave Lord Lich. Instead of copying a boring old boss from Bloons Monkey City, they designed an entirely new one, and wow is he difficult. If you have any, and I mean any buffs, Lich will steal them and gain health back. Same thing happens if you sell a tower. And at every skull, Lich turns invincible and this little idiot will spawn and he steals your lives and kills you. So for the first time, any tower that can give you lives is really good. There's also the Banner soundtrack designed specifically for this boss. The funny thing about Lich is that the buff stealing ability has a range, so if you hide a super buffed Mad in the corner of the map, you can completely destroy the Lich at his own game. This is also the same update the leaderboard was properly added, which introduced the strategy of spawn camping the boss with a permaspike. The best strategy was to apply every single possible buff to a permaspike, preemptively place it before selling all the buffs and watch Lich get insta-killed by the fruits of your labor. You can also cheese the leaderboards by playing in co-op. I bet an elite boss with 4 people and that put me in the top 5 on the co-op leaderboard. You will have barely any competition as this mode requires you to have friends. The newest boss, Vortex, was cool, but I almost think that by the time he was added, people got way better at the game. So much so that the occasional tower stuns wouldn't make him that hard or interesting. And because this game gets so many damn updates, they even added another boss while I was making this video, and I think he's my favorite. But back to Vortex. This update was a bit mixed in general, as it added the Engineer Paragon, who for some reason was missing the Blue Trap path. Recently, in October, they added a Paragon limit of 3. Presumably, this was to force players to put more thought into what Paragons they bought, instead of spamming every single monkey they can get their grubby little hands on. Unsurprisingly, this addition pissed people off, as this is probably the least fun change you could make to the game. I mean, this is BTD 6, where any strategy goes, and you introduce a limit to what you can place? Instead of buckling to the pressure, they got the best of both worlds. The limit was completely removed for the main game, but stays in boss events, which is a much better solution than a complete backtrack or no change at all. You still get to spam paragons and watch slideshow in the late game, while also forcing players to choose paragons more wisely in bosses as intended. There's a surprising number of times when someone suggests something, design and then it gets added to the game. It's fairly normal for developers to take community feedback on their game, but it's another thing entirely to recreate someone's drawing as a map in the game. Geared was the winner of BTD6's first map contest, and wow is this community evil. Why did people vote for the map that would contain the most despicable mechanic? The map turns every round, moving your towers along with it. This not only means that half the time your towers can't attack anything, but also changes how you think about tower placement. Placing a glue gunner at the front will only work for a few rounds before he gets moved to the back of the track. Thankfully, you can skip the thinking process entirely by using any tower that can see full map range. The placement doesn't really matter if your tower is a helicopter and can fly anywhere on the map. This is the way I bet Chimps mode on Geared, by spamming snipers of all things. Both the ace and helicopter failed me, so I resorted to snipers. At first it was mostly as a joke, I didn't actually think it would work, but then it did, and out of all upgrades I used the path whose sole purpose is to make you money in a game mode where you can't make money. This is because over the years, Ninja Kiwi gave additional upsides to ability upgrades. Pirate Lord shoots more cannons and might be a bit too strong, and the supply drop sniper has more pierce. This makes spamming them a really good strategy and the reason I was able to beat Geared on Chimps. I am never speaking wrongly about this sniper ever again. He is genuinely busted. They could have easily added this map without letting the gear turn, so seeing them go the extra mile to be as close as possible to the fan art is one of the reasons I love this game. Another map I really like is Cornfield. You don't have much space, but you can remove corn if you want to. The challenge here is attempting to beat the map without removing the corn, while finding sneaky spots to somehow fit a sniper in. If you really want to try this challenge, you should buy the Ultra Juggernaut so you can do this. But clearly the developers wanted to add something more evil to the game, because soon enough the map cargo was added. In the beginning it's a fairly standard map. You have the balloons, you have the path, and you have all the cargo ships as the name implies. Then the cars move and the Moab jump scares you as it moves on a completely different path to where you built your towers. What a troll map. They loved this concept so much that they reused it in an expert map as well. But no map would be able to compare to Ravine, because Ravine is evil in its purest form. Not only does it have 4 paths, but there's walls everywhere. The trees block your line of sight. The bridge has walls. Even the water has walls around it. Any tower you place in the water is completely useless as it can't see anything. Unless of course you buy a $30,000 upgrade that lets you see over the wall. This map was so difficult that Chimps mode was impossible at launch. What's interesting is how they went about making it possible. This guy on YouTube called Jaja Josh created a custom game using the challenge editor. In it, he recreated the Chimps rule set on a ravine with one small difference. Instead of starting with 1 life, he started with 2. Apparently, the only thing stopping players from beating round 7 was a single red balloon, and Josh's theory was that if he could safely leak that 1 balloon, then the rest of Chimps would be doable. He was correct. As is usual with expert maps, the hardest part is the beginning, so if you could get past that part, it is very much possible to do the rest. So, how did they solve this problem? Did Ninja Kiwi heavily nerf the map to make it possible? Did they give you 2 lives for Ravine only? No. They did something way cooler. See this sword? I don't know why it was here originally, but now the sword is the only way to beat Chimps on Ravine. If you click on it 24 times, the sword will fly out of the stone and pop exactly 1 balloon. The same balloon that makes beating Ravine on Chimps impossible. I finally understand why their model is more awesomer, because adding this Easter egg to the game really is more awesomer. Of course, the community being the BTD6 community, people now try whatever stupid strategies they can after realizing Chimps was in fact possible. When the game first released, the question for expert maps were, is it even possible to beat Chimps on this map? But now whenever a new map comes out, it's how long until someone beats Chimps on this map? There are now 10 expert maps in the game and all of them are beatable on Chimps. But this Jaja Josh guy wanted to do more than just beat the maps. He wanted to beat the maps with permaspike. For some reason, he really liked the permaspike. It's a good tower, but it doesn't exactly have full map range, which can be problematic if the map looks like this. But he didn't care. he did it anyway. Every single map that was out at the time, he bet it with the permaspike. Quad, it was beaten with the permaspike. Dark Castle, beaten with the permaspike. But Ninja Kiwi wasn't going to take this sitting down. They went to the lab and released a new map so obnoxious that it can't possibly be bet with the permaspike. This is Workshop, and it has tables that block your vision, conveyors that speed up the balloons, and the nasty Moab path. And just for good measure, permaspike got 3 heavy nerfs in this update. Also, the engineer was added, but no one cares about him. At first, it seemed like they had done it. Ninja Kiwi had finally won against the stupid Spike Factory. And then 8 days later, Jajajosh bet Workshop chimps by using the engineer to overclock the permaspike so that it was just as strong as before the nerfs. I guess their way of surrendering was giving him an achievement based around him called Josh's Constant, where you must beat an expert track with permaspike. This wasn't the only time an achievement was added based off a community member. The daily raid achievement requires you to beat 365 daily challenges. The term raid being a reference to the YouTube channel Eaten Raid. This guy has been posting solutions every day to the daily challenges for the past 4 years, starting 2 months after the game released. I assume they wanted to acknowledge his commitment, which is definitely a cool thing to do. But my favorite community added meme is this map. If you give the internet a map contest, there's going to be a few people entering with troll submissions, and the most popular one that was spammed everywhere was Slawns. I don't think I even have to explain this map. It has the shortest track in the game and a single pond on the opposite corner. It spawned a few memes, but most importantly, it got so popular that a fake update post was made by Sam Ninja Kiwi telling people that Slawns is out. Which if you check the date, it obviously wasn't. But he wasn't lying. Slawns was inside the game, just not in the way you'd expect. If you keep clicking the random map button in the challenge editor, eventually you'll land on Blondes. I missed it twice, god damn it. This joke of a map is actually in the game, which is hilarious. But even more funny is that it's actually beatable despite its incredibly short length. Turns out what makes the hardest maps hard is either the blockage of sight or its multiple paths, not the short length. Blondes has neither, so towers like the tack shooter can see the whole map, making it not as hard as you think it is. But still, they added a shitpost to the game. That is awesome. There's a lot of random in-jokes within the community that get added as full-blown features. Some of them you really wouldn't expect. Imagine, it's 2018 and you're on the Ninja Kiwi Discord. A bunch of users randomly began calling Striker Jones Biker Bones. There was about 10 people doing this, so it wasn't anything massive. Despite that, one update they just added him in. Biker Bones is a real thing in the game, and it was born by a bunch of random Discord users. Some developer saw a stupid joke a few people made and went, wow, that is so funny. I'm going to draw a full-on design for this Biker Bones and give him custom voice lines. A lot of updates seem to be based around common things people ask for, like how Sada was added after continual requests for a melee-related hero, or the left-handed boomerang and double targeting for both of the Robo-Monkey's hands. In some update videos they even show comments of people begging for something to be in the game before adding it into the game. I wouldn't be surprised if the space map from BTD 5 gets added, since a lot of people keep asking for it. That's how the Street Party music got added, so it wouldn't be the first time. One time people were having a war over the dumbest thing on the Balloons Reddit. This frozen monkey. Some people, being the good Samaritans they were, attempted to free the monkey, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't melt the ice. Probably because some people were trying to freeze the ice as well. Then, in the next update, a sneaky little patch was added where you can actually use a mortar to free the cave monkey, and then he attacks the balloons for you. This is a real Easter egg that's only available on this map. It's not like he's a useless tower either. This cave monkey can stun Moab, so it's absolutely worth it to get him. Speaking of secrets, this game has a lot. And I mean a lot of them. A bunch of them most people don't even know about. You can unlock some visual changes that make the game really funky. Unlocking them can be as easy as playing 10 games with Pat Fusty, or as convoluted as unlocking the Alchemist Man and Blue Nickel Boy achievement. You can make the balloons big, or the towers big, or small, whatever you want. I don't know why, but the big balloons is so funny to me. Whenever a blimp appears, they take up half the entire screen. But if you thought all this game had was a few settings and title screen real Easter eggs, then you'd be wrong. They added a hero called Adora and she can sacrifice monkeys for some benefit probably, but that's not important. What's important is the transformation that happens when you buy the true sun god. It really isn't that hidden, but it's the first step towards the next secret. If you sacrifice the maximum amount of towers to a sun temple, then do it again with the Trun sun god after adding 2 other 5th tier super monkeys specifically outside the range of the temple, this happens. Not only is it the strongest tower in the game, but it also looks cool. The Vengeful Temple is so hidden that you can't actually buy it in sandbox mode. You can only be summoned in an actual game, which is very cool. Even cooler is the total scenery change that happens upon summoning it on Adora's temple. Very family friendly. While most of the secrets so far have been either gameplay changing or purely visual, the next one is just confusing. On Cabin you can remove the car, prompting it to drive away. However, if you click in a bunch of very specific spots and then remove the car, a serial killer will chase the car down. What a funny reference. If you thought Muddy Puddles was a hard map, well, you're in for a real treat. Introducing Bloody Puddles. It's the exact same map but with 5 paths and 2 of them are active at the same time. The developers were so mean with this map that attempting to remove the truck for $1,000 causes this to happen. Yeah. This is like a digital middle finger. They also added a map specifically so they could throw the balloon chipper in the trash. Apparently, balloon chipper isn't returning because it's hard to balance, being either extremely overpowered or just not fun to use. Poor balloon chipper, man. There's also this Candy Falls map where if you click the monkeys in a specific order, you play the Oompa Loompa jingle and unlock small towers. Although I don't know why this skeleton is here. I clicked so many random spots and all I got was this dumb skeleton that doesn't do anything. But the biggest offender for hiding secrets has to be encrypted. It's literally called encrypted. That has to mean there's something hidden here. And well, there's this altar in the middle of the map. Each of the coffins representing one of the tower categories, and you can only place that tower on said coffin. Seems like the perfect place to hide a secret, right? And that's what the community thought too. But after trying every possible combination of anything, someone decided to check the files and found nothing. There's nothing. There's a map called Encrypted that has a sacrificial altar with a really specific game mechanic attached to it, and it doesn't mean anything or have anything special. Wow, okay. That's more shocking than if something was hidden here. Who knows, maybe Ninja QE is just waiting for everyone to forget about this map so they can add the actual secret in later. But as far as I can tell, this map doesn't have any Easter eggs. The best theory I could find was that the altar hints at the process of obtaining the Vengeful Temple, which would make sense considering you do need one of each tower type for said temple. I've noticed a lot of maps seem to either have their own mechanic like Lotus Island and Sanctuary, or experiment with some idea like making a mostly water expert map. The 2 newest maps highlight this idea the most. On Midnight Mansion you can't actually place farms or heli pilots, so not only is the easiest source of money removed, but no full map crap either. You can fit 2 aces on these shelves, but their position makes them very bad. Not even the sniper works on this map, as there's too many walls for it to see everything, though I suppose you could give them a vantage point on the shelves. But even then, at most, you'll fit 4 up there. I really like maps where they push the boundaries of player strategies. Normally, people cheese hard maps by using full map range towers, and this map seems designed entirely against that idea. The other map added in this update was Covered Garden, and you can tell it's a community submitted map just from how sadistic it is. 3 roof tiles rotate every round, and you can only place towers in the single section that isn't covered. Once the next round starts, the panes move and any tower underneath the glass is completely inaccessible. No upgrading, no target changing, nothing. You have to constantly plan 3 rounds ahead, otherwise you will lose. Thank God this map is actually fairly long, otherwise I might have actually pulled my hair out with this geared 2.0. Nonetheless, I appreciate the commitment to the panels moving, instead of cheaping out and not adding it. This contest had so many good maps that the developers couldn't decide which one was the best, so they added 3 at once. 3 horrifically difficult maps coming really soon. Only Covered Garden has been added so far, but the post assures us that the other two will come later. Dark Dungeons looks the hardest of the three. It is an expert map that I'm not even sure is beatable on the first round of chimps. The other map is called Erosion, and it looks infinitely more mechanically advanced. Erosion starts off looking similar to Blondes, but with a twist. Every round, the sand slowly erodes as the water pushes the balloon track more and more to the top right. I can already hear the screams of the dart monkeys drowning in the incoming water. Again though, neither of these are in the game yet, so it's difficult to determine how hard these maps actually are. If only there was a way to play custom user-created challenges similar to Bloons World. Oh wait, it already exists, and it's called the Challenge Editor. There is so much variety in the community challenges. You'll find anything from beat muddy puddles to a level made by a 6-year-old, and both of them could be selected for the daily challenge. We've really come full circle, haven't we? These challenges are selected from the challenge browser, and although it's not the map maker from BTD4, it does let you adjust basically every setting in the game. Anything from regrow rate to the balloon speed, Moab health, starting price, rounds, lives, restricted upgrades, how many upgrades, least cash, or how much the corn on cornfield costs. You could make a challenge with fast but weak Moabs that drop tough ceramics that are slow, or you could make a challenge where everything is regrow or camo or both. Or a challenge where the ability cooldowns of everything is basically instant. I even made my own challenge, and I challenge you to beat it. My biggest problem with these challenges is that they are either purely like baits or difficulty impossible, although this is hardly the game's fault and more so my own. The best custom rounds involve little known mechanics like the illegal strategy, which is now patched, but I'll talk about it anyway. You can create some really weird game interactions using the snowstorm ice monkey, as he has the ability to freeze water, letting you place towers on the water. Freeze the water on the water, move the monkey next to the other monkey, and you have two monkeys holding each other up. This can also be used to sell towers, as any monkey standing on top of the ice when the ice monkey is being moved will get destroyed. This also applies to the heli pilot moving the ice itself, so by moving the ice tower he is also destroying himself. This general idea can be used to sell towers in Chimps mode if you're dedicated enough in getting all the setup done, which creates the possibility of a Zero Towers Chimps, where you sell all your towers at the end and then kill the bad using a few permaspikes. Unfortunately, this strategy has been patched, although it still works with Adora. And now I'm done. As of 2022, that's all 44 Bloons games covered. But what about the future? Bloons Monkey City 2 does seem like a possibility, although I haven't heard any news that it's being worked on.
What we want to do in Monkey City 2 would be to reimagine it, so it could be a bigger and a more different game than you might be thinking. But
BTD 6 console is supposedly in the works because apparently people liked playing BTD 5 on their PS4. But other than that, I doubt they will release any Bloons games. In the beginning, they would create a new Flash game every month, but now the modern strategy seems to be to continually update their games rather than keep on making sequels. This past year alone has seen 0 new Bloons games, with the last one being Battles 2. There's also BTD 6 Plus, which is only available on the iPhone. It tries to sell itself as a different game, but it's the same game with absolutely no additions. Ninja Kiwi has even confirmed that there will most likely never be a BTD 7, and that 6 is their last title.
No plans. Just leave it at that?
Yeah.
No plans.
There's so much in the pipe.
yeah, BTD 6 is just ginormous.
It doesn't make sense.
We'd probably have to go to BTD 27 after this.
Yeah, do you want to see Minecraft 2? It doesn't really make
They chose
sense.
to continually update BTD 6 rather than release a new game. Their end game plan for BTD 6 is to make modding and editing the game a big thing, because at the end of the day, from more Bloons to BTD 6, the community is what helped make Bloons great. As long as that part remains, it will be exciting to see where they go next.
At the heart of this alliance was a shared vision to accelerate the localization process. The goal was simple but ambitious: get these uniquely Japanese games into the hands of eager international fans and do it fast. And this vision soon bore fruit in the form of an industry-changing title, Yakuza 0. Before this game, Yakuza 5 had already generated some buzz thanks in part to a better localization process, but it was Yakuza 0 that seized the spotlight, fanned into life by Sega's localization advancements thanks to the Atlas acquisition. The game's global release was now almost simultaneous with its release in Japan. This was a win-win for everyone. Developers faced less risk of piracy and loss of interest, while players could engage in a global conversation about the game as it happened. But Yakuza 0's impact went beyond timing. It broke down cultural barriers, disproving the idea that Japanese games couldn't make it big in the West. The game excelled in storytelling and character development, aspects that appeal to audiences worldwide. While Yakuza 0 did build upon the concepts introduced by earlier titles like Shenmue, it took those ideas to the next level. It offered a world that was both dynamic and captivating, balancing story and gameplay in a way that kept players deeply engaged. The game's success created a ripple effect, influencing how other Japanese games were viewed in the West. The industry now had the confidence to believe that games steeped in Japanese culture could be universally appealing. This paved the way for other Japanese titles to successfully cross over to Western markets, shifting the narrative that had previously declared Japanese gaming to be on the decline. Yakuza 0's influence was also felt in the series itself. Later releases like Kiwami, Kiwami 2, and Yakuza 6 were more than just sequels, they were evolutions. They took the successful elements of Yakuza 0, such as pacing, tone, and storytelling, and refined them. Remarkably, Sega started releasing 2 Yakuza games a year, a level of consistency not even their previously iconic character, Sonic, could match. What Yakuza 0 really accomplished was more than just its own success. It served as a critical counterpoint to the prevailing narrative around Japanese games, particularly highlighting the shortcomings of companies like Square. Square's inconsistent marketing strategies had been a sore point for fans and analysts alike. While they labeled games like Hitman, Deus Ex, Tomb Raider, and Sleeping Dogs as failures, despite their substantial following and critical acclaim, their Japanese-focused titles, which performed relatively worse, were hailed as successes. With Yakuza 0, it was becoming clear to consumers that the issue lay not with the marketability of these games, but with Square's ineptitude in marketing them. Yakuza 0 stood as an undeniable challenge to this flawed approach. It didn't just encourage Japanese developers to shed their hesitation about embracing their cultural uniqueness, it forced the industry to confront the fact that the perceived limitations of Japanese games had less to do with cultural specificity and more to do with ineffective marketing strategies. In that sense, Yakuza 0 didn't just break down cultural barriers, it smashed through the walls of misperception that had been built by companies like Square. It made a resounding case for the universal appeal of deeply Japanese games, and in doing so showed that the fault lines had never really been about East versus West, but rather about understanding how to connect compelling games with eager audiences worldwide. As Bungie started work on Destiny 2, the weight of Destiny's success bore heavily upon them. The original game, while initially critiqued for its narrative shortcomings, grew a devoted player base through its expansions. This was a player base that Bungie knew they couldn't let down. Bungie decided in 2016 to throw away much of Destiny 2's in-progress content. Many original ideas, including familiar planets and locations, were cast aside, and years of effort was abandoned. However, this wasn't a simple act of discarding, it was a recalibration. The ever-expanding universe was majestic, but became increasingly challenging to manage both in narrative consistency and development resources. So, they decided to start fresh. As you might imagine, this is an expensive proposition, and Bungie's solution was to introduce microtransactions. From the outset, Destiny 2's Eververse store ignited debates. Its introduction signaled a distinct shift in Bungie's monetization approach, one that many die-hard fans met with dismay. Indeed, the move to implement a microtransaction system seemed a far cry from Bungie's earlier philosophy, which emphasized expansive universes and player-driven narratives. The reality is nuanced. On one side, there's the assertion that the pressures of creating vast amounts of content in a changing gaming landscape pushed Bungie towards the Eververse solution. From a purely developmental standpoint, one can sympathize with Bungie's struggle. They faced rising production costs and the constant demand for high-quality content. In this light, Eververse might appear as a necessary evil, a way to maintain the high production standards of Destiny 2. But then there's the shadow of Activision. Known for their aggressive monetization strategies and shareholder-first mindset, their influence cannot be discounted. While it's simplistic to place the blame squarely on them, it's hard not to speculate that Activision's profit-driven approach nudged Bungie towards the microtransaction model. This direction starkly contrasts with Bungie's more player-centric philosophy, revealing an evident culture mismatch. So was the Eververse store solely a Bungie initiative, or was it largely influenced by Activision's profit motives? While the exact dynamics of their partnership may never be fully transparent to the public, it's clear that there was a tussle of ideologies. Bungie's hands may have been somewhat forced, but this doesn't absolve them of responsibility. After all, they played their part in forging the partnership with Activision, likely aware of the cultural and philosophical differences. While the original Destiny was often critiqued for a fragmented narrative, Destiny 2 became a canvas for Bungie's writers to paint intricate tales. The Osiris and Warmind expansions, for instance, not only introduced players to new environments and foes, but deeply explored the lore and mythos of the Destiny universe. These narratives humanized the Guardians, the game's protagonists, and made the cosmic battles feel deeply personal. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, a revamped version of its Wii U predecessor, landed on the Nintendo Switch amidst some controversy regarding its full price tag. Despite this, it sold a staggering 40 million copies. What's particularly intriguing about this title isn't just its commercial success, it's how it served as a testament to the viability of Nintendo's hybrid console. This game made it apparent that the Switch could breathe new life into titles that were otherwise overlooked on less popular systems like the Wii U. The game's deluxe version took advantage of the Switch's hybrid nature, allowing for both portable and console play, effectively transforming the way we perceive multiplayer interactions. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has effectively become a staple of social gaming, a sort of digital board game that people keep coming back to. Before this, Nintendo was often criticized for lagging behind in online services. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe made strides in showing that Nintendo was capable of providing a seamless online multiplayer experience, complete with various modes and customization options. This game also took inclusivity to a new level, introducing an auto steer function, which made the game more accessible to players of all ages and skill levels, underlining Nintendo's long-standing philosophy of games being for everyone. Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus, invites a nuanced discussion. The odd thing about this title is how it's viewed today compared to its initial reception. It debuted with a Metacritic score of 88, but has, for some reason, retreated into the shadows when discussions about the most impactful FPS titles arise. The timing of its release played a role here. Bethesda's effort was sandwiched between the groundbreaking predecessor Wolfenstein: The New Order and the mechanically fluid 2016 reboot of Doom by id Software. While it promised much and was adorned with jaw-dropping narrative twists, its actual gameplay mechanics have been less enduring in public memory. Yet its bold storytelling choices, in a climate increasingly weary of political subtleties, deserve recognition. It's a game that tackled tough themes head-on, pulling no punches in its narrative. It's easy to overlook how politically charged this game was, given that it released in a period of heightened political discourse globally. It unabashedly explored themes of racism, totalitarianism, and resistance at a time when such topics were at the forefront of global conversations. The game managed to weave an alternate history that felt uncomfortably relevant. Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice took storytelling in gaming to a new level altogether, but through a completely different lens. Ninja Theory's venture was less about spectacle and more about nuance. What we see in Hellblade is a rigorous effort to use gameplay mechanics to serve the story, particularly in how it tackles themes of mental health and loss. The game uses audio and visual design not just as immersion tools, but as storytelling instruments. It used a real-time performance capture technology that was rarely seen in games of its scale. Actress Melina Juergens delivered a real-time performance that got rendered instantaneously into the game's engine, thereby collapsing the wall between game development and theatrical performance. This was not just a technological showcase, but a storytelling masterstroke as it elevated the emotional engagement of the player. Also, the game's audio design, implemented through binaural audio, simulated the experience of hearing voices, capturing the essence of Senua's psychosis. Auditory hallucinations aren't just background noise, they're integral to understanding Senua's harrowing journey, capturing the essence of what it means to deal with psychosis. This intimate form of storytelling, powered by AAA-like quality on an indie budget, further blurred the lines between what indie and AAA studios were capable of. Hellblade was a technological and emotional marvel in equal measure, contributing to the ever-blurring boundaries between cinema and interactive media. Finally, we arrive at Star Fox 2, the long-lost game developed in 1995 but released this year. This game holds a unique position as a relic of a different time, but its eventual release tells a story of change within the gaming industry. Star Fox 2 was originally canned because Nintendo felt it would conflict with the upcoming Star Fox 64. It also coincided with Argonaut Software's rather unceremonious split from Nintendo, another sign of the industry's volatile nature. Its release on the SNES Classic Edition and later the Switch Online service made it the first new Super Nintendo title to officially debut in over 2 decades. This release not only satiated the curiosity of longtime fans, but also raised questions about the value of historical game preservation, which is a discussion that has only intensified since. In an era where digital games can vanish from stores and online services can be terminated, Star Fox 2 serves as a reminder of the temporal fragility of the medium. In 2018, everyone wanted a piece of the PUBG pie, as developers scrambled to capitalize on the insane success of the Battle Royale genre. Epic Games, fueled by Fortnite's success, launched the Epic Games Store, securing a foothold in the market by offering a higher revenue share to developers. But it wasn't all fun and games. The Chinese government halted the approval of new video games, significantly impacting giants like Tencent and NetEase, even though Tencent still managed to own 6 of the top 10 games, generating a whopping $14.2 billion in revenue. The year also saw sudden shutdowns and studio closures, leading to a growing call for video game industry unionization. As the industry's worth soared to over $134 billion, with 47% coming from mobile gaming, acquisition sprees by companies like THQ Nordic, now Embracer Group, and Microsoft signaled a rapidly consolidating landscape. So as we dive into the 2018 time capsule, consider these questions. How did the Battle Royale frenzy reshape the gaming industry? And what impact did the Epic Games Store have on the digital distribution landscape? The God of War reboot by Santa Monica Studio garnered significant acclaim for its reimagining of the iconic franchise. The game was lauded for its mature storytelling, intricate character development, and a shift in setting from Greek to Norse mythology. While the game is often hailed as a narrative milestone, it's essential to examine its imperfections, especially concerning character development and internal conflicts. The emotional core of God of War lies in the relationship between Kratos Kratos and his son Atreus. Although the game attempts to delve into this father-son dynamic, some critics believe it falls short of exploring the depth that this relationship could offer. Kratos' hesitancy to speak to Atreus about their godly lineage stands as a glaring omission, creating missed opportunities for emotionally charged dialogues that could have elevated the narrative to new heights. The most compelling stories often delve into the internal struggles of their characters. God of War, however, seems more committed to external action than internal nuance. Despite Kratos' obvious transformation from his past life, the game offers limited insights into his inner dilemmas, his fears, and the conflicts he faces in his dual role as a god and a father. As a result, the story often feels more like a succession of action set pieces than a nuanced portrayal of godly and human emotions. The shift to Norse mythology was a promising new direction, yet the game sometimes treats these mythical landscapes as merely aesthetic settings, rather than elements that could profoundly influence character development. Atreus' development is also inconsistent, featuring abrupt transitions that seem out of place, thereby reducing the story's emotional weight and making characters feel more like plot devices than fully realized individuals. Nonetheless, it's worth noting that the game does make strides in gameplay mechanics, bringing players closer to the action and the characters through its over-the-shoulder third-person perspective and intricate combat system. However, this mechanical progress doesn't fully extend into the emotional arcs of its characters, a flaw that becomes more noticeable when compared to other titles that successfully meld gameplay and storytelling. Fortnite not only disrupted the business model, but also shattered the paradigm of what we thought a video game could be socially and culturally. This was the game that, by double the revenue of its closest competitor, dominated the financial and social discourse around gaming and still does. Fortnite didn't merely succeed on its gameplay merits. No, it transcended gaming to become part of mainstream culture, a rare feat achieved by few titles before it. What made it special? The game doubled as a social platform, bringing people together not just for the thrill of the last man standing victory, but also as a hub for social interaction. Epic Games recognized early on that players lingered in the lobby, not just to strategize for the next match, but to talk, to engage, and to simply hang out. With the Party Royale mode, you could wander aimlessly with friends, devoid of combat or objectives. In this way, Fortnite tapped into the natural human tendency for social interaction, elevating it from a mere game to an expansive digital universe, a true metaverse, if you will. What's fascinating is its ability to serve as a stage for other forms of media and entertainment. We're talking about full-fledged concerts happening inside a video game, watched by millions simultaneously from their respective living rooms. Travis Scott's in-game concert in 2020 is a headliner in this arena. It's as if Fortnite said, why separate video games from other forms of entertainment when you can combine them? In doing so, Fortnite didn't just keep its player base engaged, it welcomed new audiences, attracted by the blurring lines between video games and mainstream media. Consider that a major plot point from Star Wars Episode 9: The Rise of Skywalker was exclusively broadcast through Fortnite. And if you didn't play the game, well, you didn't get to see that central piece of the plot. The industry was grappling with controversies surrounding loot boxes and microtransactions. Fortnite sidestepped these pitfalls by employing a battle pass system that was both transparent, generous, and voluntary. It showed the industry that ethical monetization isn't just good practice, it's profitable. Fortnite has established a blueprint for games as live services. Its seasonal updates and ever-evolving world provide a model for keeping a community engaged, while its forays into cross-media events has given us a glimpse into the future of digital interactive entertainment. The game's framework and philosophies have been emulated but seldom duplicated, because what Fortnite accomplished is not just a product of mechanics or economics, it's a zeitgeist, a cultural phenomenon that happened at the right place at the right time with the right technology. Digital Extremes, a Canadian-based studio known for previous successes like Epic Pinball and contributions to the Unreal series, found themselves at a crossroads. Struggling with the logistical complexities of collaborating with other major players like Epic Games, they took a daring leap with Dark Sector. Although not a groundbreaking success, this title marked a pivotal moment for the studio, encapsulating their desire for creative freedom and steering them away from offers that didn't align with their vision. Warframe was conceived against this backdrop, partly as a calculated risk to stay afloat, and partly as an expansive canvas for creative ideas. The game's reliance on procedural level design was not just a financial necessity, it became the foundation for dynamic, ever-changing landscapes that offered players an unparalleled level of unpredictability and replay value, rarely seen in free-to-play games. The game also distinguished itself through a unique aesthetic, an amalgamation of influences from European mythologies to space operas. Major updates like the Plains of Eidolon not only expanded the gameplay, but also enriched the game's artistic identity, showcasing an audacious individualism often absent in mainstream market-driven titles. 5 years after its 2013 release, Warframe entered a transformative phase, highlighted by the TennoCon event, which revealed several free updates and pulled back the curtain on the game's development process through a 2-part no-clip YouTube documentary. This was the moment when Warframe moved from being a cult classic to gaining mainstream attention. In an industry often criticized for predatory microtransactions and pay-to-win mechanics, Warframe set itself apart by pledging to never erect paywalls, thereby maintaining a community-focused ecosystem. Its approach made it not just a commercial product, but a case study in community management, and a testament to what can be co-created by developers and players alike. Warframe's story serves as a compelling narrative about adaptability, vision, and the strength of community and developer collaboration. Each update acts as a new chapter in an ever-evolving epic tale, enriching both the game and its community. In an era dominated by algorithmically engineered gaming experiences, Warframe stands out as a beacon of defiant creativity, community cooperation, and unwavering commitment to artistic integrity. It remains an enduring example of what is possible in the dynamic and rapidly evolving world of modern gaming. Red Dead Redemption 2 told the story of Arthur Morgan, a man caught in the ideological rifts and changing tides of the American frontier. It was a narrative deeply rooted in a setting that both romanticized and critiqued the era it portrayed. The narrative drive behind Arthur Morgan's tale brought an emotional dimension to open-world games that's usually reserved for more linear narratives. Morgan, a member of the Vanderlyn gang, wrestles with loyalty, survival, and his own evolving code of ethics in a world steadily grinding down the outlaw lifestyle. It's an ambitious approach, one that required incredibly detailed character writing, voice acting, and an array of intricate systems governing player choices and interactions. This element reshaped what players could expect from choices in an open-world game. No longer was it merely about branching paths, but about subtle, personal consequences, a model which games have continued to emulate but seldom match. Speaking of the world, its sheer depth, dynamic nature, and intricate systems interact in ways that raise the bar for realism in gaming. The game doesn't just allow you to hunt, it demands you do it skillfully. You can't just rob a train, you have to plan it, from the route to the crew to the getaway. The world lives and reacts around you in an organic way. The game employs an honor system affected by the player's actions, whether it's committing a crime or helping a passerby. It sounds simple on paper, but the ripple effects shape everything, from the story outcome to everyday interactions. It's a system that has set a gold standard for environmental reactivity. Of course, not everybody likes this, and Red Dead 2 is controversial for its slavish devotion to realism for realism's sake. And it's a common discussion Kickstarter for whether or not games respect your time. Red Dead Redemption 2 cleaned house during the 2018 Game Awards, but ultimately lost Game of the Year to God of War. Yet it managed to reinvigorate debates about what a AAA title should aim for, profits or art. The game's painstaking attention to detail in everything from horse anatomy to historically accurate firearms presented a logistical and financial gamble that few other studios would dare to take. The game reportedly took 8 years and an alleged $100 million or more dollars to develop. That's almost unheard of, and yet it paid off, not just financially, but as a reference point for what's possible in the realm of interactive storytelling. No Man's Sky. Here's a name that's synonymous with comeback stories in video gaming. When it launched in 2016, the game was hyped to be the next big thing. The universe was your playground, or so it seemed from the ambitious trailers and lofty promises. But what consumers got was far from it, leading to a PR catastrophe. Yet the story didn't end there. The game didn't fade into the obscurity of digital marketplaces as some had predicted. Instead, it's become a study in redemption and in many ways represents the positive yet challenging aspect of game development in the late 2010s. The evolution of No Man's Sky is especially interesting because it defied the prevalent ship it and forget it model that plagued many video game releases at the time. Let's not forget, 2018 was a year where discussions about microtransactions, loot boxes, and minimal post-launch support were rampant. In contrast, Hello Games, led by Sean Murray, chose a different route. They got to work, issuing patches that transformed the game. According to Murray, each update saw greater commercial success than the last. It's a telling tale of a developer's commitment to quality and, more importantly, to their player base. By the time the next expansion was rolled out in 2018, No Man's Sky was not just back, it was thriving. It surged into the top 10 most played games on Steam. That's right, a game that was essentially written off 2 years earlier was now competing for eyeballs with the likes of Fortnite and PUBG. It became what Sean Murray had initially envisioned, and dare I say, it even surpassed those first trailers that led many to board the hype train. No Man's Sky is built around procedural generation, but it's not just any procedural generation, it's an entire universe generated through algorithms. That's celestial bodies, life forms, weather patterns, everything. It's so intricately designed that players are still discovering new species, geological formations, and even glitches that turn into features. This procedural generation serves as a metaphor for the game itself. Always changing, always surprising, but governed by a consistent set of underlying principles. Perhaps one of the most under-discussed aspects of No Man's Sky is its community engagement model. Hello Games established what can best be described as a conversational feedback loop. It wasn't the toxic ranting of disappointed players versus the stoic silence of developers. Through platforms like Reddit, Twitter, and even direct feedback, Hello Games has done something incredibly tricky. They've made their audience part of the narrative. Sean Murray's willingness to publicly face criticism, apologize, and chart a path forward is a shift in developer-player dynamics that many AAA studios have yet to fully grasp. As for its legacy, No Man's Sky defined the digital disposable culture that characterized much of the gaming industry at the time. Many developers would have moved on to another project, leaving behind a half-finished game and a disgruntled community. Instead, Hello Games delivered continuous updates, expansions, and improvements that genuinely considered player feedback. They changed the endgame for what post-launch commitment should look like. Subnautica, initially released in 2014, came into its own with the full release and console ports, and accomplished something that so few games can boast of: meaningful isolation. You're alone, lost in an alien ocean, and every dive you make into the abyss is a step into the unknown. The game turned the ocean itself into a character, an entity that's not so much an adversary as it is a home. It was a clear innovation in environmental storytelling. Not only were you surviving, you were deciphering a story that the ocean whispered through its caves, coral reefs, and terrifying depths. This undercurrent of lore was often overlooked, but it's what imbued every quest for resources with intrigue, every crafted item with a sense of achievement. Not just for survival, but for enlightenment. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, what a phenomenon! If you take a moment to think about it, the game served as a de facto tour guide to the wider world of gaming. For a newbie who picks up a controller, they're not just getting exposed to Mario or Pikachu, they're meeting Solid Snake, Cloud Strife, and Banjo-Kazooie. Good luck finding another fighting game that's ever going to outdo this amalgamation of virtually every significant character from gaming history. It wasn't just a roster, it was a literal who's who, a living museum of gaming icons, thrust into combat in one of the most frenetic and yet accessible fighting games ever made. We're talking about more than fan service here. We're talking about a game that simultaneously acted as an introduction to characters some younger players may not have known, while also providing intricate gameplay mechanics that rewarded skill and dedication. It serves as a robust handshake between generations of gamers, something that transcends the boundaries of franchises and even platforms. Monster Hunter World. This title didn't just make the Monster Hunter series more accessible, it redefined what accessibility in a traditionally intricate genre could look like. The world was open, the combat mechanics polished, and the progression system gratifyingly complex. The cooperative hunts provided a social interaction level that was not about outdoing each other, but about working together to take down behemoths. It was a game that said, look, you don't have to do this alone, and if you want to, good luck, but we think you'll have more fun this way. Plus, there's the fact that the game managed to provide DLC and updates that both veterans and newcomers found enriching, a tightrope few games managed to walk well. Now, Celeste's narrative and mechanics are a masterful blend. We know that. It perfectly encapsulated the spirit of what indie games were doing, blending impeccable gameplay with emotionally resonant narratives. You got a game that's not only challenging to play, but also challenges your understanding of mental health, battling inner demons both figuratively and literally. It's not just a hard game, it's a game about overcoming hardship. You start out struggling to climb both a mountain and your internal world of doubt and fear. Every failed jump, every slip into a pit of spikes is not a defeat, but a lesson in persistence and self-improvement. The game's assist mode, which lets you modify the game's mechanics to suit your skill level, isn't a concession, but an extension of its core message, that it's okay to seek help, to modify your environment to suit your needs, and that your value isn't determined by how you compare to others. And of course, 2018 gave us Raid Shadow Legends. Now, I could tell you about Raid's console-level graphics, hundreds of champions, but Raid did not sponsor this. But let's not dismiss the game entirely. It's a harbinger of how aggressively mobile gaming was pushing into traditional gaming conversations. The ubiquitous nature of Raid ads serves as a snapshot of mobile gaming's ever-increasing marketing reach. It adopted elements traditionally found in RPGs like hero collection, team composition, and strategic combat, and restructured them to serve the microtransaction model more efficiently. This isn't just about Raid, though. It's a snapshot of a broader shift in how game design was being influenced by monetization strategies, an indication of the seismic shifts occurring in business models underlying the gaming industry. 2019, Google jumped into the gaming arena with Stadia, while Sony and Microsoft geared up to unveil their next-generation consoles. Amidst all the excitement, loot boxes remained a hot topic, with countries like Belgium, the Netherlands, and the UK seriously considering bans.
Today, they accused the gaming industry of failing to tackle addiction.
I think the games industry should accept a much more proactive responsibility. It gathers the data about how people play, how much they spend. It can identify the outliers, people who maybe are suddenly playing a lot more, or for a long period of time been playing a lot more.
Ray tracing became the buzzword of the year, and new genres like Auto Battler proved that innovation in the gaming industry was far from dead. Mobile games continued to dominate, surpassing 50% of the industry's revenue, with projections indicating it could eventually surpass $100 billion. Meanwhile, consoles represented a mere 10% of sales. 2019 also marked the retirement of two industry giants, Reggie Fils-Aimé from Nintendo and Kaz Hirai from Sony. Their retirements showed that gaming had reached a point where people could spend their entire careers working for major gaming corporations and retire as famous industry magnates. Meanwhile, Bungie, the developer behind the Destiny franchise, ended its 8-year partnership with publisher Activision. The split was a result of several factors, including Bungie's desire for independence, clashing with Activision's profit-focused approach. Destiny, which was originally envisioned as a living, breathing universe with a 10-year plan, failed to meet these lofty ambitions. Instead, the franchise faced numerous issues, from the problematic release of the original Destiny game to the oversimplification of Destiny 2 that alienated hardcore fans. The introduction of microtransactions further fueled player dissatisfaction. Bungie paid a significant sum to end its publishing agreement with Activision, marking a tumultuous end to their partnership. This move was seen by many as a loss for both parties. Activision Blizzard had wanted to break up with Bungie due to the Destiny franchise failing to meet its commercial projections. On the other hand, Bungie, despite its desire for independence, struggled to maintain the financial stability necessary to remain independent. The terms of the split allowed Bungie to retain full publishing rights to Destiny, a stark contrast to the Halo Microsoft split a decade earlier. This enabled Bungie to focus on the franchise independently, while Activision shifted its attention to its other major franchises. However, the separation was not without its costs. Activision Blizzard had assigned additional studios to assist Bungie in developing Destiny content, and these resources were now redirected to other projects. Bungie's repeated attempts to break away from partnerships with major corporations like Microsoft and Activision have resulted in financial struggles and a loss of content for their flagship franchise. Since the launch of Destiny 2, a substantial amount of content has been removed from the game, representing a reduction of 50 to 75% of the entire game. Bungie's desire for independence has been a recurring theme in its history, but financial constraints have repeatedly forced it into partnerships. Its breakups with Microsoft and Activision have not resulted in clear victories for any party involved. Bungie's struggle to maintain its independence while also meeting commercial expectations continues to shape its trajectory in the gaming industry. The question remains, can Bungie succeed as an independent entity, or will the desire for independence continue to result in losses? Furthermore, how did Google's entry into the gaming market with Stadia impact the industry? And what were the long-term effects of the loot box ban discussions? Shenmue 3's journey began with a promise of continuation, of a story left unfinished. Yu Suzuki's journey with Shenmue began as a beacon of innovation, but as the years went by, a series of professional setbacks cast a shadow over his career. By the time he left Sega, many had written him off, relegating his legacy to the footnotes of gaming history. However, the embers of Shenmue continued to glow in the hearts of its dedicated fans. These players saw past the technical limitations and imagined a world where Shenmue was appreciated for the groundbreaking narrative experience it intended to be. The anticipation was palpable when Yu Suzuki, the game's creator, announced its development. The Kickstarter campaign's record-breaking success was a testament to the hope and excitement fans held. The rapid funding milestones it achieved were not merely numbers, they were a resounding statement of belief and hope from the community. The fact that Shenmue 3 became the highest funded video game on Kickstarter at the time wasn't just a record, it was a vindication. But what was delivered was a game that felt out of touch with modern gaming standards. The game's UI was clunky, reminiscent of designs from 2 decades ago. Questing felt like a chore with objectives that were often unclear, leading players on wild goose chases with little reward. The stamina system, a mechanic meant to add realism, instead added frustration. It's one thing to pay homage to the past, but Shenmue 3 seemed trapped in it. The narrative, which should have been the game's saving grace, was its most significant letdown. The story was shallow, with little progression, making the game feel more like filler content than a continuation of a beloved saga. This was not the Shenmue that fans remembered or thought. Perhaps more accurately, it was two Shenmue. And time had pulled a nostalgic filter over people's memories, because the game is very Shenmue, and that's the problem. In either case, it certainly wasn't the game fans had waited decades for, nor was it a game that could attract a new generation of players. Suzuki's vision for Shenmue 3 seemed to be more of a personal passion project than a game designed for the masses. It's evident that he wanted to create a game that he believed was perfect, regardless of industry trends or player feedback. Shenmue 3 was never trying to be something it's not. It wasn't aiming to be the next big blockbuster or the poster child for next-gen graphics. It was and always will be Shenmue, a game that marches to the beat of its own drum, unapologetically and proudly. While this kind of dedication can be admirable, it's also a double-edged sword. The aftermath of Shenmue 3's release saw a divided fanbase. While some appreciated the game for its nostalgic value, many felt let down by its outdated mechanics and lackluster story. The game's performance was a clear indication that while nostalgia can be a powerful motivator, it cannot replace quality and innovation. It underscores the importance of balancing personal vision with player expectations and industry standards. While Shenmue 3 might not have been the triumphant return fans hoped for, its legacy will be one of reflection, learning, and the relentless pursuit of passion in the face of adversity. Yu Suzuki, a name that once echoed as the harbinger of innovation in the gaming world, stands as a poignant testament to the relentless march of time and the ever-evolving landscape of the industry. In an era where a singular vision could birth masterpieces, Suzuki single-handedly crafted Outrun, not just revolutionizing the racing game genre, but also inadvertently creating an entirely new musical movement. His genius was unparalleled, his passion unbridled, yet as the gaming world burgeoned, transitioning from the realm of individual creators to colossal teams and staggering budgets, Suzuki's brilliance seemed to wane. In a modern epoch where the average game demands the dedication of 100 souls, millions in funding, and half a decade of toil, Suzuki's approach, rooted in personal vision and individual craftsmanship, struggled to find its place. The industry he once transformed had outpaced him, and the world watched with a mix of reverence and sorrow as this luminary grappled with the weight of his own legacy. His aspirations, vast and profound, often remained just beyond his grasp in the latter part of his career. Looking back on Suzuki's journey, we are reminded of the cruel irony of time, that those who blaze trails can sometimes be left behind by the very paths they've paved. In the pages of gaming history, Yu Suzuki will forever be remembered as a visionary who soared to unparalleled heights, only to be ensnared by the very dreams he dared to chase. In Souls games, defense is usually managed through a mix of dodging, blocking, and well-timed counterattacks. Sekiro introduces the posture system, which requires players to both attack and defend in quick succession to break an enemy's posture, leaving them open for a death blow. This was a masterful inversion of the formulaic risk-reward system most action games employ. It raised the stakes dramatically and turned combat into an intense rhythm game of swords and psychology. With every clash of the blade, players had to make split-second decisions that could either end the fight in glory or result in ignoble defeat. The posture system wasn't just an evolution of combat mechanics, it was also a response to the growing sophistication of the gaming community. Soulsborne games had accumulated a metaculture involving extensive guides, speedruns, and lore-based storytelling. The posture system thwarted many of the established techniques, forcing players to rethink their entire approach to the game. So, in a sense, Sekiro was talking back to its audience, challenging them to adapt and grow. Interestingly, this mechanical shift suddenly altered the perception of Dark Souls 2, a game that has its defenders, but often finds itself low on the list when people rank their favorite Souls games. Dark Souls 2 was criticized for its hitbox inconsistencies and perhaps less cohesive world design, but the game was also ambitious. It tried to introduce variety in combat and mechanics. May have faltered, but it aimed for evolution. With Sekiro's successful reinvention, it became easier to appreciate Dark Souls 2 for its attempts to push the envelope. We began to see it less as a failure in execution and more as a crucial step in From Software's ongoing dialogue with its player base, a dialogue that would eventually lead to Sekiro's refined combat system. Sekiro takes us to a dark, feudal Japan-inspired landscape filled with lore that is as deep and intricate as any Soulsborne title. But here, there's an additional layer of historical and cultural specificity. This isn't just a game set in Japan, it's a game that dialogues with Japanese mythologies, warrior ethics, and even the representation of disability, given the protagonist's prosthetic limb. This setting serves multiple roles. It grounds the game in a specific cultural ethos, enriching the narrative depth, but it also globalizes the appeal of the game, introducing themes and histories that may be new to players from other parts of the world. Final Fantasy VII's release on Nintendo platforms came as a full-circle moment for many longtime fans. Back in '97, Square Enix, then Squaresoft, chose Sony's PlayStation over Nintendo, dramatically altering the trajectory of both companies and the industry itself. The gravity of Final Fantasy VII finally arriving on Nintendo speaks volumes about the enduring significance of the game, the reconciliation of old industry foes, and the evolution of platform-agnostic digital gaming environments. More than that, it symbolizes the maturity of video game culture, the readiness to set aside past console wars in favor of an experience that transcends hardware boundaries. Resident Evil 2's new iteration was more than a remake, it was a deconstruction and a nuanced interpretation of the original. In a market where remakes often end up being just visually enhanced editions of the old code, this game set a new standard. It went so far as to re-engineer the original's fixed camera perspectives into an over-the-shoulder view. This choice wasn't just aesthetic, but foundational to reimagining how tension and fear could be orchestrated. It's one of my go-to examples for the question of what is a remake and does a remake need to be a remake anymore? It invites developers to scrutinize the essence of a game and creatively enhance it rather than merely port it to modern consoles. Remedy Entertainment's Control seamlessly blended storytelling with its game mechanics. The design of the Federal Bureau of Control building, a brutalist shape-shifting architecture, wasn't just a backdrop but a narrative tool. It served the story as much as any dialogue or cutscene. And let's not overlook the telekinetic combat mechanics that put as much emphasis on environmental interaction as on character skills. This symbiosis between environment and mechanics did something special. It made the player feel like an integral part of the game's world, not just as a spectator or a puppeteer. Control serves as a case study in holistic game design, where every element contributes to a unified, immersive experience. Disco Elysium stood out for its intricate branching narrative and compelling writing, but the game has been mired in controversy. Accusations and legal battles surrounding its intellectual property, with allegations of fraudulent activities and toxic work environments. It brings a somber note to the game's success story. It reminds us that even as we applaud the front-end creativity, the back-end can be fraught with challenges that threaten not just sequels, but the reputation of the gaming industry itself. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is a standout case of crowdfunding done right in an era when the Kickstarter brand itself has faced skepticism. While numerous projects failed to deliver on their promises, Bloodstained not only met its objectives, but exceeded them. In an age of increased skepticism around platforms like Kickstarter and Fig, Bloodstained managed to restore some faith in the notion of direct audience involvement in game development. It demonstrated that when done right, crowdfunding can allow for projects that might not otherwise have the backing of major publishers. And then, Death Stranding. What can be said about a game that has such sharply divided opinion? Metal Gear Solid 5 serves as the backdrop to understanding Death Stranding. Released in 2 parts, Ground Zeroes and The Phantom Pain, it was conceived as a sprawling epic. But then something inconceivable happened. Kojima's abrupt departure from Konami not only left fans shocked, but raised questions about the completion of MGS5. The game's fragmented narrative and somewhat truncated ending led many to speculate that Konami's oversight forced a hurried finish. Now, post-Kojima, Konami released Metal Gear Survive, a title that can be described as a complete departure from what Metal Gear had traditionally represented. This was Konami trying to continue the Metal Gear legacy, but without its most crucial visionary. As you might expect, the game wasn't warmly received. Not only did it lack the storytelling gravitas we'd come to associate with Metal Gear, but the gameplay itself, focused more on survival and resource management, felt like a departure. It almost read as a metaphor for Konami itself, trying to survive in a post-Kojima world. This sets the stage for Death Stranding. Kojima, now independent, was no longer bound by any corporate overseers. The game asked players to rethink the concept of multiplayer interaction, swapping direct competition for indirect cooperation. The game dabbles in themes as vast as the human condition, isolation, and the idea of uniting a fragmented world. Its storytelling was cryptic, filled with symbolism and abstract concepts. However, the game polarized audiences. For some, the game's pacing felt glacial, bogged down by what appeared to be endless fetch quests. The narrative's abstraction also bordered on obfuscation for players who felt that the story was hard to follow or just plain nonsensical. While some hailed it as a masterpiece, others found it laboriously self-indulgent. Konami's oversight had always provided a counterbalance to Kojima's more extravagant instincts. That Konami's previous involvement in Kojima's projects served as a kind of necessary boundary that kept his more extravagant, potentially alienating ideas in check. This dialectic between the creator's freedom and the constraints of commercial viability or playability forms the crux of the conversation around Death Stranding. Kojima Unchained gave us a game that was uncompromising in its vision, for better or worse. It certainly fuels the ongoing debate about the role of auteurs in an industry increasingly driven by collaborative efforts.
His work shows that when a new violent video game is released, the crime actually drops.
Gaming. The annual Game Developers Conference is underway in San Francisco.
Starting off with the ultimate game of all time, Minecraft. As kids sacrifice family, friends, school, even sleep.
It seems like these things have gotten so much worse since video games became so realistic and so violent.
Some of these games are really wild. I mean, they're pretty graphic, pretty gory. You know them, Call of Duty. I don't really do any of these, but yeah, they're simulated violence.
Criminal simulator, murder simulator.
Yeah,
violent depictions of women being beaten, raped, and run over by cars. It's not the movies, it's video games.
COVID-19, the disease that defined our lives in 2020.
2020 is now the deadliest year in U.S. history. Now more than 12,000 confirmed cases.
In the midst of the challenges posed by COVID-19 lockdowns and remote work, the gaming world found itself both struggling and thriving simultaneously. People sought solace in gaming while confined to their homes, and video game streamers raked in almost $10 billion, outperforming virtual and augmented reality segments of the industry. The future of the industry remained uncertain, with some analysts predicting a market shrinkage and others forecasting a $200 billion milestone. However, gaming defied the entertainment and media industry trend of a 4% drop, experiencing a 10% increase instead. PUBG alone generated $3 billion in 2020, outshining blockbuster movies like Avatar and Avengers. In a jaw-dropping turn of events, the video game industry overtook the entire movie box office with a 20% lead. 2020 was also a year of industry-shaking news, such as Microsoft's acquisition of ZeniMax for $7.5 billion, and the rise of cloud gaming, with Amazon announcing Luna and Xbox introducing xCloud. Excitement continued to build with the Xbox Game Pass for PC, which expanded its offerings by adding EA Play games. It was a truly different world from where it had been not so long ago. Looking back, the gaming landscape has changed dramatically since the 80s, when arcade machines and home consoles like the Atari 2600 and Nintendo Entertainment System ruled the roost. Graphics transitioned from 2D to 3D, and the internet enabled multiplayer gaming and digital distribution. Mobile devices and social media platforms revolutionized the way we play and share games. The 90s witnessed the rise of iconic consoles like the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and Sony's PlayStation, marking the beginning of the console wars. Technological advancements improved graphics, sound, and gameplay mechanics. Over the next 30 years, gaming became more accessible and diverse, appealing to broader audiences. The rise of online gaming and digital distribution platforms like Steam paved the way for indie developers to create unique and innovative games, while the rapid growth of the mobile gaming market transformed the industry. The turn of the millennium saw the launch of consoles like the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Nintendo GameCube, pushing the boundaries of graphics, storytelling, and gameplay. Gaming became more social with the rise of online multiplayer and massive multiplayer online games. Streaming platforms like Twitch and YouTube brought gaming to the forefront of popular culture, and esports became a significant phenomenon, attracting audiences and investments alike. The 2010s marked the rise of digital distribution and the decline of physical media. Mobile gaming continued its upward trajectory, with smartphones and tablets becoming increasingly powerful and capable of delivering high-quality gaming experiences. Virtual reality and augmented reality emerged as new frontiers in gaming, offering immersive experiences like never before disappearing and becoming footnotes in their own industry. Cloud gaming services like Google Stadia and Xbox's xCloud aimed to eliminate the need for expensive hardware, making games more accessible to a broader audience. The video game industry has come a long way from its humble beginnings, with advancements in technology, accessibility, and gameplay experiences. The 4 decades from 1980 to 2020 showcase a rapidly changing landscape, with each new era offering exciting innovations and challenges. As we look back on the journey from the 80s to the present, it's clear that the gaming industry has undergone a massive transformation. So, as we stand on the brink of yet another decade, what does the future hold for the video game industry? Animal Crossing New Horizons landed in a world engulfed by pandemic. It's impossible to examine the significance of the game without discussing how its gentle escapism provided emotional and psychological relief to millions of people isolated in their homes. It was, in many ways, the right game at the right time. Beyond merely offering a leisure activity, it became a tool for communal interaction. People hosted weddings, graduation ceremonies, and even political campaigns on their digital islands. The space it offered was limited only by the imagination, and it replaced, to some extent, the real-world interactions people were starved for. While traditional aspects like fishing and fossil hunting remained, what really stood out was how major global festivals like Halloween, Christmas, and Lunar New Year were incorporated. Nintendo was no stranger to embedding cultural festivals in gameplay, but the sheer number and global span of these in New Horizons showcased a new level of cosmopolitan awareness. Moreover, brands like Gucci and Fendi releasing official Animal Crossing designs indicated the game's crossover into mainstream lifestyle, influencing and being influenced by real-world fashion and consumerism. Players and journalists used the game as a platform for interviews, which weren't merely stunts, but serious engagements with the medium. You had talk shows and celebrity interviews happening within the game's virtual space, demonstrating how it had become more than just a game. It was a new kind of public square. This wasn't merely an adaptation, but a transformation, turning what could be a solitary or small group activity into a new form of mass media. media. There was a huge array of A-list celebrities and artists who visited these Animal Crossing talk shows, their participation showing that the game had erased the traditional boundaries not just between different subcultures within gaming, but between gaming and mainstream culture itself. Lockdowns and social distancing measures meant that many of us were confined to our homes, physically isolated but digitally connected. Video games had a role to play in this, but Among Us filled a very specific need. It captured the essence of sitting around a table with a group of friends, laughing, scheming, arguing, and bonding. The very things we were starved for in the real world suddenly came alive on our screens. Among Us wasn't merely a substitute for real-world social interactions, it became a new format for them, enabling far-flung family and friends to engage in a shared experience. A lot of the games that get media attention are resource-intensive blockbuster titles that require high-end hardware. Among Us ran counter to that trend. Its simple graphics and minimal processing needs meant it was accessible to almost anyone with a digital device. Smartphones, tablets, low-end laptops, you name it. This inclusivity broke down traditional barriers of entry to gaming, pulling in an audience that was genuinely diverse in age, geography, and gaming literacy. And let's not forget how Among Us became a fresh canvas for self-expression. The in-game cosmetics, the mods, and yes, even the memes created a culture around the game that went far beyond its coded parameters. The artwork, the fan theories, the communities that sprang up around it, it became a living, breathing entity. The game wasn't just a game, it was a culture, a dialect almost, understood by millions and continually evolving in fascinating ways. Twitch streamers amplified this cultural pervasiveness. Here, we see an instance where content creators and a game fed off each other's popularity in a symbiotic relationship. Among Us provided endless content opportunities, whether in the form of debates, betrayals, or downright comedic moments. Streamers could interact in real time with their audience, polling them for decisions or just sharing a laugh, thereby adding a participative layer to the viewing experience. And each Twitch broadcast reached new audiences, drawing them into the Among Us ecosystem. A self-sustaining cycle of visibility and engagement. It should not surprise anyone after hearing that to find out that Among Us is the most played game of all time, at one point reaching over 500 million monthly players. Doom Eternal served as both a refuge and a battleground for gamers. While I gave the game a 7 out of 10 in my in-depth hour-long YouTube review, I must admit it has divided opinions within the community, including my own. id Software's attempts at innovating the franchise, particularly through the new resource loop system, led to a form of gameplay that I found to be more about micromanagement than the adrenaline-pumping action Doom is known for. The game's shift towards platforming elements and puzzles, epitomized by features like purple goo, has been polarizing. This inclusion seemed to distance the game from its original combat-forward ethos, a sentiment echoed by some other players and critics. Even the game's approach to difficulty settings, while ambitious, did not universally resonate, impacting the pacing and even altering the narrative urgency depending on your skill level. As for its effects on my YouTube channel, the game proved to be a contentious subject that sparked extensive debate. My review garnered an influx of views, but also a surge in negative comments, underscoring the divisive nature of Doom Eternal. This experience was a reflection of the larger discussions happening in the community, revealing the complexities in game design and the challenges of meeting a diverse array of player expectations. The feedback had a profound impact on me as a content creator. The surge in viewership came with increased scrutiny and even misinterpretation of my arguments by larger commentary channels. Nonetheless, the experience reaffirmed the importance of aesthetic criticism and the value of subjective bias in reviews. It also reminded me of the responsibility I have to my community to provide nuanced and informed perspectives, even when they may not be universally accepted. It's quite the narrative arc, this transformation of the Yakuza series. If you had looked at the franchise before Yakuza 0 came along, you'd have found a decently respected but largely niche series. Most discussions about it were limited to subreddits and specialty forums, mostly because Sega, for whatever reason, seemed hesitant to commit to a robust Western marketing strategy. This lack of commitment meant the franchise had been pigeonholed as too Japanese for Western gamers, a misconception that couldn't be further from the truth. Then Yakuza 0 happened, and it was as if someone kicked over a domino that set off a chain reaction. Yakuza Like a Dragon, a prequel entry, decided to go all in with the storytelling, giving us not just another gangster drama, but a rich narrative tapestry. It took the time to flesh out characters we thought we knew, turning them into multi-dimensional beings. This character depth, combined with an intriguing plot and a vibrant, living world, made for an extraordinary gaming experience that transcended cultural boundaries. Social media, especially Twitter, exploded with memes, clips, and discussions about the series. Gaming communities that had never touched a Yakuza game suddenly became interested, and this social media virality provided the series with a momentum that even the most expensive marketing campaigns struggled to generate. Yakuza Like a Dragon not only shook up its own established gameplay formula by introducing turn-based mechanics, but it also marked another milestone. It was released in both English and Japanese simultaneously. Think about that for a moment. A game that once saw staggered, almost grudging releases in the West was now a headliner, a big Xbox showcase game. This is a fascinating study in contrasts, a tale of a series that went from being under-marketed and misunderstood to standing shoulder to shoulder with the biggest names in the industry. Fall Guys' ultimate knockout seized upon the collective yearning for social connection when the world was isolated. Here was a game that was a strange melange of platformer and battle royale, eschewing the gritty realism that was pervasive in the genre for pastel hues and whimsical courses, reminiscent of game shows like Wipeout. However, Fall Guys did something we're not talking enough about. It leveraged social media virality like few had done before. From memes to community challenges, the game was designed for shareability. Yet its cultural cachet took a hit when Among Us stole the limelight, revealing how social media that can build you up can just as easily tear you down. The purchase by Epic Games later transformed it from a flash-in-the-pan phenomenon to a stabilized, free-to-play game. On to Final Fantasy VII Remake. This was more than just a graphical overhaul. The game served as a meta-commentary on the nature of nostalgia. Characters you knew and loved were suddenly complex, filled with nuance. No longer did Cloud strut around with polygonal arms, he was now a fully fleshed out human being struggling with an identity crisis. It is absolutely incredible that the developers have managed to make us question whether or not the single most well-known spoiler in the history of gaming is going to happen again in this game. The original Final Fantasy VII led the charge in narrative storytelling in video games in 1997, and its remake is a marker for how far we've come, showing that gaming narratives can be just as intricate and emotionally resonant as any Oscar-winning film. Most notably, it ignited conversations about the very nature of remakes. Are they simply derivative works, or can they be works of art in their own right that converse with the source material? Ghost of Tsushima, with its lush, vivid landscapes and meticulously researched historical elements, wasn't just a game. It was a love letter to feudal Japan and samurai cinema. The Guiding Wind was a paradigm shift. It's an element that redefined the concept of immersion by making navigation feel less like a task and more like a form of exploration that you are intrinsically motivated to do. The game demonstrated how form could meet function in ways that also deepen the narrative and the emotional resonance of the experience. In a game when HUD and UI elements have often been distracting add-ons, GPS lines, mini-maps, and blinking compass locations, Ghost of Tsushima allowed players to immerse themselves in the world, truly living the life of Jin Sakai, if only for a few hours at a time. Super Mario All-Stars has sparked a conversation that the industry has been avoiding for a while. Are games a product or a service? By limiting access to classics like Mario 64, Nintendo is toying with the perception of value. Much like Disney vaulting its classics to drum up a sense of scarcity and nostalgia-fueled demand, Nintendo's strategy with this collection suggests a trend towards digital scarcity, a concept previously antithetical to the gaming community. Half-Life Alyx did for VR what the original Half-Life did for the first-person shooter. It set a new standard. The tragedy here is timing. By 2020, VR had not reached the mass adoption many had hoped for. Yet Alyx showcased what VR could do, from the tactile nature of reloading a gun to the sheer terror of facing a head crab in full 3D space. Its timing demonstrated the pitfalls of technological adoption cycles in gaming, illustrating how even brilliance can be obscured by external trends. Cyberpunk 2077 embodies the risk of ambition. This game promised a sprawling, neon-lit future filled with narrative depth. Yet it became a lesson in the dangers of overhyping a game to the point where it could never meet expectations. The game absolutely did not work on the PS4 and barely ran on any consoles at all. While CD Projekt Red's reputation took a substantial hit, those who played the game on capable systems found a narrative richness that rivals literary works in the sci-fi genre. It's a dual narrative of incredible success and catastrophic failure rolled into one. Lastly, Bugsnax, in all its absurdity, was a title that captured the internet's imagination, if only for a brief moment. With a quirky concept and a catchy theme song, it was instantly memeified across the internet. While it didn't sustain long-term public interest, it's a testament to how a unique concept can momentarily capture the world's attention, even in a landscape dominated by big-budget titles. In this year of 2020, Bugsnax so perfectly encapsulates our seeming need for variety, for change, for new experiences, and our willingness to collectively glom onto any great experience. Fall Guys, Among Us, Animal Crossing, Hades, anything at all, as long as we can experience it together. COVID-19 continued to affect the gaming landscape in 2021, with repercussions felt across software development and, unexpectedly, hardware production. The semiconductor shortage fueled by Bitcoin mining caused unforeseen consequences in the video game industry. While game postponements and cancellations became a recurring monthly event, gamers adopted the mindset that games weren't real until they were released. The industry didn't shrink from 2020, but its growth was minimal, and a significant reshuffling occurred. Mobile and PC gaming shrank while console gaming doubled in size. China overtook the US as the largest gaming market, and new Chinese companies like MiHoYo made it onto the most profitable gaming company lists. The world of retro gaming has become a lucrative industry, with a copy of Mario 64 selling for $1.56 million, only to be surpassed a few weeks later when another Mario game, Super Mario Bros. For the NES, sells for $2 million. These staggering sales have turned personal game collections into veritable gold mines, and companies with limited print runs are capitalizing on this trend, using fear of missing out, FOMO tactics, to rake in substantial profits. However, this booming market is not without its controversies. YouTubers uncover evidence suggesting that the vintage video game market might be in the throes of a bubble, inflated by potential fraudulent activities and manipulation by key players in the industry. The integrity of the market is under scrutiny, with concerns raised about the relationships between game grading agencies, auction houses, and collectors. One such questionable relationship is between Wada Games, a game grading agency, and Heritage Auctions, a company known for selling rare games. Allegations of conflicts of interest and dubious practices within these organizations are brought to light, casting a shadow over the market's integrity. The current surge in the retro game collecting market appears to be driven more by speculation and quick profit schemes rather than genuine collectors. This raises questions about the sustainability of the market and whether the bubble is set to burst. As it stands, the retro gaming industry is a high-stakes game, where the line between genuine passion and profitable manipulation seems to be increasingly blurred. With the rise of Battle Royale and MOBA genres, top-grossing games evolved dramatically. The gaming industry witnessed a grand consolidation as acquisitions happened every month. Giants like Embracer, Microsoft, Tencent, Take-Two, Epic, Sony, and others seemed to buy every game company in sight, creating a landscape of very big tents with little room for smaller players. The year was also marred by major upheavals within companies. Developer after developer faced massive accusations of sexual assault, harassment, discrimination, and worse. Activision Blizzard alone fired or disciplined over 80 employees for egregious misconduct amid lawsuits from various U.S. states, Departments of Fair Employment and Labor Boards. Thousands of employees walked out in solidarity. Riot Games, settling its lawsuits for discrimination, paid $100 million. Cyberpunk 2077, a title that had been pulled from the PlayStation Store due to its glitch-ridden launch in 2020, was finally relisted. The game's initial release had been marred by significant technical issues, particularly on base PS4 consoles, leading to its removal from the store. However, after a year of rigorous patching and updates by its developer, CD Projekt Red, the game was deemed ready for a return. How did these changes impact the creativity and innovation within the gaming world? Moreover, with misconduct scandals shaking up companies, how will the industry adapt and respond to ensure a safer and more inclusive environment for its employees? One of the facets that elevated the experience of Resident Evil Village is its use of atmosphere. Now, you may think you know what I'm talking about. Dim lighting, fog rolling in, and the screams of monsters echoing in the distance, but it's much more nuanced. Village manipulates lighting and textures to not only establish mood, but to also serve gameplay mechanics. Light isn't just a visual cue, it's a design tool that teaches players to be hyper-observant. Did you notice how your eyes naturally drift towards the areas of the environment bathed in low hunting illumination? That's by design, and it's a design philosophy that dates back to horror cinema, manipulating audience attention without being overt. While other franchises and studios either outright copied their earlier hits or rehashed them poorly, Capcom successfully modernized familiar elements, satisfying veteran fans while creating a fresh experience for newcomers. It's a balancing act few can maintain, but Capcom did, despite laboring under the same pandemic-induced challenges affecting all of us. The character of Lady Dimitrescu stands out in this regard. With her imposing height and charismatic malice, she embodies the legacy of unforgettable Resident Evil antagonists while delivering something novel, almost a marriage between a classic Disney villainess and a survival horror monster. However, what isn't often discussed is the idea of power dynamics she introduces into the gameplay. Traditionally, the Resident Evil series has often presented itself as a gun-toting, machismo-filled landscape. Lady Dimitrescu subverts this in a rather unique way. Not just a villain, but an obstacle, an ever-present threat that makes you question every action you take within her vicinity. It's a mechanic reminiscent of the stalker elements from previous entries, but pushed to an entirely new level. While I personally think this is just such a bad game, it is undeniable how successfully it integrated Lady D into gaming's pantheon, and it's likely she'll be remembered fondly for the next decade or longer. The legacy of the Halo franchise is one both storied and complex. From its inception, it sculpted the shape of console FPS multiplayer experiences and secured the Xbox as a gaming titan. Yet, like all great empires, the golden era of Halo saw challenges both external and internal. The transition from Bungie, the franchise's original creator, to 343 Industries was more than just a change in name. It ushered in a new philosophy and approach to Halo. Halo 4 marked 343's debut, and while the game had its merits and was generally positively received, purists noted subtle shifts in tone, design, and narrative approach. These initial reservations, although mild, were perhaps harbingers of broader shifts to come. With Halo 5 Guardians, 343 Industries took more substantial liberties. The campaign, traditionally a major drawing factor for many fans, fell flat, failing to capture the same emotional gravitas and depth of earlier entries. But more noticeably, the multiplayer underwent significant alterations. Longtime fans used to a particular rhythm and style found the changes unsettling. While it's crucial for franchises to evolve, the challenge lies in ensuring core tenets remain intact, something many felt Halo 5 missed the mark on. Halo Infinite was poised to be no different. The game's initial trailer launched and, well, it became the stuff of meme legend. The graphics, especially our dear friend Craig the Brute, left many scratching their head. But instead of doubling down, 343 did something commendable. They listened and delayed the game. Fast forward to the public beta, and the atmosphere was electric. The gameplay felt fresh, yet familiar, and there was a collective sigh of relief. Could this be the best Halo ever? The stage was set for a triumphant return, but then came the official launch. While the campaign was generally well received, the multiplayer component faced a barrage of criticisms. While it improved on some of Halo 5, it also bore its own share of controversies. The absence of certain gameplay modes like campaign co-op and Forge left many feeling they had an incomplete product. High initial sales were overshadowed by diminishing player retention, revealing a disconnect between the game and its community. And while every game has its teething problems, the issues with Halo Infinite felt more profound. It wasn't just about missing features, it was about the very essence of what made Halo, well, Halo. The progression system felt out of touch, and the customization options, or lack thereof, became a sore point. I mean, having to pay for the color blue? That's like telling Mario he has to pay for his mustache. The gaming landscape was undergoing its own transformation during Halo's transitional period. The rise of games like Overwatch and Fortnite redefined multiplayer experiences. These titles, with their colorful aesthetics, more general appeal, and varying gameplay mechanics, began drawing players, including those once loyal to Halo. The shift in rating for Halo, from mature to teen, perhaps signaled 343's attempt to capture a broader audience, much like its competitors. However, this decision further alienated purists and positioned Halo as a follower rather than the trendsetter it once was. Introducing microtransactions to the Master Chief Collection, a compilation of Halo's iconic past, felt to many like a desecration. At a time when trust in 343 was already shaky, this decision was seen as prioritizing profit over player experience, further eroding faith in the franchise's direction. Halo's challenges weren't limited to the gaming realm. The much anticipated TV series adaptation, a potential saving grace, became instead another point of contention. While adaptations always necessitate some change, the series made poor decisions, particularly with the beloved character of Master Chief. For a fandom that reveres its lore, these deviations were simply too hard of a pill to swallow, and 343 was no longer seen as an acceptable steward of the brand. Microsoft announced that 343 would no longer be the studio to work on future Halo products. And then the 2023 Games Showcase happened, and it may well be one of the most telling signs of the franchise's decline. Here was the premier platform to spotlight Xbox's crown jewels, their most enticing offerings, and a stage to reassure fans about their favorite games. While the audience was treated to indie gems, deep dives into third-party partnerships, and even exclusive segments with the likes of Keanu Reeves discussing Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty, one notable entity was conspicuously absent: Halo Infinite. It's not just that Halo was missing, it's that the omission occurred a mere 4 days after the launch of a new season for Halo Infinite. This wasn't a period where Halo was dormant or lacked updates. The game had fresh content, which typically would be prime material for a showcase event. Yet, in the lineup that included every new DLC for Bethesda's games, discussions on High on Life, and even a behind-the-scenes look on Microsoft Flight Simulator Dune expansion, Halo was nowhere to be found. The silence spoke volumes. Yet if the showcase was the final nail, then 343's subsequent admission was the echo of the hammer's strike. To hear that the studio behind one of the most storied franchises in gaming history couldn't allocate budget for cutscenes, a staple in AAA storytelling, was nothing short of astonishing. This wasn't an indie developer strapped for cash. This was 343 Industries, backed by Microsoft, a behemoth valued at $2.35 trillion. The very notion that the choice boiled down to fixing bugs or crafting a cutscene is frankly mind-boggling. To put this in perspective, a company that could theoretically buy several smaller countries had to make a financial decision on whether to animate a short in-game cinematic for its once flagship title. It's like watching a supercar stuttering because it can't afford the fuel. 343's acknowledgement of layoffs, budget constraints, and rumors added another layer to the unfolding drama. While the studio's commitment to Halo and its community remains unwavering on paper, the reality paints a picture of a titan humbled. In the past, Microsoft's backing for Halo was akin to an open checkbook. Today, it seems they are even weighing the cost of every pen stroke. Starfield from Bethesda, that's the game being bundled with new Xbox hardware. That's the game Xbox executives tout. That's the game that feels like a flagship property. Halo, it's a dead franchise, and I don't think there will be much more to say about it in the future. Metroid Dread, after nearly 2 decades of radio silence, broke the mold in more ways than one. What's striking isn't just the return of a venerable franchise, but also the fact that it became the highest-selling game in the Metroid series. That's significant in itself. It signals a shift in how nostalgia and modern gameplay can coalesce into something commercially potent. In a world dominated by open-world epics and real-time strategies, Metroid Dread went back to its roots, serving a concentrated dose of side-scrolling exploration, which is a far cry from the battle royales of today. This could have been a business risk, but it wasn't. Why? Because it tapped into an innate, almost latent desire for narrative-driven, atmospheric gameplay. You're not just blowing through corridors, you are immersed in an ecosystem of peril and discovery. The Emmy robots as well brought a new layer of real-time tension that had been absent from the series. These relentless hunters necessitated not just quick reflexes, but also strategic thinking, embodying a forgotten essence of gaming, the joy of problem-solving under pressure. Roblox stands as a groundbreaking platform, transforming from a mere game to a universe of its own, blending elements of social networking, creative expression, and entrepreneurial training for a young generation. With a valuation of $38 billion in its 2021 IPO, Roblox defies the notion that games are just for consumption. It offers a collaborative, ever-evolving space that's more than a digital playground. It's an incubator for budding young developers, some as young as 10, to delve into 3D design, coding, and even entrepreneurship. The platform enables these youthful creators to not just earn, but also convert in-game currency, Robux, into real-world money, showcasing it as a prologue to future forms of economic and creative engagement. However, this glittering surface conceals a darker reality of exploitation and labor abuse. Roblox pushes these young, inexperienced developers towards creating games with a high likelihood of failure and minimal revenue potential. The hurdles for converting the in-game currency to real-world money are steep, including advertising costs and the platform's hefty cut from any profits. Worse still, developers are paid in a pretend currency, tethering them to a platform that offers limited financial mobility. This encourages burnout and perpetuates a cycle of labor abuse, as the platform promotes addictive over enjoyable game designs. In the wake of these leviathans, the return of Alex Kidd may seem quaint, but here lies a rich piece of gaming lore. Sega's erstwhile mascot had been dormant for 3 decades. It's a nod to the bygone era when console makers sought to define their brands with mascot characters, much like comic book companies. Alex Kidd's re-emergence is a testament to the enduring appeal of simplicity, clean lines, intuitive controls, and unambiguous objectives. Sega's decision to bring him back isn't just a play on nostalgia, it also reflects the need for medium-sized releases in the era of either indie games or blockbuster titles. Alex Kidd fits neither category, yet still appeals to a broader audience. It's a gentle reminder that there's room in the industry for the middle child game, one that doesn't require hundreds of hours of commitment or offer complex branching narratives. Simple, straightforward gameplay can still hold its weight in gold, provided it's executed with finesse and passion. Returnal has an interesting symbiosis between narrative and game mechanics. Housemarque has done a fascinating job of incorporating the roguelike death cycle into the protagonist's personal journey. Every time you die, you're not just restarting a level, you're reliving the protagonist's existential dread, making each gameplay loop a narrative loop as well. This design choice serves as a masterstroke in immersive storytelling. With its gameplay, it doesn't just show off, it integrates many of the PS5's features into the core experience. The haptic feedback isn't a gimmick, it's a new way of immersing yourself in the game, where each trigger pull and raindrop contributes to the mood and the stakes. It Takes Two presents a notable shift in how we view co-op games, from a narrative perspective. In many co-op games, the story often takes a back seat, serving as little more than context for the gameplay. But in It Takes Two, your actions as players actually mimic the emotional hurdles the characters are going through in their failing marriage. Whether it's timing jumps to perfectly match your partner's actions, or solving a puzzle where both players must contribute equally, the gameplay mechanics are designed to foster emotional synchronicity between players, making them truly feel the highs and lows of the character's relationship. 2022 marked an era of dramatic change in the gaming world with Microsoft's jaw-dropping $70 billion proposed acquisition of Activision. This move epitomized the ongoing trend of vertical consolidation, as mid-tier developers dwindled and everyone from Beamdog to Zynga got scooped up. Even Wordle wasn't immune. Netflix even joined the fray, acquiring 6 studios to produce games for its platform. This wave of consolidation raised concerns about the industry's diversity and creativity. With fewer independent developers, the gaming landscape became increasingly homogeneous, dominated by corporate behemoths. This shift in power dynamics affected both the types of games produced and the way they were marketed and distributed. Following the trends of consolidation, Sony acquired Bungie for $3.6 billion. Bungie, the creator of the iconic Halo series for Microsoft's Xbox platform, had previously parted ways with Microsoft and later Activision Blizzard to regain its independence. This acquisition was not merely a business transaction, but a strategic collaboration that benefited both parties. Sony could now expand PlayStation products to a larger audience and leverage Bungie's expertise in live services. Bungie, on the other hand, saw an opportunity to broaden its horizons and explore new interactive experiences. Sony's acquisition of Bungie signals a shift in the gaming industry towards owning a library of universes rather than specific platforms. Bungie, with its popular sci-fi universe and plans to expand into other media, is a valuable asset for Sony. The partnership could also lead to technology sharing and improvements in Bungie's corporate culture. In another significant development, Cyberpunk 2077 was finally launched for PlayStation 5 nearly 2 years after its original release. The game's initial launch was marred by glitches and performance issues, which led to its removal from the PlayStation Store. However, the PS5 version finally delivered the experience that was originally intended. Despite the damage to the brand caused by the failed launch, console players could now understand why PC players hailed it as one of the best RPGs ever. Meanwhile, workplace harassment continued to plague the industry, and crunch culture, long hours, high pressure, and little work-life balance finally emerged as a significant issue. In response, studios began unionizing to protect employees' rights and create a more sustainable work environment. Amid these transformations, the Steam Deck was introduced, bringing almost the entire Steam library to a mobile form factor. This innovation signaled a growing interest in mobile gameplay as gamers sought flexibility and convenience in their gaming experiences. For a lot of gamers, this became the preferred way to play some of their favorite games. The gaming industry faced a turning point, grappling with the ramifications of consolidation and the need for cultural shifts within the workplace. How will the industry evolve in the face of these challenges? And most importantly, can it maintain the spirit of innovation and creativity that has fueled its growth for decades? Elden Ring, a collaboration between the esteemed director Hidetaka Miyazaki and famed novelist George R.R. Martin, has emerged as one of those paradigm-shifting titles in the video game landscape. Unlike many open-world games that hold your hand through quest markers and elaborate logs, Elden Ring took a more radical approach in line with Ghosts of Tsushima. The absence of these guiding elements allows the game to treat its players like curious wanderers, rather than guided tourists following a well-trodden path. In doing so, Elden Ring nurtures a genuine sense of wonder. You're incentivized to pay attention to the world, to learn its secrets, its characters, and the repercussions of your actions within it. To see an interesting landmark and journey to it. This sense of player agency is liberating, and the individualized journeys it engenders make for deeply personal gaming experiences. In this context, the absence of handholding is not a bug. It's a feature that elevates the game into a narrative playground where the game isn't just presented, it's discovered. The storytelling of Elden Ring exists as fragments scattered throughout its world. Much like an archaeological dig, the more you invest in exploration, the more coherent the story becomes. But crucially, your understanding of the world is yours alone. This approach to indirect narrative offers layers of complexity, adding substance to the game's thematic richness. It's a far cry from cutscene-heavy epics, but it offers a more textured and open-ended experience that leaves room for interpretation and debate. Now, while discussing gameplay experiences with others has been a part of gaming community for years, it's worth noting how Elden Ring mobilized this to an almost unprecedented degree. In the absence of markers and logs, players found themselves drawn to online forums, social media, and yes, even physical spaces to share information, swap theories, and offer guidance. The game managed to do what few others have: make community interaction almost a soft requirement for full enjoyment and understanding. This interplay between individual discovery and collective problem solving represents the pinnacle of organic community building within the realm of gaming. The release of the Hitman trilogy was a milestone moment that marked the culmination of IO Interactive's meticulous work over several years. And it's not just a milestone for the developer or the stealth action genre, it's a significant marker for the entire industry for a few crucial reasons. The complexity of the original game's pricing, coupled with a wave of negative reviews at launch on Steam, showed an industry grappling with legacy issues. As games transitioned from being standalone experiences to more live service models, there's a learning curve for developers and consumers alike. Now, IO Interactive's response to this? Instead of sticking to their guns, they took accountability for the blunder, offered free upgrades, and added free DLC for early adopters. This scenario wasn't just a misstep that was course corrected. It serves as a case study for how developers can responsively and responsibly handle consumer feedback in real time, a trait becoming increasingly essential in today's continuously evolving gaming landscape. Moving on to the post-launch support, IO Interactive didn't just provide patches or bug fixes, they did something really compelling. They released a 7 Deadly Sins DLC series that offered more than just additional content. They wove this into a meta-narrative structure, a season of sin, if you will, that lasted for weeks at a time. It gave players a new lens to explore already familiar environments, making it more of an evolving story rather than just a mission pack. This sort of rolling content keeps communities engaged, yes, but also offers developers a framework for how to extend a game's narrative without simply adding more bricks to the edifice. It's a more organic form of storytelling that fits well within the episodic nature of the modern media consumption landscape. Beyond these specifics, there's the rebranding effort to Hitman World of Assassination, which encapsulates the entire journey of the Hitman games from their original release to the cohesive and broad ecosystem they form today. It also echoes a larger industry trend where games evolve into worlds or platforms for various types of content. Think of it as a version of backwards compatibility, but not just in terms of software or hardware, but in narrative scope and user engagement. By packing older games into the rebranded Hitman 3, IO Interactive made a strong statement about how we should think about the life cycle and accessibility of video games. RimWorld, launched officially in 2018, still stands as an example of how a game doesn't need high-budget polish to deliver a compelling experience. Initially debuting as an alpha version back in 2013, RimWorld took a lean budget and used it to build a deeply intricate simulation, turning a survival management experience into an epic storytelling machine. This game demonstrated that narrative in video games doesn't always come from scripted events or pre-written dialogue, but often from the organic, player-driven experiences that emerge from complex systems interacting with each other. Often mislabeled as merely a management simulator, if you look at the game's AI storyteller, it's easy to see how every decision, every relationship, every death in your colony is part of an intricate web of narrative built on a foundation individual colonist psychologies. Not only do players have to manage resources, but also the mental health and interpersonal relationships of their colonists. The AI storyteller crafts events that often put the moral and ethical choices of the player under a microscope. This game speaks to the complexity of human experience in ways that are deeply interactive, and it does so with very minimal graphical fuss. Lost Ark, developed by Smilegate RPG and published by Amazon Games in 2017, revolutionized what we expect from MMORPGs. Stunning visuals and an action-packed combat system show us that MMORPGs can be as visually thrilling as any blockbuster title. Its class system, beyond just providing aesthetic choices, deeply influenced the way players approached the game, instilling a sense of ownership and individuality. The rich narrative was a reminder that compelling storytelling isn't confined to single-player experiences. You could argue that Lost Ark combined the best of two worlds, the storytelling depth commonly seen in single-player RPGs, and the communal and competitive elements that make MMORPGs captivating. Towns are bustling, the environments are incredibly varied, and the world feels lived in, something quite difficult to accomplish in online multiplayer games. But it's not just about the world you see, it's about the world you interact with. Crafting and trading don't just serve as side quests, they're vital for survival and progression, offering a degree of economic realism rarely seen in the genre. Moving on to Horizon Forbidden West. While its predecessor was praised for its world building, Forbidden West takes it up several notches. The ecological focus, for instance, is far more than cosmetic. Through Aloy's interaction with flora and fauna, the game subtly educates players on biodiversity and the impact of human activity on the environment. Forbidden West also gives players underwater exploration capabilities, and this is more than just a visual feast. It expands the game's storytelling palette, opening new avenues for ecological narrative and hidden lore. Aloy's journey through a lush, post-apocalyptic Earth remains one of the most visually stunning experiences in gaming. It takes the question of what if and runs with it. What if society collapsed and nature took back our cities? What if robotic creatures roamed the Earth? These questions make the player reevaluate our relationship with technology, and that's a dialogue that continues to be more relevant each passing year. God of War Ragnarok is a narrative masterstroke in video gaming, redefining what sequels can do. The game doesn't just continue the story, it fills in the blanks, fleshing out characters and plot lines that seemed peripheral in the original game. In doing so, it elevates the narrative depth and emotional investment of the series. The relationship between Kratos and his son Atreus undergoes a noticeable shift, echoing the growth and maturity of both characters, and retroactively fixing one of the major issues in the original. This is a game that shows how the medium can handle themes of fatherhood, legacy, and the emotional weight of one's past with nuance and grace. It also shows how a sequel can alter the discussion of an original's flaws by recontextualizing them into a sequel's boons. Sifu caught everyone's attention with its elegance. The combat system isn't just a button masher, it's a dance. Each move, each block, each strike has to be timed and executed to perfection. Game manages to recreate the look and feel of iconic martial arts films, providing both a nostalgic homage and a fresh take on the genre. This isn't just a game about fighting, it's a game about mastery, about the long and often brutal path one takes to become truly exceptional in any craft. It celebrates martial arts not just as a form of combat, but as a form of art and discipline. But the appeal of this game isn't just in its combat. Its aging mechanic, where the character grows older each time they die, adds a layer of urgency and stakes to the game. It reminds players that the path to mastery is not infinite, that there are costs and sacrifices to the relentless pursuit for revenge. Sifu's fluid combat mechanics aren't just there for show. They reflect the themes of mastery and discipline that are at the core of martial arts philosophy. Each failure and retry are learning experiences, mirroring the real-life dedication it takes to become a master. And let's not ignore Marvel Snap. While everyone was expecting yet another Marvel action game, what did we get? A card game without turns. Initially, people might have raised their eyebrows, but as it turns out, people are really enjoying it. No, they're not Disney bots. People genuinely find the strategy and fast-paced nature of the game to be a refreshing departure from the usual Marvel gaming fare. As we glance back and peek into the unfolding story of 2023, it's clear that the gaming industry has no intention of slowing down. This year has seen some significant shifts and trends that have set the stage for the future of gaming. Google Stadia has finally closed its virtual doors, leaving behind a trail of unfulfilled promises and a lesson in the challenges of cloud gaming. With Stadia's departure, the question remains, can cloud gaming ever truly compete with traditional consoles and PCs, or is it destined to be another footnote in gaming history? The Nintendo eShop for the Wii U and 3DS also waved goodbye, signaling a shift in digital distribution strategies. Game companies like Ubisoft started shutting down their older games' online components. Companies that had long supported their own launchers on PC were reintegrating back into the more centralized channels like Steam. As more platforms emerge and compete for a piece of the gaming pie, how will this affect the way we purchase and experience games in the future? This year has seen a continued surge in acquisitions, with the Activision-Microsoft merger being the cherry on the top. As the industry continues to consolidate, what does this mean for the future of game development? Will we see more creativity and innovation, or will the concentration of power stifle the unique voices that make gaming so diverse and vibrant? E3, the annual convention, finally bites the dust. With the last remaining publishers pulling out, it seems the era of the Grand Gaming Expo is coming to a close. With the rise of digital events and alternative showcases, we're left to wonder, how will the industry adapt and evolve to keep the excitement of gaming announcements alive? EA, which had previously been a vocal advocate for multiplayer experiences, made a significant pivot towards single-player games. This change in direction was marked by the release of a remake of the beloved horror classic Dead Space and a new entry in the Skate series. Both games were met with enthusiasm by fans and critics alike, demonstrating the enduring appeal of dedicated single-player experiences. This change in EA's approach was not just a response to market trends, but also a reflection of the broader shift in the company's philosophy. In a statement, EA CEO Andrew Wilson, creator of the modern loot box, emphasized that single-player games are, quote, really, really important to the company's portfolio and future. This marked a stark departure from the company's previous stance, which had prioritized multiplayer experiences and live service models. The irony of this shift was not lost on observers. Not too long ago, EA had been insisting that every game should have a multiplayer component. and that single-player games were falling out of favor. However, the success of their recent single-player releases seems to have convinced them otherwise. There's no doubt that the gaming industry is as dynamic and unpredictable as ever. While we can't yet know what games will end up in the 2023 time capsule, we can be sure that the trends we've witnessed this year will shape the future of gaming in ways we can't even imagine. As we collectively power through 2023, let's take a moment to ponder the implications of the events we've witnessed so far. How will the industry's transformations affect our gaming experiences in the years to come? And with the ever-shifting landscape of gaming, what will be the next major trend that defines the industry as we move forward? I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone who watched this video. Your support means the world to me, and I'm grateful to share this passion for gaming history with all of you. A massive shout out to my incredible patrons on Patreon. Without your generous contributions, this video wouldn't have been possible. And to all my subscribers, old and new, thank you for joining me on this adventure through the ever-evolving world of video games.
Half-Life 1 is a very vague game. It's vague how exactly the game was intended to be played. It's vague whether or not Gordon is to blame for everything that happens. It's vague if G-Man is an ally or not. Hell, we can't even agree on if Gordon was wearing a helmet over the course of the game, or if the Gearbox expansions are canon. But above all else, the story is vague. Now, this isn't a bad thing at all. It's all part of the fun of the Half-Life series. On my recent video discussing the Combine in Half-Life 2, there were a handful of comments saying things like, "This video has so many leaks of audio." And as I said, that's part of the fun of the series. These games leave so much to the imagination. Any answer you come to about what is going on is going to have some major leaps in logic. And that right there is why it's so fun to discuss these games with friends all these years later. As mysterious as the state of humanity is in Half-Life 2, we're shown even less of what's really going on in Half-Life 1. And as many times as I've played, the finer details of the story are still incredibly vague in my mind. So, viewer, let's try to sort out what exactly happened in Half-Life 1. Full spoilers ahead, and fair warning, I'll be touching on a couple of things that just straight up aren't represented in Black Mesa, the popular fan-made remake of Half-Life 1. And for the purposes of this video, I won't be considering the Gearbox expansions, Opposing Force, Blue Shift, and Decay, canon, and I won't be considering any lore that we discover in Half-Life 2. This video is just coming from the perspective of, it's 1998, we just installed this cool new game, what can we figure out about the story? We're going to be talking about everything from what the point of the rocket launch was, to what the hell the Islands is, to whether or not the Combine is in Half-Life 1. Obviously they weren't fleshed out or anything back in 98, but is there some force at play that would later become the Combine in Half-Life 2? Let's find out. Who knows, we might even figure out what achievements they use. So first off, let's go over what we can say for certain. Black Mesa was a government-funded research facility that was exploring teleportation technology. They discovered that a mysterious alien dimension, Zen, was in some way linked to teleportation, a sort of bridge they could use to cross from one place to the other. Amongst the extensive research that the discovery of Zen prompted were experiments on the aliens themselves. Gordon Freeman worked in the anomalous materials lab at Black Mesa, where he performed an experiment that involved emitting some sort of beam into a crystal from Zen. And this caused a resonance cascade, which essentially opened the door for light from Zen to be teleported to Black Mesa, causing a major disaster for everyone in the facility. After a few hours, the military shows up and tries to contain the disaster by, well, killing everybody who knows anything. Gordon fights his way through the military, following the instructions of various Black Mesa employees, in order to launch a rocket that's supposed to help end the resonance cascade. However, aliens continue teleporting in, eventually becoming a full-blown military invasion by the aliens. Gordon continues fighting through Black Mesa until eventually he reaches the Lambda laboratory, where he prevents a reactor meltdown by flooding it with coolant, and eventually is teleported directly into Zen, in order to kill some sort of powerful being that is apparently holding the portal open. In Zen, Gordon discovers that some aliens are being enslaved, and that the bulkier, more dangerous alien grunts are being manufactured in some sort of factory. Gordon kills a monster called the Nihilanth, which clearly has some control over teleportation, and is swept away by a mysterious humanoid thing, which has been watching him this entire time. And this thing thanks him for helping his faction to take control of Zen, and puts him in stasis to fight for him again on some other day. So that's pretty much the surface level story. This is all the stuff that you're pretty likely to figure out after 1 or 2 playthroughs. But I've played through this game like at least 30 times, and there are still so many questions. What is the Nihilin? Why does it decide to invade Earth? How were these alien factories built? Why do these guys have handcuffs, but the other aliens don't? Why does this rocket seemingly do nothing? What the hell is this thing we talk to at the end of the game? Well, most of these questions require a fair bit of speculation to answer, but I think we can find pretty satisfying answers to all of these questions, and really start to piece together what exactly Valve's intentions were for the story, and equally as interesting, what they were really trying to say with this game. Alright, so Gordon's teleportation experiment caused a resonance cascade, which is causing monsters to teleport in seemingly at random. Got it. These monsters are basically wild animals. They attack each other, they don't use any sort of nuanced tactics beyond pack hunting and occasionally lying in ambush. That's all well and good until we hear a banging behind this door. The alien slaves. For clarity's sake, we'll call them Vortigaunts. These guys are different than the head crabs and the bull squids and the hound eyes. First off, they aren't naked. They've got these green collars around their necks and matching cuffs on their hands. We saw them doing something to us at the moment of the resonance cascade. They cower in fear when they're wounded, they coordinate attacks against Gordon and the military. These things aren't just wild animals. There's something more to them. Of course, by Half-Life 2, we learn a lot more about the Vortigaunts, but still, what the hell are they supposed to be in this game? And if this is some sort of coordinated invasion of Earth, as their intellect suggests, then why are random wild animals teleporting in with them? Why do some teleportations seem totally random, and others seem like coordinated interdimensional flanks at Gordon's expense? Well, believe it or not, I think the answer goes a bit deeper than it's just for the sake of gameplay, and that answer begins with one of the most confusing parts of Half-Life 1's story. An aspect of the story that still seems weird, even after having played this game God only knows how many times. The rocket launch. Pretty much all that we learn about this rocket over the course of Half-Life 1 is what this guard tells us at the end of Power Up.
He said something about a lamb that be eating the satellite in orbit if they were ever going to clean up this thing.
Okay, so the rocket is supposed to help stop the aliens from teleporting in. Makes sense, but, well, it doesn't do that. If anything, the alien teleportation is more brutal than ever after the rocket was launched. However, there's one interesting fact here that I've never seen anyone talking about. Head crabs, bull squids, hound eyes, they're all teleporting in basically at random. Sure, hound eyes and head crabs tend to hunt in packs, and we see them grouping up together accordingly, but I mean, look at this. Or this. There are more examples, but I think you get me. This isn't some sort of a coordinated invasion at all. The Vortigaunts, however, that's a different story. Anytime we see them teleporting in, they're doing it in a way that makes tactical sense. Look at that footage I just showed again. They're teleporting in specifically to flank these two soldiers. By the way, I'm using the no-target conflict command in a lot of these clips, essentially making me invisible to enemies. Anyways, we see the Vortigaunts setting up front lines and staging ambushes against Gordon and the soldiers. They even try that teleport flanking trick on Gordon a couple of times. These monsters, they're just appearing and wreaking havoc. The Vortigaunts, well, they're part of a full-fledged invasion of Black Mesa. So why does any of this matter, and what does it have to do with this rocket launch? Well, believe it or not, the alien teleportation gets a whole lot less random after this rocket launch. Seriously, this was just a random thought I had to try and justify the rocket launch, and I decided to go through the game, specifically trying to pay attention to the teleportation, and there's a very real shift in how the aliens teleport in after the rocket launch. Look at this, for instance. Right as we begin residue processing, we see this head crab teleporting. Looks pretty random, right? Well, this is actually a distraction, so that we get attacked by the second head crab that teleports in, right above Gordon. Or this bull squid a bit later. You can't tell me that this wasn't specifically intended to kill Gordon. Hell, they may have even been trying to telefrag him. The Vortigaunts and the Grunts get even more malicious with their teleporting too, like this one right here, who appears just as the catwalk beneath you collapses, and you cross a slippery floor. Or a bit later, we get a serious flank against Gordon from some more teleporting Vortigaunts. Or right here, when a group of them appear behind you, in a room you had previously cleared out. After the rocket launch, there were only like 2 more instances of monsters, by which I mean everything but grunts and vorts, teleporting in. From this point on, every instance of teleporting we see is clearly deliberate and tactical. So why does any of this matter? Well, one detail that I've always loved about the Half-Life series is how many innocent people Gordon inadvertently gets killed. I mean, you've got this elevator, this guy right here, most of the security guards and scientists that follow Gordon, and that's just in the first game. Plus, there's of course the unavoidable fact that Gordon played a major hand in the death of, well, literally everybody that dies in the entire Half-Life series, and that he helped cause the resonance casting. Keep that idea of Gordon getting people killed in mind. It'll be important. Okay, so the rocket was supposed to stop the teleportation, but they keep on teleporting in. As we learn later in the game, this is because while the rocket closed the portal on our side, the Nihilith is still holding the portal open on its side. Well, it seems to me like Gordon closing the portal on our side is what prompted the Nihilith to start its full-fledged invasion of Earth. When it became harder to maintain the portal, it realized that its time was limited, and that humans could indeed stop its plan if it didn't act fast. Everything we see here, it's a Hail Mary from the Nihilith, trying to save as many of its species as it can, or kill all the humans involved, before it loses the opportunity that the resonance cascade gave it. So, obviously the game doesn't just give you the answers to any of this, it doesn't confirm any of this stuff, we're just speculating. We'll address that, but as long as we're speculating, we've got two big questions left to answer. First, what the hell is the Nihilith and what are its motives? And second, what the hell is this thing and what are its motivations? So, in true Half-Life fashion, it's easier to speculate about the giant flying god of teleportation space baby than it is to speculate about the man in a suit. So, we'll start with the Nihilith. So what do we know so far? The resonance cascade allowed it to move its various organisms to Earth from this weird bridge dimension. It has some sort of insane powers of teleportation, allowing it to both hold a portal to Earth open and teleport home at will, and it's somehow coaxed these creatures to fight for it. There's more here, but for now, let's go over some relevant facts. First, this alien armada uses biological life as vehicles, sometimes modifying them when necessary, such as the manta rays that both mine and zen, and airdrop aliens in the Black Mesa, or the alien grunts themselves. They even have a factory to manufacture these soldiers. Second, the Vortigaunts are seemingly mind-controlled, since the factory workers don't attack Vortigaunts for nothing. It's safe to assume that these grunts are also being mind-controlled as well, or have been bred to have minimal free will, just fight. Before we go ahead and say that this is all the Nihilith is doing, let's go over some more obscure items. So, first off, something that I've never heard anyone talking about. A detail that's on your screen right now, but that you probably haven't noticed. A detail so subtle that it wasn't even present in Black Mesa. The Nihilith's third arm has been grafted onto it. The alien controllers, which highly resemble the Nihilith, straight down to the splitting head and the energy beam attacks, have a natural third arm, but not the Nihilith. Not to mention, the Nihilith almost literally says that it's the last of its kind. This thing isn't the same species as the alien controllers. Plus, there's the obvious modifications made to its lower half, and most damning of all, the cuffs. In my mind, there are two ways of interpreting these handcuffs. Theory 1, whatever force is controlling the Vortigaunts through these cuffs is also controlling the Nihilith. The Nihilith has so much agency over the course of this game, though, that I doubt this one. Plus, it doesn't explain the third arm. Theory 2, however, makes a bit more sense to me. The cuffs are what allow the Nihilith to control the Vortigaunts. This would totally explain the third arm. It's been grafted on the Nihilith to make it, well, let's say to make it compatible with the Vortigaunts. That one makes more sense to me, but it raises one big question. Who the hell grafted this third arm onto the Nihilith? Who put the cuffs on it? Who added all of this stuff to its lower half? Well, everyone I've talked to about this said that it probably just gave itself those enhancements. But, well, listen to this line. Yep, this thing goes deeper than the Nihilith. Now, I'm not going to say that Valve had planned out the Combine and the Advisors and the Combine Overworld and all of that. That'd be ridiculously cool, but ridiculous nonetheless. All I'm saying is that there is some sort of force of play here, even more powerful than the Nihilith, and it's taking control of various alien species, going so far as to enslave them and modify them with technology to better suit their needs. They manufacture soldiers, and they have only a loose control over teleportation, leaving humans to do some of the work for them. These guys are a whole lot like the Combine would turn out to be. Back to the modifications, in the case of the Nihilith, this seems to be a creature modified to be able to maintain control over the Vortigaunts. So whether this all-powerful force that's enslaved the Nihilith would later become Half-Life 2's Combine or not, I'll leave that to you. Personally, I think that's absolutely the case. Regardless, we've still got some more questions. The big one is simply whether or not this force is the one invading Earth, or if the Nihilith was acting independently. We're getting very deep into speculation here, and having to keep up with a whole lot of very subtle and impossible to confirm lore. Here's a fun fact to break the pace. When you get the Hive Hand, you'll pretty quickly learn that it's actually able to shoot around corners, and it has infinite ammo. If you then decide to fire it around corners every now and then to safely check for enemies, you might find that it actually triggers this sentry gun, helping you to avoid its otherwise dangerous sneak attack. Anyways, is this massive force that I'll just call the Combine for familiarity's sake the ones invading Earth in Half-Life 1, or is the Nihilith invading Earth on its own? Well, given that we know that the Combine are fans of mind control in this game, and that the Nihilith is able to communicate to Freeman that has been enslaved, I'm going to say that it's acting independent of the Combine. However, it still has these factories where it manufactures soldiers. It still uses mana rays to mine the terrain of Zen and transport troops, so what the hell? Well, with that last question, we've gotten all the background out of the way. Buckle up, because I'm about to lay down my grand interpretation of all of this lore, and give you my take on the entirety of Half-Life 1's story, all in one go. At some point in the past, the Combine conquered the Nihilith species and killed off all but one of them. It kept this last Nihilith around in order to modify it, grafting a third arm onto it, so that they could use its mind control powers to gain control over the Vortigaunts, some other species from some other planet that would be conquered. They used these Vortigaunts as light infantry and as slaves to create more subjects, or to do anything else that they may have needed biological labor for. At some point, the Nihilith used its teleportation powers to transport as many of the Combine slaves as possible to Zen, a bridge dimension between points in space that the Combine is unable to get to on its own. Once in Zen, the Nihilith used its control over the Vortigaunts to build factories in which to manufacture soldiers, appointing an allied species, the alien controllers, to watch over these factories and play foreman. Using these factories, it slowly started building up its army so that it would be ready for anything. The Nihilith was just hiding from the Combine, growing up enough power to eventually take them on, or run away to where they couldn't follow. At some point, a bit later, on Earth, scientists at Black Mesa discovered a way to travel into Zen, and started collecting samples. They started doing experiments on the alien life, and on Zen crystals, both of which could be found all over the place in Zen. One day, young MIT graduate Gordon Freeman was a part of one of these experiments, and this one went wrong. It caused a resonance cascade scenario, which opened up a portal between Earth and the crystal time dimension Zen. This caused alien species to teleport in at random and wreak havoc on Black Mesa. The Nihilith, with its great control over teleportation, sent some of its Vortigaunts in to probe this new place. But by the time it had confirmed the Combine wasn't here, Gordon had already taken measures to close the portal and end the resonance cascade. He fired a rocket into space, which allowed the Lambda team to close the portal on our side. This stopped the random teleportation of aliens, but it forced the Nihilith to maintain the portal entirely on its own. It couldn't keep this up forever, and it knew that Gordon, or some other human, would continue trying to close the portal, so it began a full-fledged military invasion of Black Mesa to try and stop the humans from ruining this opportunity to get as far away from the Combine as possible. Gordon was one of the few survivors of the Nihilith's invasion of Black Mesa, and he eventually made it to the teleportation chamber in Black Mesa and traveled to Zen, where he fought his way through the soldier manufacturers, and eventually to the Nihilith's chamber, where he killed it, thus destroying any chance that the aliens we fought over the course of the game had of starting anew and living a life that wasn't dominated by the Combine. Then, Gordon gets abducted by a spaceman. The G-Man scene in Half-Life 1 reminds me of something that I haven't really touched on yet in this video. Half-Life 1 has never been a game about interdimensional politics, or an alien underground railroad, or manufactured alien soldiers battling against human soldiers, or any of that. Half-Life 1 as a whole is about one thing: humans trying to conquer forces that are beyond their comprehension, and then doing their best to clean it up when that inevitably backfires. It's a classic Icarus story. Mankind's hubris turned out to be its downfall. As much as I'd love to conclude this video by pinpointing exactly where G-Man sits in the lore, discussing his history and motivations, that just plain isn't possible. Or if it is, it's well beyond me. I just spent about 18 minutes dissecting every single intricate detail of this game's story, and I don't have the slightest clue what G-Man's ending is. We know that he and his importers were in control of Zen, which probably means that they're going to be met with Fed. We know that he was in Black Mesa before the Resonance Cascade, probably meaning that he either caused it or knew ahead of time that it was going to happen. But that's about all I got, at least in terms of what Half-Life 1 tells us. Just about everything I've said over the course of this video is pure speculation. That's half the fun of Half-Life. It's the reason videos like this are still cropping up 23 years after the game's launch. We're all just, well, trying to speculate on affairs that are beyond our comprehension. We're no different than the humans in the game. We're just trying to understand ideas that we can't possibly understand. The most important word in the entirety of Half-Life 1 is spoken by gamers who will find out the meaning. Voyeurs. That's what this is all about. This teleportation master organism, it's not the bottom of the iceberg. It's running scared from some all-powerful alien conglomerate. That all-powerful alien conglomerate isn't the bottom of the iceberg either. We can pinpoint a lot of key facts about it just in this first game. Then you've got G-Man, this godlike thing that we really don't know anything about. We don't know if it's a friend to humanity or enemy. We have no idea what it actually looks like. We have no idea if it caused the Resonance Cascade or if it's just some Black Mesa employee who was subject to about 100 scientific breakthroughs, or if it's an alien or what. We are absolutely clueless about this thing, and yet, in this final spine-chilling moment, we learn that even this thing has employers. And you know what? I'll bet that this thing's employers are just subcontractors to some even bigger space conglomerate, and that even they have forces that they bow to, and so on and so on and so on. Humanity might have been able to invent teleportation, but we're single-celled organisms compared to the questions out there in the universe. We will never know what is truly going on behind the scenes in the world of Half-Life, because the world of Half-Life is one in which humanity opened the door to questions that absolutely no human can ever answer. Before I close out this week's video, I'd like to go ahead and verbally thank my team, especially those who were able to keep on one, such as Ada Avery, Almost Ready, M. Tony Bowman, Andrew Miller, Antoine DeBrett, Ben, Big Time Jim, Bobby Bliss, CJ Chompy Wood, Christopher Kreiner, Colin David, Cosmo Borsman, Darius Vasquez, David Kaiser, Dennis Von Schocken, Dominic Yoho, Timothy Christie, Draco, Giles Magnus, Ibels, IJK, Jack Eichel, Jane, Taylor Griever, Crit, Lathy, Miller, Mixer of Lord, Neuro, Rapper, Robert, Scotty from Martin, CeeLo, Hannah, Vivian Cox, Vladimir Norton, William T, Bean Blow, Ian Shield, Zoe Nish, and Zyro. If you're on the Discord or on Twitter, you might have not noticed this, but I think I'm going to be switching to doing these proper video essays every 2 weeks. To fill the newly vacated air, I'm going to be trying something a little bit different, where I just do 5 or 6 minute recommendations on gameplay. No poetic analysis stuff or anything like that, no spoilers, just me saying, hey, you should really play this game. I've just found myself a little bit drained right now with all the things going on in my life, and I'm just not very good at focusing on multiple things at once. There have been a lot of big things. So anyways, thank you for your patience, and have a great week.
Hi everyone, my name is Justin Schofield and I'm the creator behind Video Game Docs. I wanted to try something a little different with this video because I wanted to make this feel more like a conversation. To me, that's what video game history is all about. Real conversations about real history, trying to put the pieces together about games, consoles, and developers that we all know and love. So instead of the normal video format that I've been doing for the past however many videos, for this opening bit of the video, you're gonna get me. Please let me know in the comments which one you prefer, and of course, sit back and relax as we talk about the history of the Xbox. Since the introduction of home console gaming, there have been many companies that have tried to produce, sell, and market a home console, including Panasonic, Commodore, Atari, SNK, and NEC. Even Apple tried to get into the home console gaming industry in the early 1990s. But by the time the Dreamcast released in 1998, there were really only 3 companies still standing. The first, Nintendo, the Big N, the toy-turned gaming giant who brought home consoles back to America in 1985 with the NES. Then you have Sega, the underdog. Sega was the first real challenger to Nintendo. They were able to take back some of the market share with the Genesis through head-on marketing and great games. Then later in the 90s, they unfortunately lost a decent amount of that market share thanks to the 32X, the Sega CD, and of course the Sega Saturn. And last but certainly not least, you have Sony, the CD-ROM giant. After being betrayed by Nintendo, Sony decided not to give up on their home console plans and released the 32-bit PlayStation. The PlayStation, of course, hit the market, garnering a lot of praise from developers and consumers, making it the powerhouse of the 5th generation. Looming beyond the turn of the millennia, however, there was one more company that wanted to take a jab at the home console industry. One that saw home consoles as a threat to the personal computer landscape. That company being Microsoft. Prior to the PlayStation 2's announcement in 1999, Bill Gates, CEO and co-founder of Microsoft, decided to approach Sony's CEO, Nobuyuki Ide, with a proposition that Sony should use Microsoft's programming tools. Microsoft made this proposition once before, with the Dreamcast having a version of Windows CE that developers could use. Unfortunately, those tools were by and large inferior to what Sega offered, so most developers opted not to use it. Despite Gates' interest in entering the gaming industry in a larger scale, Ide turned him down, and later said, with Microsoft, open architecture means Microsoft architecture. Sony then announced that they had plans for the PlayStation 1's successor to PlayStation 2. Originally, Sony envisioned a future where 4 to 5 PlayStation 2s would be in every home, either being used as a games machine, a media player, or a personal computer replacement. With the console able to run Linux, Ken Kutaragi himself called the PlayStation 2, quote, a revolutionary computer system set to reinvent the nature of video games. Thanks to Sony's vision of their console overtaking the personal computer market, Seamus Blackley, the program manager for entertainment graphics at Microsoft, whose failure at DreamWorks Interactive with Jurassic Park Trespasser somehow landed him a job at Microsoft, started brainstorming ideas to strike back. So while on a flight to visit his girlfriend in Boston, he thought to himself, how can we beat Sony at their own game? You see, Sony had taunted Microsoft, whether they meant to or not, with the idea that their PlayStation 2 would take over the personal computer landscape. Blackley realized that everyone who made PlayStation games had to work on a PC to make them. So why not flip the marketing quote, just make the PC into a console, end quote. In a surprisingly unrelated event shortly after Blackley's spark of inspiration, 47 top executives of Microsoft were convening at a resort near Canada. While participating in an exercise where you propose an idea, write it down on a card, and hold it out in front of you, Rick Thompson, the general manager at the time, held up a card in front of him that said, what if the biggest cable company, internet provider, and game console got together? The idea behind the exercise was to go around the room and read each idea, and if you found an idea that was more compelling than yours, you would stand behind them. By the end of the exercise, Thompson ended up with 15 other executives behind him, including Bill Gates. They then broke off and discussed Thompson's idea for about an hour and a half, and while doing so, Gates decided that making a home console would be an endeavor that they could at least look into. They then made a team comprised of 4 people to initially create the Xbox. These 4 were Seamus Blackley, Kevin Bacchus, Odo Burks, and Ted Hayes. The group decided to codename the Xbox Midway, after the battle that took place in World War II, where the Americans decisively started to push back the Japanese. Interesting choice, isn't it? Now, at the time, the idea of creating a console that was more in line with personal computers was fairly novel. Sega had attempted something like that using off-the-shelf parts with the Dreamcast, and the Xbox was Microsoft's next crack at it. You see, in more recent years, consoles have garnered a lot of attention to how similar they are to today's desktop. With the PS5 and Xbox series of consoles using AMD Zen 2 CPUs and RDNA 2 graphics chips, along with solid-state drives and upgradable storage, these consoles have come a long way from using fully proprietary software and hardware components like their predecessors did. And like I mentioned, the Xbox is the grandfather of that transition. Blackley, Bacchus, Burks, and Hayes all thought that instead of creating a console with custom software and hardware, essentially shoving it down the developers' throats, they instead wanted to meet the needs of developers. If developers had to develop their games using PCs, why not make the console itself more compatible with the PC? Burks himself saw the project as, quote, PC imbued with attributes of a console, end quote. The foundation of the console was DirectX, something that these 4 engineers had already worked on together. The Direct Xbox, or Xbox of short, of course, wouldn't be the first time that a home console used DirectX. Like mentioned earlier, the Sega Dreamcast ran a version of Windows CE, and Windows CE itself was designed to be a pocket-sized operating system for pocket-sized machines. Due to that limitation, the operating system was fairly unfamiliar with a lot of developers. And while DirectX was used on that version of the OS, it didn't really have many advantages over just designing for the proprietary software that Sega gave with it. The team working on the Xbox decided that they were going to use a full version of Windows with compatibility for the latest version of DirectX, making it easy for PC developers to port their projects over. As the fathers of the Xbox continued to work, Microsoft managed to purchase a company by the name of Web TV. The Web TV itself was sort of a thin client, allowing users to connect to their TV to browse the internet or answer boring company emails. Among the developers at Web TV, there were quite a few who had worked at 3DO, the failed attempt at the first CD-ROM-based console. With Microsoft now having a team that was able to produce hardware, Microsoft executive Craig Mundy wanted the Web TV team to lead the console initiative. Then on May 5th, 1999, the team led by Seamus Blackley and the Web TV team met in front of Bill Gates and other executives to have a beauty contest. The prototype Xbox was designed using off-the-shelf PC components, including a hard drive, while the Web TV team created a more console-like machine. Using parts from Dell computers, the Xbox prototype was running a full version of Windows, whereas the Web TV team created custom software built off of Windows CE and even wanted to create a custom graphics chip for it. With the teams competing for the green light, Ed Fries, the head of Microsoft Game Studios, decided to vouch for the Xbox. He believed that the hard drive was key to graphics quality and wanted to make the machine stand out. While the hard drive was expensive, Fries also pointed out that the hard drive could be the component they needed to fully enable online gaming. Using online gaming, Microsoft could set themselves apart from Nintendo and Sony. One of the biggest questions Gates had was how easy would it be to port games from PC to each machine. Starting with the Xbox, Blackley spoke up and said that using the DirectX API, it would be incredibly easy. And he would further go on to say that they would be using a full version of Windows, making it even more compatible. Mainly because that's what they thought Gates wanted to hear. The Web TV team, of course, was using a version of Windows CE, and while DirectX was used in the Windows CE version for Dreamcast, the Web TV was using a version of Windows CE that wasn't actually compatible with the latest version of DirectX. So porting games from PC to their machine would be fairly difficult. Along with that, a version of Windows CE, no matter the custom graphics chip, wouldn't be able to run games very well at all. At the end of the day, the Xbox team brought bigger ideas and bigger guns. With the promise of making the Xbox compatible with Windows and the use of DirectX, not to mention the top-shelf PC parts, this would allow the Xbox to be incredibly powerful while making it to market quickly. And with that being said, Bill Gates decided to go with Xbox. And as development officially started, the next obstacle in their way was to convince developers and consumers to try Xbox. One of the forgotten costs of creating and launching a home console are the relationships needed between developers and publishers. When Nintendo entered the North American console market in 1985 with the NES, they had to convince everyone that home consoles were still going to happen. And then when Sega blew up the scene with the Genesis, they had to convince developers and publishers to defy Nintendo and support them. And of course, when Sony entered the market with the PlayStation, they had to convince everyone that it was easy to use and very capable. Microsoft, one of the biggest tech giants of the dot-com bubble, deciding to get into the home console industry was a bit interesting. Part of the convincing Microsoft had to do was convincing everyone that they weren't just going to drop out if they didn't see immediate success, an issue that plagued quite a few of their hardware launches. An idea that came up while initially designing the Xbox was the idea of partnering with a third-party computer manufacturer, like Dell, who would then mass-produce the units. As development went along, however, Microsoft soon realized that they would need to create the system in-house. As development continued in late 1998, Bill Gates had let it slip that Microsoft was interested and looking into entering the home console market. The internal plan was to announce the system at GDC, or Game Developers Conference, on March 10, 2000. While the team, now comprising of 60, were working hard on building the hardware prototype, two men, James Allard and Cameron Ferroni, were in charge of creating the operating system. With the promise of using Windows, they started from there, and quickly started cutting features and things that you don't really need if something's just going to play video games. After cutting so many features, they came to one conclusion. The Xbox shouldn't be running a full version of Windows. Allard and John Thomason approached Gates and told him the situation. Windows was too clunky, and the operating system needed to be streamlined and fast to better run games. Allard recalled, quote, "I think that was the closest Bill ever got to strangling me," end quote. While Gates may have favored the Xbox thanks to the initial support of Windows, it was a necessary decision. Another important decision was made by Bach, who decided that he didn't want to include a dial-up modem on the Xbox, instead opting for a standard Ethernet port, allowing for higher speeds. This decision in the long run would end up saving Microsoft $221 million if the Xbox sold 43 million units. After somewhat finalizing what the Xbox is going to come with, work was started on the design. According to Horace Luke, the choice of green being used was due to the fact that green was, quote, "the signature color of technology," and possibly in part due to Nintendo claiming red, Sony somewhat claiming blue by this point, and Sega claiming orange with the Dreamcast. Luke wanted to make the Xbox look cool, so he ended up putting a beautiful green orb right in the center. Closing in on Christmas, on December 21st, 1999, Rick Thompson presented a presentation titled Hail Mary to Bill Gates and other executives. The presentation showed Gates and many others in the room that if they decided to pursue the Xbox, they could wind up losing $900 million over 8 years. And if Microsoft ended up in a price war between Sony, they could lose up to $3.3 billion. An ace up their sleeve at Microsoft was online gaming, aka Xbox Live. Though Xbox Live would prove to be essential to the Xbox experience and eventually a success, the service at the moment was very up in the air of whether or not it would be popular. One of the strategies that Thompson had to break into the industry was to ask developers if they were up for sale. Thompson had approached not only Square, but EA, Midway, and Nintendo themselves, all of which fell through because they were either asking too much or they simply weren't for sale. Square, for example, was asking $2.5 billion for 40% of the company. And while Microsoft was generating $1.5 billion of revenue per month, they could definitely afford it. However, Gates and Fries wanted to grow more organically within the industry, instead of just buying out publishers and developers. With time winding down and no hardware specs 100% finalized, other than including Ethernet and a hard drive, a decision had to be made. In February of 2000, 1 month before Bill Gates was set to fully announce the Xbox at GDC in March, an all-day meeting was held. The meeting itself forced the cancellation of many Valentine's plans, thanks to it going well into the evening. Quote, "We looked around the table and asked if we wanted to lose billions of dollars over 8 years," end quote. Rick Thompson. Other than financials, Gates grilled Allard and many other team members over dozens of decisions that were made, including Cam Ferroni's idea of letting developers access the Xbox's kernel, allowing for the highest optimization. The entire meeting was a final review for the team, and according to Steve Ballmer, quote, "If we do this, we don't ever revisit this decision. We support these guys," end quote. By the end of it, the Xbox itself was greenlit, and thus began the journey to launch. Demos were needed for the announcement, games needed to be developed, and marketing needed to be created and finalized. All while the team was scrambling, Newsweek ran an article on the PlayStation 2 titled Amazing PlayStation 2. Singing the praises of the PS2 to the heavens, Newsweek talked about how the PlayStation 2 could change the gaming landscape forever. Sony wanted the system to be much more than a games machine, and according to Kutaragi, the PS2 was going to let gamers, quote, jack into the Matrix. It was everything Microsoft had feared. Microsoft took a different approach to the Xbox, focusing on games, third-party publishers, and attracting PC developers, much like the strategy that Sony had focused for the original PlayStation. To attract devs and publishers, Microsoft needed finalized hardware. They initially looked at NVIDIA to provide the graphics technology for the Xbox. According to many game developers, NVIDIA was the correct choice at the time, mainly since a lot of developers were familiar with creating games for them. Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, who co-founded the company with Kartik Kriyan and Chris Malachowski, wanted to do business with Microsoft, but he didn't want to sell the chips at a loss. Microsoft had then caught wind of a chip designed by Gigapixel, and the icing on the cake was that the WebTV team was going to help design the chip. Microsoft would end up investing $10 million in Gigapixel and would pay them $15 million to develop the chip. Members of the Advanced Technologies Group were quite upset with this decision. There was one glaring issue. The Gigapixel chip itself did not exist whatsoever. It was entirely theoretical. Due to needing time to engineer and create the chip, the launch date of the Xbox was pushed into 2001. As with just about any project ever, changes were made up until the last minute. NVIDIA would once again enter the race to produce the graphics, and had a proposal put together. Word of this proposal then leaked to game developers, and these developers told Microsoft that this new Gigapixel chip would not work as well as NVIDIA's. Microsoft would end up signing with NVIDIA and would pay $48 per chip, for the first 5 million chips, and they would also pay an upfront cost of $200 million. According to Wyatt, NVIDIA had their own issues, but they had a workable chip, and were willing to work within our limits and redesign it to make it work. March 9th, the night before the announcement, Paul Ottolini, an executive at Intel, managed to convince Gates that their CPU would be better, and they could provide these chips very easily. Intel snuck the deal out of AMD's grasp, and AMD wouldn't find out until the announcement the following day. With deals made and hardware mostly finalized, it was finally time to announce the Xbox. One of the most electrifying announcements Bill Gates ever made. He had a keynote presentation at the ready on the Xbox, lasting right around 40 minutes. They showed off a glorious, polished X that looked nothing like the original design, promising a combination of software systems, wanting developers to not have to move data around to different devices to get them to work, and tools to create great games. The X-box was titled The Future of Console Gaming. Slated for fall 2001, the announced specs would be a custom Intel Pentium 3, Microsoft NVIDIA collaboration GPU, a Windows 2000 kernel utilizing DirectX, 64 megabytes of DDR running at 200 MHz, a 64-voice i3DL2 audio processor, a whopping 8 gig hard drive, a 4x DVD drive with movie playback, 4 controller ports, 1 expansion port, a 10 to 100 megabits per second Ethernet port, and finally a custom AV connector. Gates even touted the X-box graphics processor was capable of 1 trillion operations per second. Along with that, the most futuristic piece of the Xbox was the hard drive. The reasoning Gates gave was that higher performance systems demands higher performance data access, and that users demand easier ways to manage persistent data. After the announcement, the presentation itself and the new competition to the industry were well received, with many developers leaving the keynote quite impressed with the addition of the hard drive, the Ethernet port, and the idea of easy-to-use development tools moving between 2 different Windows systems. With the power of the Xbox, Microsoft was able to win over Bethesda Game Studios, and Tecmo making the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind and Dead or Alive 3 exclusive to the Xbox. Microsoft began rebranding its games group and the Microsoft Games division, wanting them to make titles not only for Windows but for the Xbox as well. As they were rebranding, Fries began scouting again for more developers to join the group. As he was searching, he came upon a small studio that never sold more than 200,000 units per game, and to make it sweeter, a major Mac developer, Bungie. Every memorable console has a killer app. Whether it's at launch or a little after, each major console developer always tries to have at least one blockbuster game to make the console worthwhile. For the N64, it was Super Mario 64. For the Dreamcast, it was Sonic Adventure. Tekken was initially the killer app for the PlayStation, and for the Xbox, it was accidentally Halo. Founded in 1991 by Alex Seropian, Alex would later bring in Jason Jones, a programmer on the game Minotaur: The Labyrinths of Crete, an RPG released in 1992 for Mac OS. The duo would eventually develop and release an FPS titled Marathon in 1994 for Mac OS once again. Having a hit on their hands, Bungie grew and would eventually release a sequel, Marathon 2 Durandal, and then go on to release the Myth series of games, and began releasing their games on both Windows and Mac. Bungie would then announce and show off its next project in the works, Halo, a third-person shooter for Mac and Windows. Steve Jobs was even the one to unveil the game during Macworld 1999, which was held in January 1999. Over a year later, on June 19, 2000, Microsoft, and more specifically Ed Fries, would announce that they had acquired Bungie to become part of the Microsoft Game division. With the acquisition, it was revealed that Halo would become a first-person shooter, made exclusively for the Xbox. One of the unexpected outcomes was Ed Fries receiving a call from Steve Jobs, who was understandably upset about losing one of his premier Mac developers. With the acquisition coming to a close, Microsoft had plans to release the Xbox in 2001, which meant Bungie had to turn a rough draft of a game into a system seller in less than a year. At CES 2001, taking place in Las Vegas on January 3rd, Bill Gates and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson took the stage and officially unveiled the Xbox for the first time. Bill Gates said there's a revolution that's about to take place in game consoles, as he uncovered the Xbox. While technical specifications of the Xbox were previously announced, the final black box design was shown off and was set to release in October, with a massive $500 million marketing campaign. According to The Rock,
the Xbox is everything The Rock is. Cutting edge, powerful, exhilarating. Like The Rock, it will be the most electrifying thing coming out this year.
An emphasis of the Xbox leading up to its launch in October was the idea that the Xbox was going to help make video games a form of art, and that the Xbox was going to put power in the hands of these artists making their games. As Ed Fries said, "A great book, a great movie, a great play. They are about more than just killing time. We need to create art. If we take that seriously, if we focus on making art, not just entertainment, then I think for the first time we'll deserve to speak to the mass audience and inherit our rightful place as the future of all entertainment." With the Xbox's final design and release date fully announced, there was one more step in the journey, one on the biggest video game stage of all time, E3. Held on May 17th through May 19th, E3 2001 was one of the biggest. Not only did you have the current big three, Sony, Nintendo, and Sega, who unfortunately was taking a smaller role, but now you had Microsoft. One thing was clear by the time E3 rolled around though, the PlayStation 2 was dominant. No one was too sure how dominant though, and Microsoft was the first to present. Robbie Bach took the stage announcing the Xbox would retail for $299, making it an even match for the PS2's pricing. Bach also announced a delayed release of November 8th, 2001, and a solid launch lineup of 15 to 20 titles. Although all of this sounds good on paper, the Xbox E3 showcase was anything but smooth or easy. Bach attempted to show the Xbox powering on, but it didn't run at all. Along with that, demos that Microsoft had lined up weren't working very well, since the prototypes they had out were only running at 1/3 of the proposed speed. Halo made its second showing, this time as a first-person shooter titled Halo Combat Evolved, and since the prototype was fairly weak and Bungie was still scrambling the game to make it playable, the demos themselves had fairly mixed receptions. Of course, they did announce that Sega would be joining them with developing software for the Xbox, most notably with Panzer Dragoon, Gun Valkyrie, Jet Set Radio Future, and announced that House of the Dead 3 and Crazy Taxi Next would debut on Xbox. Microsoft had a large focus on online gaming, which was somewhat absent from the other companies there. Online has to be easy. Fast, secure, and easy for people to get connected. One of the benefits of owning an Xbox compared to the other consoles was you didn't have to buy anything extra. The adapter was built into the box. They also announced that Sega, Activision, Eidos, THQ, and more had joined the Xbox's online structure. Nintendo was attempting to regain dominance with an incredibly powerful console that wowed attendees, and they continued to boast their Game Boy Advance alongside the GameCube, promising guests that both would launch in 2001. Unfortunately, due to the missteps of the Nintendo 64 and the PlayStation's continued dominance, they had eroded a part of their original fanbase. Across the aisle, Sony managed to knock it out of the park. If you didn't know the PlayStation 2 was a success, you were guaranteed to know after E3 2001. They started off by announcing that the PS2 had already sold more than 10 million consoles since its launch in March of 2000. While Xbox was of course focused on their games and the developers, it seemed as though Sony and PlayStation 2 was going to make the games into art. With the announcement of Gran Turismo 3, Metal Gear Solid 2, Silent Hill 2, Devil May Cry, Jak and Daxter, and a brand new Final Fantasy, Sony was ready to continue their momentum. Many believe that with Sony pulling out the big guns for the PlayStation 2 and Nintendo having a pretty good looking console and showing, the Xbox itself was doomed to fail. With E3 coming to a close, it seemed as though November 8th was now barreling towards Microsoft. Would the Xbox be ready, or would it be the failure everyone thought it was going to be? Hype for the Xbox grew as the launch drew closer. Toys R Us announced that online pre-orders for the console had sold out within 30 minutes of them going live, and Microsoft had stated that they planned on shipping 1 to 1.5 million units by the end of 2000. With the launch date moved back to November 15, 2001, the stage was set in the Toys R Us store in Times Square for the midnight launch. Rudolph Giuliani, the mayor of New York, requested that Microsoft continue with their launch plans as a way to bounce back from 9/11, to show that the city was resilient and, quote, open for business and was still the business capital of the world, end quote. As Jay Allard stood on a street corner with white hair and a light green shirt ready to join the launch party, a kid walked up and asked, "Do you know about the Xbox?" "Yeah, I do," replied Allard, continuing to sell the kid on the wonders the console could bring. Bill Gates would join the party, shaking hands with the fans, playing a round of Dead or Alive 3 with the now good friend The Rock, and crowds erupting, chanting, "Bill, Bill, Bill." Once midnight struck, the first Xbox was sold to a New Jersey native who had been waiting in line for 12 hours. With that, the Xbox was fully released. The Xbox itself weighs around 8.5 pounds and comes in at 12.5 by 4 by 10.5 inches, a much larger cousin than the Dreamcast and GameCube. Popping the hood on the Xbox, inside we have a custom Intel Pentium 3 CPU, which is a 32-bit CPU running at 733 MHz. It has 32 kilobytes of L1 cache and 128 kilobytes on-die L2 cache. It has a gunning transceiver logic front-side bus to the GPU and runs at 133 MHz, allowing for 1.06 gigabytes per second of bandwidth. It's also capable of SSE floating point SIMD with 4 single precision floating point numbers per clock cycle. It also has an MMX integer SIMD as well. The GPU chipset is a NV2A application-specific integrated circuit which was co-developed by Microsoft and NVIDIA, and was essentially a GeForce 3 chip that ran at 233 MHz. When it comes to graphics performance, things get a little shaky. You see, while researching for this video, the GameCube video, and quite a few others, there seems to be missing information. Gaming history is weird, there are tons of things missing and tons of speculation. games completely wiped from memory, and versions of games dating years before their release. As I've researched for the PlayStation, Dreamcast, Saturn, GameCube, Nintendo 64, and now the Xbox, I've noticed a few things. Gaming history seems to be very focused on the 1980s to the mid-1990s. From late 1990s to early 2000s, aka the early days of the internet, a ton of information seems to have vanished. Magazines, websites, and much more just gone. For example, the Xbox. While researching, I have found 4 different performance benchmarks for the Xbox. 5.8 gigaflops, 7.3 gigaflops, 20 gigaflops, and 140.1 gigaflops. If we look at the 5.8 number, we find that we can dig through the history of NVIDIA GPUs, find the NVA2, aka the Xbox GPU, and right there it says 5,800 mega operations per second, or 5.8 gigaflops. However, like stated earlier, some sources say it's capable of 7.6 gigaflops like GameSpot here. Wikipedia confidently states the GPU is capable of 20 gigaflops with no source whatsoever, but GameSpot also says it's capable of 20 gigaflops, likely taking the number from Wikipedia. If you were to look at any of these sources, you wouldn't find any information for how these numbers were reached. So, what is the performance in flops of the Xbox? According to Microsoft, the GPU can reach 140.1 gigaflops of performance. What could be happening is a weird game of telephone. 5.8 gigaflops could simply be the GPU's performance rate, whereas if you add in memory and CPU, the Xbox would reach a theoretical performance rate of 20 gigaflops. 20 gigaflops seems to be the most cited number online. However, I also saw claims that the CPU hits 1.5 gigaflops and the GPU hits the 5.8 gigaflops number, equaling 7.3 gigaflops as stated previously. None of these really matter since most of these are theoretical performance maximums anyway. The point of this is to show and put out there that gaming history and many historians seem to have a knack for focusing on the 8-bit, 16-bit, and some 32-bit history before hitting a black hole of knowledge up until the 7th generation of consoles. If you have any real information on what the performance output of the Xbox, PS2, and GameCube are, please let me know. I cannot count how many dead links I found attempting to research this part of gaming history, not only in terms of the Xbox but also the GameCube, with, like I said earlier, many magazines, links, and more just straight up missing. In regard to raw GPU performance, we commonly find the Xbox landing in second place behind the GameCube and in front of the PlayStation 2, though all of these trade blows and top spots frequently. For example, the Xbox manages to render 46 million polygons per second with one light source, 16 million polygons per second at 4 light sources. GameCube renders 90 million polygons per second and 20 million polygons per second respectively, and the PlayStation 2 hits 39 million polygons per second and 9.8 million polygons per second. With fill rates, the PlayStation takes the top spot with 2.3 gigapixels per second, the Xbox is second with 870 megapixels per second, and the GameCube lands at 648 megapixels per second. The Xbox ranges between 7 million 32 pixel triangles per second and 21 million, with 2 textures, lighting, Z-buffering, fogging, and alpha blending. The GameCube sits at a realistic performance of 6 million triangles per second and 20 million triangles per second. If my calculations are correct, the PlayStation 2 should have a triangle performance of around 19 million at its high and 15 million triangles per second at its low. To be transparent, these are peak performance theoreticals, and with the case of the PS2, I'm not entirely sure what effects, lighting, fogging, alpha, etc. are on. It is fairly well known that the power of the PS2 is highly optimized, which in turn makes it difficult to program for, whereas the Xbox could be handicapped thanks to the DirectX API, allowing for easier programming but less power given to the developers. RAM was a big uplift in performance for the Xbox, with 64 megabytes compared to the 32 megabytes of the PS2 and 24 megabytes of the GameCube. The hard drive was also a future-proofing concept, allowing for downloads from Xbox Live and game saves to be transferred fairly easily. Overall, the Xbox, while beefier than the PS2 and GameCube, is known to be more powerful on paper. In real-time performance, it took about a year for developers to fully utilize the software, and many multi-platform games opted for marginal improvements over the GameCube and PlayStation 2. Doom 3 and Half-Life 2 were able to run on Xbox hardware, and it's fairly likely the PS2 and maybe even GameCube couldn't handle these games. For audio, the Xbox had the NVIDIA MCPX, aka the Soundstorm, which had a Wolfson Microelectronics XWM9709 AC97 audio codec, integrated Parthos digital sound processor for real-time Dolby digital encoding, 64 3D sound channels with up to 256 stereo voices, MIDI DLS2 support, and Dolby Surround and Dolby Digital Live 5.1 support. As for ports, we have 4 standard Ethernet ports, an AV connector, a power connector, and of course the coveted Ethernet port. The Xbox supports display resolutions of 480i, 480p, 576i, 720p, and even 1080i. It did run with the DVD-ROM, which supports DVD movie playback, but you needed an add-on titled the Xbox DVD Movie Playback Kit. Inside, you can also find a whopping 8GB or 10GB hard drive running at 5400 RPM on a FAT-X file system. As for the controller, at launch you had this beast. Titled the Duke in today's lingo, it features twin thumbsticks, a squishy D-pad, 4 diagonally tilted face buttons, a start and select, and 2 analog triggers on the back. It also has 2 accessory slots, commonly used for a memory card that used solid-state technology to transfer saves, or headsets to chat on Xbox Live. This controller is awful to hold, is incredibly bulky, and was even awarded the Guinness World Record for the biggest controller in the Guinness World Records Gamers Edition 2000. Microsoft would later redesign the controller as the Controller S, which was sleeker and better fitting. The games available at launch were as follows: 4x4 Evo, Air Force Delta Storm, Arctic Thunder, Cell Damage, Dark Summit, Dead or Alive 3, Fusion Frenzy, Halo Combat Evolved, Mad Dash Racing, Madden NFL 2002, NASCAR Heat 2002, NASCAR Thunder 2002, NHL Hits 20-02, Oddworld Munch's Odyssey, Project Gotham Racing, Shrek, Test Drive Off-Road Wide Open, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2X, and Trans World Surf. The Xbox had a successful launch, and according to Robbie Bach, it had sold 1.5 million units in its first season. A surprise to many people, Halo was the launch game consumers fell in love with. With its intense combat, beautiful art, and great music, Halo became a sleeper hit for the Xbox. One of the major negatives for the Xbox was that every unit sold at $299 initially, but Microsoft was losing about $126 per machine, since it cost about $425 to produce the console. Microsoft planned to launch the Xbox in Japan before launching in Europe, releasing on February 22, 2002. The Xbox hit the Japanese market to very little fanfare. Having to compete with the PS2 and GameCube in their home country, the Xbox ended up selling a total of 190,000 units 2 months after it launched. The console's price, lack of games targeted towards the Japanese market, and the sheer size of the console making it difficult for Japanese families to fit it in their smaller living spaces contributed to the low sales. Europe would eventually get the Xbox on March 14, 2002. It didn't set Europe on fire in terms of sales, and by April of 2002, Microsoft was caught in a pricing war with Sony, having to lower the Xbox to $199 to match the PS2. This price cut caused further losses for Microsoft, since they were unable to manufacture the Xbox for a lower price. Microsoft was still focused on delivering great software, and one way of delivering that was to buy out a company called Rare. Rare, also known as Rareware, is most famous for the Donkey Kong Country series, Banjo-Kazooie series, Perfect Dark series, and GoldenEye 007. They were one of Nintendo's premier second-party studios. However, Nintendo hadn't bought them out for whatever reason. By 2000, Rare began looking for a potential buyer, and they ended up being caught in a bidding war between Nintendo, Activision, and Microsoft. Finally, on September 24, 2002, Microsoft purchased Rare for $375 million, becoming a first-party developer for the Xbox. They would go on to release Grab by the Ghoulies and Conquer Live and Reloaded for the Xbox console. Then on November 15th, Microsoft launched a glimpse into the future, Xbox Live. Priced at $50 a year, subscribers could play online games, download content onto their hard drives, and talk with friends and of course other players. Xbox Live introduced the Friends list, having a single identity across each game and of course voice chat with a headset. The service seemed to be popular as it reached 100,000 subscribers, then grew to 250,000 subscribers within the first 2 months of launch. One of the biggest hits for Xbox Live was Halo 2. The hit sequel to Combat Evolved, Halo 2 provided online multiplayer and a new type of multiplayer titled matchmaking, where users didn't have to join servers but would instead be put in a queue to play a game. By July 2004, months before Halo 2's release, Microsoft announced Xbox Live hit 1 million subscribers, and a year later in 2005, membership would double to 2 million subscribers. The Xbox made strides in online gaming and took a turn to create a console that was more akin to a PC, not only for Microsoft to benefit, but to have developers and consumers benefit as well. Unfortunately, in the 6th generation of consoles, nothing could beat the PlayStation 2. Microsoft didn't do anything inherently wrong. They had a solid launch lineup with Halo becoming a smash hit, an easy-to-develop for console with amazing specifications thanks to off-the-shelf parts, a solid marketing plan, and not to mention the huge marketing budget, and making Xbox look cool. The PlayStation 2 itself made a lot of mistakes that I'll be covering in a future video, but the brand name, the cheap and easy-to-use DVD player, and making it to market a year earlier than Nintendo and Microsoft's offerings helped launch it to incredibly successful heights. The Xbox was predicted by Microsoft to sell 50 million units, but by the time the Xbox was discontinued in 2005, it had only sold 24 million units. Less than half of what they predicted. 16 million of those units came from North America alone, with 6 million coming from Europe and only 2 million consoles being sold in Asia and Pacific. It did manage to take second place in the 6th generation, coming ahead of the GameCube, which sold 21 million units, and ahead of the Dreamcast, which only sold 10.6 million units. But it was a distant second, with the PS2 managing 155 million units by the time the console was discontinued. Microsoft wound up losing a total of $4 billion on this unique take on consoles. Its legacy remains within the industry, making consoles less proprietary and more focused on easy-to-use PC-like hardware. Considering today's consoles are made with off-the-shelf parts using AMD Zen CPUs and AMD GPUs for the PS5 and Xbox Series X and Series S, hard drives or solid-state drives built in, with online functionality almost required, it's easy to see the inspirations from the original Xbox. Not to mention how the Xbox Series console more closely resembles what Microsoft wanted when they initially thought of breaking into the industry. A living room Windows machine made for gaming. While initially a huge financial loss, the original Xbox taught Microsoft many things about the gaming industry, lessons that they would ultimately need to take the fight back to Sony with the next generation of consoles.
Hi everybody, I want to talk about Zelda. I like Zelda, if you haven't noticed. And when talking Zelda, it's hard not to mention what many consider to be the series' pivotal factor, the dungeons. Dungeons are almost as synonymous with Zelda as key phrases like exploration, and have been a series staple since the very original. I doubt I need to explain how important to the series they are. I've been doing quite a lot of reminiscing lately, and one game's dungeons keep standing out to me as such a turning point for the series. I'm just gonna go ahead and gush about Ocarina of Time for a while. Now, in today's video, I just want to start at the beginning and talk about the game's first dungeon. But before we dive into that, a bit more on why I chose to start here with Ocarina of Time. Do not get me wrong, the first 4 games in this series had some really great dungeon design. But there's something about the shift in level design from 2D to 3D that I think was really important for the series. In the original quartet of Zeldas, graphically and thematically speaking, there wasn't as much depth to the dungeons from what I can tell. There is really fantastic level design here, don't get me wrong, but when looking at things like architecture, ambience, and in-universe lore, they don't carry the same weight. This is not a dig at the previous games. In fact, Link to the Past is one of my all-time favorite games and will always hold a special place in my heart. But objectively, Ocarina of Time really nails this concept better and had a long-lasting effect on the series as a whole. Speaking of objectivity, I'm just going to say this as a bit of a disclaimer here, that I am biased as hell towards Ocarina of Time. Honestly, this game came out when I was just a wee child and was definitely one of the most important games of my formative years. Anyways, I've gone on long enough. You're all here for the dungeon appreciation, so here we go. Starting this little series off, let's jump into the Great Deku Tree. A game's first level has a lot resting on it. It's a player's first impression and sets the precedent for the rest of the game. So it's important to get that first dungeon just right. Thematics, difficulty, story, teaching, these are all things that must properly be executed in order for a game's introduction to be successful. You have to sell your players on this game. I'm happy to say that Ocarina of Time accomplishes this pretty well. Now personally, I'm a fan of when a game just drops you right into the action. Breath of the Wild opens up giving you free reign over the Great Plateau. I have a video on that, by the way, which is a large, wide open space to let you learn the game. Majora's Mask begins with a literal chase. A Link to the Past brings you into Hyrule Castle to rescue Zelda, which sets the story up and gives you an action-packed intro dungeon. And Zelda 1 just drops you into the open and says, good luck! Meanwhile, games like Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, and Wind Waker make you sort of do your chores before you can get to the first dungeon. Literally, in Twilight Princess's case. So as for Ocarina of Time, I think it's honestly a good balance between these two styles. You're not really dropped into the action, but the tasks that you have to complete before reaching the dungeon are really just equipping yourself with a sword and shield, which is fairly unintrusive for both new players learning the controls, as well as for returning players trying to get through this section in a timely manner. I only mention this because for Ocarina of Time, the Deku Tree is still really your first impression of the game, while in a case like Twilight Princess, you may have been playing the game 4 hours before reaching the first dungeon, and for me, a veteran of the series, I hate that. In an otherwise stellar game, I'm here breathing a sigh of relief reaching that first dungeon and saying, oh, finally, I made it to the good part. Here in Ocarina of Time, that progression feels far more natural and you really step inside with a sense of wonder. By the way, that sense of wonder and mystery is aided further by Koji Kondo's amazing music. The man is a legend for a reason. He's a genius. The goal here was to give a more ambient, atmospheric feel, and each and every dungeon in this game really nails that. While I think the dungeon music in the game's second act is much stronger musically, I can't deny the mysterious vibe that this track offers. Now this dungeon is really easy and can be completed in mere minutes by some players, but that's sort of the point here. This is the first dungeon, and for Link, the first real threat he's facing, and as such there is a lot of room for forgiveness here. I don't think that it was any mistake that many of the item pickups in this dungeon are in the form of grass, which will regrow rather quickly after you cut it, so that you can cut it again and get more items, rather than the clay pots that we find in so many more places throughout the game. The dungeon also has plenty of recovery hearts to find, and they aren't exactly hidden either. The enemies also mostly consist of those which are tethered in place, making them great starter enemies. Deku Babas, Deku Scrubs, even the Skulltulas. Having these enemies being mostly stationary really eases players into the combat, which was especially important when this game was new because it invented lock-on targeting in 3D, so this was all very new to everybody. For new players, these enemies are simple and can't pursue you if you need to make a retreat. Meanwhile, for returning players, they're an unintrusive obstacle. Structure-wise, the dungeon is very simple. Again, ideal for new players, but without being boring for returning players. I also think that having the dungeon laid out in such a vertical structure was a very smart move to showcase how redefined Zelda as a series would be after transitioning to 3D. While not all of the game's dungeons are as strikingly vertical in their design as this one, when you're used to playing only top-down 2D Zelda, seeing this for the first time really is a great showcase that this is a new era. And while the dungeon is certainly large and open, they really guide you through the path in a linear way in order to teach you the game's mechanics. When you enter, you can see there are multiple paths before you, but you can't really pursue any of them. The hole in the floor is covered by a giant spider web, so the only path ahead is up to the second floor, where you'll find the map. If you try to climb any farther up, you'll get attacked by these wallchillas. So again, the only viable route is through the door on the second floor, through which you will find an easy to deal with Deku Scrub. You don't even have to attack him, just block his attack and he will yield. In that very next room, you'll find the game's first dungeon item, the slingshot. Of course, you should already have the Deku Nuts and sticks by this point, but the slingshot is far more important as a starter item since it's going to introduce us to first-person aiming in 3D space. And it's going to do so in a controlled environment. This is a classic Metroid move, by the way, giving you a new item or ability and then locking you in the room, forcing you to use your new item to get out. In this case, it's simply shooting a ladder, then shooting the wallchillas in the main room to be able to actually progress further in the dungeon. This is the game easing you into slightly more difficult situations and teaching you how to use this new item, without giving you a huge blatant, "This is how you use the slingshot" tutorial. I'm sorry, I keep bragging on Twilight Princess. I do love that game. I mean, it does give you this huge annoying text box telling you how to equip the item, which it does with every single item that you get. I'm not really a fan of that. But aside from just what buttons to press, the way it teaches you to actually use the item in application is really well done. Now that you can progress to the top floor, you'll find a fairly simple puzzle room, if you can call it that, where you'll obtain the compass. From here, the dungeon sort of shifts gears. It's taught you a lot of the basics, and it says, okay, you've got the slingshot, map, compass, you're good from here. And I like that change of pace. It's held your hand all the way up to this point and funneled you up here. And now it forces you to think for yourself. You know that big spider web? I think placing that right by the entrance was an intentional choice as well, because that's one of the first things you'll see in the dungeon, and so it's something that really stands out. You've also got the map and compass telling you, if you checked the map at least, you've explored everything on the top 3 floors, and all that you have left to explore is in the basement below the first floor. So it's not a stretch for players to have to think about how they're going to get past that spiderweb and down into the basement. And since the game has funneled us all the way up to the top of this huge open room, we jump. Thank goodness for the water to cushion our landing. The basement is really straightforward all in all. There's the illusion of branching paths in this first room once again, but you actually can't reach one of them, so there's only one way to actually go. And following this, there's a very small series of rooms with the mini puzzles. Again, staying true to the idea of making new players stop and think about operating in 3D space, while returning players can just zip through it quickly. I have always been mildly confused about how there's things like doors and operating machinery inside of Link's giant talking tree dad, but I don't know. I don't think Nintendo wants us to think about that too hard. Another thing that always bothers me is that there's this bombable wall here. Bombable walls are nothing new to Zelda, but putting it here in this dungeon before we can even get bombs forces completionists like me to return here and go to the very farthest corner of this dungeon just to get a single gold Skulltula. After making a loop through the basement rooms, you'll come back to that main water room where you fell in before, where you can now push a block to make a path to the torch, so you can easily burn that last spider web. Keep in mind when you first entered this room and activated that torch, it specifically showed it burning a spider web to give you this idea that you can come back here and use fire on the spider webs later. Hopefully you've also been paying attention to what the Deku Scrubs were telling you, because you'll need to defeat these 3 other Scrubs in the right order to get into the boss room. No big key for little Link, unfortunately. Entering this boss room is one of those things that always stands out to me. It's one of those super cool moments in the game. It's cinematic in that opening cutscene, and this room really feels like a dark, dank, natural location. Which makes sense because we're pretty deep underground at this point. And the idea here that you can't see the boss when you enter while it crawls around somewhere out of sight? Childhood chills, I tell you. Yeah, the dungeon boss doesn't come out swinging like other bosses in the series as soon as you enter the room. To initiate battle, you have to make eye contact with Goma, which I feel pulls you into the world really well. That's immersion. You have to literally make eye contact. Goma as a starter boss is also really great. Goma has appeared in Zelda 1 and Link's Awakening already, but her design here is her first 3D appearance, and I love it. She's genuinely got a terrifying design. Who thought it was okay to make little child Link go up against this giant arachnid? Goma looks threatening and sets the move perfectly, but overall, it's a pretty easy fight for experienced players. You can fight her on the ground okay, but when she crawls up to the ceiling, the game sets the trend of making you use the dungeon item and the skills you've learned up to this point in the boss fight. So in order to strike Goma down off the ceiling, you'll need to use your slingshot. It won't take long to defeat her, but I've always felt that this particular fight was more about laying groundwork than actually needing to be challenging. Again, it's the first boss in the game, the first boss in all of 3D Zelda, so it's more important that this fight teaches you than it is for it to be hard. Oh, and the way her body burns away like that, I've always been a fan of that. It's gross, but in the right kind of way. After getting your heart container, which is the Zelda growth plan, you get to warp right out of the dungeon and listen to the Great Deku Tree's exposition. And then he dies. I actually really love that he gives you the creation story here before imparting the Kokiri Emerald. Again, immersion. This is all meant to pull you into the world of Hyrule, and it does it masterfully. Also, having the Deku Tree just die here is pretty important thematically for this incarnation of Link, but more on that in a later video. So overall, Inside the Great Deku Tree does its job really well. It's not Zelda's most compelling or interesting dungeon, but its goal is to be an ease of entry into the game. It teaches you without being super in your face about it all, and people will complain about Navi, and yeah, she will chime in here and there throughout the dungeon, but her dialogue here is more to support and reinforce the player rather than blatant hand-holding. She doesn't pop out and tell you to go climb that wall, but only when you approach the wall to try it does she come and confirm that you can. And while her telling you that yes, you can open doors is pretty obvious really, it doesn't detract from the experience in all that big of a way. So that's the start to this little series of videos I'm doing. Fittingly, starts through the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. And it's one of the all-time greats for a reason. Its timeless game design that respects players' intuition and intelligence is on full display here, while they ease you into navigating a 3D space. I like it a lot. I think I take for granted just how much story, setup, and side content there is in between the first 2 dungeons in Ocarina of Time. After finishing watching your talking tree dad just die in front of you, you really get your first chance to step out of Kokiri Forest. Before leaving, we get this emotional scene with Saria giving us her ocarina. She's really Link's best friend, and she's very perceptive, somehow knowing that Link is off to face his destiny. She accepts this, but there's a certain sadness about this moment that I really appreciate. Finally, we get to set foot onto Hyrule Field, and the feeling here of embarking on your— oh good god, not you. When you get to the lively, bustling castle town, you also have a good deal of side content available. One of my personal favorites is the shooting gallery here. You also meet Malon here, who is kind of important, by the way. Finally, up to Hyrule Castle. No! Go away! Okay, finally up to Hyrule Castle. Malon will give us this weird egg, which we use to wake up Talon, her dad, and sneak right into Hyrule Castle to talk to Zelda. I really love this dialogue here with Zelda, especially how we learn that Zelda, like Link, has had premonitions in her dreams. Though while Link's dreams were almost like a small snapshot of a specific moment, Zelda's dreams are more symbolic and vague, with dark clouds, bright lights, and shining figures. She seems to have an understanding of what these events may mean, and the idea of these two kids conspiring like this feels like some kind of medieval fantasy John Hughes movie. I like it a lot. So she tells you about the Triforce, and we learn that our villain, Ganondorf, is planning to steal it. So the plan they hatch: gather the remaining spiritual stones, since the Deku Tree already gave you one, you've only got 2 to go, and open the Door of Time and get the Triforce before Ganondorf does. So now we have an idea of what our actual goal is for now. Now again, I almost forget how much side content there is to do here. We can get an empty bottle in Kakariko Village, get ourselves the Hylian Shield, learn the Sun Song, find several gold Skulltulas, and way more. Even the guard at the gate in Kakariko will initiate the mask trading questline. Anyhow, getting up the mountain, we're treated further to some exposition with the Gorons. Darunia in particular is pretty peeved because, like the Deku Tree, Ganondorf has apparently been around town and is trying to extort the Gorons into giving him the spiritual stone. So after cheering Darunia up with some sick beats, you agree to help with a bit of an infestation problem the Gorons are having. This is all stuff to do before you can even get to the dungeon, but it's all important. It helps motivate you to actually do this stuff if you know why you're doing it. Alright, on to the dungeon itself. After blowing up this huge rock, we can finally enter Dodongo's cavern. In my last video about the Deku Tree, I mentioned one of the main themes of the level's design was the verticality. This is used pretty nicely in Goron City as well, but not as prominently in this dungeon. There's only 2 floors here, as opposed to the previous dungeon's 4. It's still here though, but more so than the previous dungeon is this very real sense of interconnectivity in its design. The rooms crisscross each other and connect back in a way that really makes this dungeon feel more natural and real. It's linear in its progression, but in its actual layout it essentially has rooms that all branch from the main central room, which makes sense considering this is not just any dank dark cave, but a quarry for the Gorons to mine for food. It's nice that the dungeon design reflects the in-universe lore behind it. Once more, the music is here to provide a great sense of atmosphere as well. There's not really much in the way of any discernible rhythm, but instead we have these eerie echoes and cave sounds. I think I took this sound design for granted when I was younger, but if you listen to this track with headphones, I tell you, the big central room is a great room to have as the dungeon entrance. It's an awesome first impression of this dungeon and what it's all about. Also, having a bombable wall as the very first obstacle is a good move. Right before we got here, Darunia gave us the Goron bracelet, allowing us to use bomb flowers. Now we're in a room with nothing but a couple of these bomb flowers and a suspicious looking wall, so player intuition is well respected here. In the main central room we have the aforementioned branching paths, as well as a handful of bombable walls. Immediately on the west side of the room we can find the dungeon map behind one of these destructible walls. There's also some Deku Scrubs who will sell you items, but they're not important. The door on the west side is locked. This tunnel is too high up for Link to reach, and so the door to the east is our only viable route. Also take note of the enemies we're going to encounter along the way here as well. Our first enemy is the Beamos, who is stuck in place with limited range, continuing the stationary enemy trend from the last dungeon. But that pretty well ends here in the central room. Immediately in the next room we encounter these little larva Dodongos. These guys aren't challenging, but they do actually move and come at you, Plus they explode upon dying, so the game is nudging you into these more challenging combat situations. We also meet a couple of Keiths in the next room who again are pretty harmless, but do require you to improve your aiming skills with the slingshot, or at least have good reaction time with your targeting. Entering the eastmost lava room, we get locked in and forced into a confrontation with two Lizalfos. They are a nice leap up in challenge from any previous enemies we've encountered up to this point. I think having these guys here, who are more aggressive than any previous enemies, but also a little bit skittish, frequently retreating back and dodging your attacks, is a great way the game teaches you its combat mechanics, in its show-don't-tell way. You can't button mash your way to glory here. You have to block their attacks, wait for an opening to strike, and be quick. That said, they probably won't be overwhelming to anybody, since they are at least courteous enough to attack you only one at a time. Moving on, we get another rather simple puzzle room requiring you to light some torches, but there are some adolescent Dodongos in our way this time. Again, great enemies to show don't tell you the combat mechanics, and further hone your skills. They're pretty slow, but only vulnerable from the back, so you have to make sure you line up your attacks correctly. Again, slowly easing up the challenge. After this room, we'll find a switch that opens the door on the west side of the main room, and the hallway loops back around to this opening that was too high to climb into before. So we've been looped back into the main room, but without the backtracking. Well done, dungeon designers. Crossing through the main room and through the west door, we'll find the compass and the stairs up to the second floor. Also, I feel like having this sequence where you have to set off these bombs in order to bring the stairs down was just the devs really trying to remind you that this game is in 3D. There's no other reason for them to linger on this staircase like this. Now that we're up to the second floor, we can cross the first of these two large bridges suspended over the main room. Again, with the interconnectivity that this dungeon does so well. Cross back to the east room and into the blade trap room. This room feels very classic Zelda to me, pushing a block, avoiding these spikes, all that good stuff. I like it. Also, trying to blow up this wall with the bomb was one of my childhood difficulties that I will never forget. Down the hallway, we'll come across the upper part of that lava room from before, where we'll have to fight two more Lizalfos. I love that these two rooms are connected to each other like this. They didn't have to make it that way, but it's such a nice detail. Looping back to the blade trap room, we reach the previously inaccessible ledge to find the dungeon item, bombs. I almost forget how late into the dungeon you actually get these, but at the same time we've been using the bomb flowers that the dungeon has provided for us pretty generously up until this point. The only difference now is that we get a bag of them that we can take with us, rather than being restricted to just what's in the room. Once more, we'll come into the main room, but after pressing the switch down here, we'll create a shortcut back up to this point, which is a great bit of forgiveness because if you fell down at this point, you'd have to backtrack quite a lot to get back up here. This stone tablet, L is real, gives us a pretty big hint on how to proceed to the next area of the dungeon. Much like the Deku Tree's basement, which is almost like a second act of the dungeon, we have to get through to the dungeon's northern section, through this big impressionable thing we see in the first room. I guess this is probably why they gave us the bomb bag so late in the dungeon as well. Between this hint and the bombs being fresh on our mind, you should probably be able to work out how to open the path. While not quite as obvious in execution, the northern section of the dungeon also carries on the interconnected theme that we've seen up until this point. However, not in the way that it zigzags across the main room, but more so in that the path loops back around to this small switch room, which you'll need to get to the upper ledge to push the block down onto the switch. Now there's just one thing left. The reveal for the dungeon boss is far more cinematic and less immersive than the previous one. As soon as you drop in, you get this Jurassic Park vibe as massive footsteps approach you, and then the reveal of King Dodongo. Now, the last time in the series Dodongos appeared was Zelda 1, when they looked like this, and you could just cram a bomb in his mouth and be done with it. So this design is really impressive in comparison, though the concept art does it far more justice than the N64 really could. The vibe here is pretty good. This room's design limits your maneuverability by sticking this pool of lava here. And King Dodongo is so big he blocks almost the entire path. But this is sort of undermined by the fact that your shield is somehow so strong that he can roll right over you and you'll be just fine if you block. This fight also follows the trend set by the first dungeon in its pacing. You wait for your opening, use the dungeon item, then strike him with your sword while he's down. It's not a difficult fight at all, but hey, we're only in dungeon number 2, so I get it. Once he's defeated, he'll get all dizzy and try to roll away, only to fall into the lava, somehow cooling it. I don't really know how that works. But hey, here's our heart container, and it's out of the dungeon for us. Once warped out, Darunia greets us and is so happy that you've cleared out the infestation that he gives you the second spiritual stone. We're now Darunia's sworn brother. Great. After the most relatable cutscene ever, in which Link wants to avoid being hugged, we're off. So that's the dungeon. Overall, this dungeon is not too hard, but it's a great step up from the introductory dungeon, and its zigzagging, crisscrossing, interconnected design makes it feel like a natural part of this world. Plus, its dark, lava-filled cave design is a great contrast to the green, earthy dungeon before it. Still, some of the best this game has to offer is yet to come, but I like this dungeon a lot, and it further reinforces the game's themes and supports the groundwork set up by its predecessor. In Link's quest to find the 3 spiritual stones before Ganondorf can, in collaboration with Zelda, we have collected both the spiritual stones of fire and the spiritual stone of the forest. All that remains in order to complete the mission Zelda set us out on is to find the spiritual stone of water. I appreciate that at this point, the game is not as directly ushering us to where we need to go. After coming out of the last dungeon, Darunia will suggest we visit the Great Fairy at the top of Death Mountain, but we aren't directly told where the next spiritual stone is. Navi will also chime in and offer the suggestion that Saria may know more info, and you can ask Saria for a more direct hint if you want to, but other than that, no. The game instead leaves it up to you to find your way at this point. It's not hard to find where to go, however, because aside from the plethora of side quests you can do at this time, story-wise, most of the areas kind of have nothing for you. If you explore the various paths out from Hyrule Field, you will find yourself unable to enter Gerudo Desert, and Lake Hylia just doesn't have much going on, aside from an empty bottle here that you can't even reach yet. And we've already covered things in Castletown, Kokiri Forest, and Death Mountain. There's a ton more side content to do as well before we need to do the dungeon. As far as mandatory stuff to complete, our list here is much shorter this time than the last dungeon. A peek at the map will show us a little blip off somewhere we haven't explored yet, but that's about it. So you'll probably find yourself going up to the previously inaccessible trail to Zora's River, which we can now get through because of the bombs we have. But, oh no, not you again. Okay. Aside from being annoying and talking too much, I actually really dislike Keipora Gibor's dialogue here. Up until we ran into him, the game has shown us respect and allowed us to sort of find our own way here. And then he just straight up tells you, yep, go play the song at the waterfall, buddy. The text at the Sleepless Waterfall itself is already a big enough hint, in my opinion, that you need to play Zelda's Lullaby here, but sure, spoil the fun of figuring it out ourselves, why don't you? Ugh. Anyways. The trek up Zora's River isn't all that hard, but it is quite fun in my opinion. Once we make it inside Zora's domain, we'll find that the Zoras are all in a bit of a panic because their princess Ruto is missing. The king is completely overcome with worry, barely acknowledging that we're standing there, so we're forced to look around on our own. After completing the diving game and getting the silver scale, we can now dive deep enough to look at that suspicious underwater doorway thing here, which we'll find is a shortcut to Lake Hylia. Hey, by the way, it totally makes sense that the Zora, being fish people, would use a huge underwater shortcut like this, but Link, he'd have to travel the entirety of Hyrule Field submerged underwater. How does he not drown? Is there just a current that is that fast? I don't know. At Lake Hylia, we can now dive deep enough to grab that empty bottle, only to find that it's not empty. There's a note from our missing Zora princess inside that Jabu Jabu has eaten her. Showing the Zora King this letter, he is skeptical, but mentions that Ganondorf did stop by, and since then, Jabu Jabu, their patron deity, hasn't been himself. So he asks you to go check it out. The only way to get Jabu Jabu to open his big mouth is to feed him and just get swallowed ourselves, so we can use that empty bottle that the game has just provided us to grab a fish and offer it up. So I mentioned that the last two dungeons felt like pretty natural, real parts of this world, but this dungeon's design exemplifies this even further. We're literally inside of a giant fish. Apart from being absolutely disgusting, the dungeon accomplishes this idea very well. Its overall aesthetic is yucky in our flesh. The rooms all sort of pulsate and move. If you accidentally miss an enemy and strike the wall, the room tremors as if Jabu Jabu is in pain. The majority of enemies also appear to be parasite-like creatures, though we still have some normal enemies like Octoroks. Not sure how they got in here, and what the heck is this Deku Scrub doing here? Do you live here, man? Were you burrowed in his flesh? Did you get swallowed as well and just decided to make the best of it and set up shop here just in case someone needed Deku Nuts? Also, the music here really deserves a shout out. While the previous two dungeon themes were mostly just ambient noises, this one is far more recognizable as actual music, but it still accomplishes adding to the atmosphere of this place. The beat sounds almost like it could be Jabu Jabu's heartbeat, and there's a bunch of sounds that could be like his stomach churning or indigestion or something. Again, conceptually, I find this all really gross, but that's exactly what they were going for, and they achieved this really effectively. Since we have to get gobbled up in order to enter the dungeon, it makes perfect sense that the entrance room is Jabu Jabu's mouth. Already the threat level is amped up here from the previous two dungeons. In the first room of the Great Deku Tree, the only enemies you'd find were these Deku Babas that were stationary and could only attack you if you engaged with them first. When entering Dodongo's cavern, we just have a room with a bombable wall, so no enemies, just a simple obstacle. But here we are immediately accosted by two Octoroks who pop up and try and shoot you. They're easy to dispatch, but this definitely sets the tone of danger here. There's very few rooms in this dungeon where something isn't there to hurt you. After defeating these guys and these bubbles, sorry, not those bubbles, I mean shabombs, we'll have to hit the switch on the ceiling, which, is it Jabu Jabu's uvula? I don't know. So if I had to point out a theme in the overall design of these dungeons up until now, the Deku Trees would be its verticality, Dodongo's cavern would be its interconnectivity, which both reflect their in-universe purpose. Here it's a little harder to nail down. Instead of crisscrossing or ascending a central room, the dungeon's design is filled with hallways and branching paths. But this makes sense because we're also inside of a giant fish, not climbing a tree or exploring a quarry. So we don't really have a big central room per se. The room with the holes in the floor, which I'll be calling the pitfall room, is probably the closest that we have, but even then, most of the paths don't actually branch off from here in the same way as they did in the previous two dungeons. Also, with all of these branching hallways, most of the dungeon is actually pretty accessible from the start, but you'll find that there isn't much you can actually do in most of the rooms at first, usually because of some slimy tentacle in your way. Gross. So, in this way, I like to imagine the dungeon as a tangled headphone cord. Just bear with me. Imagine you have a tangled headphone cord. The entire cord is visible and there. You can touch it, but you have to find the starting point and slowly unravel it from there. Even though you could reach into the middle and just prod at any one part of the cord, it's not going to do you any good. So you have to slowly unravel it from one end until you've got the entire cord loose. It's a loose metaphor, but you get it, right? Rather than the dungeon being a series of rooms with small puzzles, the entire dungeon is more like one larger puzzle itself. So if you avoided the detours, you should quickly find yourself face to face with our missing princess. Ruto here is pretty rude, actually. She's really ungrateful and annoying. After talking to her, she'll be very dismissive of you and immediately fall through one of the room's pits into the room below. She's fine though. She tells you that she usually comes to feed Jabu Jabu, but something seems to be wrong with our big fishums here. She is also worried because she lost some precious stone of hers inside of Jabu Jabu's belly, and won't leave until she finds it. There's a kidney stones joke in here somewhere, right? So from here you have to literally carry her around the dungeon, which does sound annoying, but she happens to be the game's most powerful weapon. You can just throw her at enemies and you'll be able to kill most of them in one shot. She doesn't even seem bothered by it, or hurt, which is great because a lot of these enemies will actually hurt you if you try hitting them with your sword. Side note, but I've never understood why if Ruto gets submerged in water, or whatever bodily fluid it is, she just vanishes and respawns in the first room you found her in. She's a Zora. Water shouldn't be an issue for her, but oh well. Anyhow, bringing her back to the upper level and through the pitfall room, we'll find this set of branching hallways. At first, only 2 of the 5 rooms are unlocked. One has this giant parasite tentacle thing that you can't kill, and the other has a bunch of these stingers, which are pretty easy to deal with using your slingshot. Here we'll find the dungeon item, the boomerang. The boomerang is sort of a Zelda staple, and it retains its ability in this game not only as an offensive weapon, but as a way to fetch items that are out of reach. Now that we have the boomerang, things start to unravel more easily for us. We can kill these parasite tentacles, which all correspond to tentacles that block different paths in the dungeon. So for every one of these that we kill, we unravel more of what we can accomplish here. Working our way through the 4 remaining rooms, we'll find both the map and compass. Now, just a nitpick here, but having these 3 things all so close together kind of removes the fun of opening up those treasure chests for me, because it's all just too much all at once. The map and compass in particular are literally in adjacent rooms. I just wish it had been better paced and spread out a bit. But that's just me. Once we've worked our way through the 5 rooms at the far end of the dungeon, we make our very short backtrack to the pitfall room. Now that we've killed the last of those parasitic tentacles, a final pitfall is accessible here, which will drop us off onto the upper ledge of the basement room. Entering the next room, we'll find the Spiritual Stone of Water. This is not only what we were after, but it's also that precious belonging of Ruto's that Jabu Jabu has swallowed. Now you can't actually reach it, so you have to throw Ruto up onto the platform to grab it. But before you can do anything, the platform raises up and Ruto is captured. When the platform comes back down, we'll have to fight this dungeon's mid-boss, the giant Octo. He's not too hard. In fact, the bigger danger is accidentally sidestepping into the spikes in here. You have to use your new boomerang to stun him, and then hit him in the back with your sword. While he probably won't do too much damage to you, he doesn't stay stunned for long, so you have to make sure that you're quick on your offense. Once he's defeated, we can ride the platform up to the 2nd floor, make our way through this room with these weird meat cube things, and connect back to the elevator room near the entrance. It's a quick jaunt through this previously inaccessible door, through one last short room where you hit a switch using your boomerang, and you've unraveled the entire dungeon now. On to our final challenge. We don't get quite as cool an intro this time around. No dungeon boss lurking out of sight, or big Jurassic Park-like intro. But the short cutscene here still does its job. At first we see what appears to be more of the Bari, that's those little electric jellyfish guys we've been fighting, but then it turns out that they are actually just part of one larger creature, Baronade. Unlike Goma and King Dodongo, Baronade has not appeared in any previous Zelda games, and his fight here is a real shakeup from what we're used to so far. Baronade seems to be some kind of parasite, with tubes latched onto and feeding off of Jabu Jabu, this fight is actually very fun in my opinion. The pace here is totally different from that of the previous two bosses, because Baronade is far more aggressive. He doesn't seem to waste time sort of milling about like the previous two bosses. You have to keep moving because Baronade will constantly attack you with either its electric blasts from its weird tubey things, or by sending out its jellyfish minion to get you. You'll need to first get it off of Jabu Jabu by slicing its tubes with your boomerang, but doing so doesn't make him less offensive. In fact, he'll then start using his spinning attack and rush at you. You can also kill those jellyfish if you want, in order to stop Baronade from being able to use them. Despite the pacing being different, this boss still does follow the established formula in which you'll need to use your new item, the boomerang, to stun him. This will open up the opportunity for you to do some damage with your sword. This isn't bad though, it's just building upon the established method by adding in a much greater level of threat. In short, Baronade is a far more threatening and a much greater challenge than the previous two bosses, and from an in-universe standpoint, he absolutely makes perfect sense to be the cause of poor Jabu Jabu's ailments. Once defeated, he'll explode into a disgusting, horrible mess. Gross. We'll get our heart container and find Ruto safe and sound. At first she complains that you kept her waiting, but once you warp out together, you'll find that she's warmed up to you, and even thought that you were actually pretty cool. Though it goes right over Link's head that it's a sign of engagement for the Zora, Ruto will give you the third spiritual stone. So that's the dungeon. Overall, I really like the layout and design of this dungeon. Rather than being a series of rooms with smaller puzzles, the dungeon design itself is like one larger puzzle to unravel. Though its aesthetic is, in my opinion, completely horrible and gross, that is just a testament to how well they accomplished what they were going for. And the concept of being inside of a large creature is also a really unique concept that we haven't really explored in Zelda since then. Despite me being a bit squeamish, I like it a lot. So here's the story so far. After both Link and Zelda had premonitions about Ganondorf basically being the worst dude ever, and having intentions to get his hands on the Triforce, which he'll use to conquer Hyrule, Zelda hatches a plan with Link. She will protect the Ocarina of Time, while Link gathers the remaining spiritual stones, which are the keys to accessing the sacred realm where the Triforce sits. Having achieved that by way of completing the previous 3 dungeons, we set back to meet Zelda at Hyrule Castle. However, as we approach the castle gates, Link's nightmares unfold before him. A storm swells up in the skies above him. The gates to Hyrule Castle Town lower, just in time for a white horse to gallop away. Riding the horse is Impa, clutching the Princess Zelda tight. Zelda, seeing Link, makes a last-ditch effort to help him by throwing some object his way. It lands in the water behind him, and the horse carrying Zelda disappears out of sight. Just then, Link feels a presence from behind him. It's Ganondorf atop a dark horse. This is the same guy we saw in the courtyard with the evil eyes that Link and Zelda have both had nightmares about. The same guy we've been told has cursed the Deku Tree, causing his death, attempted to extort the Gorons by cutting them off from their food source, and caused ailment to Lord Jabu Jabu. This evil man, whose dark influence has been present at every turn of our adventure, now stands before us demanding to know which way Zelda went. Link refuses to give him an answer, instead choosing to draw his sword. This amuses Ganondorf. He basically swats Link aside with a magical blast and sets off in pursuit of Zelda. Yikes. With Ganondorf gone, we can retrieve the item from the water, and we find that it's none other than the titular Ocarina of Time. Zelda has somehow left some kind of psychic message with the Ocarina in order to teach you the Song of Time. Hey, side note, but did y'all know about this soldier in the back alley of Castletown? You could totally skip right over him, but if you take that extra moment of exploration to go out of your way and talk to him, goodness, he just dies in front of you. Rated E for everyone, I guess, right? Anyhow, Now we have everything we need to complete the plan. With the 3 spiritual stones and the Ocarina of Time, we can proceed over to the Temple of Time and open the Door of Time. However, the Triforce doesn't seem to be here. Instead, we find that legendary blade, the one and only Master Sword. Pulling the blade shrouds us in a magical light, but despite this coolness, we have actually been misled. As we are pulled into the Sacred Realm, it turns out that Ganondorf actually followed us and stepped into the Sacred Realm too. When we come to, we find the Sage Roru. He dumps a bunch of exposition on us, but here's the cliff notes. As it turns out, Link was indeed the chosen hero of time. However, he was, for some reason, not old enough to actually wield the blade. So, it sealed his soul in the Sacred Realm for 7 years. Now, we are old enough to hold the powerful blade, but that 7-year time gap has given Ganondorf more than enough time to conquer all of Hyrule. Our only chance of defeating him is to go awaken the other 5 sages at the various temples around Hyrule. Returning from the Sacred Realm back to the Temple of Time, we meet Sheik, a member of the Sheikah tribe. Sheik will give us a clue as to where we can find the temples, but gives us the hint to head over to Kakariko first to find the hookshot. Otherwise, we won't be able to even enter the first temple. Also, I have to mention this, the state of the world here is demonstrated really well in this moment. Even before we leave the Temple of Time, the lighting is darker and grimmer feeling than when we came in. But when we actually emerge back out to Castletown, we find it completely in ruin and taken over by Redeads. This site is something that has just always stuck with me as being among the best moments of world building in Zelda. It was only moments ago that we stepped out of the bustling Castletown market only to find this horrifying sight. It just gives me chills. Moving on, after racing the now deceased Dampé's ghost, we will get the hookshot and be able to head to the Forest Temple. Avi may also chime in saying she's worried about what may have happened in Kokiri Forest during our 7-year absence, which is fair considering look what happened to Castletown, a guarded place with soldiers. Heading into the forest, we'll find things aren't looking good for the Kokiri either. We're immediately attacked by enemies in this once peaceful village, and all of the residents are hiding in their houses out of fear. Even though these are really simple enemies like Deku Babas and Scrubs, the Babas are huge compared to the ones we've faced up until now, especially considering Link's increased stature. Hey, can I mention that as much as I like this segment where you're sneaking around this maze, the Moblins here have some of the dumbest enemy AI in the entire series. Anyways, heading over to where we first found Saria 7 years ago, we find that she's missing. If we play Saria's song to try to communicate with her, she'll say that she's relieved to hear you're okay, and that the forest spirits were calling for help, so she's headed off into the Forest Temple. So now that we have the hookshot, we can ascend up to the previously out-of-reach ledge and actually enter the temple itself. There is a reason this dungeon often comes up as people's favorites. It's a personal favorite of mine, at least. The Forest Temple is an absolute masterclass in its design, its progression up the difficulty curve, its atmosphere, and thematics. While all 3 of Child Link's dungeons felt like pretty natural, real locations in this world, this one stands out from everything we've seen up until this point. Rather than a giant tree in the forest, a cave in a mountain, a fish in the river, which are all pretty logical locations, we instead find what appears to be an abandoned fort, castle, mansion, or some other structure hidden at the very back of the Lost Woods. A fortress with brick, stone, and even carpet, lost to time, becoming overgrown and retaken by nature, while spirits still wander the hallways. While not as natural in its design, the mystery and stark contrast in this design choice makes its atmosphere even better in my opinion. It's also impossible not to talk about this dungeon's music. The Forest Temple theme is absolutely perfect to me. There's just the right level of ambience mixed with a certain optimism that phases in and out. The instruments blend and shift in their levels. It's not what one would assume or think of when you hear forest-themed level, but neither is this architecture. And this juxtaposition of our expectations with its perfected sound design, really elevates the experience of this dungeon to another level. In my opinion, it's one of the series' absolute best pieces of dungeon music. This dungeon is also a step up in difficulty, which is particularly great for Link's overall story. Since this is our first outing as adult Link, now wielding the legendary Master Sword and trying to save the world from a ruthless and evil ruler, it makes total sense that the enemies and puzzles we face in here would be in another league from everything we've seen before. Entering the foyer, we are immediately ambushed by two Wolfos. Up until now, we've only been forced to fight a Wolfos once as Child Link. That was a single Wolfos and was treated almost like a boss in its own right. But having to take on two of these guys simultaneously, right off the bat like this, is sure to test your mettle. These guys are way more of a challenge than the crappy moblins we fought outside too, because they actually block, defend, and dodge, as well as time their attacks. Spin attacks are particularly useful for breaking their defenses, but charging it up also leaves you vulnerable to attack. So you may take that risk, or try a quick spin attack, or focus hard and time your attacks for those key moments when they leave themselves vulnerable. Once they're defeated, you can make your way to the next room, but first you have to make sure you inspect every nook and cranny of every room, because it may be very easy to walk through that door and miss out on the key that is hidden at the very top of the foyer room. Up until now, there has been no keys hidden in the dungeons, so unlocking doors has usually come down to finding a switch or completing a puzzle. Now, if you aren't using your big old brain and looking hard enough, you can come full stop to a locked door that you can't pass through. So you have to keep in mind not just the room at hand, but the dungeon as a whole bigger picture in order to progress. And it's absolutely essential that you be curious and explore everywhere you can. Otherwise, you just may find yourself stumped at a dead end. This dungeon also combines two elements from the previous two dungeons designs that I thought worked really well, and bloody well perfects them. We have in its layout the wonderful interconnectivity that Dodongo's Cavern first showed us, as well as the unraveling style progression on full display in Jabu Jabu's belly. Now here's how this dungeon accomplishes that. Proceeding through the foyer and past the hallway where we can easily dispatch this Skulltula thanks to the new hookshot we have, we come to the central room. In this central room are doors that all connect to pretty well the entirety of the dungeon. So 6 paths total before us. 4 Poes appear and remove the flames from those torches and disperse themselves to the various parts of the dungeon. When they do so, the central elevator, which happens to lead to the boss room, is closed off. So that eliminates one of the 6 paths immediately. The door to the east is on a ledge too high up to reach. The door to the northeast is locked via an eye switch, which you can't activate yet. The door to the west is also locked. The door to the northwest is blocked by time blocks, and so the door to the north is the only truly open path. However, you can play the Song of Time to remove the time blocks and open the northwest door, and if you nab that key in the foyer, you can unlock the west door immediately. However, that's not necessarily the best order for you to tackle these things. The game has left that north door open and ready for you to head into, so I always felt like this was a pretty strong hint as a starting point. Particularly because through that north door is one of the only sort of one and done paths that doesn't progress you much. Heading north will encounter a pair of Stalfos who, like the Wolfos before, are a great challenge for combat. Best these guys and you'll score a second key. From here, if you decide to head into the west room, you'll end up hitting locked doors. You'll actually need 3 total keys to progress down that path. So the next best option is to head into the northwest door by removing those time blocks. Through here, we'll find the first courtyard room. There's a well here that we can't do much with, and so the only way to progress is by scaling the vine wall at the far end of the room and heading through the door. This brings us to a small adjoining room, which contains the map. The adjoining room bridges the upper levels of the 2 courtyards, so heading through the next door logically brings us out onto a balcony in the east courtyard, which mirrors its western counterpart. You can use your hookshot to zip over to another balcony, where you can press a switch to drain the wells in both courtyards, which as it turns out are connected via this lovely brick tunnel. Here we'll find our third small key. Now that we've gotten the map, explored a fair amount of the dungeon, and gotten our keys, it's time to head back through the central room, spend one of our keys to unlock the western door, and ascend upstairs. In order to get up to the second floor, we'll have to complete the sliding block puzzle room. The puzzle for progressing here is pretty simple, but I like that it forces us to use these blocks to build our own path up through this room, which is great as a puzzle on its own during your first trip through this room, but also means that if we have to backtrack through this room at any point, say, for example, if you missed one of the keys earlier, then you can quickly climb up through the blocks you've arranged in here, rather than doing the puzzle over again. Now that we're at the top, we'll spend a second key to enter the first twisted corridor. As if the mysterious ghost-filled abandoned fort vibe wasn't cool enough already, the play with physics here is pretty impressive. Also, take note of that ornate treasure chest on the wall in this room. We'll come back for that soon. Passing through here, we'll spend our third key and find ourselves in the first portrait room. You'll notice the first of the 4 Poe sisters, Joelle, hidden here inside of the portraits on the wall. If you approach her, she'll vanish and hide in one of the other portraits. So we can't do much here except for head down the stairs and into the next room. We'll find ourselves ambushed by Stalfos once again, and directly above the northern Stalfos room from before. So don't fall down the hole in the floor, or you'll have to backtrack quite a bit to get back up here. For some reason, the Stalfos can just walk on the air here. Figure that one out. Defeating the pair here brings down a platform with reinforcements, so we'll actually have to defeat 4 in this room total. Doing so will net us this dungeon's item, the bow. I have to say, having both the bow and the hook shot this early on is wonderful. Now that we have this, we can use it to fire at the Poe sisters hiding in their portraits in either direction from this room. Doing so will draw them out into the open, where we can fight them head on. Defeating Joelle from before will get us another much needed key, and moving forward to defeat the second Poe sister, Beth, in the next room will get us the compass. But we can't progress further east this way, so we'll need to make a very short backtrack using our new bow to hit the eye switch we passed earlier in the sliding block room in order to untwist the twisted corridor and nab the boss key from that ornate chest we saw before. Untwisting this room also opens a new path here, which will take us out into the upper ledge of the western courtyard from before, where we can nab another much needed key. The next door loops us back around the block room, so we can quickly get back up to the second floor while reducing backtracking to the central room. Retwisting the corridor and passing through both portrait rooms takes us over to the second twisted corridor. Except it's not twisted yet, so we'll need to carefully hit the switch in the next room to twist it up, which opens a path just like in the western equivalent. Carefully passing through the checkerboard room with the falling ceiling, watch out for that by the way, we'll find a small puzzle with some push blocks, which will take us right into our confrontation with the third Poe sister, Amy. After defeating her, the next hallway brings us up to that out-of-reach eastern door in the central room, where the final sister, Meg, waits for us. Meg is our final combat challenge before the boss. Meg's fight here is different from that of her sisters. She'll make duplicates of herself, and you'll have to make sure to be precise and only hit the real one. It won't take long to take her down, and with that, the central elevator rises, and our final path is open. After taking the elevator down to the small basement room, we'll need to tackle one more puzzle involving rotating this room to access different switches in the branching rooms here. I like this puzzle conceptually, but it's just a little too easy in my opinion. You can just keep rotating the room clockwise and you'll get through it all fairly easily. Now we find ourselves facing the final locked door to the boss room. When you first enter the boss room and ascend the stairs up to the central platform, you'll find the room to be empty. Paintings adorn the walls on all sides and the carpet sports an ornate design, but otherwise, there's nothing really of note here. It's not until you try to leave that you'll be suddenly locked in. The music cuts out and Link hears the familiar sound of a horse behind him. Turning, he'll be met with a familiar sight, Ganondorf, on his horse, just like from 7 years ago. Except it's not really Ganondorf himself. This is Phantom Ganon, an evil spirit created by Ganondorf in his own image. Talk about vanity. Like Baronade, this fight is broken into two phases. The first phase sees Phantom Ganon hiding in the paintings, just like the Poe sisters, but he'll pop out to launch an electric attack that has a huge radius of damage. Little known tip though, if you stand on one of the Triforce symbols in the corner of the arena, you'll be just barely out of reach, and you won't have to worry about his attacks. You'll need to use the dungeon item, the bow, to hit him as he's transitioning between the painting and the room. After hitting him enough, his horse will ditch him and leave him stranded in the room. At this point, he'll use his trident to launch energy balls at you. Navi will tell you to answer his attacks with an attack of your own, which, although a bit vague, is a decent enough hint that you can use your sword to deflect his attacks back at him in a classic match of Dead Man's Volley. You may find yourself deflecting a single attack back and forth quite a few times, its speed increasing with each strike. This is thrilling. I never get bored of this. If you manage to hit him with his own energy, he'll be grounded and open to attack. So make sure to seize the moment and rush him with some sword strikes. Once he's defeated, he'll start to burn up and die, just like the bosses before him, but you'll hear the voice of the real Ganondorf intervene. He'll remark that you've gained some slight skill, and that Phantom Ganon was simply a worthless creation. Fighting the real him will be much harder. Rather than allowing Phantom Ganon to die peacefully, Ganondorf instead vanishes him to the void between dimensions. Brutal. After grabbing our heart container, we are out of here. But rather than being warped outside, we find ourselves back in the Chamber of Sages, where we see Saria for the first time in 7 years. She now understands her destiny and is awakened as the Sage of the Forest. With another medallion collected, we are off. We find ourselves back in front of the deceased Deku Tree, where we meet the freshly grown Deku Tree Sprout. Since the curse on the forest is broken, a new Deku Tree can now grow, and all of the monsters in Kokiri Forest are gone too. He also tells us that the reason we have aged and grown up while the rest of the Kokiri remained children is because, well, Link is a Hylian. He's not a Kokiri. He was orphaned and raised among the Kokiri children as one of their own. With that exposition out of the way and the threat eliminated from the forest, we're off. So that's the dungeon. Overall, this dungeon has some of the best atmosphere, a wonderful balance of combat and puzzle solving, and the perfect marriage of interconnectivity in its layout and the unraveling linearity in its progression. It's optimistic when it needs to be, it's spooky and dangerous when called for, and most importantly, it's just the right amount of challenging. It implements design ideas that future dungeons and even later games would take notes from, and balances this with unique concepts that we've only seen here. My one and only gripe is that northeast door from the central room is actually completely pointless, because you'll both enter and exit that connecting room through different doors already. So there's actually no need to ever have that door there, aside from making the dungeon more symmetrical in its layout. But aside from that one super tiny thing, this dungeon is darn near perfect in my eyes. This is not to say that the other dungeons are bad. In fact, we've still got some great ones ahead of us, but this one has always been among my favorites. On our quest to reawaken the 5 sages from the temples across Hyrule, we've managed to liberate Kokiri Forest from its monster infestation and awaken our childhood friend Saria as the Sage of the Forest. Navi tells us that something funky is going on in Death Mountain, which you probably noticed as soon as you stepped out of the Temple of Time before. There isn't nearly as much mandatory story stuff required to do before going to the dungeon, but Sheik will move out of the way and allow us to freely travel between adult and child time periods, which is a nice bonus, especially if you want to go and grab any missed secrets or side quests. Aside from that, there is a ton of optional content to do if you so choose, and while not mandatory, there is a secret area in the upcoming dungeon that you'll want to get the Scarecrow's song for, so that never hurts to unlock either. Heading over to Death Mountain, we'll find things feeling a little more dangerous than before, but nothing we can't handle with a little bit of caution. Goron City, however, is almost completely abandoned. All of the doors are sealed shut, and only a single lone Goron can be found rolling around. He won't stop to talk to either, so you'll need to lay a bomb in his path to stop him. Yep, this is Darunia's son, who is named after you. Your actions in Dodongo's cavern 7 years ago have cemented your status as a Goron hero. Darunia's son tells us that Ganondorf decided to make an example of the Gorons by committing genocide. Yup, he has imprisoned all of the Gorons in the Fire Temple and plans to feed them to an ancient dragon named Volvagia, who he resurrected. The good news is that Darunia is the descendant of an ancient Goron hero who previously used a powerful hammer to smite the dragon, so Darunia has headed off into the Fire Temple to try and free his people and slay the dragon. Link here, the Goron Link, asks that you go help his dad, and gives you the red tunic, which gives you heat resistance. The statue in Darunia's room can be moved aside to lead us into Death Mountain Crater, where we find the entrance to the Fire Temple. The Fire Temple is a place of worship for the Gorons, but has been taken over and repurposed by Ganondorf. It's built into the crater of Death Mountain, and its structure extends upwards in 2 columns, the exteriors of which can actually be seen in Death Mountain Crater's Spectacle Rock. Indeed, the way this dungeon sticks out from the outside world is one of its stronger points as far as world building goes, but there isn't any shred of doubt that we're in the heart of an active volcano here. Pools of lava are all too common in the dungeon's many rooms, and it's too hot for Link to actually survive without his protective red tunic. Even the enemies all seem to be ablaze. While the Forest Temple seemed more like an abandoned fort or mansion, the name Fire Temple is lived up to in this level's design, enemies, and architecture. This is pretty believable as an actual temple. The music here is pretty spot on for this level's atmosphere as well. The track fades in with a drum beat, which makes a lot of sense since Goron culture has a pretty strong connection to its drums. In fact, it sounds almost like it could be the same MIDI drum sound that they used for Goron Link in Majora's Mask. There are also 2 layers of what I'll call this chanting choir that fade in and out of each other. At first this song felt a bit too generic dungeon to me. Listening to it again, I've grown fond of it actually. It's not as complex as the Forest Temple theme, but its Goron style drumming and choir layers make perfect sense for what this dungeon actually is. I also just have to quickly mention that I do not have the version 1.0 cart of this game. The version I have has the updated Fire Temple music. But if you do have a version 1.0 cartridge, you'll notice that the chanting is quite different. It is definitely more unique because the choir layers in the updated version, I think, were actually repurposed from the Shadow Temple music, as far as I can tell. The original chanting was apparently a sample of a real-life Muslim prayer, but because I'm not bilingual or Muslim, I can't speak further to that. It's a pretty well-documented change between version differences, so I won't get too into it. Nintendo at this time had a pretty strong policy against religious references in their games, so I can understand removing that track, but I'll say that I am pretty sure I have version 1.2, which has some bug fixes, as well as Ganondorf's blood being changed to green, and the updated Fire Temple music. With that out of the way, both versions are pretty good, and while I think from a strictly musical standpoint that the original is the better and more unique version, the synth choir in the updated version does a fair enough job. The synth choir is a bit more generic, but the way the levels are mixed to fade in and out does have a mysterious ambience to it that works well enough for me. This dungeon also falls right in line on the the established difficulty curve. While its progression structure isn't as interconnected as one larger puzzle like the Forest Temple, the dungeon instead opts for a more linear gauntlet-like approach, filled with rooms that all have individual challenges to them. While I prefer the larger picture that the Forest Temple paints, the Fire Temple still manages to shake up its structure here and throw some really fun challenges our way. Where the Forest Temple had a central room from which the whole dungeon weaved in and out of, this dungeon instead follows a linear progression that has small branches off of these rooms, but we won't be doing anywhere near the amount of crisscrossing or backtracking here, unless you accidentally fall, because while its design isn't as interconnected in its progression, this dungeon structure is also largely vertical in its design, bringing us to a record 5 floors. Though many of these floors don't have as much going on in them, some of these rooms are really large and open in their design. But on the flip side, some, like the second floor in particular, have pretty much one tiny room and that's it. When we enter the dungeon's foyer, we'll immediately have 4 doors ahead of us. 2 on the lower and 2 on the upper level. The lower door on the left is a dead end that teases us with the boss key, which we can't actually get yet. The lower door on the right is actually completely blocked off, so you may not even know that there is a door there to begin with. The upper door on the right is also locked, so we only have one way to progress, the door on the upper left, which takes us face to face with our old pal Darunia. He's glad to see you after all this time and asks for your help. He will go face off with the Dragon of Volvagia, while you go free the captured Gorons that are imprisoned throughout the temple. Though he does express being nervous because he doesn't have the hammer that his ancestor used to smite the dragon generations ago, he still heads on without you, locking the door behind him. The platform to the boss door is also completely out of reach, so we definitely have no way to pursue him at this time. Immediately in this room we can free the first Goron and get our first key. As we meet and rescue the Gorons imprisoned in the Fire Temple, they will also give us hints about how to solve the different puzzles or defeat certain enemies throughout the dungeon. Though most of their hints are basically just to use bombs on stuff, so thanks tips. Now that we have the key, we can head back through the locked door in the foyer and into the closest thing that this dungeon has to a central room. If we cross this room and try to proceed forward, not unlike the Forest Temple, you'll get stuck on 2 locked doors. So make sure to free the trapped Gorons on both ends of the offshooting rooms here, so that you can also get the keys from those rooms. But mostly to free them. The Gorons deserve better than this. Through the first locked door is a small puzzle in which we push this block onto a fire geyser to propel ourselves up to the next floor, where we will spend our second key on the next locked door. The puzzle in this room is pretty straightforward as well. Push the block here to make a path that we can climb upwards, and make sure to hit this switch, which will briefly extinguish the flame in our path. Though it's much easier to just huck a bomb down there to give ourselves extra time, rather than trying to rush up as quickly as we can. Climbing up now brings us to the 3rd floor, where we will enter the maze room. Make sure you explore every little corner of this maze so you don't miss out on freeing any of the Gorons here. There's actually 2 mandatory keys to get before we trek through the locked door and into this room with the narrow bridge. There's 2 paths from this room. One where we hit an eye switch and can snag the dungeon map, which is unusually far into this dungeon in my opinion, and the other which will bring us into this room with the firewall that chases us. It's not hard to outrun this thing at all. There's 2 paths in this room, but the western door is locked, so we will need to head through the far north door, which actually spits us out to the upper level of the maze room. There's a completely optional room you can get to here if you got the Scarecrow song, which will net you 200 rupees and 2 gold sculptulas, but that is not required to progress through the dungeon. More importantly, however, there are 2 more Gorons to rescue here, one on the upper level of the maze room, and another we can find by bombing the floor here and dropping back to the 2nd floor room from before. This also has the added bonus of creating a shortcut back up to this point. Now that we can unlock the western door of the flame wall room, this pretty much wraps up everything that we need to do in the eastern half of the dungeon. That door brings us across a bridging hallway into the western half of the dungeon. This brings us to a 2nd maze room, but rather than being obviously a little maze to run around with, it's more in the form of these pillars and flame walls that we have to carefully navigate. In order to get through here, you'll need to find your way to the locked door on the left side of the room, zip through this little prison room, and back into the right side of the room. There's a little puzzle here where we need to press this switch to extinguish the flames blocking the door, and of course, it's on a timer. The next room takes us into the battle against our first mid-boss, the Flare Dancer. He's not too hard. You have to ground him by using bombs, but because of how quickly he moves, sometimes it's easier to just hold the bomb and tank the hit yourself. Once his flames are out, you can attack him head-on with your sword, and once he's defeated, you can take the elevator up to the next floor, which has another timer puzzle in the same vein as the one on the second floor, allowing you to reach the very top of this half of the dungeon. This top room parallels the optional room on the eastern half of the dungeon, forming a very nice sense of symmetry in the dungeon's layout. Completing yet another timer puzzle here, which apparently this dungeon just loves, will score us the dungeon item at last, the Megaton Hammer. I'm surprised at how late into the dungeon this important item is found, to be honest, but it is awesome. You can use it in combat for absolute overkill of your enemies if you want, though it does lack the range that your sword can give you. Otherwise, it's great for puzzles, because you can activate these rusted over switches or break things that you previously couldn't with your sword or with bombs. We get some good practice in with this item's destructive power right away as well, since we can strike these blocks to open a new path, which actually loops us back into the fire maze room from before. Using the hammer to hit this rusted switch, we can now go and rescue that trapped Goron, grab one more mandatory key, and quickly snag the compass. Next, Navi will give us a nice hint to use the hammer to strike the top of this pillar, which drops us all the way back down to the pre-boss room where we saw Darunia before. Essentially, this dungeon has made us work our way all the way up to the very top and dropped us back here after we finished everything upstairs. Convenient. However, since we still don't have the boss key that was teased to us at the beginning of the dungeon, we'll want to use our new hammer to unlock that previously inaccessible door in the foyer. A couple small rooms in, we'll come across a second Flare Dancer, who we dispatch even more easily with the hammer, before coming into the other end of this room from before to free one final Goron and grab that boss key. We've now freed all of the prisoners and collected everything we need. You know what's next. When we enter the boss room, Darunia is nowhere to be seen. As soon as we set foot on a central platform, the room will shake as our enemy appears before us. The subterranean lava dragon, Volvagia. I love his design here. It's no wonder he inspired such awesome concept art for this game. This fight will see us playing a game of whack-a-mole as Volvagia rises from the various holes in the floor. You'll want to smash his face in with our new Megaton Hammer to leave him vulnerable before attacking him with your sword. He'll also take flight to evade your attacks, though you can still hit him with your bow while he's in the air. It just isn't nearly as effective as the hammer though. He'll also attempt to drop rocks from the ceiling on you, so you'll want to be careful to evade those. The more you damage him, the more he'll also try to psych you out during the whack-a-mole part of his routine here, so be on your toes or you'll get knocked down by his flamey hairdo. After a few good hammer hits to the face, he should go down in one of the most dramatic boss deaths this game has to offer. As his body burns up bit by bit, his skeleton breaks apart and his skull drops right in front of you. Yikes, dude. It's kind of too bad that he doesn't get a second phase to his fight, because I still feel like there is some untapped potential in Volvagia's design, but all in all, the fight is still a lot of fun. Once we've got our heart container, we can warp out. We'll see a brief cutscene where it shows the state of Death Mountain returning to normal, then Link is dropped into the Chamber of Sages. As it turns out, to probably nobody's surprise, Darunia is revealed to be the awakened Sage of Fire. He thanks you for helping the Gorons, and gives us the Fire Medallion. 2 down, 3 to go. So that's the dungeon. Overall, if I had to sum up its progression, the Fire Temple brings you up higher and higher up a gauntlet of challenges until you reach the top, where it will drop you back to the beginning in a large sort of loop. While I personally feel like there may have been some concessions made in its design, namely this huge optional area which you need to get the Scarecrow song for, which your average player probably wouldn't have known to go out of their way to get from Lake Hylia, there are still some great design choices here. This dungeon pushes us through a gauntlet of smaller, fast-paced challenges in nearly every room in ways that we haven't seen much of before now. It does a great job of minimizing backtracking by funneling you through the few branching paths that it presents to you and having those paths loop back to your main course. And it raises the stakes in a big way by having us work to free the Goron prisoners. It's a dungeon that I think I very much took for granted, but its design choices are actually a nice shakeup from what we've seen up until now. While you may not have to spend as much time pondering over the map here like you might in the previous dungeon, this dungeon's theme is far more action-oriented, testing us on our skill in volumes unseen until this point. It's a great change of pace, and I like it a lot. Next on our list is the Water Temple. But there is some important stuff that we need to do before we actually get there. Navi will hint at an Arctic wind that's blowing from Zora's domain, but honestly, so far as Adult Link, we've just been retracing our steps and entering dungeons that are more or less in the same sections of the map as the dungeons we went through as Child Link. So it's not exactly a leap that players would think to go back to Zora's domain to see how things have changed over there. Upon entering Zora's domain itself, we'll find it entirely frozen over. The Zoras themselves are trapped below the ice, though we don't really see them, and the king is frozen in a strange form of red ice. If we walk on past him, we'll find that big fishy Jabu Jabu is actually nowhere to be seen, and there are these huge ice chunks floating in the water. By following along these platforms, we can find the entrance to the ice cavern. Yeah, okay, so let's back up a moment here. This is not the Water Temple, but rather a mini dungeon that we need to complete before we can actually get to the real next dungeon. I considered doing a video on just the ice cavern, but let's be honest here. It's frankly too small and simple to warrant a full-length video. It's better to just include it in this section of the video anyways, as having these sort of mini dungeons is pretty well how the pace of the rest of the game is going to go anyways. As far as the atmosphere goes, this place is pretty eerie. It's always reminded me of that scene from Empire Strikes Back where Luke gets captured by the Wampa on Hoth, but I digress. The music, of course, matches perfectly. There's something about this instrumentation that gives off a sort of ice crystal resonation in my head. It just fits perfectly. Progressing through here is pretty simple, but that makes sense for this being the mini dungeon that it is. Down the entrance hallway we'll fight a couple of Freezards in this round blade trap room before proceeding down another snowy hallway to the central room. There's 3 paths to take from here, but 2 are blocked by red ice, so all you can do is collect the silver rupees to unlock the door on the eastern end of this room. Taking the hallway down here gives us the map and a source of blue fire, which we can use to melt the red ice. For this reason, I recommend having gotten all 4 empty bottles already to minimize backtracking, though there's already a fair amount of these blue fire sources anyways, so you'll be fine even if you don't have all the bottles. Since we now have blue fire, we can proceed through the other 2 paths in the central room. The path to the south will give us the compass, and the path to the north will bring us to the sliding block puzzle room, where we will need to collect more silver rupees to unlock the door here. Once we've collected them all and the door is unlocked, we can proceed to the final room where we will fight the closest thing this dungeon has to a boss, that being a white wolfos. By now we've fought our fair share of challenging enemies, so you should be able to take them on pretty quickly. The chest here will reward our efforts with the iron boots, and Sheik will appear to teach us the warp song as usual, the Serenade of Water in this case. Sheik also explains how while all of the Zoras were frozen under the ice, Princess Ruto actually was freed and went off to investigate the Water Temple, which is apparently where the source of this ice curse is somehow. With the iron boots, we can take a shortcut back to the entry room, and we are out of here. While pretty simple, I actually like the ice cavern a lot. While generally unpopular, I am a sucker for sliding block puzzles in Zelda games, and there's just this eerie mood that is accomplished so well here. Considering its small size, there's also a lot of secrets hidden here, including 3 gold Skulltulas and a piece of heart, so it's worth being thorough. I also just have to mention real quick that the room where we fight the Wolfos is just visually one of the coolest rooms in the entire game. Before we use our new warp song to skip straight ahead to the dungeon, make sure to stop back at Zora's domain, unfreeze the king, and get your blue tunic, which will allow you to breathe underwater, which is going to be absolutely essential for the upcoming dungeon. Anyways, with all of that said, now that we have our new iron boots and blue tunic, we can reach the bottom of Lake Hylia, which I should mention is mostly drained except for a small portion, where we will find the entrance to the water temple. Honestly, the water temple gets a bad rap. It is by and large what many consider to be the game's most difficult dungeon, coming hot off the heels of the fire temple, which is action-packed but pretty straightforward. I can see how it would give players a hard time. The water temple is not a gauntlet of challenges, obstacle courses, and battles like the fire temple was. It is instead a deeply intertwined labyrinth of locked doors. This is not to say that there are no battles and no challenges, because there are, but the dungeon's biggest obstacle is simply knowing how to navigate it. Like the forest temple, we have a large central room that nearly every part of the dungeon branches off from. But this central room actually spans 3 floors, some of which are only accessible depending on the water level, which you have to change throughout the dungeon, but can only do so from certain locations. There's a huge emphasis on this navigational challenge and of traversing underwater, which can be especially challenging since you can't actually use your sword underwater. The only item you can use is your hookshot, which can deal some damage to your enemies, but remember that its main function is for traversal, not combat. So if you find yourself hitting locked doors, having to double back and getting mixed up turned around, then know you're not alone. You're sharing a sentiment shared by many of the Zelda community. This dungeon is the biggest challenge this game has thrown at us so far. But you know what? I love it. But worth a quick mention, here's some things that may alleviate your stress here. Number 1, I've neglected to mention it up until now, but with King Zora Unfrozen, it's worth doing the side quest to get the Big Goron sword. It will help a lot since it does double the damage of the Master Sword. The game has actually done a really great job of teasing out this quest to us since we first emerged as Adult Link, and it's done really well. Number 2, getting Farore's Wind from the fairy fountain near Zora's domain is also worthwhile. Farore's Wind is a warp magic, so if you find yourself deep into the depths of the dungeon, up against a locked door that you don't have a key for, you can cast the spell to make returning to this point easier. In fact, this one is the only dungeon in the entire game that I consistently find myself using this spell in. And number 3, use the map. The Fire Temple may have been a straightforward and onward kind of dungeon that looped you back to the main path whenever you needed to briefly stray off course, but here, almost the whole dungeon is laid out in front of you from the start. Everything branches off of that central room, so there isn't a quote-unquote main path to adhere to. Instead, it is a matter of planning your actions, gathering the necessary keys, and seeing what paths work and what is a dead end. Hey, also, because I mention it in every video, can I just gush about the music here? It's actually beautiful. There's this distorted, watery sound, perfect for the water temple, pleasant chimes or bells, a flute, and what is that, a sitar? I'm not really sure, but whatever string instrument that they use here, I am totally in love with its sound. All of the instrumentation is used super well to create this brilliant ambience. There's a pleasant optimism in the bells, which cascade throughout the track, but there is also an air of danger and mystery. It's brilliant. The water temple doesn't have a real foyer like the previous 2 dungeons have had, so as soon as we enter, we are standing at the top of this big square central room. As previously mentioned, this room is massive, spanning 3 floors. A central tower rises through the room, which houses interior central rooms, and of course, there are so many doors. You thought having 6 paths from the Forest Temple's main room was a lot? There are 4 paths off of the first floor, 3 more off of the second, and 4 including the dungeon entrance from the 3rd, and those are the ones branching outward. There's also 2 more doors for going in and out of the central tower. At least the Forest Temple's 6 paths only really had 1 that was unlocked from the get-go. Here, however, while many of them are out of reach and inaccessible, I think just this sheer volume of options right off the bat is part of what many players feel is so overwhelming about this place. My personal method is to just narrow your thinking down to just think about the floor you have at hand. If you think of this massive central room as a whole, you will drown in options. If you take it slow and break each floor down, you should be able to reduce the amount of backtracking that you need to do and avoid feeling overwhelmed. Just try to find the balance between doing that and not losing sight of the bigger picture here. So we start off coming in the entrance from the south of the 3rd floor in the central room. While here on this 3rd floor, there are really only 3 paths before us. The door to the west is locked, so don't worry about that yet. The platform to the north is completely out of reach, and so that just leaves the hallway on the east side. There isn't much to do here, but make sure you at least start this puzzle of pulling this block back into place, otherwise later you will get stuck here. So obviously the 3rd floor didn't have much for us, so we can start to move downwards. Because of the water level being where it is, there isn't really anything we can do on the 2nd floor either, except for zip down the hallway, again on the east end, and nab the compass. Based on the water level here and the hookshot target being where it is, I'm pretty sure that we're actually meant to get the compass later, but we might as well just grab it right away since we can. I'll admit that getting the compass before the map always feels a little weird to me, but the sooner we can see where the treasure chests are on the map, the better. Sinking all the way to the very bottom floor, we can really start to make some progress here. There are 4 paths outward and 1 inward from here. The path to the north will bring us to a locked door that is also completely out of reach, so don't even bother with that. The path on the west is blocked off from a push block that we can't push, and the southern path is also a dead end that will lead to bomb. However, we're underwater, so obviously we can't use bombs here. So there is only one way to actually go for now, which is once again the hallway to the east. Also take note of the little landmarks that are placed around down here, such as the dips in the floor and the torches. Down this hallway, we'll come face to face with Princess Ruto, who, much like Link, is now all grown up. She tells you that there are 3 places to change the water level in the dungeon, and to follow her up to the first one. She swims upwards, but when we follow her, she is nowhere to be seen. Also, take note again the breadcrumbs and landmarks that are being left here for you. There's this barred door and bombable wall. All things to revisit when the water level is at an appropriate height. At the top of this room, we'll play Zelda's Lullaby to lower the water level, but before you go back down, don't forget to quickly go into the next room and grab yourself the map. Since this room is a dead end, the only way to go is back down the way we came. Since we lowered the water level, we can now light these torches at the bottom here to open this door. The lit torch in the middle here seems to imply that you should use your arrows, but it's just as easy to use Din's fire. Defeating the enemies in this next room will net us our very first key. Alright, so far so good. Also, since we've lowered the water level, there's quite a bit we can do on the bottom floor here. The most obvious would be to enter the central tower door, but that will only take us upwards. And as per my previous recommendation, it's best to try and clear everything out of each floor as best we can before ascending to another. So make sure to take advantage of that lower water level to explore the other paths here. The bombable floor to the south is an optional room for a gold spatula. The push block room will take us through a couple of rooms, including this whirlpool room, which has another key for us. That north door, however, is still totally out of reach. So, now that we've got another key, we can go ahead into the central tower room. Ascending in the tower, we'll find the second place where we can change the water level. This will raise it up to the halfway point, so the bottom section is submerged, but the second and third floor are out of the water. Make sure to sink down to find another key hidden after a small underwater combat challenge at the bottom of this room. So with the water up to the second floor now, here is where I'm pretty sure we're supposed to have gotten the compass. But if you've already got it, you can instead turn your attention elsewhere. Make sure to quickly backtrack here back to that bombable wall that was halfway up the room where we met Ruto, in order to nab another key. This may be one of the only hidden keys in the dungeon that I find completely counterintuitive to go out of the way for, but since the game has given us both the map and compass, at least we can see that there is a key hidden there to get. With that done, we can return to the second floor of the central room. The western door here is locked, but since the platforms here float to match the water level, it is now accessible. Don't worry about that eye switch door to the southern end of the second floor here, since the hookshot target there is also out of reach. This path actually loops us back to a small alcove at the very top of the third floor in the central room. This actually allows us to raise the water level back up to the top level as we had originally found it. But since we have a key to spare, and now that that same platform from before has floated up, the locked door on the third floor of the central room can now be accessed. Still with me? This door takes us to this waterfall room, which gives us a nice little challenge based around using the hookshot to quickly ascend up the platforms up to the other side of the room. It looks straightforward, but if you aren't quick to aim with that hookshot, then it may be more challenging than it looks. The next room has another neat hookshot puzzle that involves raising and lowering these statues that have hookshot targets on them in order to get through the room. It's neat, but not too complicated. This next door, however, takes us into this huge empty room. I love this part to bits. We can see from the map that it does have walls, but the room looks more like an empty, endless swamp. It's a strange illusion. There's nothing and nobody here, and walking across to the other end of the room, all we'll find is a locked door. Turning around, we'll see a shadowy figure under the lone tree in the center of the room. And this begins our battle against this dungeon's mid-boss, Darkling. Okay, before we talk about the actual fight, the build-up here is just great. First of all, a bit of an easy to miss detail, but when we first enter the room, we can see Link's reflection in the water, but when we pass by the tree where Dark Link appears, that reflection actually disappears. The tension here, that he appears off-screen behind you as well, is just so freaking cool. Dark Link here is probably the hardest mid-boss in the game. A lot of his attacks will mirror your own, and he actually will have more health depending on how many hearts you actually have up until this point. After over 2 decades of playing this game, this guy still gives me a hard time. But this challenge is heavily alleviated if you got the Big Goron sword. Normally, Darklink will block most of your attacks. However, something about using a stab attack with the Big Goron sword actually allows you to break through his defenses, since your strike is lower to the ground than it is if you use the Master Sword. So 100% definitely do recommend using that sword for this fight. Once he's defeated, the illusion will be broken and the room will fade back to its normal form. Still massive though. Our reward for defeating Darklink is actually the long shot. The long shot is basically just the hookshot again, but with twice the range. Now, since we've seen a few hookshot targets that have been out of reach, those should be no problem now. Continuing, we'll find ourselves in this underground river-looking room with these vortexes. Be careful to not get sucked in, but if you use the iron boots and hookshot well enough, then you should be just fine. At the end of this room, we will get another key, and the path drops us to the whirlpool room on the first floor. So we can quickly go back to the central room, go through that eye switch hallway that we now have the long shot for, and finish the push block puzzle from the very start of the dungeon to nab one more key. Now we can duck back to the bottom, go into that northern locked door that was out of reach before, and we'll find ourselves in this room with the rolling boulders and tech-techs. I recommend using your bow to take out these guys before trying to cross, just to avoid taking damage. Passing through here real quick, we'll find another puzzle sort of room in which we'll need to push this block onto a switch to raise the water level. Quick mention here, but I like the way they telegraph the bombable wall for you in here, in which the light subtly reflects differently on those certain bricks. It's a small detail, but a nice one. There's one more room to quickly pass through, and we'll find ourselves having looped back to the boulder tech-tech room from before, but in an alcove at the top of the room, where we can spend our last key to get to this hidden room with the boss key. Phew! Anyways, now that we have the boss key and we've found everything we need to, we can make our way back to the very top of the central room to check out that last out-of-reach ledge and make our way to the boss room. When we enter the boss room, we'll find it empty, with the exception of the pool of water here. Nothing seems out of the ordinary until Navi tells you that the water isn't normal. What? This moment strikes me as so eerie. It's one of those it's quiet, too quiet moments. If we hop onto one of the platforms here, we'll be treated to a cutscene from the boss's point of view as it rises from the water and sneaks up on Link. Then we see it. This is Morpha, a giant aquatic amoeba. Morpha has the ability to control water. The only way to defeat him is to use your hookshot to yank him out and then lay down a beating with your sword. This is easier said than done though, as Morpha moves through the water pretty quickly. Try to also stay moving, as Morpha can create tentacles to pick up and grab you. Morpha, like the water temple itself, kind of gets a bad rap. People think he's lame or not threatening, but when I see him grab and toss Link around the room like that, I feel its power conveyed to me right there. As long as Morpha is in the water, he's dangerous. While not the game's most difficult boss by a long shot, the very concept of Morpha being this organism that can manipulate water is one of the coolest and most unique boss concepts that I would love to see revisited in a future game. Anyways, wail on him enough, and he'll go down, and quite literally, pop. The water drains from the room, we can grab our heart container, and warp out. We'll find ourselves back in the Chamber of Sages. Ruto is the sage, no surprise there, and look, Lake Hylia is restored to its normal state. Hooray! Just don't forget to grab the fire arrows. So that's the dungeon. Overall, I think people are too hard on the water temple. It is definitely the game's most difficult dungeon, but I feel like that makes sense. It should be harder than those that we've already completed. Its music and atmosphere is top-notch, and even though I have some gripes with its navigational aspects, as long as you stop, take a look at your map, and think about where you need to go, you should be able to manage. Some gripes though, that last locked door always trips me up. It always strikes me as counterintuitive to have to go back up to the second floor for that small key, so I almost always end up hitting this locked door, then casting Furor's Wind, and having to backtrack. At least with Furor's Wind, we can quickly return here once we've gotten that last key, but honestly, if that key were made a little less out of the way and wasn't a puzzle that you have to start early on, then abandon and come back to once you've gotten the long shot, then it would go a long way to make this dungeon less confusing. Raising the water level to get to the boss room is also kind of a pain as well, especially because you have to go out of your way to do so twice. Yeah, since the boss room is at the very top of the central room, you have to raise it all the way up. But to even access the room where you raise it to the top, you have to first raise it halfway. If you know what you're doing, it's not so bad, but if not, then I can understand it being an issue. That said, the dungeon is also full of great ideas, fun puzzles, and the game's very best mid-boss. It is challenging, but since when is challenge a bad thing? The fact that it makes you have to stop and think is always something that I've liked about it. It's not my favorite, but I will die on this hill when I say that it is not anywhere near as bad as people make it out to be. In fact, I like it a lot. Also, the ice cavern is fun. Too short, but still fun. Alright, we have finished the forest, fire, and water temples. There's some debate about the quote-unquote correct dungeon order at this point in the game. Navi's hint seems to imply the Shadow Temple, but if you talk to Saria via Saria's song, she'll imply the Spirit Temple. The quest status subscreen also seems to indicate that the Spirit Temple should be next, and really, as far as progressing through their respective dungeons, the items obtained in the Shadow and Spirit Temple don't have much impact on each other. All that said, every guide I have indicates that the Shadow Temple is first, and really that's the way I've always played it. As far as the difficulty curve goes, as well as thematics in relation to the game's story, it just makes the most sense this way. Odds are it was simply changed during the game's development somewhere along the way, which is why there are some breadcrumbs to imply the older order, but I digress. Since we've beaten the Water Temple, we can trigger this cutscene in which Kakariko Village is on fire. Sheik and Link get their butts kicked by some mysterious evil that has escaped from the bottom of the well. Sheik tells you that Impa headed off into the Shadow Temple. Anyways, if you try to enter the dungeon, you'll get this hint at the very start that you need the Eye of Truth, so much like the Ice Cavern and Water Temple, we will need to go and complete a mini dungeon before we can actually head into the Shadow Temple. In order to enter this mini dungeon, you'll need to make sure you have learned the Song of Storms from Guru Guru at the windmill, which you can use as Child Link to drain the well by making it rain. Somehow. Anyways, buckle up for literally my childhood nightmares as we head into the bottom of the well. The implications of the bottom of the well are really quite dark. There's an old man in Kakariko that tells you that some guy who had a way of always seeing the truth had a house where the well now stands. So, is this the remains of the underground basement of this guy's house? And if so, Why is it full of corpses and torture equipment? In all honesty, my personal headcanon has always been a combination of these elements. It feels to me like it's a portion of the actual Shadow Temple that through some underground cave-in or some other means was blocked off or inaccessible from the rest of the main dungeon. It even shares the same dungeon music as the Shadow Temple, but more on the music later, as well as its architecture and themes. But then, how could it be a part of the Shadow Temple and also the remains of this ancient person's basement? And this still doesn't exactly explain all of this nightmarish stuff here. It's food for thought though. However, that's all theory territory, and this is a dungeon design analysis video, not a theory video, so we'll just move on for now. Bit of a personal origin story here, however. I can trace back my interest in reading maps and delving into dungeon design right to this very dungeon. Why? Because this place scared the bejesus out of me as a kid, so I was very keen on minimizing my time in here. Now, as an adult, I prefer to explore every single nook and cranny in order to 100% complete the game. Back then, if I could avoid being in any room with a re-dead, then that's what I'd do. So if you're like child me and would like to avoid spending any more time here than you have to, here's how you can be in and out of the bottom of the well in less than 10 minutes. As soon as you enter, get past the Skulltula and through the first hallway. In the large main room, loop all the way around to the back of the room and drain the water. Loop back around to the front of this main room, drop down to the sledge. Since the water is drained, you can now crawl through this space here. Climb up the ledge, go into this door, defeat the boss, and grab the Lens of Truth. Now you just have to backtrack a short way to the entrance and you are out of here with minimal childhood trauma. Okay, but you'll miss a lot of the goodies if you do it this way. So here's how, if you care about completion, you should actually progress through the bottom of the well. When you first come through the hallway and into the central room, you can pretty well take your pick of any of the holes in the floor that you can drop into. Heck, you may just stumble into one by accident, since you can't even see most of them without the Lens of Truth. You'll find yourself in the basement where you can obtain the map. Grabbing these silver rupees in here will unlock the door at the top of the ladder, which takes us back up to the main floor. You can sneak around through one of these invisible walls in the interior of the central room to grab this large chest with the compass. You'll have to make sure to approach it this way, as if you try to take the obvious route, you'll fall back down to the basement again. Now that we have the map and compass, we just have to comb through the dungeon to get the rest of the goodies, including a key hidden just around the corner from the compass, and a second one just a little farther down the hall. You can nab yet another key in this coffin room on the far west side of the dungeon. There's a lot of pointless treasure chests around here as well, which mostly have things like rupees or Deku nuts. You can pretty well head for the boss room at this point if you want, but if you comb through the rest of those locked doors, you can grab some gold Skulltulas as well. Heading into this boss room, we'll find yet another case of the old childhood nightmares. When you first enter this room, you'll find it empty with the exception of these creepy hands extending out from the ground. Nothing will happen until you let one of those hands grab you. At that point, Dead Hand will emerge. In my honest opinion, Dead Hand is hands down the most nightmarish and creepy enemy in the entire series. You can only hurt him by striking his head, but just to add to the tension and creepiness, you can only reach his head if you do the following. Let Link get grabbed by one of the hands, causing you to be unable to move. Let him approach you in his creepy little way, and wait for him to lower his head as he tries to bite you. The fact that the only way to break through his defenses is to put yourself at risk only makes this fight more scary. You can kill the hands if you want, but a new one will always regrow to take its place. The best tactic I know of is to break free from the hand's grip as quickly as you can, and then charge up a spin attack. That way, when he lowers his head, you can hit him with a powerful attack, which also has ample reach. Defeating him gets us the Lens of Truth. With the Lens of Truth in our hands, we can either use it to make sure we didn't miss any secrets, or simply head out. As just a quick note, I recommend having gotten the upgraded magic meter by this point as well, since using the Lens of Truth will allow us to see hidden secrets, invisible objects, and etc., but we'll do so at the cost of magic power. With that said and done, we can return to the future, use the Nocturne of Shadow, light these torches, and head into the Shadow Temple. Shadow Temple is honestly one of the most straightforward as far as its progression goes, even more so than the Fire Temple. In fact, I personally think it's one of the easiest dungeons this game has to offer, but what it lacks in difficulty is made up for in its creativity, unique designs, ideas, themes, and atmosphere. And of course, it's scary as heck. So even though it may be simple from a progression standpoint, especially right after the Water Temple, this dungeon was always hard for me to get through because, like the bottom of the well, there are rooms that floor to ceiling are made of skulls. There's torture devices, bloodstains, guillotines. You get interrupted with these cryptic messages from spirits that linger throughout here. And of course, most of the enemies are of the nightmarish undead variety. The dungeon's biggest challenge is just pushing yourself through it mentally. It's done wonderfully. Also, just as a side note, but whereas most dungeons typically have your main floors and a basement or two, the designers chose specifically to label each floor in this dungeon under basement, which really just hammers in that scary underground descent idea further with just a small change in text. Oh, and the music. It's not exactly easy listening, but dang if it doesn't do its job. The entire time we have this drumming, which feels like, at the very least, a hint towards the boss looming at the end of the dungeon. If you aren't familiar with who that is, you'll get why that makes sense later. There is, like the Fire Temple, these chanting choir voices throughout. But where the Fire Temple sounded more like a proper choir or prayer sort of chant, these ones sound downright haunting. Literally. This would do well enough as it is, but then they hit you with this harpsichord sounding instrument that scales in and out, and it never fails to send chills down my spine. Whereas the previous dungeon's tracks went the route of mystery and ambience, this track just makes you feel uneasy and unsafe. Due to its straightforward descent, I like to think of this dungeon as having a sort of 3-act structure that you'd normally see in plays and film. The first act being the top floor with all the crisscrossing leading down to the large open room. The second act being navigating all of these small side rooms off of the large open room. And the third act being in which you take the ferry ride, nab the boss key, and fight the boss. Because of this linear 3-act structure, I'd argue that this is the dungeon with the least amount of backtracking, but being straightforward isn't necessarily bad. The Water Temple, for example, was quite complicated from a navigational standpoint, but the atmosphere of the dungeon was actually fairly tranquil. Here, because we aren't stopping to plan, the tension is never lost, as we have to press onward constantly. So let's take a look at that first act. As soon as you enter the dungeon, you'll need to hookshot across the gap in the hallway here, where you'll be prompted to go back and get the Lens of Truth if you haven't already. You'll find this puzzle in which you need to rotate the statue to the correct direction. You can find which one is the right one using the Lens of Truth. Do this puzzle incorrectly, and you'll suddenly be dropped to your doom. Completing it successfully will unlock the door here. However, we can't actually reach that door yet, so we'll need to shelve that for now. If you look around with the Lens of Truth, you'll find a hidden door here. There's 2 square rooms off of here, with 2 more offshooting rooms. The first one will get us the map. To press on deeper this way, we'll have to have a rematch with Dead Hand. Oh, again. You can defeat him the same way as before, and as much as I could go on about his creepiness, I think we've adequately covered that in the bottom of the well segment. Defeating him will earn us the hover boots. Now that we have these, we can cross that gap from before and move onwards. This takes us deeper underground to this BMO's room here, which has 3 doors that we can go through. The southern door has this small Gibdo fight, which rewards us with the compass. This always seems like such an odd choice to me, that we get the map, compass, and dungeon item in such a short succession like this so early in the dungeon. But hey, since this dungeon has such a small amount of backtracking, maybe that was done out of necessity, so that you wouldn't accidentally miss any important treasure chests or keys. Anyways, if we cross the BMO's room into the northern door, we'll have a silver rupee challenge in this room with the spinning Reaper statues, which will reward us with a key. We'll see the tail end of a shortcut that we'll have to create later, but otherwise we can move on. We can bond this last wall in the BMO's room, spend that key on the locked door, and head down this hallway, where we'll be ambushed by 4 Skulltulas if we're not careful. Oh, watch out for the guillotines. Act 1, check. We'll kick off Act 2 with this large open room. this being what I would say is the closest thing this dungeon has to a central room. Skipping past these guillotines, we'll fight a Stalfos and be faced with a fork in the road. If we skip across these invisible platforms and head left, we'll find a room with another one of these Reaper statues. Though this room is completely optional, but good if you want the gold Skulltula. The other path to the right will have us hover across this big block, and imagine what purpose this serves, unlock the door with the silver rupees, and head into this room with the falling spikes of death type machine. This room honestly feels like a prison with these cells off to the sides. You can use the lens of truth to pull a block out of the wall, which you can use to prevent yourself from getting, impaled. There's a few extra chests, another gold Skulltula, and a key in this room to collect. Now we can cross to the last door in this large open room, spend that key, and we'll be in this room with the invisible spikes. There's 2 doors, but they are both locked. Kill the redeads, collect the silver rupees, and it'll unlock the lower door. This next room with the giant skull torch thing will get us another key, which we can use to go back and unlock the upper door. This takes us down a hallway in which we need to use the iron boots to prevent ourselves from getting blown back by these big fans. At the end of it, there is again 2 doors. The first one only leads to an optional room where we will fight some redeads. The other, less obvious room will need to use the hover boots and wind from one of these fans to reach. Another simple room, kill the enemies, find the key hidden in the room, and unlock the door. This takes us to the end of the second act, but if need be, you can now pull that block out of the way from here to create that shortcut back to the start that I mentioned before. Otherwise, we can move on. So Act 3 of the dungeon starts us on this ferry. We can play Zelda's Lullaby to get the boat moving, and we basically just have to survive the boat ride while it carries us across this huge chasm. All the while, Stalfos will board the ship and attack you. It's eerie and one of the dungeon's most unique segments, but especially if you have the big Goron sword, these guys shouldn't give you too much trouble. At the end of the passage, it starts to sink, so we need to quickly abandon ship. We'll find ourselves in this room with this big opening, but before we cross it, we'll head into this other room to the side. This maze sort of room looks empty enough, however you can only see the actual structure of the maze using the lens of truth. The room has a door in each corner, including the one we just came through. If we head into the door to the south, we'll find a key. The door to the west is an optional room with money and another gold Skulltula, but the most important one is the door to the north, in which we'll find the boss key. Just make sure to react quickly enough with Din's fire to burn these wooden spikes, because this room is a literal death trap. Now we just need to cross this big chasm, which I'm really not sure how I ever figured this out, but we do so by firing an arrow at the bomb flowers at the base of this big statue, which falls into place to create a bridge. Great! Now we just spend that last key, pass through this room using lens of truth and hover boots, and into the boss room. When we enter the boss room, we'll simply drop into the hole in the floor and fall down. Strangely, we take no fall damage, as we have landed on a strange floor that has a bit of bounce to it. And then the drumming starts. The ground we have landed on is a big drum, and we have just come face to face with its drummer, Bongo Bongo. Bongo Bongo is one of the game's most mysterious bosses. Very little is confirmed about his backstory, but he is certainly the center of a lot of fan theories. His design is grotesque, since he's basically a body with a severed head and hands, and a big ol' eyeball in place of where his bloody neck stump should be. Since his hands are severed, they can, and do, move freely from his arms to attack you. A lot of future Zelda dungeon bosses take notes and their basic design concept right from Bongo Bongo here. Though I do find it strange that he is the only boss in the game in which the dungeon item is not actually required to beat him. You can do this without the hover boots entirely. Instead, you need to use the bow and the lens of truth. But still, the formula is simple enough. Shoot his hand with the bow, then shoot his eye, then attack with your sword when he's stunned. Pretty well the same as what we're used to at this point. Though that said, his attacks are pretty quick, so he will put up a fight. Pro tip, if you use the big orange sword and crouch stab him, you can defeat him absurdly quickly. But if you choose to not exploit that, you can have a pretty decent fight on your hands. Once he's down, he'll melt away, and we'll see that he was in fact that mysterious thing that whooped yours and Sheik's butt before. We get our heart container, and Impa is awakened as the Sage of Shadow. So that's the dungeon. From a difficulty standpoint, the Shadow Temple almost feels like a step backwards from the Water Temple. The navigation is pretty straightforward, in which you'll keep hitting locked doors where keys are very readily available, and you won't be backtracking or crisscrossing an important central room. Instead, you're constantly traversing deeper and deeper into the depths of this dungeon. In fact, fact, it's the only dungeon in the game in which the boss room is not closely connected to the dungeon entrance, which makes you feel more isolated from the world when you reach it. Living up to its name, the Shadow Temple paints a darker picture. The horrors in the Shadow Temple aren't really the doing of Ganondorf, but instead this sheds some light on the dark and bloody history of the Hylian royal family. There is a lot of implication here of something more sinister. Both the bottom of the well and Shadow Temple alike are some of the series' darkest and scariest dungeons, giving us a peek at the evil that those in power tried to bury. It's pretty messed up. Obviously, there is a lot of speculation and theorizing surrounding these locations, and that speaks volumes about how well these design choices were implemented. I would have liked for it to be a bit more difficult, but it more than makes up for that with its scary atmosphere. I like it a lot. Only one sage remains to be awakened at this point, and it's the first time in the game as Adult Link where we will have to tread entirely new ground. Navi gives us a nice hint saying that since Ganondorf is from the desert, we might find some clues there. Gerudo Desert was entirely inaccessible as Young Link, as the Gerudo have a blockade in place, which I guess they removed by the time we come here as Adult Link. However, the bridge over the Gerudo Valley is actually broken, so we'll need to use Epona to jump the gap in a totally worrying but really awesome moment. Side mention here, but the Gerudo Valley music is a freaking banger. One of the best single pieces of music in the game, nay, the series. It's totally a song I could just jam out to anytime. Anyways, Muto here will tell us that his workers have all been imprisoned by the Gerudo, so he asks for your help saving them. We'll need to infiltrate the Gerudo fortress, find and free the 4 carpenters. Only thing is, if any of the Gerudo spot you, they'll throw you into this prison cell, without disarming you for some reason. It's easy enough to deal with, since you can just hookshot up and out of there, so it's more of an inconvenience than anything. Anyways, you shoot the Gerudo guards in the face to, knock them unconscious, and sneak around. When you find each carpenter, you'll have a short fight with a Gerudo guard, who will drop a key you can use to free them. After finding all 4 carpenters, this Gerudo warrior, who I'm just going to refer to as Avail, after her Terminian counterpart, will appear and say that she's been watching Link sneak through the fortress and is impressed by his skill. Avail offers Link a membership to join the Gerudo tribe as an honorary sort of member, which gives us free access to the fortress, training grounds, archery range, and etc. Fun bit of trivia, but in the N64 version of the game, Avail's clothes will actually always reflect Link's. So if you change right in front of her, her clothes will change too. I always thought this was something of a reference to Zelda 1, in which Zelda's clothes actually did the same thing, but it's apparently just a glitch, which is why this no longer works in the 3DS version of the game, as well as apparently some PAL versions. Anyways, if you want to do this side content, you can. In particular, I recommend getting the ice arrows from the Gerudo training grounds. Not that you actually need them for anything, they're entirely optional, but totally just fun to have. If you do it now, there's one key that you actually can't get without the silver gauntlets, but you will still have enough to get the ice arrows. Anyways, now the Gerudo guards will open the gate into the desert for you. You can trek through the haunted wasteland by closely following these flagpoles, and then by following this friendly Poe. And eventually, you'll come out of the sandstorm and see the desert colossus itself. A huge statue of the sand goddess, which actually houses the spirit temple itself. However, if you try to go into the temple, you can't actually do anything. You'll need to go back out, learn the Requiem of Spirit from Sheik, so that you can warp back here as Child Link and enter the dungeon 7 years in the past. Oh man, that music. Its opening is dramatic, it's thoughtful, and I really want to talk more about this song, but I almost feel like my lack of musical know-how just wouldn't do it justice. That said, it's actually so perfect for this dungeon. I mentioned before that my favorite dungeon in the game is the Forest Temple, and it still is, but this one is a really close second. The Spirit Temple lives up to its name in a lot of ways, and I think it's one of the dungeons in the game that explores its themes on a much deeper level. Then again, there's only so deep you can go with a theme like fire and water compared to a theme like spirit. The Spirit Medallion, and by extension the symbol of the spirit element, bears a close resemblance to the real-life yin and yang symbol. This symbol represents the duality of the world and balance in this duality. So in a way, the spirit symbol in the Zelda universe could be interpreted as a duality and balance in one's own spirit. The game actually talks about balance in people's spirit quite a bit, such as when referring to the balance of one's heart if they attempt to take possession of the Triforce. This theme of duality is implemented in almost every aspect of the dungeon's design as well. There are 2 dungeon items, 2 sand goddess statues, one inside and one outside. You explore the dungeon in 2 halves, first as child and then as adult Link. The map layout has a great deal of symmetry, mirroring itself in 2 halves. There are puzzles that use light, especially with the mirror shield, light and dark being a big part of the yin-yang duality. Even the boss fight itself explores duality by putting you against a literal pair of twins. The temple's themes also run opposite that of the Shadow Temple, whereas the Shadow Temple had us pretty much in friendly territory and yet was a nightmarish, hostile place that showed us the darker side of Hyrule's royal family, showing us the bad that the good side is capable of. Here is the opposite. The Spirit Temple is a temple built by the Gerudo. We are told that Ganondorf and his followers have been using it as a sort of base of operations. So really, we're in the heart of enemy territory, and yet the temple has a rather peaceful, tranquil atmosphere. I mean, it's still a dungeon with threats and danger and all that. That danger isn't built into the architecture itself, so we get a glimpse here of something good that can come out of a bad place. In that sense, these last 2 dungeons are a duality, a balance in themselves. Let's also keep in mind that up until this point, all we've known about the Gerudo in this game is that their King Ganondorf is a pretty bad dude, and that the rest of them are known for being thieves. Yet, here we see a more thoughtful, spiritual side to the Gerudo, and that is especially embodied in Nabooru. We meet Nabooru right here in the temple's foyer. She herself is also part of a duality, a counterbalance to Ganondorf. Nabooru and Ganondorf are both leadership figures among the Gerudo. We heard about the exalted Nabooru from a Vale earlier, but where Ganondorf is this cutthroat, power-hungry, brutal figure, Nabooru is compassionate. She can be a bit coy with you in her dialogue, but she is by no means evil. In fact, she is appalled that Ganondorf would steal from women and children and go as far as killing people, and so she plans to rebel against him. And that's where this dungeon really kicks off. As Child Link, we can crawl through this space in the foyer, so Nabooru asks that we sneak in to find one of the dungeon's treasures, the Silver Gauntlets, and bring it back to her. Once we defeat all the enemies here, we'll be faced with 3 paths. The middle door, which is through a small crawl space, is locked. The 2 side paths actually loop back around, so I like to just go clockwise through these rooms. You can tell right away that this dungeon means business, as you'll be fighting harder enemies than you've ever had to face as Child Link, aside from bosses. Right off the bat here, for example, a Stalfos drops in on you, which is the first time you'll have to fight one of these guys as young Link. You can use your boomerang to hit this switch and make a bridge through this room. Then you can use Din's Fire to defeat the Anubis in the second room and pass on through. Though if you don't have Din's Fire for some reason, or you're out of magic power, you can carefully lure him into the right spot and activate the switch to set him on fire. But it's so much easier just to use Din's Fire. You'll need to collect the silver rupees in this third room, which will open up the fence in the middle of the room and create a bridge across. Then you can light these torches, which will cause this chest to drop down. Opening the chest will give us our first key. Now that we've been looped back, we can crawl through that central crawl space and spend that key on the middle door. This next hallway will take us up a climbable wall to the second floor. There's some enemies to fight here, most notably the Lizalfos that ambush you. You'll need to use bomb shoes to destroy this rock on the wall, which will shine sunlight onto this sun switch and open the door. Though bomb shoes are readily available throughout most of the game, especially if you found all of the treasure chests back in the bottom of the well, still, if you don't have any at this point for some reason, you can hit this switch to reveal a chest with, you guessed it, bomb shoes inside. This door brings us to the large central room with this huge sand goddess statue. I love the look of this room, to be honest. The Gerudo text scrawled across the walls, the sand goddess towering over you, and that wonderful symmetry with these balconies. Make sure to push this Artmo statue down onto the switch below, which opens the door directly above you on the top floor of this room. While you're here, make sure to drop down to the center of this room, light these torches to make a treasure chest appear, and grab yourself the map. Unfortunately, there isn't anything more that Child Link can do here, so we'll need to head to the top and head through that door that we just unlocked. Next, head through this small staircase and into the sunblock room. This room has 3 puzzles in one. It's great. The first and easiest one, pull this sunblock into the ray of sunlight to unlock the doors. Then destroy all the BMOS in this room and you'll be able to collect the silver rupees, which will light one of the torches. Now light the rest of the torches and a treasure chest will be revealed. Inside the chest is a small key. Now we just head through that last hallway, spend that key we just earned, and we'll be in this western throne room. Sitting motionless on the throne is a bulky armored figure. This is our mid-boss, an Iron Knuckle. Iron Knuckles are seriously tough. They take a lot of hits and they deal a lot of damage. 4 hearts. That, and they are seriously aggressive with their attacks. The fact that we're significantly weaker as Child Link doesn't help matters, since the Kokiri sword only deals half the damage the Master Sword does, which itself only deals half the damage that the Big Goron sword does. So depending on how you're playing, you might be operating on only 25% of the damage output that you're used to. That said, you can use your small stature to your advantage in this fight. As the Iron Knuckle swings their axe around aggressively, if you stay close and duck, you can pretty much avoid all of their attacks this way. Then when the opening presents itself, you strike. Make sure to take the route of avoidance though, because using your shield to block is just not even an option. Those axe swings are too powerful and will send you flying back. This is definitely the toughest mid-boss fight that we've faced up until now, and it's awesome. Once you've defeated the Iron Knuckle, head through this door, which takes us outside to one of the balconies. Well, I say balconies, but it's really one of the hands of the Desert Colossus. There is a treasure chest here, which has the silver gauntlets that we promised to get for Nibiru. However, once we get them, we're interrupted by some voices, and this cutscene plays. Turns out that these 2 witches have discovered Nibiru, so they kidnap her and suck her into this vortex thing. It's a bit unclear what's happened to her, but one thing is for certain, and that is that Nibiru is out of the picture. Dang. At this point, we've done everything that we can here as Child Link, effectively having cleared out the entire western half of this dungeon. So all we can do is travel back to the future. As Adult Link, we can now wear the silver gauntlets, which allows us to move or lift heavier objects than normal. So now we head back to the Spirit Temple. Of course, we can't enter the same path as before since we're too big to fit into that crawl space. But with our new silver gauntlets, we can instead push this massive block and open up the path on the eastern side of the foyer, which again has 3 doors, just like its western counterpart. Hitting the switch on the ceiling will unlock the 2 side doors, and again, we'll need to find a key for the middle door. Heading into door number 1, we have a pretty straightforward puzzle. Play Zelda's Lullaby while standing on this Triforce symbol, and we can hookshot across to the treasure chest that appears, and get ourselves the compass. Heading through door number 2 from the BMOS room will bring us to this rolling boulder half-pipe room. Collect the silver rupees once again to unlock the door. Behind the door is possibly the most pointless empty room, which has a treasure chest with a key. Just watch out for the light bug. Now we can spend that key to unlock the 3rd door, which just like before brings us up a hallway with a climbable wall so we can ascend to the 2nd floor. And just like its counterpart on the western half of the dungeon, we have a hole in the wall with a sunbeam shining in. But the sun switch isn't placed right under the ray of light. So in order to proceed, we'll need to rotate this mirror to reflect the light onto the correct switch. This unlocks the door and we are back in the central room. Technically, if you wanted to, you can access the child half of the dungeon from here, but there isn't really much to do there. There is also an optional door in the center of the bottom floor in this room, which we can open by using the Megaton hammer on this switch in the top corner. This will simply create a shortcut back to the entrance, however, so I usually just don't bother with it. You'll want to get onto the statue's left hand, which you'll notice has the Triforce symbol on it, and play Zelda's Lullaby once again, which will drop a treasure chest onto the statue's other hand. You can hookshot over, and you'll find a key which we can use to unlock the eastern door on the top floor of this room. Is this feeling familiar? This first room on the third floor has some precarious walkways. You can use fire arrows to easily dispatch the Anubises in this room, which will unlock one of the two doors. Heading into the next room, we'll see a sun switch that we can't use, and this push switch that opens this door. This puzzle is a bit tricky because the switch has to be held down in order for the door to be opened, so you'll need to bait one of these Armos into stepping on the switch for you, and quickly head into the door before they step off of it. This takes us into the eastern throne room, which has us fight another Iron Knuckle, just like before. His attacks are super powerful again, but as Adult Link, we can't use the same tactic of ducking under his attacks like we did as Child Link. So instead, I prefer to just rush him with the big Goron sword and try to take him down as quickly as possible. Just like before, this takes us out to the other side of the statue on the temple's exterior, where we'll find another treasure chest, this time with the dungeon's second item, the Mirror Shield. Not only is this useful for those light puzzles, but it's also stylish as heck. Now we can go back into the previous room, use the mirror shield to reflect this ray of light, and activate the sun switch, which unlocks the other door, through which we'll find another key. Now we can head back into the Anubis room and unlock that second door. This is the only part of the dungeon that really deviates greatly from its western counterpart, as it takes us up farther than we could ever progress as Child Link. There's this climbable wall that shifts in place, and climbing it is pretty tricky, so I instead recommend using the hookshot to just zip up to the top. Quick mention here, but opposite the door at the top of this room is this platform with some hearts on it. It just feels so out of place to me. The model for this platform was clearly taken from the water temple, and for some reason it even has the water reflecting effect over it, despite there being no water here. It's weird. Now we're on the fourth floor, which only consists of a few small rooms. First thing we'll want to do is play Zelda's Lullaby to unlock this first door in front of us. This room almost feels like it was repurposed from the fire temple or something, having these fake doors that we can break with a hammer, and these fire slugs, and of course that fire. The puzzle here is simple enough. Shoot the eye switch to make a platform appear, hook shot up to the platform, press the button to extinguish the flames, and you can grab the boss key from the treasure chest. Now if we head back into the hallway and into the next room, we'll find ourselves in this large mirror chamber. You can prod the switch through the gate to open the door in the adjacent room. There's a Lizalfos and some cool light reflecting puzzles. First off is a sun switch at the start of this room, which drops a treasure chest with some bombs in it. Then this section where the sunlight shines down on this mirror. You need to bomb the wall here, then rotate the mirror, which reflects to another mirror, which you'll also want to rotate so that it aims through the gate and back into the large mirror room. Now the sunlight should be reflecting directly onto this large mirror, so we can stand underneath it, use the mirror shield, and activate this sun switch. This causes the entire platform to lower down into the central room, taking us face to face with the statue of the sand goddess. If we use the mirror shield to reflect light onto the statue, its face will basically disintegrate, revealing a hidden door. We can hookshot across and spend the boss key to open this door. But it's not quite the boss fight yet. We'll find those two old witches again, Kume and Kotake, standing over another Iron Knuckle. They command the Iron Knuckle to attack you before disappearing. This particular Iron Knuckle is actually stronger than the previous two that we faced, but even still we can use the same tactic to quickly defeat them, only to reveal that it was actually a brainwashed Nibiru under the armor. Twin Rova appear again, noting that she is back to normal. They comment that they should brainwash her again, but when she tries to make a run for it, they zap her. It's unclear if they teleported her away or if she's dead, but once again, poor Nibiru is out of the picture too soon. Alright, we can head into the door behind her, down the hallway, and into the boss room. The boss room, as usual, seems empty when we first enter. The room has 5 raised platforms, one larger one in the center of the room, and smaller ones on each side. When we climb up to the top of the central platform, Twin Rova will appear through portals in the ground, which represent their respective elements. Kume with the power of fire, and Kotake with the power of ice. These two make for a really interesting boss fight, since this is basically the first time in the game in which the boss fight is not really against a big monster, but instead 2 powerful sorcerers mirrors. They also have a lot more personality than previous bosses, as they threaten you, talk to each other, and even laugh at you if you take damage. Possessing opposite powers means they're also vulnerable to the other's attacks, so the only way to inflict damage on either of them is to use the mirror shield to reflect one of their attacks at the other one. Sounds simple enough, right? But they fly around the room a lot, and so being at an optimal position in which both are in view so that you can reasonably angle these attacks can be tricky. I do sort of feel like there's a missed opportunity here to have been able to use the fire and ice arrows on them, but I understand that from a design and thematic standpoint, they wanted to make sure you'd have to use the mirror shield. After landing enough successful attacks, Twin Rover will decide to get serious and do some sort of weird fusion dance to become one being. Not quite sure how that works, or how two old ladies look younger when combined, but hey, don't you wink at me like that. For this second phase, rather than just reflecting the attacks back at them, you'll need to use the mirror shield to charge up 3 consecutive attacks from the same element. The mirror shield will store the energy from the charge, and after 3, you can launch it back to ground her. Once grounded, you can attack with your sword. Just like with Bongo Bongo, if you crouch stab with the Big Goron sword, you can defeat them absurdly quickly. I find that strangely, this second phase of the battle is actually easier than the first, but oh well. Once defeated, Kume and Kotake will appear again, and oh dang, they are for real dead. They argue with each other all the way up into the afterlife. We get our heart container, and back at the Chamber of Sages, we are reunited with Naguru. No surprise there, but she is awakened as the Sage of Spirit. Fantastic. So, that's the dungeon. As I mentioned earlier, the Spirit Temple is one of my favorite dungeons in this game, second only to the Forest Temple. It's a perfect balance of difficulty in its navigation and its combat challenges. Its themes of spirituality and especially duality are explored in every facet of this dungeon's design, from the statues that come in pairs, the opposing factions within the Gerudo, right down to the dungeon boss itself. It's the only dungeon in the game where the time travel theme that's, you know, in the game's title is explored fully, since you have to enter as both child and adult Link. You could make the argument that the Shadow Temple does the same, but my personal headcanon aside, technically the bottom of the well is a separate area. Here, there is an actual overlap in the very rooms within the dungeon that you can enter in both time periods. Oh, and that sweet symmetry. I know I keep mentioning it, but it really helps this dungeon not only feel like an actual temple, but it helps that duality theme come to fruition, since the child and adult halves of the dungeon mirror each other. Even more fitting then that one of the dungeon items is a literal mirror. Beyond all of that, it's a wonderful change of pace. The Gerudo have always fascinated me with how rich and fleshed out their culture is in this series, and that is on full display here in the Spirit Temple. I also love how the dungeon introduces these light puzzles and gradually expands on the concept by making these puzzles more and more complicated, until you're literally reflecting a single ray of sunlight off of multiple mirrors. It's good stuff. My small list of gripes: I hate these treasure chests with ice traps inside. It's just a nuisance. There's also a couple of elements here that feel out of place, like that one platform that looks like it was just ripped from the water temple, and this room which feels more like it belongs in the fire temple. I also kind of wish that the Gerudo typography seen throughout the dungeon was a bit more meaningful. A lot of the text seen throughout the series is actually translatable, but here in the Spirit Temple, where there is text scrawled across huge parts of the dungeon, it's usually either gibberish or just the literal alphabet repeating itself. Missed opportunity. Why develop an entire fictional language just to spell out the alphabet on the walls? But aside from those very minor things, this dungeon is just downright wonderful, mysterious, and full of details. I absolutely love it. There isn't much to do before this dungeon, since this is basically the end of the game. Once all of the sages are awakened, Roru will tell you that someone wants to meet you at the Temple of Time. You can simply warp back there, and you'll find out that Sheik, who has been helping you throughout the game by teaching you the various warp songs, is actually Zelda in disguise. She gives you the light arrows and explains that she had to use this disguise to avoid being captured by Ganondorf all this time. However, since she's just revealed herself, Ganondorf immediately catches on, traps her in this crystal thingy, and teleports her to his castle. It's just a short walk over to see Ganon's castle. Since it's suspended over a pit of lava, we normally can't get to it, but since all the sages have been awakened, they use their power to build you a nice rainbow bridge. Okay, now this is basically your last chance to wrap up any side quests that you may have missed, but otherwise we can cross the bridge and enter the final dungeon, Ganon's castle. Despite being the game's final dungeon, inside Ganon's castle is one of the game's easiest dungeons. As far as difficulty goes, I would place it being only harder than Dodongo's Cavern and inside the Great Deku Tree, but that's just me. However, despite being pretty easy all in all, Ganon's castle works well as the game's finale, since it brings together and combines elements that we've been introduced to throughout the entire game. It also has a healthy balance of the old Zelda formula, having the dungeon split into two halves, with the bottom half being entirely puzzle focused, while the top half is focused on combat. Also, to quickly mention, the music in this bottom half, it is a track that I've always overlooked because it's almost entirely ambience. But if you listen closely, there's a pretty dark, eerie atmosphere captured here. The song feels like danger is lurking around the corner. It's also interesting that there seems to be bits and pieces of previous dungeon music sprinkled throughout the song. There's a wind droning sound, which sounds similar to the beginning of both the Fire Temple and Ice Cavern tracks. This screeching sound from Dodongo's Cavern. A low choir sound, which brings the Shadow Temple to mind. Pretty faint, but there's almost like a banging or rattling sound, which may or may not be a slowed down version of the same sound that is featured predominantly in the Forest Temple. Though even I'll admit that last one is a bit of a stretch. Over all of these combined sounds is this harsh banging piano chord, which really hammers in that element of danger. In all these years, this is probably the first time I've actually paid close attention to this song, and I have to admit that I'm pretty impressed with how it infuses elements from many of the game's dungeons. Despite the fact that it doesn't exactly make for a very memorable song, it definitely accomplishes its goal of creating this tense vibe. When we first enter the dungeon, we'll come down this hallway, past the two Beamos, and into the dungeon's central room. The door to go upstairs is blocked by this barrier, so in order to dispel it, we will need to take on the 6 challenges, which are themed after each of the sages and their elements. Mostly, that is. You can pretty much take them on in any order if you wanted to, with the exception that you definitely need to do the shadow section before the fire and light sections, because you'll need the dungeon item. So because of that restriction, I find that the easiest thing to do is to go right and tackle each of these rooms in a counterclockwise order. The first one will be the forest barrier. It's pretty straightforward, and in my opinion is only loosely related to the actual forest temple. The first room has you light these torches, which I guess you could argue is similar to the overall objective of the Forest Temple, which has you hunting Poes to relight the torches in the main room of that dungeon. You'll also fight a Wolfos here, which you fight in the foyer of the Forest Temple, but as far as I'm concerned, that's where the connection ends. The second room has this wind puzzle in which you have to collect silver rupees, which is a challenge encountered far more in dungeons like the Ice Cavern, Shadow, and Spirit Temple. Because of this, many speculate that this may have been left over from a cut wind dungeon, which is entirely possible. I always felt like this wind room would feel pretty at home in the Shadow Temple as well, since that's the only other place where these fans are found, and you have to use the hover boots to collect the silver rupees. Once you finish that, you can shoot a light arrow at this energy thingy, and that completes this section. Continuing on, next is the water challenge, which also doesn't have much connection to the water temple in my opinion. Instead, this feels far more like a chunk of the ice cavern. The first room has some blue flame, which we can use to melt the red ice blocking the door. just make sure to take some into the next room as well, where you'll have a time limit to complete this sliding block puzzle. It's easier than the one in the actual ice cavern, however. You just have to push this block into this hole to seal it off, then slide the other block over it, around the room, and up to the ledge. Melt the red ice to access the switch, which unlocks the door, behind which you can dispel the water barrier. Next is the shadow section. You can use fire arrows to light the torches, which will make platforms appear over the gap here. Just be careful of the light when crossing over to the ledge. You probably won't have enough time to do it all in one go, so you can relight the torch to make it across to the next ledge, and down to the switch, which makes a treasure chest appear. The timer will most likely have run out by now, but you can hookshot back to the chest and open it to obtain the golden gauntlets. The golden gauntlets are basically just an upgrade from the silver gauntlets that we just got in the spirit temple, meaning they do the same thing, but now you can lift even heavier things. Great. Now all we have to do is use the lens of truth to walk along this invisible pathway, hit the switch to unlock the door, and head into the next room to dispel the shadow barrier. Next is the fire challenge. There's this big old pool of lava that many of the platforms in this room will slowly sink into. This one is easy enough. Collect the silver rupees to open the door. Just make sure you already have the golden gauntlets, or you won't be able to lift this rock to get all of them. Then you can hookshot over to the door and dispel the fire barrier. The light theme section is next, but to even get to it, you once again use the golden gauntlets to lift this rock out of the way. The light section is a bit odd because there wasn't actually a light temple that we had to do in this game, so the rooms here all sort of feel like they were borrowed from other dungeons. The first room has a bunch of invisible enemies, not unlike the Shadow Temple. This hallway in the second room has us play Zelda's Lullaby to reveal a chest here. There's not a lot to go off of, but the shape of the hallway sort of reminds me of some of the hallways in the Spirit Temple. Then there's this rolling boulder room, which also reminds me of the Spirit Temple. Then finally, a fake barrier room with the real one hidden behind a fake wall, which again feels very Shadow Temple to me. Last up is fittingly the Spirit section. The first room with this BMOS has a silver rupee challenge, which is made more dangerous by the blade traps. In the next room, you'll want to use bomb shoes to activate the switch on the other end of the gate here, in order to proceed. Then burn the web covering this light on the ceiling, and use the mirror shield to reflect light onto the correct sun switch. Now we can dispel the final barrier, which opens the path to ascend upstairs. That wraps up the puzzle-centric first half of the dungeon. Just a side note, at this point now that we have the golden gauntlets, it's worth backtracking outside of the dungeon to visit the Great Fairy and get our upgraded defense, which is represented by these outlines around our hearts. This will reduce damage taken by half, so it's worthwhile to get before proceeding upstairs to the more combat-focused second half of the dungeon. Ascending the tower is very straightforward. We're basically following a winding staircase upstairs through several floors, but with combat breaks on each floor. The first room has several fire keys, which are pretty harmless. At the top of the first set of stairs, we'll find ourselves in this room having to take on a pair of dino foes. If you haven't fought these guys before, they are basically just stronger versions of the Zalfos. But at this point, especially if you have the big Oron sword, they should be easy to deal with. Now we go up some more stairs, fight a pair of Stalfos, and grab the boss key. Okay, more stairs. This next fight pits us against two Iron Knuckles. We have fought Iron Knuckles a few times in the Spirit Temple already, but never two at once. You could take them on one at a time, but I prefer to just go all out on both of them because I'm just like that for some reason. Again though, big Goron sword. No big deal. Okay, one final set of stairs and we'll be through the boss door. Just kidding, there's more stairs after the boss door. Despite there not being much going on while going up this long flight of stairs, I still love this moment. As we approach the top, Ganondorf's theme song gets progressively louder and louder. There's actually an in-universe reason for this aside from just building the tension, because Ganondorf is actually at the top in his room playing his own theme song on a huge pipe organ. It's a nice touch. Okay, so we made it to the top of Ganon's tower. Here we go. With the power of the Triforce resonating, with its three bearers all together, Ganondorf stops the music and commands you to give the pieces to him. For some reason, this weird wave of magic makes it so that Navi can't help you with targeting him. Okay, we can still take him on though. Here we go. The final battle. This fight is basically a harder version of our battle against Phantom Ganon back in the Forest Temple. We need to deflect his attacks in a game of Dead Man's Volley. It may take a lot of back and forth, but eventually when his attack hits him, he'll be momentarily stunned, but not grounded. You'll need to take this opportunity to shoot him with a light arrow, which will give you the chance to attack him with your sword. It's not a very hard fight in my opinion, but the mood here is just so right. Alright, once he's defeated, his explosion of power will shatter the walls of this room apart, and he'll collapse in front of you. Zelda will be freed, and that's the end. Nope, the castle starts shaking. In a last-ditch effort, Ganondorf uses his power to destroy the castle. We have a very Metroid-esque escape sequence where we have to follow Zelda out of the castle before time runs out. Only thing is that she is actually slower than you, so just stay close to her. Don't go ahead of her. It's fairly straightforward as well, though there's a couple of interruptions where you have to fight some baddies, but nothing unmanageable. Once you reach the bottom, the castle is completely decimated and is finally all over. Just kidding. When you go over to investigate that noise, Ganondorf emerges from the rubble. And in one of my all-time favorite Zelda moments, he transforms into Ganon right in front of you. The atmosphere here is brilliant. The ruins of the castle, fire all around you, there's barely enough light to even see the action. Ganon is huge, and he starts the battle off by immediately knocking the Master Sword out of your hand. So you'll need to fight him with a different weapon. Some people use the Megaton Hammer, but I prefer to just keep on using the Bigoron Sword since its long reach is especially advantageous. In order to deal any damage to him, you'll need to strike his tail. You can use light arrows to stun him, or if you're quick enough, you can roll right under him and be able to hit him that way. You also can shoot him right in the tail with the light arrows as well, but that's more of a drain on your magic meter than is necessary in my opinion. Just watch out because his attacks deal a fair amount of damage. After hitting him enough times, he'll be momentarily winded, giving you the opportunity to retrieve the Master Sword. Now with the Blade of Evil's Bane in your hand, you'll want to repeat the same process. Once enough damage is done, Zelda will use her sealing power to hold Ganon in place while you deliver the final blow. Beautiful. So that's it. That's the game. We know how this goes. Ganondorf is sealed, Zelda returns us to our time, so we missed that big party, and we accidentally split the entire Zelda timeline. In all honesty, I wasn't sure if I would even do a video on this dungeon, but I'm glad I did. This final challenge ties in elements from all across the game and wraps up the story so wonderfully. The dungeon and the final battle are about as climactic as it gets. I do wish it would be a little bit more difficult, but all in all, the vibe and thematics of it more than makes up for that lack of difficulty in my opinion. I love it to bits. That's the end for Ocarina of Time, but per many people's requests, we will be tackling more Zelda games. Originally, I considered trying to cover an entire game in a single video, but I believe that splitting it into each individual dungeon has allowed me more time to ponder over these elements, take a deeper dive, and do this game justice. I'd like to take a quick moment here to thank you for watching this video. And special thanks goes out to my channel members here on YouTube, as well as my supporters on Patreon. You guys make this all possible. So thank you to Raymage, Brenda, Tetra, Justin, Midnight Naomi, Bunny, and Stefan, as well as all of the folks whose names you're seeing on screen right now. You guys are awesome. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Bye-bye.
What is there to say about Ocarina of Time that hasn't already been said? Well, not a whole lot, so I won't try to say anything. You all know what this game is, the first 3D Zelda game. There are a wide range of opinions on the game nowadays, but I think it's important to remember there was a time not long before the dawn of internet discussion when Ocarina of Time was hailed as a masterpiece of game design. For many people, it still holds that title, but there are an increasing number of people coming out of the woodwork to recognize the game's faults. It is, after all, the first 3D Zelda, and one of the first 3D action-adventure games ever made. It's bound to have flaws. It's important to highlight when flaws are fixed, and it's why I feel remakes are just as important as brand new games. Ocarina of Time 3D is the definitive version of the game. There is no reason to play the N64 original beyond its retro appeal or nostalgic value. The aiming is much more precise thanks to the innovation of the gyroscope. Textures and character models have been completely remade for the modern day, and with it a smoother frame rate from 20 frames to 30 frames. Not quite 60, but I'll take it over the sluggish pace of the original. Inventory management is handled in the bottom screen of the 3DS, which makes for quick menu access. The iron boots and hover boots are now face button items instead of equipment to be changed in the menu. You can take the iron boots on and off with the press of a button, significantly improving the pace of the dreaded water temple. Link can also have 4 items on face buttons for instant use instead of 3 with the N64's C stick. Well, not really a stick, I guess. They're C buttons. Whatever. The bottom screen displays the map of the area you're in, how many keys you have, how many rupees you have, and the ocarina is forever bound to the bottom left, so you never have to swap it out with another face button item. The text scroll has been shortened, so the story presents itself at a much more respectable pace. The Sheikah Stones were introduced to give players a hint as to what to do next, which is a godsend given how obtuse progression is in between dungeons. The 3DS version comes with some new bells and whistles, like a boss rush and a packed-in Master Quest mode with redesigned dungeons and a mirrored map, similar to how Twilight Princess was handled across versions. I happen to believe it's simply inarguable that the N64 is anywhere close to the 3DS version. It's fine to still prefer playing the N64 version, of course, everyone has preferences, but there are almost no downsides to playing the game on the 3DS besides the smaller screen size. As a result, this retrospective is going to be heavily focused on each game's remake, excluding the last 2 games which don't have any. You might as well call this a 3D Zelda remake discussion because they will be the foundation of my critique. There are plenty of other analyses of each original game out there for you to enjoy. I recommend the videos from Matthew Matosis and Retropolis Zone for Ocarina of Time specifically. So yeah, the 3DS version is clearly superior. Let's get into the actual game on offer here because not much has really changed. Same story, same dungeons, same items. What do I make of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D? Here's some context. I have significantly more experience playing 3D Zelda. If I'm honest, I've never gotten even a quarter of the way through A Link to the Past. Sorry, I know that's a death sentence in the Zelda community, but I haven't. On the contrary, A Link Between Worlds is the only 2D Zelda game I've ever finished and loved. The rest of my love for the franchise is rooted solely in the 3D installments. As a result, I don't have much in the way of comparison to A Link to the Past. I do, however, see the difference between the design philosophy of Ocarina when compared to the first Zelda game. The first Zelda game was a pure adventure. It popped you into a world, said go, and it was all up to you. It forces nothing on you. Hell, you can even skip the sword if you don't decide to enter the cave. I can't say I particularly like playing the original Zelda. I find it extremely archaic and the combat is strictly limited to short stabs in the 4 directions Link can walk. This control scheme feels really outdated, and it artificially enhances the game's difficulty in a way I don't appreciate very much. However, there is one thing I absolutely respect about the original Zelda: the sheer freedom it allows the player. You can go anywhere and do anything. It might end up biting you in the ass if you aren't prepared, but that feeling of getting lost in a game, just exploring everything it has to offer without the constant nagging waypoint telling you where to go next, is a promising idea. Were it attached to a competent game, I'd be all for it. It's primarily why I enjoy the Soulsborne series so much. Ocarina of Time is the polar opposite. The freedom it allows is limited to the side objectives and a few dungeons you can do out of order. For instance, if you really want to, you can do the Water Temple before doing the Fire Temple, and you can also do the Spirit Temple before doing the Shadow Temple. That isn't the order Navi will push you toward, but it's an order you can do if you want. This makes for an incredibly linear story progression, perhaps rightfully criticized in sequelitis as being demonstrably worse than the design philosophy of the original. You have to admit, it's a lot easier to pick up and play Ocarina of Time. I first played it in 2012 and had a pretty easy time getting to grips with it, in stark contrast to almost all of my attempted playthroughs of the original Zelda. But I'd be hard-pressed to argue that I prefer the more linear design philosophy when compared to the non-linear focus of the original. I do not, however, think that because the game is more linear, it equals a bad Zelda game. That simply isn't true. Even one playthrough should be enough to show how competent a Zelda game it still is. One of the downsides to having a game be so non-linear is the question of how to handle the story progression. There's an ever-pervasive monster haunting the narratives of open-world gaming. And that monster's name is a big, scary concept known as ludonarrative dissonance. I can demonstrate what I mean using Fallout 4. I know everyone likes to pick on this game, but can you really say it's without justification? The setup of that game's story involves your significant other being murdered in front of your eyes and your child being stolen. Your character's drive is to save your child from whomever decided to fuck with you. There is a jarring disconnect in such a non-linear game when you can completely ignore the main quest to save your child in favor of doing relatively less important quests in the wasteland. There is a very real possibility that the priorities of the player will directly contradict the priorities of the playable character. This dissonance grows ever stronger the more you're allowed to do, and in an open-world Bethesda Softworks game, that means several hundred hours of content completely divorced from the main story. Linearity often goes hand in hand with well-crafted storytelling. Ocarina of Time definitely lets you explore Hyrule, but the restrictions on the scale of the world ensures that the diversions found while exploring don't take too much away from the overarching story driving Link forward. You can even argue the exploration is key to Link becoming strong enough to defeat Ganondorf, which at the end of the day is the ultimate goal. Strength in a fight against someone who holds a piece of the Triforce and usurped the throne is pretty important. In a plot to find your son, urgency supersedes strength and experience. This isn't to say that non-linear games can't tell a well-paced story. They just struggle to tell such a tightly paced narrative when there is so much player freedom. Fallout New Vegas presents a brilliant method to deliver a narrative by seamlessly interweaving player choice into the narrative. The only information you have upon booting up a new save is that you were shot by someone. You don't know what your life was before you were shot, so you're essentially plopped into the world with nary a clue what to do next. You can track down your shooter, sure, but it's entirely realistic your character wouldn't want to do that. Some people might want to avoid the person who nearly murdered them. Within the context of Fallout New Vegas' beginning, you are given the freedom to explore the world and uncover its secrets without the shackle of an overarching character need. From this point, you can go about the story of the game however you like, with several different factions you can align with, which lead to several different endings based on what you believe your character would do at any given moment. This is the key to non-linear storytelling, and as great as it is to have such a wide array of choices, you still can't get the same linear story experience, at least one with good pacing. All of this is to say that Ocarina of Time delivers a simple yet compelling narrative because of how linear it is. The evolution of Child Link faffing about in Kokiri Forest, waiting for his life to start, into fully equipped adult Link who readily takes on Ganondorf after storming his castle, is such a satisfying leap. It so seamlessly ties into themes of growth. As a kid, you can't do much, and no one really asks you to do a whole lot. Most NPCs just tell you to fuck off. It isn't until you're grown up that the world is depending on you to save the day. As an adult, you can explore the world more thoroughly and take on some of the toughest threats it has to offer, including Ganondorf. The world feels more oppressive when you're grown up. Hyrule Castle is ruined, filled with Gibdos. Lon Lon Ranch has been taken over by this asshat. Goron City is empty after the Gorons were all captured and locked away in the Fire Temple. Zora's domain is frozen over. You're the only one who can save Hyrule. It's a very empowering story for a child to experience, but it's also easy to relate to after you really do grow up. Growing up is a bit scary. You have more responsibility, more power, more authority. It's easy to crumble under the pressure of it all, but Ocarina of Time shows you can surmount even the most intimidating obstacles. Ganondorf proves that. He is a scary son of a bitch. He only appears briefly, and because of that, it's always a big deal whenever he shows up. The brief encounters you do have with him show off his hostile appearance, and after he steals the Triforce from the Sacred Realm and takes over Hyrule, you run through the rest of the game knowing he's awaiting for you in his castle. Eventually, you'll have to take him on. The final fight is such a rewarding payoff because of that. You've managed to save the Gorons, Princess Ruto, Nabooru. You can save Hyrule from the clutches of Ganondorf after all you've done. The climax is incredibly powerful, and that final blow to the skull is one of the best feelings ever. It would be very easy to understate the narrative of Ocarina of Time, but it's so core to the overall experience, I have a hard time believing the game would have been as strong without it. That said, I'm not usually playing Zelda for the story, so let's examine how such a linear progression affects how you play the game. 3D Zelda gets a pretty bad rap for having very lengthy opening sequences that harm multiple playthroughs. I think one of the most surprising aspects to Ocarina is how quickly it gets going. You explore Kokiri Forest and get to grips with the controls of 3D Zelda, which are admittedly hard to adjust to. The A button doesn't jump, it rolls. To jump, you have to walk off ledges, which, as many have pointed out, flies in the face of conventional game design. That's why it's nice to have an environment that forces you to explore it for rupees to progress. It isn't hard at all to get a sword and a shield on your second playthrough. It takes almost no effort. And after you do that, you enter the first dungeon, which gives you the slingshot so you can start playing around with new items and the puzzles. Accessible is the perfect word to describe the opening of Ocarina. It takes almost no time at all to get going, while still allowing the breathing room for newcomers to get used to how Link controls. The first dungeon isn't necessarily anything to write home about, but it's a perfectly fine introduction to 3D Zelda's dungeon design on a basic level. You find the slingshot very early on, and it makes the dungeon a lot easier because you can now deal with the pesky Skulltula on the vines blocking your path, as well as the Keese that are tricky to deal with when you only have your dinky little sword. It's also the only way to get Goma down from the ceiling. The dungeon makes great use of 3D space. As you climb up the tree, it adds a sense of vertigo that you can't have in a 2D game. This height even allows you to interact with the dungeon, making use of your velocity when falling to break through the spiderweb in the central room. It also teaches you to light your Deku Stick to move fires to different locations, to light torches, or burn spiderwebs. You're taught this so that you're familiar with many of the concepts Ocarina of Time will use for puzzle solving. Lighting every torch in a room, for example, will be used time and time again for optional and mandatory progression. Most of the dungeons have logic puzzles. Much like setting fire to a spiderweb, you need to know that sunlight will activate sun panels, or that bombs will break weak walls. It isn't until Dodongo's Cavern where you're overwhelmed with the amount of pathways you see just by starting the dungeon. As soon as you walk in, there are several doors on either side and bridges at the top linking together different rooms. This uncertainty as to where you need to progress is key to some of the strongest dungeons. Finding the way forward is initially difficult, and once you do, the dungeon will test your awareness of your surroundings. Once you unlock the bombs, for instance, you need to figure out that the bombs will work on the eyes of the giant skull to open the way to the boss. The genius of this key item is that it's an upgrade of something you've been using for half the dungeon, the bomb flowers. The bomb flowers act like every other bomb, but they're stationary. This means if your target is too far away from the bomb flower, it won't be possible to use it to blow up the target. Once you get the bomb bag, you can now blow up anything you want. This opens up the entire dungeon and lets you explore a few new areas you may have made a mental note of. It's very reminiscent of the Metroidvania genre. This complexity is taken to the logical extreme in the Water Temple. This is probably controversial, but the Water Temple is the best dungeon in Ocarina of Time, and I can say that more confidently playing the 3DS version, where the Iron Boots aren't a pain in the ass to use. This dungeon is the culmination of everything I've just laid out. When you enter it, you can see the entrance to every single pathway. It's intimidating to figure out where to even begin. Once you find the panels on the wall to control the water level, the dungeon opens up piece by piece. You begin to explore your options until you find the next two panels. When you have a grasp of all three water levels, that's when the dungeon becomes truly labyrinthian. The progress is gated in two main ways: the long shot and the amount of small keys. Since the water levels open up so many pathways, you'll often enter a path and be forced to turn back because you lack a small key to open the door, or your hookshot isn't long enough to reach a hookshot panel. What this forces the player to do is ruthlessly explore each and every pathway and experiment with the water levels until you obtain that small key you desperately needed, or that long shot to finally cross that gap you couldn't cross before. Since the pathways aren't very long and the central room is pretty small, it ensures that backtracking isn't overly cumbersome. This is very good because odds are you'll end up doing a lot of backtracking to fuck with the water levels to find the correct pathway forward. The rest of the dungeons in the game try to live up to the Water Temple to varying degrees of success. It's still somewhat easy to get lost in the Fire Temple, for instance, because there are so many pathways. Once you get the Megaton Hammer, the dungeon is significantly more straightforward, but the path to that item is fairly arduous. The Forest Temple makes good use of multiple pathways to confuse the player. There's really only one path forward, but you have so many options when you start the dungeon that the way forward is never obvious. Even when you do find the way forward, you may lack a key that's located in another segment of the dungeon you have yet to explore. Additionally, once you get the bow, there are several areas where you can use it to progress or unlock secrets. These two dungeons don't quite reach the same complex heights as the Water Temple, but they're complex enough that they're fun to figure out. The Shadow Temple is the least successful at emulating the Water Temple. It's by far the most linear adult dungeon in the game. I don't tend to count the first 3 dungeons as Child Link because they don't even have small keys in them. If anything, they're more preliminary dungeons meant to get you accustomed to 3D spatial awareness. That said, I think Jabu Jabu's belly is even a bit harder to figure out than the Shadow Temple. The major issue with the Shadow Temple is how much of a straight shot it is. There's a straight line through to the dungeon boss, and there are several detours on that path. Most of them are incredibly simple. Say there's a locked door. There's probably a detour right around the corner to unlock a small key to open that locked door. You can never have more than one small key. Every time you get one, you use it 10 seconds later to open up more of the main path. I wouldn't say it's a terrible dungeon, but it is comparatively much weaker. It's blindingly linear. The Spirit Temple errs on the dangerous side of this linearity, but I think it's saved by the unique implementation of the time travel. Having to play the first half of the dungeon as Child Link is a major handicap. Child Link can't use the hookshot or the bow. He has to revert back to using his dinky sword, slingshot, and boomerang. He even goes up against enemies that Adult Link is required to fight, including the Iron Knuckle at the end of his segment. Without this, the Spirit Temple would probably be even worse than the Shadow Temple. It's very easy to figure out where to go next, and from there you progress from room to room until you get the boss key and go straight to the boss without much to think about. There may be even less branching paths than in the Shadow Temple. The reason I find this very important is because the actual puzzle solving is pretty hit or miss. There are some successful puzzles. I'm thinking specifically of puzzles like this one in the Spirit Temple, where you have to copy the actions of a floating mummy thing that mirrors your every move. Later in the dungeon it becomes more complicated, having you deal with 3 of them in the same room, and with only 1 ring of fire to dispatch them. The reason it's such a good puzzle is because you're always actively solving it. It's not as if you figured out the solution as soon as you put 2 and 2 together. You're always figuring out how the things mirroring you move, and how to get them into the fire. Similarly, the Silver Rupee puzzles are great because you're always active when collecting them. Hookshot onto a panel, equip the hover boots to reach a far-off rupee, defeat a Beamos to uncover a rupee. You need to figure out how to get each rupee on the fly, and the introduction of stage hazards puts even more pressure on you to finish the puzzle as quickly as possible. The problematic puzzles are the ones you solve long before you complete them. Block pushing puzzles are easily the most egregious. In the Spirit Temple, you'll likely immediately figure out that you're supposed to push this sunblock into the sunlight to open a door. It's the process of this that makes it horrible. First, you have to move 2 of the blocks out of the way, and then start pulling the sunblock out of where it's trapped to get it over to the sunlight. This is a case where the puzzle was solved long before you complete it, because block pushing is so slow. I wouldn't be surprised if the dev team got a little bit too excited to implement context-sensitive actions that almost no thought went into how that would translate into a fun puzzle-solving experience. It's an easy trap to fall into when dealing with new technology. The part that really ruins this is that there's no way to speed up the slow speed at which Link will push or pull blocks. Even when he gets the silver or gold gauntlets, he still pushes every block at the same speed. I'm willing to chalk this up to a simple oversight, because block pushing has never been as obnoxious in any other Zelda game except this one. At least they learn from it, right? Additionally, there are puzzles that make use of the 3D space. Be that an eye on the wall you need to shoot with your bow and arrow, or a hookshot panel hidden on a ceiling to make it to a high up area. These aren't so much puzzles as they are tests of your spatial awareness. It's used most effectively when you do things like shoot an arrow through a flame to melt an eye panel. This is something the game never teaches you how to do, but it's the logical conclusion to the puzzle given how little there is in the room. It calls back to the logic puzzles I mentioned earlier. Most of the time, finding my way through a dungeon was much more satisfying than the puzzles I had to solve in them. While some of the puzzles are fairly weak, it doesn't take away from the feeling of accomplishment that comes from fully exploring every nook and cranny for optional items and extras. The way I see it, eye panels and bombable walls are just more unique ways to progress as opposed to the dungeon simply using a door. Yeah, they might not be hard to figure out, but it's better than just walking up to a door and pressing the A button. The block puzzles though, yeah, I can't really defend those. How about the bits in between dungeons? They serve as an opportunity to test out some of your new items in the overworld, as well as dole out new bits of story, most likely from Sheik. Unfortunately, there are more than a few times where the logical next step is, well, illogical. The best example I can think of is after you leave Kokiri Forest. Saria gives you an ocarina as a parting gift and you run off. To make a long story short, you use the ocarina to open a path to Darunia to hopefully get him to open the path to Dodongo's cavern. You try to play Zelda's Lullaby and it doesn't work. He keeps saying he wants something he can dance to. I'm not sure how in the fuck you're supposed to figure this out. The only reason I eventually figured it out is because Navi tells you, hey, maybe you should go talk to Saria. The logical next step should never be to travel back to Kokiri Forest to talk to Saria, especially after your heartfelt goodbye with her moments before. But no, you have to do the Lost Woods puzzle, talk to Saria so she can teach you a song to make Darunia happy again. There is no reason I can think of that Saria couldn't have taught you the song when she gave you the ocarina. This means you have to run back to Kokiri Forest through Hyrule Field, which is one of the most barren overworlds in gaming history. Yes, I'm aware there's a shortcut in Goron City to the Lost Woods, but you can't open that up until you play Saria's song to Darunia. When you do that, you'll get the ability to pick up bomb flowers, thus opening up the shortcut. But until then, you're stuck hauling ass across Hyrule Field. Once you're done with Saria, you have to backtrack from whence you came, lengthening the process of opening Dodongo's cavern even more. I'm not sure how else to get this across, it's shameless padding. There are other minor instances of this, like when you first leave Kokiri Forest. There is no possible way to make it to Hyrule Castle in time before nightfall, which is when the drawbridge raises and you can't enter until morning. While it is nice that it forces you to figure out that you can't enter Hyrule at night, it means that you have to wait until daytime to enter, which for me means running around in a circle or fighting the Stalfos to bide time. Yeah, I know, I'm sure there are speedrunners out there that can make it across Hyrule Field before nightfall. I wouldn't doubt it. But your average player wouldn't know how to do that, would they? If you want a really horrible example that everyone points out, it would be the entrance to Jabu Jabu's belly. You have to do this minigame where you dive for rupees to get a scale that lets you dive underwater. You use this scale to dive under the water in Zora's domain, which leads you to Lake Hylian. There's a bottle with a note from Princess Ruto, who is trapped in Jabu Jabu's belly. If you show it to King Zora, he'll let you through. Well, he'll slowly let you through. You know, eventually he'll let you through. Yeah, eventually. You know, sometime this week, please? Yeah, so that. Then you're at Jabu Jabu and you're out of hints. All you have to go on is a sign telling you not to disturb him. There is truthfully no way to progress unless you bottle up a fish in Zora's domain and bring it up to Jabu Jabu so he can eat you. The only reason I have never struggled with this is because before my first playthrough of the game, I heard all the bitching online. It's such a legendary example of how not to do progression gating, and everyone complains about it. For good reason, it isn't a logical chain of events. The bits in between dungeons are really boring and obtuse, and that extends to some of the side objectives, of which there are many. The side quests serve to offer players the exploration they might be sorely craving coming off of the fairly linear story. This mostly comes in the form of upgrades to your bags and quiver to hold more bombs and arrows respectively, heart pieces to extend your health bar, upgrades and magic items from the Great Fairy, golden Skulltula tokens which you can turn in for wallet upgrades and other goodies. There's even a sword upgrade you can collect through a trading sequence. Believe it or not, even Epona is optional until Gerudo Desert. She's in the opening, so you'd think they'd force her on you, but it is very possible you can miss her if you never visit Lon Lon Ranch. I mean, I have pity on your soul if you do, because she makes traversal of Hyrule Field much more tolerable. It's a worthy payoff to have your travel time decreased as the game goes on. It might make the first few hours a bit annoying, but since Child Link really only sticks to the eastern portion of Hyrule Field, it's never tedious enough to be noteworthy. Many of the side quests perform the same function as Epona. The heart pieces are rewarding to look for because it means you can take more hits. The magic upgrades from the Great Fairy are pretty cool, like having your magic and health meters essentially doubled. Additionally, finding upgrades makes Link feel more powerful as you trudge along. The Big Goron sword is a fantastic reward. You have to hold it with two hands, meaning you can't use your shield, but it is the strongest weapon in the game, ironically outclassing the Master Sword in almost every way. There are also mandatory upgrades that come in the form of dungeon items that serve the same purpose, but also offer some elements of Metroidvania to the exploration. For instance, after you get the bombs, you can bomb holes in the ground in Hyrule Field to find golden sculptulas and rupees. I wouldn't say there are a ton of elements outside of this that truly make use of the dungeon items in the overworld. In fact, many of the side quests don't even require them. Kind of a shame there wasn't more overworld use for the hookshot as an example. It could have been cool to hide some hookshot panels in the overworld for a heart piece or a golden sculptula. Their use is almost exclusively in dungeons. I'm surprised by how useful the hookshot and bow are to pretty much every dungeon. Items like the bow, hookshot, and bombs are by far the most useful items in the game. The bow has combat applications, as well as the ability to hit faraway bombs or switches. The hookshot can bring Link to a far-off area, as well as collect golden sculptula tokens and stun enemies. And the bombs can break walls, as well as defeat Beamos and other enemies. The rest of the items are poorly utilized outside of their respective dungeons. The iron boots really only serve the purpose of walking underwater. There are no other uses for it. Similarly, the Megaton hammer will smash blocks down in the fire temple, and is sometimes used to push rusty switches or break rocks in the overworld. I'm disappointed in the Megaton hammer because it lacks the combat use of the bow and hookshot. It has such a short range that using it in combat over the sword is never a question. At the very least, the dungeon items are all pretty fun to use in the context of their own dungeons. The hover boots give a pretty cool extension to your jump length, and the Shadow Temple combines it with the Lens of Truth in a neat way. There's an invisible wall you can't jump to, the gap is too big. Instead, you have to use the Lens of Truth to find the invisible wall, and then equip the hover boots in front of the fan so it pushes you across the gap. Synergy akin to this would have given more use to the items that are quickly forgotten. I've strayed a fair bit off topic, so let's go back to the side objectives exclusively. While many of them have rewarding extras, the process of obtaining the optional extras is occasionally frustrating. We'll take the golden sculptulas for the sake of example. They use audio cues to clue you into their presence, then it's just up to you to look around for them and collect their token. Most of them are hidden pretty well, but there are a few that are needlessly obtuse. You can establish pretty early on that bombing trees will sometimes lead to holes you can enter. So when you see a tree next to Hyrule Castle, you'll maybe want to bomb it. Unfortunately, it won't work. If you don't have the Shard of Agony, you'll probably never know there's a secret under this tree. So, how do you open the hole in the ground? Even though there's no other instance in the game that would lead you to believe this would work, if you play the Song of Storms, a hole in the ground will open. Now, if you're like me in this situation, you may feel like you've been slapped in the face. I feel similarly about the golden sculptula hidden in the soft soil where you plant magic beans. The game never teaches you this, but you can collect bugs in empty bottles and release them over a patch of soft soil to reveal a golden sculptula. You can do this for every patch of soft soil, and that consistency is why it's slightly more acceptable than that Song of Storms bullshit, but there's still never reason to think you could ever do something like that. You'll always know you can place magic beans, but never bugs. How the hell are you even supposed to know you can trap bugs in bottles in the first place? Bugs are never used for anything else. It's this aspect of Ocarina of Time's non-linearity that most reminds me of the original Zelda, and not in a good way. The original Zelda's idea of progression was based on an extreme level of trial and error. It taps into the many ideas presented by René Descartes and Francis Bacon concerning the scientific method. Their works contributed to the idea that you can never truly know something until you've tested it, in the same way you can't know if there's a tree you can bomb until you've bombed every tree in the game. Their findings work wonders for learning new things, but they don't translate well to the interactive medium. The process of finding out what you can burn or bomb isn't compelling in the slightest. The amount of work you have to put in far exceeds the reward you receive. This is exactly how I feel about the more obtuse collectibles in Ocarina. The Sculptulas certainly aren't the only complicated side quest. There are also the trade sequences. There are two major trade sequences, one to obtain the Big Goron sword and the other to obtain the Mask of Truth. The quest to obtain the Big Goron sword is far more straightforward. because the game tells you exactly where to go for each item. It isn't necessarily fun to play the mailman, but at least you know where you're going. I'll reiterate, this is for the 3DS version. I'm not sure how it works in the original. The worst of the two is the mask side quest. This quest is abysmal without a guide. It starts at the Happy Mask shop. You can find it in Hyrule Castletown. The first mask you have to deliver is to this guard in Kakariko Village. You need to give him the yellow Keaton mask that he wants for his son. This one's easy because the guard will tell you he wants the mask, so you can easily go get it for him. You're required to hear this from him on the main quest, so you can never miss it. The next mask is a skull thing that you're supposed to deliver to Skull Kid in the Lost Woods. Unfortunately, no one tells you who to give the mask to. You have to wear the mask and talk to every NPC in the game to find its new owner. I don't think I need to tell you how insanely asinine of a process that would be for 3 masks. You potentially have a situation wherein you'd have to travel to every NPC in the game 3 times to get the masks to the people they belong to. And for what? The Mask of Truth? I mean, it's a neat mask. It can uncover bombable holes in the overworld and can talk with gossip stones, which give neat insight into some of the characters or miscellaneous events that you wouldn't otherwise get from the main story. Like how Malin holds the world record for fastest horse race at her ranch. However, this is in no way a worthy reward given how tedious the quest is, especially when you factor in that there's a Zelda wiki meant to compile all this useless information anyway. Then we come to my personal least favorite side activity in the game. The fishing! Oh boy. There are 2 things you can obtain here, the heart piece and the golden scale. Truthfully though, there are 3 heart pieces you can get out of this ordeal, since there are 2 heart pieces that can't be unlocked until you get the golden scale. I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert at fishing. In fact, it's precisely the problem. The guy at the beginning tells you the basics, and it took me a little while to get used to how it controls, but eventually I found my footing. Apparently there's a secret sinking lure you can get after netting a big enough fish, but I couldn't find it for the life of me. The small fish are pretty easy to get, but those aren't what net you the big rewards. The much bigger fish, basically over 10 pounds, get you the rewards you actually want. Here's the issue. Mechanically, I'm still not really sure what the proper way is to reel in a fish. I have a general idea. When the fish is facing you, you're holding the control stick in the right direction. When it isn't, you aren't holding it in the right direction. But when you start coming up against the bigger fish, it's practically impossible to figure out where to hold the pole. You first have to find out where the sweet spot is, something I assume changes every 2 seconds because that's the biggest hurdle to cross by far. I try to slowly move my circle pad around to find the sweet spot, usually to no avail. If I ever do find the sweet spot where the fish faces me, I found that circling around very slowly counterclockwise will make sure you keep hitting all of the sweet spots that change every couple seconds. If you can do this correctly, I think this is how you fish. The major issue is with the first sweet spot. It's so hard to find that most of the time, the fish would escape my lure after 3 or so minutes of fucking around. If you fail to catch the fish, it swims to the middle, where unless you have that sinking lure, you can't catch shit. They're too far below the water to even notice your lure. This means you have to return the fishing pole, exit the fishing hole, re-enter the fishing hole, pay another 20 rupees to fish, then the fish will have respawned where it began when you first entered. I was at this stupid fucking minigame for a good 3 hours before I finally got what I needed. I'd rather play Big the Cat in Sonic Adventure 1 than this trite. Now, I do want to highlight some of the better side objectives because they do exist. The Gerudo training grounds are pretty damn fun. I'll admit, I've never used the ice arrows in my life. Not joking, never thought to ever use them, so in that respect, the reward is underwhelming. But the dungeon itself is cool, making use of small keys to find treasures at the end. Most of the heart pieces and Skulltulas are very satisfying to find. Golden Skulltulas in dungeons are perhaps the most rewarding to seek out. Many of them are hidden reasonably well, especially the ones where you're required to use the Scarecrow song, which in the case of the Fire Temple unlocks a whole new optional segment to the dungeon. At least collecting the 50 Golden Skulltulas you need is fun. Past that, I can't really say it's anything more than pointless, especially considering after 50 you don't get any rewards until you hit 100, where the last guy gives you 200 rupees. Yeah, not exactly worth it. But I do appreciate that you can look on the map and figure out which areas you fully cleared out and which you haven't in terms of finding Skulltula. It makes the process of finding 100 much less annoying. Additionally, the horseback riding archery minigame, while laughably easy with the gyroscope, is a fun diversion, and so is hunting for Poes in Hyrule Field, even if their triggers are super sensitive and you have to individually collect all 10 souls in empty bottles when you can only have a max of 3 bottles up to that point. I don't need to explain why that's tedious. Thankfully, the merchant you need to run them to is right at the beginning of Hyrule Castletown, so overall I wouldn't say the quest to get them is super annoying. The magic beans are pretty cool because they make use of the time travel. I haven't touched on this yet, but you can switch between child and adult Link at the Temple of Time if you return or draw the Master Sword from its pedestal. If you've planted a magic bean as child Link, you can return to that spot as adult Link to ride the plant to the heart pieces or Skulltula. I really like this use of time travel. You can do something similar with the guy playing the Song of Storms. He teaches you the Song of Storms in the future because he hates that some kid played it in the past. That kid is Child Link, so you revert to a child, go to the same guy, and play the Song of Storms. This creates a paradox, since the guy could never have learned that song without Link, and Link could never have learned that song without the guy. But from a gameplay perspective, it makes very good use of the time travel. This does highlight an admittedly monotonous part of 100% completion. If you want to complete everything Ocarina of Time has to offer, odds are you'll be visiting the Temple of Time very often. Every time you do so, you have to watch a decently long cutscene where you return the sword or draw it from its pedestal. This will send you to either the future or the present, and then you can leave the Temple of Time by warping out or walking out into Hyrule Castletown. This doesn't even factor in the amount of time it takes to play the Prelude of Light and then warp to the Temple of Time. I can't help but think there was already a solution to this issue in A Link to the Past. I don't know a whole lot about that game, but from what I understand, you can switch between the light and dark worlds at will. Ocarina of Time sorely lacks a feature like this, and for no real reason. If the developers were worried about people using it inside of dungeons, they could always restrict it to certain areas in the game. It would be a lot better than playing the Prelude of Light to warp to the Temple of Time every other minute. I'm very thankful warping is even possible though, because the thought of crossing Hyrule Field every time I want to get to a specific area makes me shudder. The warping is a relatively quick and painless process too, especially since you can check what the notes of the songs are on the bottom screen if you end up forgetting. Yet another saving grace of the 3DS remake. Ocarina of Time is a mixed bag when it comes to 100% completion, but I would say that going after most of the side objectives is pretty rewarding in the end. I'll probably never collect 100 golden Skulltulas again, but I would certainly collect 50 of them, as well as collect all the heart pieces and equipment upgrades. That feeling of progression is simply unrivaled in most other adventure games. I suppose I should touch on the one aspect of the gameplay I've neglected up till now, the combat. Combat in the 2D games was relatively straightforward. If there was an enemy, you turned toward it and pressed the sword button. In a 3D plane, it's much more complicated. Seeing from directly behind Link is more immersive, but it also means you can never have a full grasp as to what's around you at all times like you can in the 2D games. So, some form of camera control had to be implemented, and since the N64 only had one analog stick, reserved for movement, this means a bit of an awkward method of controlling the camera that's ironically become a bit of an iconic Zelda staple. You have to face a direction and press the L button to recenter the camera in that new direction. This is how you'll keep yourself aware of enemies around you. In order to ensure that combat flows better, Z targeting was introduced. If you press and hold the L button, or the Z button in the case of the N64 controller, you recenter the camera on that enemy. Link's controls change when locked on. Instead of turning when moving left, Link will now strafe around the enemy. He can also do a jump attack and backflip when strafing that he can't perform in his normal state. His basic attacks include horizontal and vertical slashes, as well as a stab he can perform when the analog stick is pushed upward. Additionally, you can spin the control stick around to perform a spin attack, or you can hold down the attack button to charge the spin attack for more damage. I'd be lying if I said the swordplay had depth. It really doesn't. The enemy AI is pretty poor. They often just hold their guard up and strafe around Link until they eventually attack you, leaving themselves open. The problem is they sometimes take a very, very long time to attack you. Since there's a lot of waiting involved in combat, I found myself spamming the spin attack more times than I would have liked. It's just too reliable a move for me to not spam it. Whenever there's an opening, a spin attack will always follow up that opening reliably, and occasionally it can cut right through enemies even during their guard. I'm thankful Link's other items can influence the combat. The hookshot can stun an enemy, giving you more time to follow up, and the bow can obviously damage enemies. It isn't a huge amount of variety, but it does serve to spice up the combat even a little bit. And trust me, with the pacing of these battles, you really need that. Unfortunately, the Z targeting isn't perfect. There are numerous times where the game will take priority to recentering the camera over locking onto an enemy, meaning if you turn around to lock onto an enemy, there are several occasions where the game will just center the camera instead of locking on. This irks me a lot when fighting Keese. The fastest way to take them out is to lock onto them and shoot them with your bow, but more often than not, the camera would center instead of locking on, leaving me open to a hit while I try to lock on proper. The priority should have been placed on the lock-on, not the centering of the camera. I'd say Dark Souls is a much better evolution of Zelda combat. It's much harder, the enemy AI is much more intelligent and harder to avoid, and it lends a sense of complexity to fights that simply isn't present in Ocarina of Time. The combat is just boring. It's severely underdeveloped, and I'm glad there aren't a metric fuckton of enemies, or the game would fall flat on its face. Some of the bosses seem to suffer from some of the same issues, although most of them are pretty fun to fight. Bongo Bongo suffers from the Z targeting issue. Since there are 3 targets, his 2 hands and his head, targeting can prove to be slightly problematic. You can end up locking onto the wrong portion of his body, and for some reason locking onto his head is a bit finicky, which makes the fight a bit of an annoyance when you're first adjusting. Outside of that though, he is the only boss which is defeated with an item from another dungeon. You use the bow in tandem with the Lens of Truth, so you're still using a dungeon item to beat him a la the Lens of Truth, but the added use of the bow gives the boss a sense of variety that I enjoy. The rest of the boss fights aren't particularly hard, but they are satisfying enough to fight. The first 3 bosses aren't anything to write home about, I'll admit. I mean, throw bomb into mouth, hit head, avoid, repeat isn't exactly compelling. Phantom Ganon though, he's cool. You have to constantly twirl around your bow to find Ganon in the paintings. You also have to make use of audio cues to make sure you're looking at the right one, because in some of the paintings there's a fake Phantom Ganon. His second phase is energy tennis, where you hit the energy back at him with the correct timing. You don't have to use your sword though, you can use an empty bottle, which I find very, very amusing. I'd also ask you pay attention to some of the videos I'm going to do later in this series. The Phantom Ganon fights all make use of the empty bottle, and it's fucking hilarious. I don't know why it's so amusing to me. Twinrova is a similarly fun boss, although unfortunately you can't use your empty bottle to reflect their ice and fire beams. Instead, you use the mirror shield to reflect them. A much more boring solution, but one that makes more sense in the context of the dungeon. You have to shoot the fire and ice beams back at them until they fuse together. Then you have to absorb either 3 of their fire or 3 of their ice shots until it overcharges them and you can attack them. Again, none of these bosses are incredibly challenging. Most of them are piss easy, but the majority of them require at least an ounce of thought to beat, and for that I think they're satisfactory. Plus, none of them overstay their welcome. By no means the best in the series, but they are passable. Ganondorf is a little bit lackluster though. His first phase is energy tennis with the added bonus of shooting him with light arrows. It's kind of interesting because you can't lock onto him due to his immense power, but all that complexity really adds is that you just have to shoot him with your bow and arrow instead. The atmosphere of his second phase is really deadly, and it's cool that he handicaps you by knocking away the Master Sword. It's just a shame that you hold on to the big Goron sword, so if you've done that side quest, you don't feel nearly as defenseless. In addition, if you pay attention to Ganon's AI, he isn't the brightest boss in town. Avoiding his attacks is as easy as rolling under his legs or dodging to the right or left. Though I have to say, the music is on point. I love it. Most of the music is ambient dungeon, cave music that serves to fit the mood of each area. The standout pieces, though, are Hyrule Field and the Lost Woods, as well as the various ocarina songs you can learn. They're very memorable and stick with you long after the credits play. thank you, Koji Kondo. I love that man. Graphically, it improves quite a great deal on its N64 counterpart, and is one of the better looking 3DS games. Everything has been remodeled. The backgrounds actually have models this time around, so Hyrule Castletown looks decent. Aesthetically, it's pretty standard fare, although I think the dungeon designs are part of the reason they're so fun to play around in. What this game lacks in satisfactory puzzles, it makes up for in unique visual design to make each temple distinct. The Forest Temple is easy to distinguish from the Fire Temple, and so on. I will say that they all sort of look like temples. I mean, I guess that's the point. I would have liked a bit more unique visual variety, because a lot of them seem like they have the same structure. A lot of them look like ruins, a lot of them have similar looking doors and switches. Really, it's the colors and everything surrounding the dungeon that makes it look different. You know, the Forest Temple is green, the Fire Temple is red, the Water Temple is blue, but a lot of them just look too similar for my tastes. Let's talk about the frame rate. You know, even if it's only 30 FPS, it's much better than the laughable 20 FPS of the N64 version. My god, that game runs terribly. I'm obviously disappointed the remake couldn't have targeted 60 FPS, but I mean, fuck it. I guess I've come to expect 30 nowadays. I am one of those PC Master Race snobs that takes nothing below 60 after all. Before we end the video, I suppose I should touch on Master Quest. It only changes how the dungeons are designed. It doesn't change anything in the overworld or any of the side quests. In the 3DS version, it mirrors the world as well, making it a bit more challenging on repeat playthrough where you're familiar with a specific layout. For the most part, the challenge of Master Quest is its greatest asset. It makes use of the fact that you probably know the mechanics very well, and it tests your knowledge of them to various extremes. Take the Great Deku Tree. The vanilla version didn't teach you about lighting Deku sticks on fire until after you fell and broke through the webbing. In Master Quest, you're expected to know you can burn webbing with a lit Deku stick. The dungeon uses this to its advantage and makes it the central theme of the entire dungeon, taking it beyond where it ever was in the vanilla version. Take the room with the spinning cylinder of spikes. In the vanilla version, you had to dive underwater to activate a switch that would lower the water level so you could take the movable platform across it and be safe under the spike cylinder. This switch doesn't exist in Master Quest, so the solution is to duck under the spike cylinder instead. But you also have to stand on a switch that activates a torch next to you. As soon as you step off the switch, the torch deactivates. So you need to use your Deku stick and quickly run over to the fire and jump onto the platform before it moves away from you, duck under the spike cylinder, and light the two torches to open the door. This wouldn't work as well if you didn't have the knowledge you acquired by doing a normal playthrough. If Zelda were to adopt a difficulty selection, I'd rather have this than some of the solutions posited by future remakes which only tweak damage. This isn't to say Master Quest is executed perfectly, it's more to say I would prefer this route for adding difficulty to Zelda games. Master Quest has a couple frustrating aspects that keep it from realizing its full potential. Firstly, many of the dungeons begin to use Song of Time blocks as a means to waste your time. They place them in strange places, and the only option you have to move them is to pull out your ocarina and play the Song of Time. In terms of engagement, it's about as interesting as pushing a block around. Secondly, there are moments present even in the first dungeon that you'll have to backtrack if you want to collect everything. The Great Deku Tree requires both the ocarina and bombs to fully complete it, which you can't obtain until you progress further into the game. I do still think it's worth playing Master Quest in addition to a run-through of the normal game. It's no holds barred in terms of what mechanics they'll splice into each of the dungeons. You actually see a silver rupee puzzle as early as Dodongo's Cavern. I can't stress how vital Master Quest is in strengthening the replayability of Ocarina of Time. The mirrored world helps this too. It sounds like a simple change, but it completely changes how you look at the dungeon, especially if you know the dungeon layout very well. In addition to the puzzles being completely reworked, you'll now have to accept that left means right and right means left. It's enough to keep the extra playthrough fresh, and it's a shame a concept like Master Quest has never been attempted since. It's yet another reason Ocarina of Time has aged marvelously, even when you only factor in the improvements added in the 3DS remake. Despite that, the core game is still incredibly solid. I have no doubt that if I were to pick up the N64 version, I could get into it. I might not like the aiming or the iron boots, but it would still be an accessible 3D Zelda experience. I'm shocked at how much I ended up really enjoying this game. I remember all those years ago, I didn't think much of it on my first playthrough, but upon playing it again for review, I have a newfound respect for it. It was the first of its kind in so many ways. It had practically no points of reference. How do we do an action-adventure game in 3D? There are so many variables to consider, so many potential problems that pop up when making the leap. Ocarina of Time managed pretty damn well despite its flaws. I wouldn't say it's among my favorite Zelda games, but I can say it's improved in my mind. I used to think a bit less of it, but I can safely say this is a solid first attempt. It may have been outdone since, but I don't think it takes away from how great Ocarina of Time still is. For that, it earns my respect. Up next, Majora's Mask, the Black Sheep. But I mean, because of its resurgence in popularity as of late, I'm not even sure if I can still call it a Black Sheep. I'll be covering that game's 3DS remake, with perhaps a bit more emphasis on its original version. Join me then, if you will. In regards to the video at hand, I hope you agree with me, but if you don't, feel free to leave a comment below. I'm always willing to have a discussion about anything. All you have to do is ask. If you liked the video, feel free to give it a thumbs up, and if you didn't like it, feel free to give it a thumbs down. All I ask is that you tell me why you liked or didn't like it so I can take that feedback and improve myself, my content, and my channel. Thank you for watching. My name has been King K, and I certainly hope you have some well-deserved fun today.